Chapter 1. The Kung Fu Fly. Tianwu City, Zhao family. At this moment, in the kitchen yard of the residence, a young man in white was dancing around. The flies around him were buzzing frantically as they flew in all directions. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the young man's eyes were gray and white, devoid of any spirit. Clearly, he was born with a deficiency blind. Look, our Zhao family's big uncle is back to catch flies again. TSK, a blind man catching flies, what a unique sight. Why don't we place bets on how many days it will take him to catch one fly? The surrounding cooks laughed openly, showing no restraint. In this world where martial prowess is revered, ordinary people are already looked down upon, let alone a blind man. Amidst the mockery, the young man suddenly stretched out his hand. It was unclear whether it was luck or his keen hearing that enabled him to discern the position. He directly caught a fly in his palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a fly, successfully activating the God-level animal evolution system. Upon hearing the electronic, synthesized voice in his mind, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, feeling a rush of emotions welling up. As one of the many who had traversed into this world, Lin Hao naturally understood what system was. Although the system had arrived a full 18 years late, it was undoubtedly a timely boon for his current situation. However, to start, he had to personally capture an animal to successfully boot up the system. So he chose the kitchen as the capture point, the place with the most flies. After 3 days of hard work and being ridiculed, he finally completed the task. Ding! Detected that the host has captured a fly. Would you like to make a pet? Lin Hao instinctively thought, yes. Congratulations, the host has acquired a pet, and may name it Kung Fu Fly. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart stirred as he recalled a certain sci-fi movie from his past life and immediately thought it. Ding! Pet name successfully registered. As the system's voice sounded, a data panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Kung Fu Fly. Codename 001. Owner Lin Hao. Combat power 1. Lifespan 50 days. Skills none. Can evolve all organs. From information on the system panel, Lin Hao understood the function of this animal evolution system. Its main purpose was to enhance the combat power of animals for his own use. This function is divided into 2 types. The first type is full body enhancement. It can enhance all organs of the animal. There are 4 levels, namely primary, intermediate, advanced, and king level. The higher the level, the more money is required, increasing tenfold at each step. For example, primary evolution costs 10,000 taels of gold, and intermediate evolution costs 100,000 taels. The second type is advanced enhancement. It is primarily divided into 7 stages: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. In simple terms, this is a system ability that allows animals to upgrade and metamorphose. For instance, a rooster that advances to SSS level has a high chance of transforming into a divine beast-level fire phoenix. However, this advanced type is quite expensive. Each advancement costs at least 100,000 taels, with subsequent levels also increasing tenfold. Additionally, the first type full body enhancement must reach king level before it can qualify for advanced upgrading. For example, to go from D level to C level, the pet must be at D level king enhancement to evolve to C level. I see. As Lin Hao thoroughly understood the system's effects, he felt a mix of clarity and excitement. If he could enhance a large number of divine beast-level animals, wouldn't this world be his playground? However, Lin Hao quickly realized a critical issue. That is, he was currently penniless and had no money for evolution. Ding! Detected that the host has bound a pet for the first time. Congratulations on receiving a beginner's gift package. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hao immediately thought, yes. Congratulations, host Lin Hao, you have received a free king level animal enhancement. Congratulations, host Lin Hao, you have received a free animal advancement. Please select the pet to evolve. Instantly, a luminous panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind, displaying 5 small squares. The first square showed a small black fly. The other 4 empty squares presumably indicated that he could capture 4 more pets. Lin Hao directly clicked on the fly's icon. Ding! Enhancement successful. The Kung Fu Fly has received a comprehensive boost. In the next moment, Lin Hao noticed significant changes in the Kung Fu Fly's data panel, with its speed, strength, senses, and intelligence all receiving tremendous enhancements. For example, its combat power shot up from 1 to 1,000. However, its lifespan remained at 50 days. Clearly, this enhancement did not increase the pet's lifespan. Next up was the advancement upgrade. Ding, advancement successful. Congratulations to the Kung Fu Fly for upgrading to C level and gaining the special skill, Bloodblade Scythe Feat. Immediately, Lin Hao was delighted to see the fly icon in the square transform dramatically. The previously small fly now appeared muscular like an athlete, its 6 legs strong and powerful, with claws like scythes gleaming with a metallic sharpness. Most importantly, its lifespan jumped from 50 days to 500 days. Lin Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This advancement function was simply exhilarating. Lin Hao tried to loosen his grip, yet the small fly did not immediately fly away. Instead, it obediently perched on his palm, as if waiting for commands. What is this? In a daze, Lin Hao was astonished to find that his vision was no longer dark. He could sense the surrounding light and objects. But this visual perspective did not originate from his eyes, it was from his palm. It was precisely the position where the Kung Fu Fly was situated. Could it be that I can share the scene seen by the Kung Fu Fly from a godlike perspective? Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. He increasingly believed that this god-level animal evolution system was tailor-made for him. TSK, how boring, it got caught so quickly. Let's call off or bet. A blind man actually caught a fly. This is unprecedented. Seeing Lin Hao actually catch a fly, the cooks, though surprised, still spoke with a heavy tone of mockery. At this moment, Lin Hao also saw the faces of those cooks clearly through the Kung Fu Fly's vision. Each one had a big head and ears, their faces greasy. In the Zhao family, cooks were considered lowly support workers. Yet even so, these guys showed him, the son-in-law, no respect at all. That he hailed from one of the 3 major families in the city, the Lin family, which had a decent background, but due to being born blind, he was not favored in the family. Half a year ago, under the guise of a marriage alliance for family benefits, he married into the Zhao family, enduring endless humiliation. Despite having a beautiful wife sharing the same room, they had to sleep apart every night. One on the bed, the other on the floor. Even the Zhao family servants were treated better. Lin Hao ignored the cook's taunts and turned to leave the yard. Buzz! The Kung Fu Fly circled in the air and landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. Shaolin. Seeing Lin Hao about to leave, the head chef, a plump man, signaled to the apprentice beside him. The apprentice understood and nodded, immediately walking in front of Lin Hao with a dark expression, extending his foot to trip Lin Hao. Through the Kung Fu Fly's vision, Lin Hao saw everything clearly. Since marrying into the Zhao family 6 months ago, he didn't know who he had offended, but he often faced trouble, especially from these cooks who frequently tampered with the food. They were quite malicious. Chapter 2. The Top Beast Tamer. Want to scheme against me? You're asking for trouble. Lin Hao's expression turned cold as he raised his right foot and stomped hard on the opponent's ankle. This kick was executed with all his strength. Crack! With the stomp, the sound of a bone breaking echoed. The apprentice's ankle joint shattered in an instant, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this scene, the big chef and the others changed their expressions drastically, staring at Lin Hao in shock. Could he see? Impossible! They were all too familiar with the background of this Zhao family's young master. It is said that blind people's hearing is very sharp. He probably heard the movement and knew someone was trying to trip him. The big chef furrowed his brows and tried to rationalize. I want to see if you're really blind or just pretending. Seeing that they were all his own people, he walked toward Lin Hao with a fierce expression. Whoosh! The big chef's hefty palm swung toward Lin Hao's head. Sizzle! However, at that moment, the Kung Fu Fly darted out from Lin Hao's shoulder at an incredible speed, like a flash of black light. In the next instant, the big chef's raised palm had 3 fingers severed, blood gushing out. My hand! The big chef let out a wail like a pig being slaughtered, looking at his hand with 3 fingers cut off in horror, cold sweat pouring down his body from the pain. The other chefs behind were stunned, their faces filled with shock. What has happened? How could a chef's fingers be severed in the blink of an eye? They were certain that just a moment ago, Lin Hao hadn't made any movements at all. Such an unbelievable event left all the chefs stunned. The Kung Fu Fly had returned to Lin Hao's shoulder, licking the blood from its forefoot, cold and indifferent like a killer. With the skill of the Bloodblade Scythe Feat gained from the enhancement, the Kung Fu Fly's claws were as sharp as blades, and its combat power had significantly increased. How could an ordinary big chef possibly track the attack trajectory of the Kung Fu fly, let alone know who had injured him? What incredible speed! Witnessing the power of the Kung Fu fly, Lin Hao's heart raced. If even a fly was so formidable after enhancement, what about higher-level animals or fierce beasts? Wouldn't that be unimaginable? I can still capture 4 more pets. I need to make some money. Having tasted the sweetness of the system, Lin Hao was filled with ambition, planning to strengthen and create an animal army. However, while capturing animals was feasible, earning money was not as simple as working harder. So for now, the only way was to make money quickly. After all, the lowest level primary enhancement in the system required 10,000 silver coins, and he was currently financially strapped, needing to find ways to earn quick money. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao took steady steps and left the place. His calm demeanor made the chef's present feel apprehensive, not daring to provoke him again. As he stepped out of the Zhao family's front gate, Lin Hao lifted his head. The Kung Fu fly also raised its head. They quietly admired the sunset glow. The orange light illuminated his sharply defined face, and his gray-white pupils revealed a hint of confidence. Since his crossing, Lin Hao had never felt as elated as he did today. Walking down the bustling street, Lin Hao curiously observed his surroundings. After so many years, it was his first time seeing the sights of this city, which resembled the ancient architectural styles of his past life. As he grew older, Lin Hao had also gained a rough understanding of this continent. The continent was called the Tsang continent, lacking the sex and immortal cultivators commonly found in novels. Warriors and mages were the main practitioners in this world. Next, there were martial arts. Martial techniques were divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. If warriors of the same level had martial techniques that were superior to their opponents, they would have a significant advantage in combat. As for mages' martial arts, they were extremely profound and complex. Unavailable for purchase in the market, one must enter a martial academy for a chance to learn. Lin Hao felt that his current abilities resembled a somewhat obscure profession, a beast tamer. However, this beast tamer was equivalent to a top master who could quickly enhance any animal's loyalty, combat power, and even facilitate their evolution. Who could achieve such feats? After wandering around the street for a bit, Lin Hao finally stopped in front of a shop with a black plaque hanging outside. The plaque was entirely black, with no characters inscribed, looking extremely eerie. Ordinary people might not understand, but those in the know recognized it as a special shop that served as an intermediary for assassination tasks. Lin Hao naturally knew that the 2 major bosses behind this shop were the Zhao family and the Lin family. In Tianwu City, the Zhao family was the wealthiest, while the Lin family, as an ancient martial family, was the strongest in martial prowess. Opening such a special shop required not only powerful martial protection, but also substantial financial backing. So the 2 families had no choice but to join forces. Half a year ago, he had become a sacrificial pawn, marrying into the Zhao family, forging a cooperative relationship between the 2 families. This black shop was the origin of the humiliation he had suffered back then. Since this is the beginning, let's end it here. As he gazed at the shop before him, Lin Hao murmured to himself, catching sight of a straw hat placed against the nearby wall. He casually picked it up and placed it on his head. The brim of the hat hung down with a circle of black gauze, completely concealing his face. Lin Hao stepped directly into the shop, and a faint fragrance wafted toward him. Using the Kung Fu fly's vision, Lin Hao saw a woman walking toward him. The woman, dressed in elegant light blue plain clothes, had a graceful figure and an extraordinarily beautiful face, breathtakingly beautiful. This scent, could it be her? Lin Hao's nose twitched. Although he couldn't see before, he instantly recognized the unique fragrance emanating from the woman, because this beautiful woman was his nominal wife, Zhao Linger. After half a year of contact, Lin Hao had communicated very little with Zhao Linger, but he had a rough understanding of her situation. Zhao Linger was not only beautiful, but also a commercially talented prodigy, having reached the level of a level 4 mage in martial cultivation. In Tianwu City, mages were rare, let alone those who could reach level 4. Thus, within the Zhao family, her power and status were second only to the head of the Zhao family, making her the behind-the-scenes manager of this black shop. To expand the family business, Zhao Linger, due to her proud nature, was unwilling to lose herself to someone she did not admire. So she chose to marry Lin Hao, a controllable blind man. You think I'm unworthy of you now, but later, I'll make you look up to me. Lin Hao's lips curled into a cold smile as he silently brushed past Zhao Ling. Chapter 3. Assassin's Mission. As both sides brushed past each other, Zhao Linger, with her clear eyes glancing back, couldn't help but take a second look at Lin Hao. Why does that person's back seem somewhat familiar? She slightly furrowed her brows, staring at Lin Hao's figure for a moment in a daze. Yes, just a blind man. He shouldn't be here. Zhao Linger shook her head inwardly, shifting her gaze to Lin Hao's feet, observing his steady steps, each one purposeful and not at all cautious like a blind person would be. Zhao Linger didn't think much more on it. After a curious glance at Lin Hao, she turned and left. The decor inside the shop was somewhat reminiscent of an armory. Lin Hao noticed that the shelves were lined with various weapons, though the majority were daggers and thin swords suitable for assassination. Clearly, this place not only took on assassination contract for commissions, but also sold weapons to assassins. Dear guest, if you're just here to buy weapons, I'm sorry, but we aren't doing business today, said a middle-aged shopkeeper with a handlebar mustache. Eyeing Lin Hao as he entered the shop, his tone cautious. Lin Hao feigned a cold voice and said, "Cut the nonsense. I'm here for a job." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged shopkeeper's expression turned slightly serious, and his gaze towards Lin Hao held a hint of wariness. Those who came here for jobs were usually cold-blooded assassins, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he might die someday. "May I ask your esteemed name?" The shopkeeper's attitude became noticeably more polite. In the assassin community, although identities were generally kept secret, every assassin had their own code name, leading to the creation of a killer ranking. Lin Hao thought for a moment and replied indifferently, "Jingku, Yinkiskiviko." The middle-aged shopkeeper was taken aback. He had never heard of this name. Could be a newbie? Thinking this, he looked at Lin Hao with suspicion. However, the presence of the hat blocked his curious gaze. Our shop's missions are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, medium, difficult, and red list. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Which type of job do you intend to take?" "Ordinary, preferably something not too far away." Since it was Lin Hao's first job, he naturally didn't want to dabble in difficult assassination tasks. As for the so-called red list, one could easily guess it involved assassinating some top-tier experts, tasks that had always been impossible to accomplish. Upon hearing this, although the middle-aged shopkeeper didn't say anything, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. So it really was a rookie. No wonder he would take such an ordinary task. He then walked to the counter and picked up a large stack of papers to flip through. "Got it." Soon, the shopkeeper smiled faintly and said, "You're in luck. There's a regular task just within our Tianwu city." While speaking, the shopkeeper took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Hao. This was a dossier for an assassination mission, with a scarlet character kill at the top right corner. Target: Chun Daejiu, age 38, strength, level 2 warrior identity, owner of the Daily Gambling Den, active location, Daily Gambling Den subordinates, 23 people. All level 1 warrior's bounty, 100,000 taels. The information on the paper was very detailed, even listing various misdeeds of this person, including how he had committed acts of violence and bullied the weak. There was also an accompanying picture of the target, looking fierce with a grotesque scar running down the left side of his face. Lin Hao read through it carefully and nodded to himself. This kind of villain wasn't worth mourning even if he died. What attracted Lin Hao the most was the task bounty. Indeed, it was a great opportunity to make quick money. According to the rules, a 30% commission would be taken. The middle-aged shopkeeper said calmly, "Once the task is completed, our shop will send someone to verify whether the target is dead." Lin Hao nodded indifferently, then turned to leave. After deducting the 30% commission, he would still have 70,000 left, which was quite good. After asking a passerby for directions, Lin Hao soon arrived at his destination. In front of him was a casino with a glaring gamble sign hanging above. The main door was tightly shut, but he could hear the loud shouts coming from inside. In a place like this, whoever lost money would be in distress. Next to the casino was a pawn shop, which accepted any valuable items. After pawning them, one could get cash and then head back to the casino to gamble some more. Smart people knew that casinos and pawn shops traditionally had a win-win system. One made commissions, and the other made gambling funds, creating an excellent profit chain. Little fly, find the target and make it quick, Lin Hao instructed before turning to stand quietly in a corner by the street. He had no interest in entering such a chaotic casino. "Buzz, After receiving the order, the kung fu fly suddenly flew off Lin Hao's shoulder and darted through a window in the back wall. Open, 3 5s, a 3 of a kind. What is wrong with the dice? Why is it 3 of a kind again? If I lose again next round, I'll pawn this place for cash. I can't believe I can't turn this around. Inside the casino, there were 10 gambling tables, filled with the loud cries of gamblers, creating a chaotic noise. In every corner of the room stood casino enforcers, each looking fierce and strong. With these enforcers around, regular people generally didn't dare to cause trouble. In a resting area at the back of the gambling tables, Chun Daejiu sat in a chair, embracing a woman of the night, his large hands groping her body wantonly. The dealer introduced by Old 8 is pretty good. At least I can make $1 million during this time, Chun Daejiu said, looking at the gamblers who were losing money, revealing a satisfied smile. As his mouth widened, the grotesque scar on his face twisted slightly, making him look even more menacing. That's him. Lin Hao, using the vision of the kung fu fly, immediately locked onto Chun Daejiu. Kill. Lin Hao issued the command without hesitation. The kung fu fly flew towards Chun Daejiu's position at a steady pace. However, the kung fu fly did not attack immediately. Instead, it circled around Chun Daejiu, waiting for the right moment. Clearly, after high-level enhancement, the kung fu fly had developed a certain level of intelligence. After about 10 breaths, the kung fu fly began to act, cautiously approaching from behind Chun Daejiu. Chun Daejiu, being a level 2 warrior with keen senses, noticed something approaching from behind, his expression darkening as he suddenly turned his head to look. The kung fu fly immediately made a sharp turn and flew past him from the side. It then landed on the back of the woman of the night. Carefully watching Chun Daejiu, it was waiting for the perfect opportunity, one that could ensure a single decisive strike. It was unimaginable that the kung fu fly had completely immersed itself in the role of an assassin, opting not to confront head-on. Chapter 4. Claiming the bounty TSK. It turns out to be just a fly. Seeing the kung fu fly, Chun Daejiu couldn't help but scoff, ignoring it. However, his gaze cautiously swept over the crowd in the venue, with a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He had heard from a little bird that someone had recently hired an assassin to kill him, so he had to be more cautious. If I find out who the employer is, I'll skin him alive. Chun Daejiu grunted in anger, reached for the wine bottle, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The kung fu fly's eyes sparkled with cold light. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for assassination. At that moment, it suddenly darted out, flying at high speed towards Chun Daejiu's throat. Whoosh! Its razor-sharp claws struck like lightning across the opponent's neck, instantly severing the windpipe. The action flowed smoothly, completed in the blink of an eye. Chun Daejiu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck and instinctively covered it with his hand. However, the next second, a large amount of blood gushed from the wound, making a hissing sound. Poof! Then, Chun Daejiu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sensation of suffocation instantly spreading throughout his body. With a loud bang, he collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling involuntarily, his terrified gaze gradually losing its luster. The sudden scene startled the nearby courtesan, causing her to pale and scream in shock. The commotion alerted all the thugs in the casino and many gamblers. In an instant, suspicious glances were cast over. Chun Daejiu was killed. When they saw Chun Daejiu's sudden death, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with panic. The casino thugs were also taken aback. The boss was just fine a moment ago. How could he be killed just like that? Little did they know, a bloodstained fly had quietly flown out through the window. Well done. Lin Hao, who had been waiting at the street corner, smiled faintly, admiring the kung fu fly that landed on his shoulder. For the chaotic casino at this moment, Lin Hao remained calm and turned to leave. Upon arriving at the black shop, as soon as he stepped through the door, the middle-aged shopkeeper was taken aback to see Lin Hao. This rookie, he wouldn't be scared by the many thugs in the casino and come to cancel the mission, would he? The middle-aged shopkeeper secretly despised him, not believing that Lin Hao had completed the task. Assassins typically executed their missions at night. It was still daytime, and with Lin Hao returning so quickly, the middle-aged shopkeeper regarded him as cowardly. Sure enough, newbies are unreliable. The middle-aged shopkeeper shook his head in silence, but still wore a professional smile, asking, Have you completed the task? Yes, I have. Lin Hao nodded indifferently. What? Hearing this, the middle-aged shopkeeper was stunned, thinking he must have misheard. It was just a casual question, and he was prepared to watch Lin Hao make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao answered like this, completely beyond his expectations. You really killed Chendejiu? The middle-aged shopkeeper looked at Lin Hao with a questioning gaze, calmly stating, according to the rules, if you falsely report a mission, you'll have your tongue cut out. As he spoke, two men in purple clothing suddenly appeared at the back door of the shop, coldly staring at Lin Hao. They exuded a steady aura, clearly martial artists, and their strength was at least at the level of a second-tier warrior. Upon hearing this punishment, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, finding it quite harsh. If you don't believe me, you can find someone to verify at the casino. Chendejiu died from a throat slit, Lin Hao said nonchalantly, then casually pulled out a chair and sat down, preparing to wait for news. Of course, the middle-aged shopkeeper clearly did not believe him and was about to call his subordinates when a skinny young man in black suddenly rushed into the shop. Shopkeeper Tong, Chendejiu from the casino was just killed. The young man couldn't help but say as soon as he entered. The person who assassinated him must be a martial arts master. They managed to slit Chendejiu's throat among so many thugs in the casino without anyone noticing. What? He really was killed by a throat slit. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged shopkeeper gasped. He looked at Lin Hao in horror, knowing that the so-called martial arts master was the person right in front of him. How? Lin Hao crossed his legs, his tone indifferent, making his meaning clear. I didn't recognize the great mountain. If I offended you earlier, I hope you'll forgive me. The middle-aged shopkeeper trembled slightly in his heart, quickly nodding and bowing. His eyes filled with awe. Lin Hao remained silent, not feeling any displeasure about the middle-aged shopkeeper's earlier questioning. What he cared about more was whether he could claim the reward now. However, the middle-aged shopkeeper noticed Lin Hao's calm demeanor, which gave him a different feeling. This master wouldn't be secretly planning to settle scores with him, would he? Thinking of this, the middle-aged shopkeeper swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Since you handle the matter so efficiently, this time, our shop can waive 3/10 of the commission, the middle-aged man said with a forced smile. To make up for the earlier mistake, he clearly intended to dig into his own pockets, taking out 10 gold notes. Each of these notes, issued by Wanlong Trading Company, was worth 10,000. Lin Hao naturally accepted them without hesitation, taking all 10 gold notes. As night fell, Lin Hao had no intention of taking on more tasks and turned to leave. Take care, sir. Come again when you have time. The middle-aged shopkeeper hurriedly followed him to the door. In his view, with Lin Hao's superb assassination skills, he was more than capable of taking on medium or even difficult tasks, yet he chose an ordinary-level task. The middle-aged shopkeeper found this quite puzzling. This expert might just be feeling bored and came to take on a job for the fun of it. Shopkeeper Tong, who was that mysterious person just now? The young man in black asked curiously, watching Lin Hao's departing figure. That was the one who accepted the task to assassinate Chendejiu more than 10 minutes ago. Jing Ke, the middle-aged shopkeeper replied. Upon hearing this, the young man in black shuddered, his face filled with shock. Thankfully, I didn't say anything reckless earlier, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. The young man in black swallowed hard, recalling Chendejiu's death by throat slit, feeling a wave of lingering fear. At this moment, as Lin Hao walked into a secluded corner of the street, he took off his hat and removed the outer garment he had been wearing, tossing it aside. Although he had concealed his face with a hat during the encounter with Zhao Linger at the black shop today, his clothing had not changed. With Zhao Linger's sharp mind, if she saw him wearing these clothes again, it would likely raise her suspicions. Therefore, to hide the identity of the assassin, Lin Hao had to be cautious and never expose any small details. Chapter 5: Ultimate Cultivation Talent on the Street. Lin Hao found a clothing store and casually bought a fitted outfit. Just as he stepped out of the store, he caught a glimpse of a spider web in the corner near the top of the door. In the center of the web, a spider lay, its body grayish-brown and about the size of a thumb. Suddenly, a mosquito flew by and accidentally got stuck in the web. Seeing the trap successfully capture its prey, the spider immediately rushed over, bit the mosquito, and released venom, rendering it unable to struggle further. In the blink of an eye, the mosquito became a meal for the spider. Should I capture the spider as well? Lin Hao's heart stirred at the sight. He currently had 100,000 gold tickets, which would allow him to add another pet for enhancement. With this thought, Lin Hao found a wooden stick nearby and poked the spider down, then reached out to grab it. Ding detected that the host has captured a spider. Would you like to make a pet? Lin Hao nodded without hesitation. Yes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pet. You may name it Wolf Spider. Lin Hao named it with the intention that the spider's combat power could be as fierce as a wolf. Ding! Pet naming complete. As the system voice sounded, Lin Hao silently thought, evolve animal. In the next moment, two animal totems suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Please choose the animal to enhance. Lin Hao's mind moved, and he lightly tapped on the spider totem. Considering the full body enhancement, the initial level required only 10,000, while the intermediate level was 100,000. Lin Hao dismissed the initial enhancement, opting instead for the intermediate one. Ding! Enhancement successful. Wolf Spider upgraded to D rank intermediate. Congratulations, you have gained a special skill, Deadly Venom. In an instant, the 100,000 gold tickets in Lin Hao's hand vanished. With the completion of the intermediate enhancement, the wolf spider's form underwent significant changes. Its originally gray-brown body turned a dark green, and its size increased noticeably. The pair of fangs at its mouth became sharp and long, glinting with a cold light. Immediately, a data panel flashed up. Wolf Spider, codename 002 Master, Lin Hao level, D-rank intermediate combat power, 800 lifespan, 1 year skill, deadly venom. After reading the information about the wolf spider, Lin Hao nodded to himself. The Kung Fu Fly was currently C-rank beginner, while the wolf spider was D-rank intermediate, clearly a significant difference in rank. Therefore, while the wolf spider's combat power was lower than that of the Kung Fu Fly, its deadly venom skill was quite a good assassination technique. Hide in my pocket, Lin Hao thought, and the wolf spider obediently crawled up his arm and into his clothing pocket. After the enhancement, the wolf spider's body had become much sturdier. Even if it was accidentally pressed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Ding detected that the host has successfully acquired a second pet. Attitude positive, reward 1 random lottery draw. Would the host like to draw? Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. There was an additional reward for acquiring a pet. This system was quite thoughtful. Yes. Ding. Lottery draw complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate cultivation talent, allowing for the fastest mastery of martial arts and the ability to absorb spiritual energy at 100-fold speed. Ultimate cultivation talent. Lin Hao was stunned, then immediately filled with ecstasy. In the Sanxiong continent, cultivation talents were divided into weak, low, intermediate, high, and super categories. The ultimate talent was the pinnacle of cultivation talents. The level of talent determined a person's martial arts achievements. Even his wife, Zhao, possessed a high-level cultivation talent and was a standout among the younger generation in Tianwu City. Lin Hao could clearly feel the overwhelming spiritual energy filling the surroundings. As soon as he focused his mind, he could absorb this spiritual energy into his body, rapidly refining his muscles, bones, and bloodlines, enhancing his physical form. Previously, in his frail body, he could not sense any spiritual energy, let alone cultivate. But now, he stood at the very top of martial arts cultivation. With a little diligence, he would easily reach the pinnacle of martial arts, a true symbol of genius. Buzz! As he absorbed the spiritual energy to a full state, Lin Hao's body suddenly trembled, feeling as if something within him had been unblocked, an incredible sensation of comfort. The spiritual meridian has opened. Level 1 warrior. Lin Hao's face lit up with joy as he immediately understood what had happened. It is well known that the human body has 9 spiritual meridians, and breaking through each one allows for a breakthrough in realm. Just now, by drawing in the spiritual energy, he successfully opened the first spiritual meridian, equivalent to truly stepping into the threshold of martial arts and reaching the level of a level 1 warrior. I can finally cultivate. Lin Hao clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power in his body, and his mood became excited. This also meant that from now on, the word waste would be completely severed from his identity. Lin Hao took a deep breath, slightly adjusting his excited emotions. Then, with the Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider, He headed towards the Zhao family mansion at the end of the street. It was already evening, close to mealtime, just in time to go back for dinner, and he pondered whether there were other ways to make money. The Zhao family cafeteria had 2 rooms, one large and one small. The large cafeteria was reserved for Zhao family members and some higher-level stewards, while the small one was for the servants. Lin Hao walked steadily towards the large cafeteria, not intending to go to the small cafeteria for the servants. In the past, he was blind and easily deceived, but now things were different. Moreover, as the Zhao family's son-in-law, he definitely had the right to eat in the large cafeteria, with the vision of the kung fu fly. As soon as Lin Hao arrived at the Zhao mansion, he walked straight through the cafeteria doors without any deviation. The decor inside the cafeteria was somewhat unique, resembling an outside restaurant, complete with private rooms. Of course, the private room seating was a privilege reserved for high-ranking Zhao family members. Most of the outer dining tables were occupied by younger family members. At this moment, there were already more than a dozen young people dining, and, judging by their sweaty appearances, they had just finished training. Beside those young people, a thin, middle-aged man was hovering around the table, respectfully asking if they needed more food. However, the Zhao family disciples seemed very picky, making things difficult for him. From the middle-aged man's voice, Lin Hao immediately recognized him. This guy was the 3rd steward of the Zhao mansion. Qin Shi's responsibility mainly involved managing the Zhao family's logistics and various mundane tasks. The cafeteria was under Qin Shi's jurisdiction. In Lin Hao's memory, Qin Shi had a very poor attitude towards him, often instructing servants not to prepare clean clothes for him. And even the meals were extremely meager, often consisting of others' leftovers. Though Lin Hao was blind, he was sharp as a mirror, with a status as the Zhao family's son-in-law. Mere servants dared not disrespect him. The only possibility was that there was a bigger backing at play, allowing these servants to act so recklessly. Chapter 6, Lesson 3. The 3rd steward at this moment, the 3rd steward, Qin Shi, also noticed Lin Hao. He was taken aback, unable to understand why this usually silent and easily bullied blind son-in-law of the Zhao family would dare to come to the cafeteria for a meal today. However, it was a perfect opportunity. He had been holding back his anger while serving these young masters. Qin Shi sneered in his heart, staring at Lin Hao as if he had found a vent for his frustration. Feeling the malicious gaze of the 3rd steward, Lin Hao snorted coldly inside, but did not immediately retaliate. He prioritized his hunger first. He extended his hands, pretending to fumble, and calmly walked to the food-serving window. From a glance, the dishes here were clearly more abundant than those in the servants' cafeteria. The chef, who had previously witnessed the big fat head chef and that apprentice Zhao Li, both of whom had suffered broken limbs in front of Lin Hao, felt a shiver down his spine upon seeing Lin Hao approach and stammered, "What dishes do you need?" Lin Hao was not polite at all, pointing randomly and ordering 5 or 6 meat dishes, which he then took away on a tray. The chef was instantly bewildered. The seemingly random selections made by Lin Hao turned out to all be high-quality ingredients. Just like that, Lin Hao carried the tray and sat directly across from the 3rd steward, Qin Shi, and began to enjoy his meal leisurely. In between bites, Lin Hao intentionally dropped a piece of pork belly onto the table. The kung fu fly understood and immediately flew down to devour the meat. However, since spiders prefer live prey, it could only wait until nightfall to let the wolf spider hunt for food. With its enhanced abilities, catching some mosquitoes and flies was a piece of cake. TSK, the blind man is truly pitiful. Not only can he not see, but he can't even hold on to a piece of meat. Seeing this, Qin Shi seized the opportunity and walked over to mock Lin Hao. In his view, Lin Hao's visit to the cafeteria was undoubtedly an invitation for humiliation. Faced with Qin Shi's ridicule, Lin Hao completely ignored him, continuing to eat as if the other was there. "This blind fool dares to disregard me." Qin Shi's eyes narrowed, and a dark expression crept over his face. In his eyes, Lin Hao was a worthless creature, yet he had the audacity to ignore him. This situation genuinely ignited Qin Shi's fury, and he immediately poured a bottle of horse urine into Lin Hao's soup bowl, unaware that the kung fu fly had seen everything and Lin Hao had captured the scene as well. So what if he is the eldest son of a Zhao family? He is still under my control. Qin Shi chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating Lin Hao's reaction when he drank the horse urine. The Zhao family members in the hall also noticed Qin Shi's little trick. However, they remained indifferent, watching with amusement, eagerly awaiting Lin Hao to drink the soup mixed with horse urine. At this moment, Lin Hao had already raised the bowl of soup, slowly bringing it to his lips under the mocking gazes of everyone. However, just when everyone thought he was about to drink, Lin Hao suddenly flipped his hand and splashed the soup all over Qin Shi's face. Although the soup was not very hot, it was still around 80 degrees. With this splash, Qin Shi's entire face turned red instantly, and he screamed in agony. "What does this urine-infused soup taste like?" Lin Hao suddenly stood up, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Oh, this blind man has quite a keen sense of smell. He can even detect the taste. Seeing the scene, the Zhao family members were slightly surprised, then burst into laughter. Seeking death, Qin Shi was instantly enraged, clenching his fist and aiming a punch at Lin Hao. At such close range, combined with the fact that Lin Hao was blind, he was absolutely confident he could land a hit. However, the next unbelievable scene unfolded. As Qin Shi's fist was just 2 inches away from Lin Hao's face, it suddenly froze inexplicably. Along with the frozen fist was Qin Shi's shocked expression. If one looked closely, they would see a tiny fly stuck right in front of his fist. That small size, like a mantis trying to stop a car, had actually blocked a fist dozens of times larger than itself. Due to the angle, most people in the hall did not notice the kung fu fly. And even Qin Shi, who threw the punch, did not realize it. The scene looked as if there was an invisible wall in front of Lin Hao. Slap! Then, a crisp sound rang out. Lin Hao raised his right hand and slapped down hard. Following that, there were 2 more slap sounds. Qin Shi cried out in pain, red handprints appearing on his face that quickly swelled up. In an instant, the large cafeteria fell silent. Quiet, absolute quiet. Even the beaten Qin Shi was stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at this scene. They never expected that the once useless blind man would suddenly transform into a battle god. How did he become so fierce and dare to splash and hit the 3rd steward of the Zhao family? At this moment, Qin Shi stared at Lin Hao in shock, his eyes gradually filling with rage. His combat strength was actually at the level of a 1st-tier warrior. But because he underestimated Lin Hao, combined with the earlier attack being blocked by the kung fu fly, he had almost no defense. "You blind fool! You dare to sneak attack me? You're tired of living." Qin Shi quickly regained his composure and roared in fury. As his words fell, he leaped up violently, sweeping his right leg towards Lin Hao's head. However, in the next second, the kung fu fly, which had long been ready, shot out like lightning, suddenly slashing at Qin Shi's ankle, instantly severing his tendon, and blood sprayed out. Qin Shi immediately felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him, then fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding right foot and screaming in agony. Seeing this, the surrounding Zhao family members were all dumbfounded. That looked like a fly. Did I just see that correctly? I also think it was a fly, but how could that be? How could a fly have such destructive power? For a moment, murmurs of disbelief echoed through the hall. "You, a mere insignificant steward, dare to be disrespectful to this young master. Consider this a lesson for you," Lin Hao said coldly, then turned to walk towards the door. After such a disturbance, he had lost his interest in continuing to eat. Seeing their master leave, the kung fu fly immediately flew over and landed on Lin Hao's left shoulder, licking the blood off its claws. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of many astonished spectators, Lin Hao left the cafeteria with an air of composure. Chapter 7. Water system spells back in the house. Lin Hao casually packed a few pieces of clothing and headed straight for the bathhouse. He was quite lucky. The bathhouse was empty, so Lin Hao chose the largest bathroom. Perhaps due to the hot springs beneath, the water here didn't need heating. It was ready to use right away, which was very convenient. Lin Hao filled a few buckets with water and comfortably soaked in a hot bath. Since the kung fu fly was afraid of water, he let it wander outside. The wolf spider stayed nearby to guard him. Unexpectedly, the little guy flew around erratically, seemingly catching a whiff of some fragrance, and actually burrowed into the adjacent bathhouse. In an instant, various alluring scenes were transmitted from the kung fu fly's retina into Lin Hao's mind. This is the women's bathhouse. Lin Hao took a deep breath, immediately understanding what was happening. Inside the women's bathhouse, the mist swirled. One by one, the graceful Zhao family young ladies and beautiful married women were all in plain view. Lin Hao shook his head secretly. Although he could enjoy the view through his pet's visual sharing, he had no intention of peeping. Little fly, Lin Hao's thoughts stirred. Just as he was about to command the kung fu fly to leave, a graceful white figure suddenly appeared in the bathhouse. It was none other than his nominal wife, Zhao Linger. Behind her were two pretty maids, each holding Zhao Linger's change of clothes and bathing supplies. As the daughter of the Zhao family, and with her extraordinary business acumen, her treatment was undoubtedly much better than that of most women in the Zhao residence. In a fleeting thought, Lin Hao felt a sense of retaliatory emotion and tacitly permitted the kung fu fly's actions. The latter's tiny body stuck to the corner of the bathroom. This position provided the perfect visual angle, allowing it to see everything clearly. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhao Ling, under the service of the two maids, began to undress. "All right, you two wait outside." However, at a critical moment, Zhao Linger ordered the two maids to retreat. With a wave of her delicate hands, Zhao Linger quickly inscribed a rune totem that faintly emitted a water-blue glow. Under the influence of the rune, the surrounding spiritual energy began to fluctuate. In an instant, this spiritual energy transformed into a layer of mist, enveloping the entire bathroom. Vaguely, one could only see a blurred figure in the mist, shedding the last of her clothing and beginning to bathe. Water system spells. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Witnessing the wizard's rune ability for the first time, it was indeed remarkable. With just a simple action, one could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a spell. Quite interesting. If I have the chance, I should learn it as well. Lin Hao felt a surge of interest. Although he currently possessed the system's abilities, they only enhanced the combat power of animals, essentially cultivating a group of powerful bodyguards. It was only by becoming strong himself that he could achieve something substantial. "Little fly, come out." Lin Hao had no further thoughts of peeping and silently commanded, "Buzz." Following the order, the kung fu fly flitted around in a circle and flew out of the women's bathhouse. Lin Hao, soaking in the tub, recalled Zhao Linger's actions of inscribing the spell rune, and his fingers couldn't help but start moving as well. However, before he practiced a few times, several figures suddenly entered the bathhouse. Leading the group was a man in his 30s with a rosy complexion and a rounded figure. Behind him were three Zhao family servants. What bad luck, this useless blind man is here too. Upon entering the bathhouse, the man noticed Lin Hao soaking in the bath and immediately wore a look of disdain and disgust. Lin Hao recognized his voice, Ma Tianyan, the second steward of the Zhao residence, primarily responsible for family procurement and quite a lucrative position. Such high-ranking servants evidently had the privilege to enjoy the bathhouse, while lower-tier servants generally fetched water from the toilet to wash up. "Get him out of here and clean the bathtub while you're at it." Seeing Lin Hao occupying the largest bathroom, Ma Tianyan frowned and commanded, "Yes, second steward." The three servants nodded in understanding and approached Lin Hao with dark expressions. Although they held low status in the Zhao residence, in their eyes, Lin Hao, this blind, useless man, was even inferior to a dog. Lin Hao, towel in hand, remained unhurried as he continued to wash himself. The wolf spider lay motionless at the edge of the bathtub. However, just as the three servants got closer, it suddenly shot out 3 strands of silk like silver needles, striking them unexpectedly. In an instant, 3 screams rang out. The faces of the 3 servants instantly swelled up. Then, as if poisoned, they began to foam at the mouth and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "What is going on?" Seeing this scene, Ma Tianyan's fat face froze, his eyes filled with horror. Could it be that spider? His gaze quickly focused on the wolf spider. It was a completely dark green spider, its skin as hard as armor. A toxic spider he had never seen before. Ma Tianyan's pupils constricted sharply. Realizing this was a highly venomous spider, he turned pale with fright, no longer daring to stay in the bathhouse. He hurriedly turned and ran out the door, losing one of his shoes in the process. They're not dead yet. It seems the spider silk's toxicity isn't lethal. Lin Hao stood up from the bathtub, looking at the 3 poisoned individuals who still had signs of life. Clearly, the wolf spider's venom only became deadly when it actually bit someone. After putting on his clothes, Lin Hao called the kung fu fly back and then exited the bathhouse. The wolf spider obediently crawled into his pocket. The toxic spider was right inside. Just as he stepped out of the bathhouse door, he saw Ma Tianyin leading a group of servants rushing over. They all carried weapons like clubs, forming quite an imposing lineup. "You weren't bitten?" Ma Tianyin was taken aback, staring at Lin Hao, seemingly surprised that he had come out unscathed. "Bite? Did something happen just now?" Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders, feigning a confused inquiry. "Useless blind man, asking is pointless." Hearing this, Ma Tianyin frowned, finally realizing Lin Hao's condition, and snorted disdainfully. "Let's go in and kill that toxic spider, lest the young masters get bitten accidentally." With a wave of his hand, Ma Tianyin exuded confidence. However, he quickly hesitated, letting the servants rush in first. The scene of the wolf spider taking down 3 people in an instant still lingered in his mind, causing him to feel apprehensive. Chapter 8. Zhao lingered as suspicion outside the bathhouse. Under Ma Tianyin's command, the servants all rushed inside. Outside, only he and Lin Hao remained. "Little spider, just do it." Seeing that there were no assistants around Ma Tianyin, Lin Hao planned to teach him a lesson. After receiving the order, the wolf spider quietly emerged from Lin Hao's pocket and shot a strand of silk directly at Ma Tianyin's crotch. The target seemed intentional, as it hit exactly where it was meant to. In an instant, a shrill scream akin to that of slaughtered pig suddenly echoed. Ma Tianyin covered his lower body with both hands, then fell to the ground frothing at the mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even if he were treated later, that part's function would surely be completely ruined. For the rest of his life, he would only be able to live as a eunuch. Ma Tianyin's screams quickly drew the servants who had rushed into the bathhouse back out. When they saw the second housekeeper's poisoned state, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, all stunned. At that moment, the Zhao family girls and noble women in the female bathhouse also rushed out, dressed hastily due to the commotion outside. Among them was Zhao Linger. At this moment, perhaps because she had just bathed, mist swirled around her, giving her the appearance of a water lily emerging from the water, breathtakingly beautiful. "What happened to Housekeeper Ma?" Zhao Linger asked coldly, glancing at Housekeeper Ma and then at the panicked servants. Reporting to Miss. "Just now Housekeeper Ma said there was a poisonous spider in the bathhouse and told us to go in and eliminate it," one servant said respectfully. "But as soon as we entered, we heard Housekeeper Ma's screams from outside, and upon coming out, it was like this." "A poisonous spider?" Hearing this, Zhao Linger's brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "What does it look like?" The servant shook his head. "We don't know either. Just now it was only Housekeeper Ma. And this blind." The servant glanced at Lin Hao beside him, and then back at Zhao Linger, quickly changing his words, "and the young master is waiting outside." To this, Zhao Linger still wore a cold expression, as if Lin Hao, her nominal husband, held little significance in the Zhao family. "Do you know the types of poisonous spiders?" Zhao Linger looked at Lin Hao, her indifferent tone resembling that of speaking to a stranger. "Isn't it a bit ironic to ask me this question?" Lin Hao replied with a slight smirk, turning to face Zhao Ling, his grayish-white pupils dull as they stared at her. He then said no more and lifted his foot to brush past Zhao Ling. Ironic? Reflecting on Lin Hao's words, Zhao Linger was momentarily taken aback. She then realized that since Lin Hao was blind, how could he possibly see? However, just as Lin Hao brushed past her, her expression shifted slightly, as if she recalled something, and she turned to glance at Lin Hao's back. So familiar. Looking at that figure, Zhao Linger felt a sense of déjà vu. Right in the black shop, Zhao Linger suddenly remembered the mysterious figure wearing a bamboo hat from before. She shifted her gaze to Lin Hao's walking posture, and the image of that mysterious person's gait flashed in her mind. The two were remarkably similar. Could it be him? Zhao Linger's eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but grow suspicious, because she had heard from the black shop that there was a mysterious assassin named Jing Ke, who completed his task in just over 10 minutes when accepting the mission. Moreover, the entire assassination process was incredibly strange. Not a single person in the casino of over 100 knew who the murderer was. Such ability was something even her strength as a level 4 mage would find difficult to accomplish. From the perspective of the Kung Fu fly, Lin Hao sensed that Zhao Ling'er was looking at him with a questioning gaze from behind. Lin Hao's heart tightened slightly, and he pretended to stumble, nearly falling. Then he extended his hands, mimicking the usual actions of a blind person, and continued to feel his way forward. It must just be a coincidence. Seeing this, Zhao Ling'er secretly shook her head, feeling that the possibility of Lin Hao being the mysterious assassin was slim. After all, in this world, there are very few cases of people having similar features. Moreover, just a silhouette was hardly proof of anything. Most importantly, Lin Hao was blind if he struggled to walk. How could he possibly be that powerful, mysterious assassin? As her thoughts turned, Zhao Ling'er had no doubts about Lin Hao. We must find the poisonous spider immediately and eliminate the threat. Zhao Ling'er instructed the Zhao family servants around her. Yes, miss. Her beautiful and striking face revealed a hint of sternness, causing the servants to nod loyally and quickly spring into action. This woman is indeed not simple. Once they had moved far away, Lin Hao secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. Having interacted with Zhao Ling'er for half a year, he understood her intelligence and attention to detail very well. The way she had looked at him just now undoubtedly indicated that she had guessed something. Otherwise, according to her usual demeanor, she would never have given him a second glance. With no evidence, even if she had guessed something, she couldn't do anything to me. Lin Hao was evidently quite confident. After all, who would believe that a blind person could be an assassin? Once he was out of sight of the crowd, he relaxed his hands at his sides, his steps becoming steady and firm again. Back in the room, Lin Hao sat at the table, starting to think of ways to make money. At present, it seemed that becoming an assassin was the quickest way to earn a fortune. Today, using the Kung Fu fly to carry out the assassination, Lin Hao undoubtedly tasted the sweetness of his first bucket of gold. Unfortunately, with his current abilities, he couldn't capture stronger animals. For example, in this world, there were magical beasts, creatures even more terrifying than ordinary animals. It was said that magical beasts were extremely fierce and powerful, able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, and were practically treasures all over. However, they were expensive, especially the live ones. One couldn't obtain them without hundreds of thousands of gold. However, according to Lin Hao's upcoming plan, doing the work of an assassin was more suitable for small, ordinary animals. For example, if you see a fly buzzing around or a mosquito, those are weak creatures that can be squished with just a fingertip. Who would guard against them? It is precisely by taking advantage of this deceptive underestimation from the opponent that one could achieve a perfect assassination effect. Buzzing, with nothing to do, the Kung Fu fly flew around the room. After evolving to C rank, it had developed independent consciousness and appeared carefree when Lin Hao didn't give any commands. Lin Hao's mind naturally also presented everything that the Kung Fu fly saw. What's that? Suddenly, Lin Hao noticed that there was a book resembling a cultivation technique on the bed in the inner room. Being blind since birth, Lin Hao had never come into contact with any martial arts or techniques throughout his life. Seeing it now, he couldn't help but feel a great curiosity and interest. However, the inner room was Zhao Ling'er's exclusive chamber, and he remembered that on their wedding night, he was expressly forbidden from stepping inside. At that time, Lin Hao, being blind and unable to see, naturally had no interest at all. But now it was different. Chapter 9 spell Compendium Little Spider. Close the door and lock it. Lin Hao instructed, then walked towards the inner room. Upon receiving the command, the wolf spider immediately jumped out of his pocket. Sizzle. 2 strands of spider silk shot out, and with a pull, the door was instantly shut tight. Following that, the wolf spider quickly climbed along the silk and locked the door latch. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and seamless. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Hao's face at the wolf spider's efficiency. Upon entering the inner room, Lin Hao immediately noticed the air here was filled with a fresh fragrance, reminiscent of Zhao Ling'er's body scent. He picked up the books on the bed, and the little fly quickly landed on Lin Hao's shoulder, its gaze following his hand. The title spell compendium caught his eye in golden letters. In the lower right corner, there was a line of small text indicating it was a transcription from the Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. Although he seldom went out, he had heard some rumors. It was said that the Tianyin Academy was the royal academy of the Dian dynasty, akin to a university in his previous life. Only those with exceptional talent could gain admission after passing tests. Zhao Ling'er, now 19, fully met the admission requirements of the Tianyin Academy. As for her talent and accomplishments in spells, they were more than sufficient. Thus, she had already received an admission notice from the Tianyin Academy a few days ago. This spell compendium was a gift from an examiner to Zhao Ling'er at that time. Although the content was merely some basic theoretical knowledge, it would be quite valuable in the market. Lin Hao curiously flipped through the pages, as if opening a new world. As he read, he finally understood that a mage was not what he had previously imagined as magic, but rather a skill that inscribed runes to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form spells. Earlier, when he had spied on Zhao Ling'er bathing, her fingers were dancing as she used her mental energy to sketch out a water rune, which then drew in the spiritual energy of the world, instantly enveloping the bathroom in mist. Reflecting on that earlier scene, Lin Hao had a sudden realization. The training method for mages primarily involved meditation to enhance the thickness of their mental energy. The stronger the mental energy, the more spiritual energy one could mobilize. Flipping to the end, Lin Hao discovered that the content also recorded methods for meditation and training mental energy. In simple terms, it involved stopping all external activities of consciousness to reach a state of emptiness. As mental energy increased, it would connect with the energy fluctuations of spiritual energy, forming affinity. The stronger the mental energy, the higher the affinity for spiritual energy. So that is how it is. Lin Hao murmured to himself, then sat cross-legged, emptying his mind, and attempted to meditate. With the enhancement of his ultimate cultivation talent, Lin Hao quickly entered a meditative state. In meditation, he distinctly sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy surrounding him. The energy was vast and magnificent, like being immersed in an ocean with an inexhaustible source of energy. The spiritual energy in the entire room became agitated. If there were a master present at that moment, they would surely be astonished. For Lin Hao's mental energy showed an extraordinary affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That feeling was as perfect as the unity of man and sword. This was the effect of his ultimate cultivation talent. While meditating, Lin Hao used the little fly's vision to focus on the fire rune of a first-level spell in the book. He gently extended his hand, and an invisible mental energy suddenly drew out from his fingertip. Then, with Lin Hao's slightly clumsy movements, this mental energy slowly began to outline a rune totem. With a slight movement of his mind, he saw the rune start to change. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately gathered, and the lines of the rune gradually manifested flames like air currents, emitting a faint glow. Soon, the flames grew stronger, forming a fireball. Perhaps because the rune was not inscribed perfectly, the fireball did not reach the size of a watermelon as described in the book, but was only as thick as a thumb. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was still overjoyed. After all, it was his first time casting a fire spell, and this significant step was a successful beginning. As for the strength of the fireball, it could be improved through practice and research later. I didn't expect I could also become a mage. Lin Hao tried hard to suppress his inner excitement. It should be noted that the opening of the spell compendium mentioned that to learn spell runes, talent and mental energy was secondary. The most important aspect was comprehension, understanding how to manipulate mental energy during rune inscription. Those with good comprehension might take 1 to 2 months, while those with poor comprehension could practice for half a year without results. This is also why the number of people who could practice spells is much rarer compared to warriors, and the threshold is very high. In the small place of Tianwu City, the number of mages was even more scarce. Therefore, as long as one held the identity of a mage, they would be respected in any city and be a guest of honor at various banquets. Just then, a sound of someone pushing the door came from outside. Since the door was locked from the inside, the person outside could not enter. "Lin Hao, are you inside?" Soon, a light and nimble voice came from outside. Without a doubt, it was Zhao Ling'er. Lin Hao's heart tightened, and he immediately placed the spell compendium back in its position. Whoosh! Lin Hao flicked his fingertip, and the fireball instantly disappeared, then quickly walked out of the inner room and opened the latch. Creak. As he opened the door, Zhao Ling's delicate face, which carried a hint of coolness, came into view. Why did you lock the door? Zhao Linger frowned slightly, staring at Lin Hao as she questioned him. Lin Hao feigned a look of nervousness and said, "Isn't there a poisonous spider appearing in the house? I was afraid it would sneak in, so I locked it as soon as I came back." I must say, Lin Hao's acting and this explanation were just right. Zhao Linger, upon hearing this, seemed to have no doubts at all. Her gaze towards Lin Hao showed a hint of disdain and contempt. If I had known, I shouldn't have brought him into the family. Zhao Linger shook her head and sighed inwardly, seemingly starting to regret her decision. Although the Lin family had many outstanding youths, none were to her liking. The main reason she chose the seemingly useless Lin Hao was that she could control him and still maintain her purity. Once she officially became a student at the Tianyan Academy, she could use that powerful background to dissolve her marriage with Lin Hao. At that time, even if the Lin family's power was strong, they would not dare to take any drastic actions against the Zhao family. Chapter 10. Fire runes in 2 months. She would be free. Thinking about the opening day of the Tianyan Academy, Zhao Linger showed a hint of anticipation and joy on her face. That feeling had clearly become a stumbling block in her life, and she was eager to kick it away. Noticing the change in Zhao Linger's eyes, Lin Hao sneered inwardly. He knew this all too well. Now that he possessed the system, Lin Hao had absolute confidence that those who looked down on him now would eventually see him in a new light. During their conversation, Zhao Linger seemed to be going straight to the point, unwilling to say another word, and walked directly towards the dormitory. "Did you come in and move my things?" A moment later, Zhao Linger's voice came through. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. He remembered that although he had put the book back in its original place, he had apparently swapped the front and back. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linger was so observant that she noticed even this minor detail. As his mind raced, Zhao Linger had already come out, holding the book comprehensive spells and gazing coldly at Lin Hao. "Didn't a poisonous spider appear in the mansion just now?" Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "I was worried it might be hiding under your bed, so I checked." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger frowned slightly. She clearly did not appreciate Lin Hao's actions. "From now on, you're not allowed to step into my dormitory without my permission," Zhao Linger said coldly, her clear eyes revealing a hint of indifference. "No problem." Lin Hao shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Remember, our marriage is just a performance." Zhao Linger said frostily, 2 months later, "I will write a letter of divorce, dissolving our marital status, and, as compensation, I will return your betrothal gifts double." Hearing this, a surge of anger rose in Lin Hao's heart. Not to mention double, even 10-fold or 100-fold could not compensate for his dignity. "Do as you wish." Lin Hao suppressed his anger and said. He then turned and silently walked towards the corner cabinet, taking out a bedding and laying it on the ground. Although he had become accustomed to life in the Zhao residence over the past 6 months, it did not mean Lin Hao lacked a rebellious heart. Just because he was too weak to resist did not mean he would give up. With the system just activated, he planned to continue biding his time in the Zhao family for these 2 months. After that, who would divorce him was still uncertain. Seeing Lin Hao's unusually calm expression, Zhao Linger was momentarily taken aback and felt a bit surprised. She had thought she was prepared to deal with Lin Hao's anger when she said those words. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao's reaction was so calm. Her father was right. A coward truly had no temper at all. Zhao Linger sighed softly. Her impression of Lin Hao as a husband had undoubtedly been reduced to a worthless level. Although Zhao Linger's voice was not loud, Lin Hao's hearing was exceptionally good, and he heard every word clearly. He took a deep breath, facing Zhao Linger's pride and disdain, and tried hard to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. If it weren't for Zhao Linger still being his nominal wife, he might have already summoned a spider to secretly bite her. With 2 months left, he needed to earn more money as soon as possible and strengthen his pets. Lin Hao lay on the bedding, already having made a decision in his heart. Even if he left the Zhao residence then, he wanted to do so without feeling so humiliated. As for divorce, he felt there was nothing wrong with it. There were plenty of fish in the sea. The next woman might be even better. After that, the candlelight was extinguished, and the room fell into darkness. Inside, Zhao Linger took off her clothes and changed into a light, red, sheer nightgown. Complemented by her fair skin, she was a stunning beauty. Unbeknownst to her, a fly was perched in the corner, its eyes fixed intently on her. Every move she made was exposed under its watchful gaze. Though this woman was beautiful, I cannot afford her. Divorce would be a form of liberation. Lin Hao rested his hands behind his head, his mind replaying everything the fly had seen, feeling no emotional fluctuations. After changing into her nightgown, Zhao Linger did not immediately go to bed. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the bed, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, seemingly entering a meditative state. A level 4 mage, yet working so hard. I have only just begun, and I cannot fall too far behind. Seeing this, the seed of diligence in Lin Hao's heart seemed to be ignited. Suddenly, he sat up, cleared his mind, and began to meditate. Although he was not proficient in rune spells, the strength of his mental power had already reached the level of a level 1 mage. Thus, in this meditation, Lin Hao could be said to be quite adept. In just a few breaths, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly resonated with Lin Hao's mental power, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations between various elemental energies. His mental power began to become more substantial through this meditative understanding. About an hour later, when his mental power reached a state of fullness, Lin Hao began to gesture according to his memory. As his fingers transformed, they drew forth streams of mental power, quickly outlining a basic fire rune totem. Fire rune, condense, activate. Lin Hao's mind stirred, directly guiding the energy flow of the fire rune. In the next moment, the rune totem seemed to come to life, its brilliance flowing. The spiritual energy in the room suddenly began to gather rapidly at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! When the spiritual energy within the rune reached a sufficient state, a fireball suddenly appeared out of thin air, illuminating the entire room. It was evident that the size of the fireball had changed significantly, growing from the thickness of a thumb to the size of a fist, emanating a scorching energy aura. This situation already possessed a certain degree of lethality, and it also meant that Lin Hao had officially crossed the threshold of being a mage. At that moment, Zhao Linger, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. The energy fluctuations generated when Lin Hao cast a fire spell had clearly startled her. What pure fire spiritual energy? Who was using spells? Zhao Linger's expression changed, and she immediately stood up and walked towards the outer room. At this time, the fly that had been monitoring from the corner quickly transmitted the information to Lin Hao. Creak! Just as the door to the room opened, Lin Hao had already extinguished the fireball and pretended to be asleep with his eyes closed. Standing at the door, Zhao Linger searched around with a puzzled gaze, discovering that the fire's spiritual energy from earlier had completely vanished. What just happened? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes, and then her gaze fell on Lin Hao, who was sleeping on the bedding. There was no one else here but him. Could it be that the energy fluctuations just now were caused by this guy? Impossible, right? Chapter 11. To the financial room, it shouldn't be him. Zhao Linger quietly shook her head as she stared at Lin Hao's figure, denying her earlier thought. After all, she knew Lin Hao's background better than anyone else. Although he came from the Lin family of ancient martial arts, he was born blind and had been unable to practice martial arts since childhood, making it difficult for him to take care of himself, like a useless person. How could someone in such a situation suddenly cast spells? It was completely impossible. Strange. Could have just been my illusion? Zhao Linger furrowed her brows, and as her expression changed, only this reason seemed most fitting. After all, there were examples of experiencing illusions or auditory hallucinations during meditation. As her thoughts shifted, Zhao Linger scanned her surroundings and found no abnormalities before returning to her dormitory to close the door and sleep. That was close. I almost gave myself away. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had the little fly on lookout in advance. Otherwise, if Zhao Linger had discovered anything, he wouldn't have known how to explain it. Moreover, he wasn't in a hurry to expose his abilities before his strength truly grew. Only in this way could he better protect himself. Due to what had just happened, Lin Hao had no desire to continue meditating. Thus, he gradually fell asleep on the floor. With the little fly and wolf spider as guards, he spent the most comfortable night since his arrival. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Zhao family's front yard, The lights were still bright in the deep night. In the main seat sat a middle-aged man with an imposing aura, Zhao Gaolai, the head of the Zhao family. Beside him stood an elderly man with gray hair, his face covered in wrinkles, but his eyes were bright and spirited. He had heard that tonight, the third steward Qin Shi had a dispute with Lin Hao, but ended up having his tendons cut. Zhao Gaolai frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice what exactly happened. The old servant shook his head. At that time, I wasn't present and only heard it through the grapevine. However, according to what the young masters in the house saw, it seems that it was a fly that injured Qin Shi, a fly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaolai's expression froze for a moment, staring at the old man in disbelief. Qin Shi, who could injure a first-level warrior in an instant, must have a strength of at least second-level warrior or higher. If it were an animal, ordinary beasts simply couldn't achieve this, let alone a fly. In this case, the most likely possibility was a magical beast. Compared to ordinary wild beasts, magical beasts were much more powerful and had strong lethality. But among magical beasts, a fly capable of attacking was something he had never seen before. This matter is quite strange. Zhao Gaolai, his eyes darkened slightly as he ordered, Zhao Rong, keep an eye on Lin Hao for a while. Understood. The gray-haired old man nodded respectfully, then asked in confusion, Lin Hao is just a blind man. Is the head of the family suspecting him? When it came to Lin Hao, a trace of composure flashed in Zhao Gaolai's eyes. There was indeed a possibility. Zhao Gaolai's expression turned indifferent as he said in a low tone, just do as I instructed. Yes. After that, the gray-haired old man walked out of the door, suddenly disappearing into the night. The next morning, when Lin Hao woke up, he found Zhao Linger still sitting on the bed meditating. It seems that talent is not only important, but also hard work. Lin Hao sighed to himself, then washed up briefly before heading straight to the cafeteria with the little fly and wolf spider. No matter how big the matter was, filling his stomach was the priority. In the cafeteria, the cooks looked at Lin Hao with fear on their faces, as if they had seen a plague god, especially the big, fat head chef, who didn't even dare to report his injury, claiming that he accidentally cut off a finger while chopping vegetables. After all, the reason was too sensitive. How could he say he was trying to beat up the young master and suddenly lost 3 fingers for some unknown reason? He would probably lose his job and just have to accept his bad luck. Today's dishes seem a bit meager. Lin Hao pretended to sniff and said blandly. He saw that most of the dishes consisted of steamed buns and minced meat with vegetables. The cooks' hearts trembled, and they hurriedly brought out high-grade ingredients that only the Zhao family's upper echelons could enjoy to serve Lin Hao for breakfast. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, and under the astonished gaze of many Zhao family members, he took a plate of food and found a spot to enjoy his meal. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Hao thought for a moment and headed toward the financial room in the north courtyard. In the Zhao family, each member received a corresponding salary based on their status. As the Zhao family son-in-law, he could receive about 5,000 taels a month. Having been married in for half a year and maintaining a low profile, he had never gone to collect his monthly salary as long as he had enough to eat and drink. But now it was different. With the evolution of the system, he needed more than 10,000 taels, and he was in dire need of money. 6 months meant 30,000 taels, and he couldn't waste it. The financial room, being the most important area of the Zhao family, was naturally heavily guarded, and the person in charge held a significant position in the estate. The manager was Zhao Rong, the head steward of the Zhao family. Compared to the second steward Ma Tianyun and the third steward Qin Shi, his status and position in the Zhao family were clearly much higher. Zhao Rong was not an outsider, but a member of the Zhao family. It was said that he was once a branch family member, but managed to climb to the position of head steward, which showed how capable he was. Lin Hao looked down on this. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't withhold the money that was rightfully his. Upon arriving at the north courtyard, Lin Hao noticed that every corridor was guarded by several Zhao family enforcers. Each of them was strong and steady, all having reached the level of second-level warriors. This is a restricted area. No idle people are allowed to wander here. A rough voice sounded as a bearded man strode over. Upon seeing Lin Hao, he was momentarily stunned before sneering, "Oh, it's you? Looks like you really are just wandering aimlessly." The surrounding Zhao family enforcers also laughed openly. Lin Hao was blind. Wandering around like this was indeed fitting for the term wandering aimlessly. I'm here to collect my salary. Please step aside, Lin Hao said politely. You want to collect your salary? The bearded man laughed mockingly. I'll give you a gold note, and you probably won't even know how much it's worth. Ha! Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and replied calmly. Is that so? Then we can make a bet. A bet on what? The bearded man's laughter faded as he asked with a mischievous expression. You take out anything, and as long as I can guess what it is, you lose. Lin Hao said nonchalantly. As for the stake, if I guess wrong, all my salary from the past 6 months, 30,000 taels, will belong to you. If you lose, just 1,000 taels will suffice. How about it? 1,000 taels. Hearing this amount, the bearded man's eyes brightened, clearly tempted. However, his monthly salary was only 3,000 taels. If he lost, it would be equivalent to working for several months without pay, which was quite risky. Old Li, if you're too scared to bet, let me have a go, another enforcer chimed in. Yeah, I've never seen a blind man guess anything right, haha. As the bearded man hesitated, the surrounding Zhao family enforcers began to jeer. Shut up, what am I afraid of? The bearded man, feeling ashamed and angry, glared at Lin Hao. Fine, I'll bet with you. He then changed his tone, but the rule is, you can't hold it in your hand and study it for too long, a maximum of 10 seconds. No problem. Lin Hao's expression remained calm, unfazed by the strict rule. Chapter 12. Forceful gambling money. Looking at Lin Hao's confident expression, the bearded man couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Why did it seem like he had fallen into this kid's trap? He frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. But since the words had already been said, going back on it would only make him the laughingstock of everyone. Besides, the other party was just a blind man. Just a blind man. I want to see what you can guess. The bearded man sneered in disdain and began to think. Wait for me a moment. Then a flash of inspiration struck him. And after dropping a line, he suddenly turned and hurried towards the kitchen. Unbeknownst to him, a fly followed closely behind him, flying silently. After a few minutes, the bearded man returned confidently with something that looked like an egg. At the same time, the little fly also flew back and landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. Amazing! Seeing the egg in the other party's hand, the Zhao family's thugs all gave a thumbs up. This egg looked very much like one, but it was actually a crocodile egg. It was just smaller in size, and if one didn't look closely, they would really think it was a chicken or duck egg. This situation was very easy for a blind man to guess wrong. More importantly, the eggshell had a circle of cracks, as if it had been opened and re-glued, clearly hiding something inside. It's time to start. The bearded man had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he handed the crocodile egg to Lin Hao. Lin Hao pretended to weigh it in his hand for a moment and then began to seriously touch it. Seeing Lin Hao's careful studying action, the bearded man felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly called to stop. Time's up. As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the egg from Lin Hao's hand, fearing that the latter would really discover something. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao slowly said, If I guess correctly, it should be a crocodile egg. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. This blind man actually guessed it right. They were all dumbfounded, feeling that this situation was unbelievable. Was this guy really blind, or just pretending? However, the bearded man began to laugh instead. Haha, even if you guessed it's a crocodile egg, that's only half right. Actually, this is... Hold on, I haven't finished speaking. Just as the bearded man was about to reveal the answer, Lin Hao suddenly interrupted him. What do you want to say? The bearded man frowned, feeling a bad premonition. This crocodile egg isn't heavy, and the eggshell has cracks, so inside is not egg liquid, but water. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao suddenly swept out his hand, directly knocking the egg from the bearded man's hand. With a crack, the eggshell shattered, splashing clear water everywhere. Seeing this scene, the Zhao family thugs were immediately stunned. Even they couldn't see through the trick of the crocodile egg. Yet Lin Hao just touched it a few times and knew. This was simply unbelievable. The bearded man was astonished, staring at Lin Hao with eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. His face turned red, and he shouted angrily. Did that little brat sneak a peek? But soon, he felt that this statement was somewhat off. After all, how could a blind man sneak a peek? Old Li, you're definitely going to lose this time. A bald man laughed gleefully. Although it seemed unbelievable, We can all testify that he has been standing right here without leaving. A bet is a bet. 10,000 taels. Lin Hao said calmly and indifferently. Lose my ass. This bet doesn't count. The bearded man was furious, his fierce appearance clearly wanting to take Lin Hao down. To this, Lin Hao remained unfazed and instead said with a smile, "No money to lose? Then forget it. TSK, TSK. So Oldly can't afford to lose after all. No wonder he goes to Ichun courtyard every night to find that little flower. How could he save any money?" The surrounding Zhao family thugs couldn't help but laugh. Their usually dull life guarding the Zhao residence had now become a source of amusement, and they began to mock. Their words undoubtedly pricked the bearded man's pride. His face instantly turned ashen, glaring angrily at Lin Hao. "Who said I have no money? A mere 10,000 taels. I don't even care." The bearded man huffed angrily and then pulled out a gold note from his waist pouch. The amount on it was precisely 10,000 taels. "But even if I don't give it to you, what can you do about it?" The bearded man sneered, looking at Lin Hao like a cat playing with a mouse. Mocking him, "If you have the ability, come take it." Lin Hao's mouth curved into a smile. Since he had money, things would be much easier. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the little fly on his shoulder suddenly shot out, swinging its claws fiercely towards the bearded man's palm. The power of this claw was incredibly strong. If it hit, the entire hand would be severed. However, the bearded man, as a level 2 warrior, possessed keen eyesight and immediately noticed the little fly's attack. Feeling terrified, he stepped hard on the ground and quickly retreated. At the same time, he drew a long sword and fiercely slashed at the little fly. However, the little fly was incredibly fast, and with its small target, it easily dodged the sword strike. It then charged towards the bearded man again with a buzzing sound. What kind of monster is this? Seeing a fly so fierce, the bearded man was terrified and kept retreating. He wildly swung his sword, the sword light flashing, trying to block the little fly's attempts to get close. Watching the scene, the Zhao family thugs were all dumbfounded. Usually, with the bearded man's strength, killing a small fly would be as easy as pie. But this fly seemed a little unusual. Could it be that the one who severed the tendons of the third housekeeper yesterday in the cafeteria was this fly? Thinking of this, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Whoosh! At that moment, the wolf spider also crawled out of Lin Hao's pocket at his command and directly shot out several strands of spider silk. At this moment, all of the bearded man's attention was focused on the little fly's fierce attack. How could he notice the wolf spider's attack? Immediately, the skin on his neck was pierced by the spider's silk, and the poison quickly spread throughout his body. The bearded man let out a miserable scream, staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Consider this a lesson for you. Remember to be willing to accept defeat in the future. Lin Hao walked up, took the gold note of 10,000 taels, and said lightly, "Could that be the poisonous spider that appeared in the bathhouse last night?" At this moment, the dozen or so Zhao family thugs also noticed the presence of the wolf spider. So these two monsters are all his pets. He's a beast tamer. In an instant, they all realized, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Lin Hao. No wonder the second and third housekeepers both fell into his hands. Chapter 13. Enhancing combat power then, under the astonished gazes of everyone. Lin Hao remained calm and walked directly towards the finance room. From the earlier battle, the Kung Fu fly was almost evenly matched with the bearded man. It seems that 1,000 combat power is only at the level of a second-tier warrior. So, with a combat power of 500, the wolf spider only has the strength of a first-tier warrior. System, I want to evolve my pet. Lin Hao silently thought. Please specify which pet you want to evolve. Host, the system's prompt sounded. Kung Fu fly. As soon as the words fell, a light panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. With a slight movement of his thoughts, Lin Hao tapped on the text for basic enhancement. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations to code 001. Kung Fu fly. Combat power has been increased. As the voice sounded, the 10,000 taels of gold in Lin Hao's hand instantly disappeared. Following that, all the information about Kung Fu fly was displayed in his mind. Kung Fu fly code 001 master. Lin Hao combat power 2,000 lifespan, 499 days talent skill, Bloodblade scythe advancement level, C grade beginner, full body enhancement, Basic, Intermediate, Advanced. King level advancement upgrade. D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. After reading the information, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Combat power includes speed, strength, and defense. With the Kung Fu Fly's doubled combat power now, if it were to battle that bearded man again, Lin Hao had absolute confidence that it would be a crushing victory. A small fly actually possesses such combat power. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. As Lin Hao left, an old man with gray hair stepped out slowly from behind a pillar at the end of the corridor. The family head was right. This Lin family kid is indeed extraordinary. Looking at Lin Hao's gradually receding figure, the gray-haired old man muttered hoarsely to himself, astonished, with a sense of wonder. He took steps towards Lin Hao's direction. Steward. Seeing the suddenly appearing gray-haired old man, the Zhao family's thugs present felt a chill and immediately called out in awe. Without a doubt, this person is Zhao Rong, the financial steward of the Zhao residence. The finance room is located in the core area of the northern courtyard. The entire room is quite spacious, with walls made of metal, providing a very high level of security. After all, the finance room is the treasury of the entire Zhao family, where most of the gold and silver treasures are stored. If it were to be stolen, it would cause a significant loss. Upon entering the room, what caught the eye was a row of bookshelves filled with account books of all the Zhao family's industries. As for the actual treasury, it might be in the basement. A thin man responsible for registration was sitting at a desk. Upon noticing someone entering, he immediately looked up. Oh, what wind brought our Zhao family's big young master to the finance room today? Seeing that it was Lin Hao, the thin man's expression froze for a moment, and he spoke in a strange tone. In the Kung Fu Fly's vision, the thin man had a sharp face, looking quite shrewd. Although it was Lin Hao's first time in the finance room, he had some impression of this voice from the canteen before. This person is called Chun Si, one of the 5 assistants of Steward Zhao Rong, mainly responsible for the accounts in the finance room. You must have taken a wrong turn, right? Chun Si glanced at Lin Hao with disdain and then asked, I'm here to collect my money. Lin Hao replied indifferently, calculating the days. I haven't collected my monthly salary for 6 months, a total of 30,000 taels. Hearing this, Chun Si was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. What does a blind man need money for? As long as you have food and drink, isn't that enough? Chun Si crossed his legs arrogantly, feeling superior even though he was of low status in the Zhao residence. You don't need to worry about that. Just calculate the accounts. Lin Hao's expression remained calm, not angry at all. It's been too long. The accounts can't be found anymore, so we can only start from this month. Chun Si waved his hand, his attitude extremely rude as he dismissed Lin Hao, saying, but the time to collect the monthly salary hasn't come yet. If there's nothing else, hurry up and leave. Don't block the way here. Lin Hao smiled coldly. I don't think so, as the finance room is the most important system of the family. Even accounts from decades ago would still be retained, let alone this short 6-month period. At this point, Lin Hao changed his tone, if I'm not mistaken. You're trying to pocket my monthly salary, right? Or perhaps you've already embezzled it. Upon hearing this, Chun Si's expression changed slightly, and he angrily shouted, You blind fool. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Hao sneered, Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart. You brat, looking for trouble. Chun Si suddenly stood up, angrily striding towards Lin Hao. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he was confident about dealing with a blind man. This time, Lin Hao didn't issue commands to Kung Fu Fly or Wolf Spider. He suddenly stretched out his hands and quickly traced a fire-type rune. Buzz! In an instant, the spiritual energy in the room surged like a tide. Activate! With a low shout, the rune totem between Lin Hao's fingers suddenly glowed, instantly transforming into a fireball. Mage! Seeing this, Chun Si was instantly taken aback, freezing in place. In the martial cultivation world, a mage's status is even higher than that of a warrior. With Lin Hao's simple display of power, he could already be certified by the Mage Guild and earn a medal, thus becoming a mage with status. At that time, no matter which family he went to in Tianwu City, he would certainly be respected. Were you just about to fight? A smile curved at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth as he said lightly, I'm ready. Come on. Upon hearing this, Chun Si couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly stammered. Cousin, you misunderstood. I just saw a fly on your shoulder and wanted to come over to shoo it away. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and teased. Shooing a fly? From what I see, you probably would have died before you even moved. As soon as the words fell, the kung fu fly flapped its wings and shot out like lightning, its scythe claws glinting with a sharp cold light. Swish! The next moment, the wooden table beside Chun-Si was instantly split in two. The cut was smooth and clean, as if it had been sliced by a knife. Watching the sudden scene, Chun-Si was left dumbfounded, his face filled with fear. A small fly actually possesses such terrifying lethality. Am I dreaming? Chun-Si couldn't help but swallow hard, finding it hard to believe. At this moment, Zhao Rong had already appeared at the door of the finance room. Without a doubt, he had witnessed the display of Kung Fu Fly's power just now. Chapter 14. The blackmail of the chief steward. The speed had increased significantly, and there was also strength. Zhao Rong's expression darkened slightly, feeling secretly surprised. This was because he had previously observed the battle between the Kung Fu Fly and the bearded man. The speed and strength just now were comparable to that of a level 2 warrior. However, now it had surged to the level of a level 3 warrior. This kind of improvement in speed left Zhao Rong quite astonished. Lin Hao had actually noticed Zhao Rong's arrival long ago. Although he was somewhat sensitive about the exposure of his own strength, it didn't matter much now. It was a good opportunity to collect his due monthly salary. Since the chief steward was here, let us talk about the accounts. Lin Hao said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Zhao Rong was slightly surprised. This kid's perception is quite strong. How did you notice me? Zhao Rong chuckled and asked curiously. Footsteps. Lin Hao replied calmly, although I can't see. Every person's footsteps have slight differences. This explanation was reasonable and did not raise any suspicion from Zhao Rong. Your hearing is quite good. Remembering others by their footsteps is indeed a good method. Zhao Rong praised, then smiled and stepped into the room. Chief Steward. Upon seeing Zhao Rong enter, Chun-Si finally regained his composure and hurriedly bowed in awe. Zhao Rong ignored him, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao and the Kung Fu Fly perched on his shoulder. As for the wolf spider, it had been lurking in his pocket, making it hard to observe. However, Zhao Rong was already well aware of the terrifying abilities of the wolf spider from the poisoning incident involving the second steward, Qin Shi, and the others last night. This guy says it has been too long, and I cannot find the accounts for the 6 months of my unclaimed salary in the Zhao residence. Lin Hao turned to Zhao Rong and asked, what do you think should be done? Zhao Rong was responsible for the financial power of the Zhao family, and discussing matters directly with him felt much more useful. Can't find the accounts? Hearing this, Zhao Rong's expression immediately darkened. He looked at Chun-Si and frowned, questioning. The accounts in the finance room are recorded item by item. How could you not find them? Faced with the chief steward's questioning, Chun-Si's heart trembled, and he stammered, unable to say a word. Bring out the family member's account books immediately. I want to review them personally. Zhao Rong clearly suspected something and immediately shouted sternly. After years of accumulated authority, facing Zhao Rong's command, Chun-Si dared not delay and hurriedly took a thick account book from the bookshelf. As he flipped through it, Zhao Rong quickly found the accounts for Lin Hao's 6 months. The records showed that he had received payments every month. Buzz. The Kung Fu Fly flew around in a circle and conveyed the information from the account book to Lin Hao's mind. Shao-Si, today you must give me a reasonable explanation. Zhao Rong's face instantly darkened as he glared at Chun-Si and reprimanded sternly. What on earth is going on? Is there any need to explain? Of course. He privately embezzled my money. Lin Hao said. Seeing the embezzlement exposed, Chun-Si looked panicked, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In the past, he might have denied it to the death or even slandered Lin Hao, claiming he had already received the money and was just here to scam. However, now that Lin Hao was not only a mage, but also had just intimidated him with the Kung Fu Fly, he dared not speak recklessly. Chief Steward, I shouldn't have been greedy. Chun-Si immediately knelt on the ground, a mournful expression on his face as he begged for mercy. Please give me another chance. I won't dare again next time. After confirming the truth, Zhao Rong was instantly filled with rage and shouted, immediately return the 30,000 taels in full, or I'll break your hands. Hearing this, Chun-Si was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his face, and he hurriedly took out 3 gold notes from his clothing pocket. He was very clear about Zhao Rong's methods. He was always clear about rewards and punishments. If he couldn't produce the 30,000 taels he embezzled from Lin Hao, his fate would be very miserable. From now on, you're not allowed to set foot in the Zhao residence again. Get out. Zhao Rong said coldly. Yes, yes. Chun Si felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and immediately fled from the finance room in a panic. After cleaning up, Zhao Rong turned his gaze to Lin Hao, who had been watching the drama unfold. Please don't let today's matter spread, son-in-law. I can compensate you double for your 6 months of salary. Zhao Rong forced a smile. Over the years, the accounts in the finance room have been managed tidily under his supervision, with no mistakes ever occurring. However, this time, if Chun Si's embezzlement were to leak out, it would undoubtedly leave a significant blemish on his nearly perfect career. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. This old man seems to care quite a bit about his reputation. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. With a thought, Lin Hao smiled. That's fine, but I want 10 times. What? Upon hearing Lin Hao's demand for 10 times, Zhao Rong nearly jumped up. 10 times the 6-month salary amounted to 300,000 taels. Aside from the 30,000, the excess would obviously have to come from his own pocket. Impossible. At most 5 times. Zhao Rong's face turned ashen, and he said decisively, Deal. Lin Hao immediately agreed. The reason for asking for 10 times was merely to leave room for negotiation later. 5 times the compensation equated to 150,000 taels, which was already quite considerable. Subsequently, Zhao Rong, with a heart like a knife, handed over the 150,000 taels in gold notes to Lin Hao. Thanks. Lin Hao grinned and then turned to leave, stealing a chicken only to lose the rice. Zhao Rong sighed inwardly to maintain his reputation. He had to pay this compensation out of his own pocket. Originally, under the Master's orders, he was just observing Lin Hao in secret. Although he had indeed gathered quite a bit of information, he had also been heavily taken advantage of by Lin Hao, feeling somewhat that he had lost more than he gained. Just like that, Lin Hao left the north courtyard with a large stack of gold notes and headed straight for the black market. 150,000 taels would be used up in just 1 or 2 evolutions of animals. It could not satisfy Lin Hao's strong ambitions. What he needed most now was money, and time was of the essence. Because in 2 months, it would be the day Zhao Linger issued him the divorce letter. He must accumulate enough capital by then. On the way to the black market, Lin Hao turned into a clothing store. When he came out, he was wearing a large black cloak that completely concealed his figure. Then he went to a nearby equipment store and bought a metal mask to wear on his face. With this disguise, as long as he didn't speak, even his own parents would find it hard to recognize him. Of course, Lin Hao would not pretend to be mute. After moving his throat slightly and finding an acceptable tone, he finalized the voice he would use as Jing Ku. Chapter 15. Time-limited mission at this moment. Inside the black shop, Manager Tong stood respectfully by the table, while Zhao Linger sat in the main seat. Miss, we received a time-limited mission this morning. Please set the level. Manager Tong placed a mission form on the table. Time-limited mission? Zhao Linger said with slight surprise, her gaze shifting to the information on the mission form. A time-limited mission must be completed by a specified time. Otherwise, it becomes void. This type of assassination task is considered quite special, and of course, the reward will be several times higher than the same level of tasks. The target is a 2nd-level warrior, but he has a 4th-level warrior swordsman as a bodyguard, which is not low in strength. Let's classify it as a medium-level task. After analyzing the information, Zhao Linger concluded, the task levels are generally divided according to the strength of the target. 1st to 3rd-level warriors are classified as ordinary. 4th to 6th-level martial artists are classified as medium. 7th to 9th-level warriors are classified as difficult. As for the list on the red board, it consists of powerful warriors beyond the 9th level. Such high-level experts are impossible for ordinary assassins to accomplish, and even finding their whereabouts is difficult. Understood. Manager Tong nodded respectfully, then stamped the mission form with a red seal. At that moment, a shadow walked in, instantly catching the attention of Zhao Linger and Manager Tong. May I ask who you are? Manager Tong found it difficult to recognize Lin Hao, who had changed into a different outfit today. Jing Ku. Lin Hao lowered his voice and said indifferently. Hearing the name Jing Ku, Zhao Linger's heart jolted, and her clear eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Hao a few more times. She was already aware of the news about this mysterious assassin who quickly completed his mission yesterday. Mr. Jinke, may I ask what kind of mission you would like to take today? Manager Tong immediately approached with a smile. As usual, Lin Hao said lightly, an ordinary mission within Tianwu City. Zhao Linger secretly shook her head. She initially thought he was a hidden expert, but unexpectedly, he was again taking a low-level mission. It seemed she had overestimated him. Manager Tong wore a professional smile. Sorry, there are no ordinary missions left within Tianwu City. The closest location is in Qingyang Town, 500 miles away. 500 miles. Lin Hao frowned slightly. This distance would take a day, even on horseback. Manager Tong seemed to sense Lin Hao's thoughts and continued. Actually, we received a time-limited mission today, located within Tianwu City. However, this task is quite special. It requires completing the assassination at a specified time and is classified as a medium-level task. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. This task indeed sounded somewhat special. However, the location being within Tianwu City meant he could manage the timing. It's just that this medium-level task would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the assassination. What's the reward? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Compared to anything else, he was most concerned about his own interests. If the benefits weren't significant, there was no need to take the risk. According to the standard rules, a medium-level task requires 200,000 taels. Manager Tong smiled, but due to the special nature of the time-limited aspect, the reward is doubled to 1 million taels. 1 million taels. Upon hearing the amount of the bounty, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he nodded directly. I'll take this job. Manager Tong was not surprised by Lin Hao's swift decision. In his view, Lin Hao was just a top assassin looking to make some extra money during his leisure time. Immediately, Manager Tong took out a mission form and handed it to Lin Hao. In the view of Kung Fu Xiaoying, the information on it was fully visible. Target: Ma Feiyu, age 25 years, strength, second-level warrior identity, second young master of the Ma family in Qingyang Town, recent active location, Tianwu City, underground market trading center subordinate. Li Kuan, fourth-level warrior, skilled in swordsmanship, bounty, 1 million taels, time limit, July 5th, 9986 at 8 p.m. Kill immediately when the lights go out in the central hall of the trading center. After reading the mission form, Lin Hao's heart stirred. It was not difficult to see that this should be a meticulously planned murder. Otherwise, how would they know that the lights would go out at that specific time? As for the reasons behind it, Lin Hao didn't think much. After all, his goal was simply to kill the target at the specified time. Moreover, from the information, Lin Hao had a rough understanding of Ma Feiyu. He was a complete wastrel, relying on the power of the Ma family in Qingyang Town, acting very domineeringly and committing many evils. Eliminating such a menace while making money could be considered a virtuous deed. A hint of intriguing smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Although he chose to be an assassin, he didn't want to become a butcher for evil people because of money. What is good and what is bad? Deep down, while he remained cold and ruthless, he still retained a trace of conscience. The time-limited mission required killing the target at the specified time. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure, and the employer would not provide any reward. At that moment, a light voice rang out, and it was Zhao Linger speaking. She fixed her gaze on Lin Hao and said, I've explained the rules. Do you accept? Facing Zhao Linger, Lin Hao had no intention of softening. He said firmly, Less talk, prepare the reward. After saying that, Lin Hao turned and left. Such a high-profile attitude caused Zhao Linger to be slightly taken aback. Her expression tightened as she watched Lin Hao's back as he walked out of the shop, feeling quite surprised. Although this task was medium-level due to the time limit, even seasoned assassins would not dare to take it lightly without proper preparation. Did he really have that much confidence? After leaving the black shop, Lin Hao looked again at the mission time. July 5th, 9986, at 8 p.m. That's tomorrow night. Lin Hao felt a bit heavy in his heart. The time was indeed tight. I currently have 150,000 taels. I'll keep it as a reserve. On the street, Lin Hao wove through the crowd and began to think. Kung Fu Xiaoying's level was C-grade beginner. The wolf spider was D-grade intermediate. As long as he conducted a king-level enhancement, the wolf spider could meet the conditions to evolve to C-grade. However, the costs were steep. 1,000 for beginner, 100,000 for intermediate, 1 million for advanced, and 10 million for king level. There was still a long way to go before reaching king level enhancement. With a 4th level warrior swordsman bodyguard by Ma Feiyu's side, his strength was not low. For safety's sake, it was better to reinforce Kung Fu Xiaoying's armament first. While Lin Hao was deep in thought, he bypassed the weapon shop and headed straight for the nearby blacksmith shop. Due to Kung Fu Xiaoying's size, ordinary weapon shop equipment couldn't be worn because of the size difference. The only solution was to have it custom-made. Huff! As he stepped into the blacksmith shop, a wave of heat immediately hit him. Following that, a heavy metallic clanging sound echoed. Lin Hao looked up and saw a middle-aged blacksmith standing by the forge, swinging a hammer to continuously strike a sword, sparks flying everywhere. The blacksmith was quite short, only reaching about the waist of an average adult, with a thick beard that nearly covered most of his face. However, he looked very strong, with bulging muscles, exuding a sense of power. Chapter 16, Forging Arms. It turns out to be dwarves. Although it was Lin Hao's first time seeing dwarves, he immediately recognized their peculiar physical characteristics. According to rumors, dwarves possess a unique talent and interest in weapon crafting, with nearly every dwarf knowledgeable in the art of forging. Most weapons in the Sky Continent are produced by dwarves. At this moment, the dwarf blacksmith did not stop his work upon Lin Hao's arrival. He continued to swing his hammer with incredible strength, striking the newly formed sword blank again and again. Lin Hao remained silent, patiently observing. Although he did not understand metallurgy, he had a rough idea that during the weapon forging process, especially when shaping the item, any error would lead to a substandard product. With nothing to do, Lin Hao casually looked around the humble forge. In one corner, there were dozens of blocks of black mysterious iron ore, with a dozen iron swords standing upside down beside them. Next to that, there was a large pile of broken swords and roughly shaped sword blanks. Clearly, these were all unsuccessful substandard products. It was evident that this dwarf blacksmith was very particular about sword forging. In a relatively spacious area to the left, there was a weapon rack displaying 7 or 8 swords and knives, likely samples. Lin Hao approached, using the vision of the Kung Fu fly to carefully examine a few, then picked up a long sword. Clang! Lin Hao lightly flicked the sharp blade with his finger, producing a subtle sound. He waved it around a few times. Due to the thinness of the blade, the sharp whooshing sound made it seem as if the air was being torn apart. A good sword. Lin Hao nodded to himself and placed the long sword back in its original position. At that moment, the sound of hammering ceased, and the dwarf blacksmith finally stopped his work. He allowed a light sigh and placed the forged iron sword into a water tank. Suddenly, with a hiss, the water in the tank surged violently, and white steam rose, clearly indicating the completion of the process. Young man, your patience is commendable. The dwarf blacksmith looked at Lin Hao and chuckled. Your work ethic is quite serious. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. What kind of weapon do you need forged? Do you have your own materials? The dwarf blacksmith asked straightforwardly. I don't have materials. Lin Hao shook his head and said, I want to forge a set of armor for my pet. Upon hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith asked in a rough voice. For what kind of pet? A fly. Lin Hao said, gritting his teeth. If he revealed that his pet was a fly, he might be called crazy, but he had no other choice. As expected, when the dwarf blacksmith heard that the pet was a fly, his expression turned to one of shock. You want to forge equipment for a fly? He stared at Lin Hao in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. Yes, that's right. Lin Hao nodded and then extended a finger. The Kung Fu fly immediately flew off his shoulder and landed on his fingertip. If possible, I would also like another set of defensive armor for my other pet. As he spoke, the wolf spider crawled out of his pocket and onto Lin Hao's shoulder. Seeing this scene, the dwarf blacksmith's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress his urge to curse. If it weren't for Lin Hao's serious demeanor and the patience he had shown while waiting during the forging process, he might have already kicked him out. Such small animals, even if they could have equipment forged for them, could never withstand the weight of mysterious iron. The dwarf blacksmith furrowed his brows and politely declined, so there's no need to waste time and money. Lin Hao smiled lightly. Don't worry, these 2 pets of mine may be small, but they are not ordinary animals. With that, the Kung Fu fly suddenly darted out, flying to the forge in an instant, grabbing hold of the massive iron hammer with its claws and lifting it up. What? The dwarf blacksmith's face changed dramatically. He knew very well that the hammer was made of fine iron, weighing a staggering 200 pounds. It would not be easy for an ordinary person to lift it, not to mention a tiny fly. Even if it was set down lightly, it would be crushed. However, the scene before him completely overturned everything the dwarf blacksmith had known. While he was still in shock, the wolf spider suddenly shot out a thread, instantly wrapping around a block of mysterious iron ore and pulling it over without even breaking the thread. Hiss! The dwarf blacksmith couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This was no small animal. Its strength was comparable to that of a fierce beast. The dwarf blacksmith was secretly astonished, his eyes filled with shock. A fly lifting an iron hammer, a spider dragging an iron sword. This peculiar scene was something he had never seen before. If you think my two pets can't support equipment, then I have nothing more to say, Lin Hao said, looking at the astonished dwarf blacksmith. Upon hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith regained his composure and stared at Lin Hao, asking in surprise, "Are you a beast tamer?" Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. "Sort of. All right, I'll custom forge equipment for your two pets." The dwarf blacksmith grinned, his tone somewhat excited. He had originally thought that the pets Lin Hao mentioned were just ordinary animals like cats or dogs. He never expected them to be such peculiar little creatures. Having forged weapons for decades, he had never crafted equipment for such small animals as flies and spiders, making this a challenge. The dwarf blacksmith was evidently quite excited and looking forward to this new challenge. "How long will it take to forge these equipment?" Lin Hao inquired. After all, they would be needed tomorrow night, and if the time could be shortened, he wouldn't mind paying double the price. However, he wouldn't foolishly voice this thought. Once the measurements are taken, they can be completed by tomorrow. The dwarf blacksmith replied, taking out the thinnest measuring tape from an iron box. Lin Hao nodded slightly. The timing was just right. Then, under Lin Hao's instructions, the kung fu fly and wolf spider quietly lay on the table, allowing the dwarf blacksmith to handle them. After carefully measuring the sizes, the dwarf blacksmith raised his head and turned to Lin Hao, asking, "What materials are needed to forge the equipment?" Lin Hao, not knowing much about minerals, straightforwardly replied, "The best." The dwarf blacksmith was also straightforward, pulling out a dark red iron block, roughly the size of an egg. "You're in luck. I still have a piece of lava fine iron left, which is more than enough to forge equipment for both pets." The dwarf blacksmith seemed to see that Lin Hao was a novice and briefly explained the properties of lava fine iron. This was a mineral found in underground magma, extremely heat-resistant and incredibly durable. Weapons forged from it would mostly exceed the human level and be classified as Earth-grade treasures. However, due to the difficulty of mining, its yield was low, and the price had always been quite expensive. Chapter 17, The Prey, appears. How much is this piece of lava refined iron worth? Lin Hao thought it was better to ask for a price first. Otherwise, if he couldn't come up with the funds tomorrow, it would be awkward. 10,000, plus 2,000 for labor, the dwarf blacksmith quoted. Upon hearing the price, Lin Hao gasped. For such a small piece of lava refined iron, it costs 10,000 taels. If you were to forge a long sword, wouldn't that cost hundreds of thousands? Fine, the price isn't the issue. Mainly it's about quality. Although he felt it was extremely expensive, he had to maintain his composure. Saying this, Lin Hao took out 5,000 taels as a deposit. Haha, after searching so many forging shops, I finally found it. Just then, an excited voice came from behind. A young man in luxurious clothing walked in, his gaze fixed intensely on the piece of lava refined iron in the dwarf blacksmith's hand. Following the young man were two subordinates. One of them, carrying a long sword, had eyes as sharp as a blade. Ma Feiyu. Using the vision of his little fly, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly as he recognized the young man in luxurious clothing. It was indeed the prey from the mission's portrait, Ma Feiyu. And the middle-aged man carrying the long sword was undoubtedly Ma Feiyu's subordinate, a swordsmanship expert at the 4th level. Li Kuan. This guy is quite strong. Lin Hao's heart grew heavy as he scrutinized Li Kuan, realizing that assassinating Ma Feiyu would not be an easy task. As for the other young subordinate nearby, he was merely a 1st-level warrior and not worth worrying about. "Boss, I'll take this piece of lava refined iron." "You name your price," Ma Feiyu said arrogantly as he entered. "And also make me a ring." The dwarf blacksmith shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but this piece of lava-refined iron has already been reserved by this customer. Hearing this, Ma Feiyu turned his gaze to Lin Hao, observing him with curiosity. Since Lin Hao was currently wearing a black cloak and a mask, his appearance was hard to discern. However, Ma Feiyu clearly remained cautious around this mysterious figure with an unknown background. This friend, I am Ma Feiyu, from the Ma family in Qingyang town. Ma Feiyu introduced himself, then smiled, I happen to need a piece of lava-refined iron. If you are willing to transfer it, I will definitely offer you a satisfactory price. Lin Hao remained unmoved by his words and replied coolly, not for sale. Kid, my family's second young master has taken a liking to your item. Consider it a blessing. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing Lin Hao refuse, Ma Feiyu's subordinate immediately stepped forward and shouted angrily. Xiao Wu, speak more politely. He is still considering. Ma Feiyu waved his hand, a shadowy smile appearing on his face as he reprimanded his subordinate. This friend, don't you agree? He looked again at Lin Hao, his smile now reminiscent of a smiling tiger. Since you're sincere about buying, it's not impossible. Lin Hao replied with a smile that was not quite a smile as he stared at Ma Feiyu. Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyu's eyes lit up with surprise. Good, straightforward. The transfer price is 100,000 taels. However, Lin Hao's next words instantly froze the surprise and smile on Ma Feiyu's face. What? 100,000 taels? The reaction from the subordinate was the most intense, staring at Lin Hao as if he were insane. 100,000 taels could easily buy several times the weight of this piece of lava-refined iron. The swordsman Li Kuan, however, remained silent, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. As long as the safety of the young master was not threatened, he would not act easily. Kid, don't disrespect the offer. Fixing his gaze on Lin Hao, Ma Feiyu's expression darkened, his voice carrying a cold undertone. 100,000 taels was clearly a joke. Did he think he was a fool? Thinking it was too expensive, Lin Hao had no intention of selling. He stepped forward to walk around Ma Feiyu towards the shop's door. However, at that moment, the hawk-nosed subordinate beside Ma Feiyu blocked Lin Hao's path. You can't leave this door until we settle the price. The hawk-nosed man, looking arrogant, threatened Lin Hao. As he spoke, he suddenly swung a fist at Lin Hao. Get lost. However, Lin Hao was faster, raising his leg and kicking the man away. The hawk-nosed man's body crashed into the stove behind him, instantly screaming in pain from the burn. To beat a dog, one must look at its owner. You're seeking death. Seeing his subordinate beaten, a cold light flashed in Ma Feiyu's eyes. He clawed at Lin Hao's throat with his hand, sharp and fierce. At such a close distance, he didn't believe Lin Hao could dodge. Boom! At that moment, a powerful mental force suddenly erupted from Lin Hao. This mental force instantly formed an invisible barrier, directly blocking Ma Feiyu, as if he were stuck in a quagmire, unable to advance a single step. A mage. Ma Feiyu's expression changed dramatically, fear flashing in his eyes. He was a second-level warrior. To be able to intercept him with mental power, one would need at least the strength of a second-level mage. Unbeknownst to him, although Lin Hao was currently at the level of a first-level mage, the concentration of his mental power was already close to that of a second-level mage. He was just one step away from breakthrough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword beam sliced through the air. The mental barrier binding Ma Feiyu was instantly torn apart. The one who drew the sword was none other than Li Kuan. Ma Feiyu felt his body lighten and hurriedly retreated to stand next to Li Kuan. Facing a second-level mage, as a warrior, even if he managed to win by luck, it would come at a great cost. Old Li cut off his hands. Let's see how he casts spells, Ma Feiyu commanded with a sinister expression. Li Kuan nodded coldly, his long sword infused with spiritual energy. The fierce sword aura locking onto Lin Hao's body in an instant. Feeling the powerful aura, Lin Hao's heart filled with a sense of gravity. A fourth-level warrior posed a significant gap compared to his current cultivation, and moreover, the opponent was a swordsman, which was extremely dangerous. However, thinking of cutting off my hands is not that easy. Swish! Without any unnecessary words, Li Kuan's figure suddenly lunged out. The tip of his sword aimed directly at Lin Hao. But at the moment he struck, a sense of crisis surged in his heart, because, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a glimmer of light shooting towards him from the side with incredible speed and a fierce momentum. The target of the attack seemed to be his right hand holding the sword. In that split second, Li Kuan quickly assessed that if this sword struck Lin Hao, then his hand would likely be injured. A swordsman without hands would undoubtedly suffer a fatal blow. Immediately, Li Kuan hurriedly retracted his sword and then, from an awkward angle, slashed at that glimmer of light. Clang! In an instant, a sound like metal clashing echoed. What is this? A fly. Li Kuan focused and was shocked to discover that the thing he was battling was actually a small fly. If one observed closely, the fly was holding a needle about the thickness of a pinky finger. Chapter 18. Strength Improvement. How is this possible? Seeing a fly actually holding a needle and blocking Li Kuan's longsword, Ma Feiyu was instantly dumbfounded. The dwarf blacksmith beside him also wore a shocked expression. Originally thinking that Lin Hao's little pet would only have great strength, he didn't expect it to be able to withstand the attack of a level 4 warrior. This is simply against the heavens. Magical beast? A hint of suspicion flashed in Li Kuan's eyes. However, in his memory, there had never been such a peculiar type of fly among magical beasts. If the deal doesn't go through, do you plan to rob me? That's quite rude. Lin Hao smiled coldly. As his voice fell, he transformed his hands, and under the guidance of his mental power, suddenly outlined a glowing rune, instantly manifesting a huge fireball. Although the timed mission required executing it at the underground trading market tomorrow night, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate too much. If a fight were to break out, he would go all out. A mage actually tames beasts. How rare. Li Kuan's expression darkened slightly as he stared at Lin Hao, his voice carrying some surprise. The more rare things become, the more it just shows your lack of experience. Lin Hao sneered. Then I want to see if a mere fly can withstand a few of my swords. Li Kuan snorted coldly, and the spiritual power within him surged, continually pouring into his long sword. In an instant, the silver sword suddenly burst forth with a dazzling white light, and the sword energy instantly surged, directly knocking the kung fu fly back. Have you all had enough noise? In my territory, if you dare to cause trouble here, I will hammer you to death. At that moment, the dwarf blacksmith shouted fiercely, then reached for his iron hammer, exuding a fierce aura. Clearly, the dwarf blacksmith was also a martial cultivator. As his spiritual power surged, the iron hammer in his hand erupted with a scorching red light. A level 4 warrior. Li Kuan frowned, noticing that the dwarf blacksmith was clearly on Lin Hao's side, adding a bit of gravity to his expression. A powerful fighting fly, a level 4 warrior plus a mage. The situation was actually turning against them. Even if they won, the cost would undoubtedly be severe. Young master, there's no need to complicate things over a piece of lava-fine iron. While weighing the situation in his heart, Li Kuan whispered to Ma Feiyu beside him. Tomorrow night, at the underground trading market, we have important matters to attend to. Seeing the situation was not good, Ma Feiyu, not being foolish, nodded with a pale face. Kid, this time you got lucky. If I see you next time, I will break your dog legs. Ma Feiyu glared at Lin Hao angrily, leaving behind a harsh word before leading his subordinates away. Next time, a cold smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. You want my legs? I want your life. From their earlier encounter, this guy was indeed, as described in the mission materials, arrogant and unruly. If he dared to be so disrespectful in Tianwu City, then in the Ma family's influence in Xingyang town, wouldn't he be walking all over everyone? Thank you for your help. Lin Hao then smiled at the dwarf blacksmith. He knew that if the other party hadn't intervened, today's matter would definitely have dragged on endlessly and might even affect tomorrow's plans. It's a small matter. I can't stand those arrogant people. The dwarf blacksmith grinned, then looked at the kung fu fly with a strange gaze, already beginning to contemplate how to forge the most suitable equipment. After a few casual exchanges, Lin Hao left the blacksmith shop. However, he didn't return to the Zhao residence. Instead, he headed towards the civilian district of the city, found a rental room, and rented it directly. The price was not expensive, only 300 taels for a month. This way, he had his own secret little nest. In the future, when taking on jobs, he would have a place to change disguises, avoiding exposure. The most important thing was that he could cultivate here without being disturbed by anyone. The landlord was a taciturn, ordinary old man, so he should not need to worry. Inside the room, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice his spells. Although he now had the ultimate animal evolution system, his own abilities also needed to keep up. Whoosh, 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 just like that. As his fingers quickly formed seals, one fire-type rune after another flashed out from his fingertips. Through this practice, his proficiency in rune inscription gradually improved. In almost no time, he was able to cast a fire-type rune. However, after about an hour, Lin Hao realized that his mental power was beginning to wane. The cultivation level of a level 1 mage was too weak. Even with the assistance of his ultimate cultivation talent, it was still not enough to sustain such prolonged consumption. As his mental power dwindled, Lin Hao gradually felt a sense of exhaustion. Finally, when his mental power was quickly drained and he felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, he hurriedly stopped. Patience is key. Lin Hao shook his head inwardly, then adjusted his mindset and began to meditate. With the enhancement of his ultimate cultivation talent, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 6 hours to recover his mental power, but in just half an hour, he was back to full strength. My mental power seems to have increased a bit. Lin Hao suddenly discovered that the mental power in his mind had noticeably thickened. It was like the capacity for mental power he could previously hold was only the amount of water in a jar. However, now it was as much as 2 jars. Could it be that completely draining my mental power and then fully recovering it would cause an increase? Lin Hao realized this point and was instantly overjoyed, as if he had discovered the secret to cultivation. After all, he had just stepped into the threshold of martial cultivation and had no master to guide him. Everything needed to be explored on his own. Immediately, Lin Hao practiced inscribing fire-type runes again, rapidly increasing his speed. Then, when his mental power was completely consumed, he recovered at an astonishing rate. Just like that, Lin Hao continued this cycle, immersed in cultivation, forgetting to eat and sleep. It wasn't until the following evening that Lin Hao finally stopped his cultivation. At this moment, he looked rosy and completely lacked the sickly pallor from before, as if he had undergone a transformation, full of vitality and spirit. To think that in just one night, he had reached level 2 mage. Lin Hao felt quite satisfied. Although this method of cultivation was tedious and boring, it was very effective. However, as he advanced to level 2 mage, his mental power had also increased by dozens of times. Simply relying on the rune for the fireball technique consumed slowly. Initially, it took 1 hour, but now it required more than 10 hours to exhaust all his mental power. This was also a rather awkward point for Lin Hao. He had top-level cultivation talent, but lacked any cultivation resources to support it. As the saying goes, wealth in martial arts, poverty in literature. These 4 words had long been deeply explained by predecessors. Elixirs and treasures are secondary. The most important thing is the inheritance of martial arts. Although he was currently cultivating both martial and magical paths, without martial skills and spells, if he encountered a warrior of the same realm, he wouldn't have much of an advantage. It seems I need to find a way to get some cultivation resources. Lin Hao muttered to himself, beginning to ponder this issue. Right? Tianyin Academy. As his thoughts turned, Lin Hao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of this academy, established by the royal family of the Dian dynasty. It had a profound background and countless resources. Most young talents competed fiercely for the limited spots every 4 years during the student recruitment. For them, Tianyin Academy was like a dragon gate. Once crossed, one could soar to the skies. Because if one could enter Tianyin Academy, they would undoubtedly gain a continuous flow of cultivation resources. And the day of the autumn equinox, 2 months from now, would be the day for the entrance examination of Tianyin Academy. That day was also the most important day for many young martial artists of the Great Yin dynasty. Zhao Ling possessed a high-level cultivation talent for mages and had long been predetermined for admission without the need for assessment. Why not join in the excitement? Lin Hao chuckled to himself, seemingly having made a decision. He remembered that Zhao Ling would go to the Tianyin Academy for further studies in 2 months. If they happened to meet there, what would her reaction be? Chapter 19, The Mysterious Sword in the Stone. After that, Lin Hao quickly freshened up, donned a black cloak, and left the rented room with a mask on his face. Today was the day to pick up his goods from a forging shop, and he was unsure if the dwarf blacksmith could forge a weapon the size of the kung fu fly. In his previous life, during the technological era, 3D printers existed. capable of creating even the smallest mini molds. As for this world that revered martial arts, Lin Hao couldn't guarantee the capabilities of the blacksmiths. Walking down the street, Lin Hao first stopped by a tavern to fill his stomach before heading straight to the forging shop. You finally made it. Upon seeing Lin Hao enter the shop, the dwarf blacksmith chuckled. The gear for your two pets is ready and placed in a box. The dwarf blacksmith put a small box he had prepared earlier on the table. Hearing this, Lin Hao approached with a hint of anticipation and opened the box. Inside, there were two sets of mini armor, exquisitely crafted. Perhaps due to the material being lava-fine iron, the equipment emitted a faint red glow. You're lucky. These two sets of gear came out perfectly. They're classified as Earth-tier treasures, the dwarf blacksmith said with a broad smile, his eyes sparkling. It was clear he was very proud of the gear he had forged himself. Earth-tier treasures. Upon hearing the blacksmith's words, Lin Hao's face lit up with joy. Earth-tier treasures surpassed ordinary human-tier weapons, cutting through iron like mud, and even possessing enhanced attack capabilities with formidable power. Quick, have your two pets try them on. The dwarf blacksmith urged, his eager expression suggesting he wanted to see the results of his work soon. All right, Lin Hao replied with a faint smile and with a thought. The kung fu fly and wolf spider immediately sprang into action. Though they belonged to the lower tier of the food chain, their abilities had been enhanced after reinforcement, making it easy for them to don the gear in just a few moments. The kung fu fly now wore an iron helmet and armor, with all 6 legs equipped with metallic blades. This way, during battles with enemies, even weapons like swords and knives would not be a problem. On the other hand, for the wolf spider, the dwarf blacksmith not only forged armor according to Lin Hao's specifications, but also equipped its 8 legs with blades. It could both defend and attack. Awesome, Lin Hao exclaimed in admiration. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that both sets of pet armor seemed to be engraved with some mysterious runes. The fine patterns were hard to detect without careful observation. Boss, what are those runes for? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. The Dark System runes have an invisibility effect, allowing the gear to hide beneath the skin, the dwarf blacksmith said with a smug smile. If attacked, they can sense it in advance and manifest. Hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Initially, he thought the gear was too conspicuous and would hinder the kung fu fly and its assassination actions. However, now this type of invisibility rune solved that problem. If you don't like it, I can erase it, the dwarf blacksmith suggested. No, this is best. Lin Hao quickly shook his head, then took out a gold card and smiled. Here are 10,000 taels. You don't need to give me the rest. The forging cost was 12,000 taels, and he had already paid a 5,000 tael deposit. Clearly, Lin Hao was very satisfied with the 2 sets of gear forged this time. The extra 3,000 taels were considered a tip. Thank you, the dwarf blacksmith chuckled. Since you're straightforward, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you a little something. You can choose any weapon here. His tone seemed generous, but the dwarf blacksmith was not foolish. The weapons displayed in the shop were all of human tier quality, worth only 1 to 2,000 taels. Overall, he still made a profit. Hearing this, Lin Hao was not polite and browsed around the shop. Soon, his gaze landed on a corner of the shelf. There, he spotted a completely black iron stone with a broken sword inserted into it, which looked quite peculiar. The broken sword had several rusty spots and faintly emitted an ancient aura. This sword in the stone was forged by you? Lin Hao pointed curiously and asked. The dwarf blacksmith looked in the direction of Lin Hao's finger and smiled. That thing is an antique. It existed before I was born. Oh, how long has it been around? Upon hearing that it was an antique, Lin Hao was clearly intrigued. I'm not sure. It has been passed down from my ancestors. At least several hundred years, or even longer. The dwarf blacksmith shook his head, feeling the mystery of the sword in the stone. But after being around it for many years, he hadn't figured anything out. Several hundred years. Lin Hao's expression slightly froze. It seemed indeed to be of antique level. This sword is very peculiar. No one can pull out. If you don't believe me, you can try. The dwarf blacksmith chuckled. If you can pull out, consider it a gift. Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised and without saying a word, directly picked up the sword in the stone. With his left hand gripping the stone and his right hand holding the sword's hilt, he pulled with all his might. However, the broken sword remained completely still, as if it were fused with the stone impossible to budge. Even with the help of the kung fu fly and the wolf spider, they couldn't pull it out even a little. Lin Hao was secretly astonished, even doubting that the sword in the stone was truly one piece, merely a gimmick. I already said, no one can pull this sword out. As Lin Hao exerted all his strength, the smile on the dwarf blacksmith's face grew wider, looking as if it were expected. For hundreds of years, anyone who had ever touched it, even a ninth-tier warrior, would find it difficult to pull out the broken sword. The dwarf blacksmith watched Lin Hao's attempts with a mindset of amusement, convinced that he wouldn't be able to succeed. As it turned out, he was right. Ding! The host has obtained an ancient treasure. Do you wish to lift the seal? Unlocking fee, 50,000 taels. Just as Lin Hao was about to give up, a prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Lin Hao's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected the system would have an unlocking function, which was quite nice. However, the unlocking fee was rather outrageous, a full 50,000 taels. This is an ancient treasure. It should be worth it. Lin Hao stared at the sword in the stone, clearly very curious, and immediately thought, lift the seal. As his voice fell, 5 notes from the stack of gold in his pocket instantly vanished. Ding, unlock successful. Lin Hao immediately felt a vague, obscure energy ripple through the sword in his hand. This energy did not spread to the surrounding area. Only the person in contact could sense it. Thus, the dwarf blacksmith beside him felt no change at all. Was it really that easy to unlock? Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. Soon after, a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. Just to be clear, if I can pull out the broken sword, you're giving me this weapon? He looked at the dwarf blacksmith to confirm once again. Chapter 20, Pulling out the broken sword, that's right. But it also depends on whether you have the ability. Hearing Lin Hao's confident tone, the dwarf blacksmith chuckled and nodded. When he said he would give it away, he wasn't being serious. It was just a joke after all, as it was a family heirloom. However, in his opinion, no matter how many times Lin Hao tried, it would be useless. All right, I hope you keep your word. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, then reached out to grasp the sword hilt and began to pull it out. In the next moment, the broken sword, which was stuck in the stone crevice, finally showed signs of loosening. How is this possible? The dwarf blacksmith's expression changed dramatically. His eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Hao took a deep breath and yanked it out. With a clang, the broken sword suddenly pulled free from the stone crevice. Hiss! However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. A wave of black mist suddenly enveloped the broken sword, emitting an extremely cold energy fluctuation. The black mist spread up Lin Hao's arm, seemingly trying to cover his entire body. The speed of the black mist spread was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached his shoulder. At the same time, a sharp pain surged through his arm. Lin Hao was startled and quickly reinserted the broken sword back into the stone. In an instant, the black mist completely dissipated. That was close. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat, still feeling a lingering fear from what had just happened. Staring blankly at this scene, the dwarf blacksmith's face was filled with shock. Obviously, he had never expected that the sword, which had been embedded in the stone for hundreds of years, would actually be pulled out today. Thank you. This thing will belong to me from now on. Lin Hao smiled calmly. Although this sword seemed a bit sinister, it should still be worth a lot. Perhaps he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Young man, I was just joking earlier. How about I return the 3,000 taels to you, plus the forging fee for this time? The dwarf blacksmith said, his gaze fixed on the stone sword, his tone somewhat awkward. Joking? Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately became displeased. The opening fee was 50,000 taels, and now this dwarf wanted to backtrack? Wouldn't that mean he was at a huge loss? No way. Lin Hao frowned and said firmly, one must be honest. This object is our family's heirloom. I thought you wouldn't be able to pull it out, intending to play a trick, but I didn't expect it to end like this. Seeing Lin Hao's resolute attitude, the dwarf blacksmith became uneasy and said, how about you name a price, and I'll buy it back? At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, wishing he could slap himself for being so reckless. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so foolishly in the first place. Lin Hao shook his head and sighed, his expression resembling that of a master scolding a mistake-making apprentice. Looking at the dwarf blacksmith's frustrated appearance, along with the fact that he had been willing to help him yesterday, Lin Hao's heart softened a bit. I can sell it back, but I want 50,000 taels. Considering the help he received yesterday, Lin Hao did not want to take advantage of him and directly stated the amount he had lost. 50,000 taels. However, the dwarf blacksmith, who was unaware of the situation, reacted dramatically upon hearing this price. 50,000 just like that? This kid seems to want to take full advantage of me. The corner of the dwarf blacksmith's mouth twitched slightly, and his face turned a shade of iron blue. However, thinking that the family heirloom had finally been unlocked compared to that, 50,000 taels was actually worth it. Fine, you're quite ruthless. The dwarf blacksmith gritted his teeth and took out 5 gold tickets from the cash box, handing them to Lin Hao. After completing the transaction, the dwarf blacksmith eagerly took the stone sword and was extremely excited. He then grasped the sword and attempted to pull it out. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Why can I pull it out? The dwarf blacksmith was suddenly dumbfounded, looking at Lin Hao in confusion. Seeing this, Lin Hao also felt puzzled. You hand it over, and I'll give it a try, Lin Hao suggested. The dwarf blacksmith hesitated for a moment, but then handed the stone sword back to Lin Hao. Worried about being cheated again, he quickly snatched back the 5 gold tickets. Holding the stone sword, Lin Hao pulled it with force, but it didn't budge at all. What's going on? Lin Hao felt quite surprised. It was clearly unlocked. Why couldn't he pull it out again? Ding! Detecting that the host has obtained an ancient treasure. Do you wish to lift the seal? Unlocking fee. 50,000 taels. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Lin Hao was taken aback, and then his heart suddenly realized. This stone must have a sealing effect. Every time the broken sword was inserted back, it would rebind it. In other words, if he wanted to pull the sword out, he would need another 50,000 taels for the unlocking fee. This is too much of a scam. Realizing this, Lin Hao's mouth twitched. However, if he raised the price again, the dwarf might explode on the spot. Rather than that, it might be better to just keep it for himself. I'm sorry, but this sword has already recognized its master. Returning it to you would be useless. Lin Hao began to bluff. Recognized its master? Upon hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith's heart sank, looking at Lin Hao with suspicion but not refuting him. As a blacksmith, he knew some rumors about spiritual weapons that surpassed the heavenly level. It was said that once a spiritual weapon recognized its master, unless the master died, no one else could use it. Looking at Lin Hao in front of him, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the dwarf blacksmith's eyes, as if he had murderous intent. However, he quickly dismissed that thought when he noticed the martial arts fly and wolf spider beside Lin Hao. Given the power they had displayed earlier, the dwarf blacksmith felt a bit wary. Plus, with the gear he had forged himself, his combat power was significantly enhanced. Killing Lin Hao might not be so simple. Moreover, even if he succeeded in killing him, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to pull out the sword. If you don't believe me, I can pull it out again for you to see. To convince the other party, Lin Hao gave the system a command. Unlock. Ding! Successfully lifted the seal. At the moment the 5 gold tickets in his pocket vanished into thin air, Lin Hao transformed his anger into strength and forcefully pulled out the broken sword. Hiss! Just as expected, as the broken sword was drawn from the stone, a thick black mist instantly spread out. Roar! Just as Lin Hao was about to reinsert the sword back into the stone, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly exploded in his mind. That terrifying sound wave shook his spirit like a tsunami, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting that the host soul is about to be attacked by a beast spirit, the situation is urgent. Activating soul defense, cost 100,000 taels. When that terrifying beast roar echoed in his mind, Lin Hao was taken aback. However, the next emergency prompt from the system nearly made him curse. Was this system a black merchant? It kept asking for money. Moreover, the starting price was a staggering 10,000. Simply outrageous. The most unfortunate part was that he only had 80,000 taels left on him, which was not enough to activate the soul defense system. What to do? Chapter 21. Assassination location. At this moment, it seemed that the black mist had already spread to Lin Hao's neck. If his head were also completely covered by the black mist, the outcome could be imagined. He would inevitably be attacked by that terrifying beast spirit. What to do? Lin Hao felt both embarrassed and furious. 100,000 taels. Who could he ask for it at this moment? At that moment, Lin Hao steadied his mind and unleashed the power of poverty, forcibly inserting the broken sword back into the stone crevice. As the crisis was averted, Lin Hao sat down on the ground as if he were drained, unable to suppress a cold sweat. He did not expect that there was actually a beast spirit sealed within this broken sword. Lin Hao frowned slightly. It seemed that this sword from the stone was likely an evil spiritual weapon. However, the dwarf blacksmith was unaware of the dangerous scene Lin Hao had just experienced. He only saw Lin Hao suddenly collapse to the ground, seemingly greatly affected by pulling out the broken sword. In this regard, the dwarf blacksmith swallowed hard, growing increasingly fearful. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the sword would recognize its master on its own and even attack its owner. If he were to forcibly claim it as his own, wouldn't the consequences be even worse? Forget it. As the thought crossed his mind, the dwarf blacksmith sighed. Since this item has already recognized its master, it shows that you are fated with it, so consider it a gift to you. He looked at Lin Hao and said with a tone of resignation. Clearly, he had decided to give up on the sword from the stone. Thank you for the gift. Hearing the dwarf blacksmith's words, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly stood up, clasping his hands in gratitude. With this, he had not lost his 100,000 taels of unlocking fee. As for the sword from the stone, it was indeed too sinister. He could only wait until tonight's task was completed to deal with it. Boss Wu, if I have a new pet in the future, I will come back to visit. Farewell. Lin Hao smiled at the dwarf blacksmith. Then, under the latter's strange gaze, he led the kung fu fly and left the blacksmith shop. Once outside, the sky had completely darkened. The time remaining for the task was already very short. Immediately, Lin Hao walked briskly towards the west of the city. The underground market is located at the northern square of Tianwu City. The term underground does not refer to being built underground, but rather to signify darkness. This area is where many forces within the city intersect, filled with a mixture of people and complex power dynamics, making it quite treacherous. Over the years, various forces have fought openly and secretly, and no one could take it down alone. As time went on, various families established industries in the market, creating a peculiar balance. Most of the items sold there are of unknown origin, but could be easily offloaded. Thus, the underground market earned its name and gradually became the largest trading place in Tianwu City, generating the most economic benefits. When Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the underground market and looked at the bustling crowd and the noisy sounds inside, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Although night had fallen, it was still busy with vehicles and brightly lit. The terrifying popularity truly justified it as the largest trading place in Tianwu City. No wonder so many forces, even if they fought fiercely, still wanted to profit from it. Using the vision of the kung fu fly, Lin Hao observed the market with curiosity. He had been in this world for quite some time, but due to his blindness, it was his first visit to such a place, and he found the lively atmosphere quite novel. Then, Lin Hao began to weave through the market. Shop after shop dazzled him, making him feel overwhelmed. After just walking down one street, he was already jostled by the throng of people, leaving his clothes in disarray. After several minutes, Lin Hao finally stopped in front of a massive building at the end of the street. This was the center of the market's trading place, and it was also the designated location for his assassination task. Inside, it was not like other shops selling goods. Instead, transactions were conducted in an auction format, with the highest bidder winning. At this moment, there were many figures entering and exiting the large black door of the building. However, most of these people were dressed similarly to Lin Hao, pretending to be mysterious with black hats or wearing large cloaks, making it impossible to see their faces. It's about to start. Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his slightly nervous emotions, and walked into the door calmly. Inside, there were several passageways, and each entrance had a fee point. Such a high-end venue was not open to just anyone. To participate, one had to pay for a ticket. These passageways differed in quality. The lower-level passageways were cheaper, but appeared more crowded. To save money, Lin Hao naturally chose the lower-level passageway. Master, I found the target. At this moment, a message from the kung fu fly entered his mind. Lin Hao was slightly startled and suddenly spotted Ma Feiyu's figure through the kung fu fly's vision. He saw that guy enter a high-level passageway, followed closely by the swordsman Li Kun. It seemed that there was no way to save money now. Lin Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since he was unclear about the layout of the auction venue, to get closer to Ma Feiyu, he could only enter the same passageway as the latter. The high-level passageway meant better positioning. After inquiring about the price, he found out that it was just 1,000 taels. This price in the past might have made Lin Hao feel pained. But now, with 80,000 taels in assets, this small amount was manageable. Second row, number 88. Lin Hao glanced at the ticket and found the number quite good. He then walked to the end of the passage and successfully entered the venue. Instantly, the Kung Fu Fly's vision revealed a gigantic auction hall. The spacious area could accommodate thousands of people. The entire hall was arranged in a fan shape, filled with rows of chairs. The front row's VIP seats were quite luxurious, resembling genuine leather sofas, wide and comfortable. Lin Hao took his seat and noticed that Ma Feiyu was not far from him, separated by 7 or 8 seats. Holy, that guy's also here. At this moment, Ma Feiyu also noticed Lin Hao's arrival. His expression immediately turned cold, and he sneered, just in time. I told you that if we meet again, I will break your legs. Young master, don't be impulsive. Li Kuan shook his head and advised in a low voice, this is the center of the trading place. Causing trouble here might provoke the displeasure of the organizers. Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyu frowned, and the arrogance in his eyes immediately diminished significantly. Clearly, he was quite wary of the forces behind the trading center. After all, being able to hold an auction in a place like the underground market undoubtedly indicated a strong background. Otherwise, there would likely be many instances of people forcefully snatching auction items, leading to chaos. The largest shareholder of this organizing party was none other than the Lin family. Chapter 22. The Auction House Turmoil. As the Lin family of the ancient martial arts clan, they can be considered a top-tier force in Tianwu City. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble at the auction. After the auction, just wait and see how I deal with you. Ma Feiyu glared at Lin Hao with a fierce expression and coldly snorted. Lin Hao curled his lips slightly, knowing that the other party had already noticed him. He didn't care about this. After all, the assassination mission was not one he had to carry out personally. Although the existence of the small fly had already been exposed, Lin Hao still had a trump card. That was the wolf spider. With the deadly poison skill of the wolf spider, even a level 2 warrior would be paralyzed on the ground if hit by its silk. If bitten, there would be no chance of survival. As the auction was about to start, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly lively, with almost every seat filled. In various corners of the auction hall, a large number of bodyguards appeared on high alert. The auction was scheduled to begin at 8 o'clock, and the time mission was also set for 8 o'clock. With only a few minutes left before the mission was to be executed, Lin Hao recalled the information on the mission order. Time limit, July 5th, 9986. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when the lights in the central hall of the trading venue go out, immediately kill. Does that mean the lights will go out briefly when the auction starts? Lin Hao realized this point. In other words, the moment the auction begins is the time for the assassination. Little spider, it's time to act. Lin Hao silently thought. Receiving the command, the wolf spider immediately sprang into action. Hanging from a silk thread, it quietly landed on the ground and crawled under Ma Feiyu's chair, staring at his ankle, waiting for the right moment. Since this was the center of the trading venue, with the Lin family's influence deterring others and a swordsman attendant nearby, Ma Feiyu felt extremely secure. Little did he know, his life was already under the control of a spider beneath his feet. Minutes passed. It was 8 o'clock. Ding! Suddenly, a clear bell chimed. As the bell rang, the bright lights in the venue suddenly went out. The entire auction hall was instantly plunged into darkness. Kill! The moment Lin Hao's cold shout echoed in his mind, the wolf spider, which had long been poised to strike, suddenly lunged forward and bit down hard on the exposed skin of Ma Feiyu's ankle. The deadly poison instantly entered his bloodstream, spreading throughout his body at an alarming speed. In an instant, a scream echoed in the darkness. What happened? Everyone in the hall was startled and looked around in shock. The bodyguards present also stiffened, scanning the direction of the sound with vigilance. However, the opening ceremony of the auction did not stop because of the scream. A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, illuminating the center of the auction stage. Countless gazes turned towards it. In that beam of light stood a beautiful woman in front of the auction counter. Her figure was extremely alluring, with a tight red qipao accentuating her perfect curves. This woman was the host of the auction, Lin Wanrong. Quick, turn on the lights. As soon as Lin Wanrong appeared, she hurriedly exclaimed. Soon, the auction hall was bright again. Young master. When Li Kuan saw the situation clearly, he was immediately shocked and stood up abruptly. At that moment, Ma Feiyu was slumped in his chair, his face pale, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, completely lifeless. This situation was undoubtedly a poisoning death. Looking at this scene, most of the people present showed expressions of shock. However, a small group of mysterious individuals wearing wide-brimmed hats remained coldly observant of everything. The second young master of the Ma family from Qingyang town was assassinated here. You must hand over the killer, or you will bear the consequences. Li Kuan was furious, drawing his long sword and glaring at the group of Lin family's bodyguards who had rushed over. We are only maintaining order and trying to apprehend the killer. Please report to the government office. A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, calmly and coldly replied. Clearly, he was quite displeased with Li Kuan's threatening tone. As the local power of Tianwu City, the Lin family had never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, they had received inside information from the black market before, indicating that an assassination event would occur in the auction hall tonight. Although they did not know the reason, the higher-ups had instructed them not to interfere. With this secret order, they could completely remain indifferent. However, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked. He never expected that the assassin could successfully carry out the assassination using the brief darkness during the opening ceremony. Such advanced assassination skills must belong to a very powerful assassin, and ignoring it was actually a good thing for them. Otherwise, if they really found out who the killer was, there would definitely be many casualties, and it could even affect the progress of tonight's auction, resulting in losses for the family. You think you can bully our Ma family just because Tianwu City is the Lin family's territory? Hearing the middle-aged man's indifferent response, Li Kuan's face darkened to the extreme as he shouted angrily. Good. Remember what you said? The middle-aged man remained indifferent and coldly said, Someone, take the body away. If needed, you can directly take him to the government office. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 bodyguards stepped forward, roughly lifting the body away. Faced with all this, Li Kuan was furious and was about to block them with his sword when he suddenly noticed a spider crawling away from the gap between the chair legs. Could the killer be it? Watching the wolf spider's crawling trajectory, Li Kuan regained a bit of calmness. He had always harbored doubts about Ma Feiyu's death. After all, he had been sitting right next to Ma Feiyu. It was impossible for anyone to carry out an assassination without him noticing. Realizing this, Li Kuan crouched down and found bite marks on the ankle of the corpse, just as he had suspected. Moreover, the skin around the wound was showing a black bruised appearance. Without a doubt, the source of the poisoning was at this spot. Bastard! Li Kuan was instantly furious. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Little spider, run! Seeing that Li Kuan had discovered the truth, Lin Hao was taken aback and hurriedly commanded. Hiss! The wolf spider raised its head and immediately shot out a long silk thread, quickly sticking to the ceiling. With the silk's pull, it rapidly ascended upwards. Can you escape? Li Kuan snorted coldly, pouring his spiritual energy into the long sword, unleashing a powerful sword aura that slashed out fiercely. The full-force strike of a level 4 warrior was formidable. Even iron would be split apart. As the sword aura approached, the earth-gray treasure armor on the wolf spider was activated, and runes flickered. Bang! Under the impact of the powerful sword aura, the wolf spider was directly sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, producing a dull sound. Chapter 23 The Killer is him. The fierce sword energy directly sent the wolf spider flying. In the next moment, a small hole was seen smashed into the wall, with cracks appearing around it. How is that possible? However, at this moment, Li Kuan's eyes were filled with surprise. He was very clear about the power of this sword. Even a wild boar could be split in half in an instant. Yet the spider, with its weak body, was able to withstand this sword strike and even create a small hole in the wall. This was simply unbelievable. However, the next scene shocked Li Kuan even more. He saw the wolf spider's head poking out of the small hole in the wall, and then its rear was hanging onto a silk thread dropping to the ground. The spot where it landed was exactly at the exit of the auction hall. Under Lin Hao's command, it was the first to escape, its 8 legs moving rapidly, disappearing in an instant. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. Immediately, Various astonished discussions erupted in the auction hall. What? Was that really a spider? I didn't see it wrong, did I? It even withstood a level 4 warrior's sword energy. Its defense is incredible. Just now, when the sword energy hit it, I seemed to see a set of metallic armor flash on its body. Voices of astonishment rose and fell, and some sharp-eyed people even noticed the armor on the wolf spider. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with intense shock. It was clear that such a small spider had such peculiar armor, which was quite surprising. There was no doubt that this was a murder controlled by humans. Seeing that the task was complete, Lin Hao had no intention of lingering here any longer and directly turned to walk toward the exit of the auction hall. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Li Kuan raised his long sword, pointing at Lin Hao's back, and coldly said, "Kid, I remember you had a powerful fly yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, that poisonous spider, just now, is also your pet, right?" As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Hao in unison. The killer is him? Could he be an assassin? Instantly, each person stared at Lin Hao with suspicion, beginning to speculate. Faced with such questioning, Lin Hao remained silent, still not stopping his steps. The kung fu fly on his shoulder looked back at Li Kuan with its compound eyes. On guard for a dispute over a piece of lava-refined iron, to actually poison our young master. How ruthless. This time, I will definitely make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Li Kuan glared at Lin Hao, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. As a guard, to have his master die beside him was a dereliction of duty that would surely result in severe punishment when he returned to the family. At this moment, he was determined to drag someone down with him, even if there was no evidence, to lessen his punishment. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Kuan's figure suddenly shot out. As his long sword trembled, a sharp sword energy burst forth, fiercely stabbing toward Lin Hao's head. And the moment Li Kuan made his move, the kung fu fly also suddenly rushed out, its armor instantly flashing under the influence of the sword energy. Clang! The next second, a sharp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. The kung fu fly's legs, as fine as hair, blocked the sword blade. Because the armor material was lava-refined iron, coupled with the enhancement from the earth-grade treasure, its power was considerably increased. Therefore, in this clash, the kung fu fly was not at a disadvantage at all. What? This is really a fly, and its combat power is too strong. It can actually block a level 4 warrior's attack, even stronger than that poisonous spider. Watching this scene, the onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. So it turns out that when you went to the weapon workshop yesterday, you forged weapons for these two little creatures with that lava-refined iron, realizing that the armor on the kung fu fly was identical to that on the wolf spider. Li Kuan's conviction grew stronger. The mastermind behind the assassination of Ma Feiyu is undoubtedly Lin Hao. If you can't find the real killer, you casually frame someone to blame. You're quite something. Lin Hao turned around, facing the imposing Li Kuan, and sneered. He would never take responsibility for being labeled a killer, as that would be a foolish thing to do. Otherwise, with so many fighters present, it would be difficult to escape if they all rushed at him. Stop talking nonsense. I think you are. Li Kuan glared at Lin Hao with a dark expression and shouted angrily. After saying this, he suddenly raised his sword to slash diagonally, but was once again blocked by the kung fu fly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two sides were engaged in battle, and the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly. Lin Hao secretly rejoiced that he had forged armor for the kung fu fly in advance. Otherwise, with the kung fu fly's peak level 3 warrior strength, it would have been torn apart by Li Kuan upon their first encounter. Hee. It turns out it was just a feeling. I'm sure you all heard that, right? Lin Hao suddenly laughed, then coldly said to the group of Lin family fighters, "This person is distorting the truth in the auction hall and deliberately causing trouble. Don't you plan to come out and maintain order?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man at the forefront's expression darkened slightly. Although he was not sure if the killer was Lin Hao, the insider information from the black market clearly indicated a desire to quell this matter. This guest is right. Without evidence, any disturbance in the auction hall cannot be tolerated. The middle-aged man's expression became stern as he shouted, "Throw this guy out if he dares to resist. Kill without mercy." "Yes, Chief." With his command, dozens of Lin family fighters drew their weapons and surrounded Li Kuan with killing intent. Not bad, quite tough. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but praise inwardly. Although the kung fu fly had the support of the earth-grade treasure and could still cope for a short time, he could see it was gradually struggling as the battle progressed. At such times, external intervention was necessary. Otherwise, defeat was certain. Fortunately, these Lin family fighters were very cooperative and chose to stand on his side. At this moment, facing the siege of many fighters, a serious and angry expression appeared on Li Kuan's face. In the face of overwhelming odds, he no longer dared to be relentless. We'll see about that. And you, just wait for the Ma family's revenge from Qingyang Town. He glared fiercely at Lin Hao, dropped a harsh word, and then left the auction hall, carrying the corpse. We at the auction hall are very surprised and sorry about what just happened. Next, to express our apologies. Tonight's auction will reduce the commission on any bidding items by half. At this moment, a warm and clear voice broke the frozen atmosphere. The speaker was the beautiful woman in a red qipao, Lin Wanrong. It must be said that in the face of such a death incident, she could remain so calm and composed, clearly a strong woman who had experienced some storms. Her approach to offer concessions undoubtedly drew the attention of all the guests. One death could reduce the auction commission by half. This was simply too favorable. After all, the auction items at the trading center were all rare goods. When bidding, it could easily reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, the 20% commission on the transaction price was no small sum. For a moment, everyone was actually grateful to that assassin for creating a night of discounts for them. Feeling the strange, heated gazes around him, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth curved slightly under his mask. He initially thought that an assassination in the auction hall would cause some panic, but unexpectedly, it turned into a scene where people were grateful. This was completely beyond Lin Hao's expectations. Chapter 24. The Underworld Organization. Immediately, Lin Hao, using the vision of the martial arts fly, glanced at Lin Wanrong with a complex expression. So it turns out Sister Wan is this beautiful. He murmured softly to himself before turning to leave. That familiar back. Watching Lin Hao walk to the exit of the auction house, Lin Wanrong's heart paused slightly. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she sighed lightly, calculating the days. It had been half a year since she last saw Lin Hao. She wondered how he was doing at the Zhao residence. Then the auction continued, but Lin Hao had already walked out of the main door of the trading center. Although he wanted to see the auction process, he was short on funds. Even if he liked something, he could only look on helplessly. It was better to leave early and avoid unnecessary troubles. As he turned the corner, the spider that had been waiting there quickly crawled over. Lin Hao reached out and held the spider in his palm. This armor is of good quality. When I get a new pet, I'll go find Master Wu to forge more. Looking at the armor on the spider, Lin Hao secretly praised it. He saw that the part hit by the sword energy only had a shallow mark, not harming its body at all. When he arrived at the black shop, only Manager Tong was guarding the store. As for Zhao Linger, she evidently only came to the shop occasionally to assess task levels. According to Lin Hao's assumption, she should be diligently practicing at the Zhao residence, waiting for the start of the Tianyan Academy in 2 months. Jing Ku, congratulations on completing the task. The assassination timing was very much in line with the task requirements. Seeing Lin Hao enter, Manager Tong immediately greeted him with a smile. As soon as Lin Hao successfully assassinated Ma Feiyu, the informants hiding in the auction hall immediately returned to report. No need for pleasantries. Where's my reward? Lin Hao said firmly and indifferently. He urgently needed money to evolve the martial arts fly and spider to quickly increase his strength. Otherwise, if the Ma family tracked him down, he would definitely be finished. It's already prepared. According to the rules, a 20% commission is deducted. Here are 800,000 taels. Please take it. Manager Tong's smile was a bit stiff as he handed a stack of gold tickets to Lin Hao. His cautious demeanor seemed afraid that Lin Hao would think the 20% commission was too high and explode in anger. After all, such incidents had happened before. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He indeed felt that this commission was too harsh. The original 1 million reward was suddenly reduced by 200,000 taels. Such a profit margin was no wonder the Zhao and Lin families teamed up to open this black shop, even treating him as a pawn in their profit enterprise. This kind of industry was practically a guaranteed profit. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, a figure suddenly walked in at the shop entrance. This person wore a hat and draped a purple cloak. Though her face was obscured by a black veil, her curvaceous body clearly indicated she was a woman. Moreover, there was a faintly cold aura emanating from her, sending chills down one's spine. "It's you." Seeing the newcomer, Manager Tong's eyes flashed with surprise. This purple-clad woman was the client who had placed the order a couple of days ago. And that order was the time-limited task Lin Hao had just completed. However, according to the rules, the client's information could not be disclosed. Therefore, at this moment, Manager Tong smiled at Lin Hao and said, "Please take your time, and welcome you to come again when you have time." Lin Hao naturally understood the hint to leave, but he didn't mind and directly walked past the purple-clad woman. "Please hold on." At this moment, the purple-clad woman suddenly spoke. Her voice was light and airy, yet as cold as a robot, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Lin Hao paused, not turning back as he asked, "Are you calling me?" "Yes, you're Jingku, right?" The purple-clad woman said calmly. "I saw everything that happened at the underground market auction tonight." Lin Hao frowned slightly, unsure of the woman's intentions. Seeing Lin Hao silent, the purple-clad woman continued, "Actually, I am the client for this time-limited task." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and then smiled lightly. "The reward is quite generous. Thank you." Manager Tong beside him was immediately stunned. Clearly, he did not expect this mysterious client to reveal her identity herself. Was she doing it on purpose? What was she up to? A series of questions popped up in Manager Tong's mind. The time-limited task was merely a test I set for you. According to the review standards, you are very suitable for the type of person we need this time. The purple-clad woman stated directly, "I am a member of the Underworld organization. Are you interested in joining?" Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. What is the Underworld organization? Lin Hao looked puzzled, but Manager Tong's expression changed drastically in an instant. You are a member of the Underworld?" Manager Tong exclaimed in shock, staring at the purple-clad woman and trembling as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of her background, with his facial muscles twitching slightly. Is the Underworld organization that powerful? What do they do? Noticing Manager Tong's shocked expression, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, "What? You don't even know about the Underworld organization?" Hearing Lin Hao's words, Manager Tong was even more shocked. He looked at Lin Hao with an expression of disbelief, as if looking at a freak. After all, how could Lin Hao, as an assassin, not know the rumors about such a huge entity as the Underworld organization? However, facing Lin Hao's question, he did not reply immediately, but instead turned his gaze to the purple-clad woman. "No problem, please introduce it to him." The purple-clad woman looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression, seemingly surprised by his ignorance. Receiving the purple-clad woman's permission, Manager Tong took a deep breath, as if he had received a pardon from death. He then said to Lin Hao, "The Underworld organization is the strongest assassin organization in our Great Yin dynasty, established by the royal family, and is a dark legion directly under the Flame King. Any target marked for assassination is mostly doomed to die." This simple introduction undoubtedly moved Lin Hao somewhat. He finally turned around, facing the purple-clad woman and curiously observing her. "I didn't expect this woman's background to be so formidable. Now, you should know what kind of power the Underworld organization is." The purple-clad woman's tone carried an unmistakable pride as she coldly said, "You are the most unique beast-taming assassin I have ever seen. Our Underworld organization happens to lack an assassin of your type." Lin Hao replied calmly, "If I join, what benefits would I have?" Although the Underworld organization is powerful, whether to join or not did not matter much to Lin Hao. What he cared about most was his own interests. If it was just a hollow name with hard work expected, he would rather not join. Chapter 25, 10 million monthly salary. Hearing that Lin Hao dared to negotiate benefits with the woman in purple, Manager Tong couldn't help but look astonished. This guy's audacity is too much. Not knowing about the Underworld organization was one thing, but now he's actually trying to negotiate terms. If he really angers the other party, he wouldn't even know how he died. With that in mind, Manager Tong cautiously glanced at the woman in purple. To his surprise, she didn't seem angry at all, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire. "You have quite the personality. I really didn't choose the wrong person," the woman in purple said with a cold smile, clearly pleased with Lin Hao's performance. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. There are three major types of greed: power, wealth, and lust, and almost everyone has a desire for at least one of them. If someone has no greed at all, they are undoubtedly hard to control. Therefore, hearing Lin Hao express a desire for wealth at this moment could actually be used to bind him. After all, as a secret force of the royal dynasty, what they lack the least is wealth. This is also a technique in controlling people that the Flame King often teaches them. Joining the underworld organization, even without a task, you can receive a monthly salary of 10 million taels, the woman in purple said, extending a finger indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10 million monthly salary. This is like a pie falling from the sky. What are the rules of the underworld organization? Lin Hao forced himself to stay calm and asked. Although this salary was quite tempting, he couldn't just sell himself for nothing. Some things needed to be clarified. The rules are simple. You must be completely loyal to the organization and the Flame King. No matter what task you receive, you cannot disobey, or else you will bear the consequences, the woman in purple said, her light voice carrying a hint of cold, murderous intent. Lin Hao didn't reject this rule too much. After all, he understood the principle of taking someone's money to solve their problems. It's like in his past life when a company offers you a high-level position and a generous salary. If you can't even do your job well, you'll just be fired. If you leak company secrets to competitors, you could face prison time. The two situations are very similar. The salary is good. I'm willing to join, Lin Hao said. But then he changed his tone and smiled. However, to verify whether your identity is genuine, I need to receive 1 month's salary first. After a brief moment of contemplation, the woman in purple took out a gold card. This is a gold card from the Wanlong silver merchant, containing 20 million taels. With a cold expression, she continued. The extra 10 million taels is an advance for your daily expenses while executing tasks in the future. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel delighted. What a wealthy organization. They gave him 20 million without him doing anything. They are simply generous. Thank you, Lin Hao said with a smile, taking the gold card without reservation. However, he noticed that the surface of the gold card was engraved with some mysterious symbols he couldn't understand. This is the Wanjin card, commonly used in the Sky Dome continent, convenient to carry, just like a bank card in his past life. It can be used for spending and transferring money. Moreover, with the binding of the runes, the security measures are extremely strong. As long as the user drips some blood on it to activate the runes and recognize ownership, they can connect to the rune system of the Wanlong merchant in real time. However, not everyone can apply for the Wanjin card. Generally, it is only available to those from noble families and is divided into gold and silver levels. This is because the gold card has an additional feature of advance payment. Even if there is no money in the card, it can still provide a loan of up to 50 million taels. In the entire Tianwu city, only 2 people are qualified to obtain the gold card, the heads of the Zhao and Lin families. This is the strength of the underworld organization. Manager Tong's eyes flickered as he stared at the Wanjin card in Lin Hao's hand, filled with envy. He never expected that this limited-time task would allow this new assassin named Jing Kutu leap into success. Then, Lin Hao instructed the martial arts fly to lightly poke his fingertip with its sharp edge. Blood immediately seeped out and dripped onto the gold card. With a hiss, the crimson blood seemed to possess a will of its own, rapidly spreading across the rune patterns. As the blood covered all the runes, a flash of golden light suddenly flickered, instantly engulfing the blood. At the same time, Lin Hao felt a slight shock in his mind, sensing a connection of consciousness with the gold card, which was incredibly magical. Clearly, the Wanjin card in his hand had successfully connected to the rune system of the Wanlong merchant. Out of curiosity, Lin Hao focused his thoughts, sending a thread of spiritual energy into the gold card, instantly retrieving the balance inside. Not more, not less, exactly 20 million taels. Lin Hao couldn't help but praise. This kind of magical rune is not inferior to the electronic technology of his past life. However, how does this transfer function work? Manager Tong, it's inconvenient to hold this 80,000 taels in cash. Just transfer it to me. Lin Hao thought of a reason to easily resolve his ignorance. As long as Manager Tong demonstrated once, he would know how to do it. All right, please connect the gold card with mine, Manager Tong said without much thought, taking out a silver card and smiling. Clearly, this kind of thing was quite routine for him. Connect? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. It seemed this was the first step to transferring money. Just like a bank card, to transfer money to someone, you naturally need to know their account number. Then, as the gold and silver cards touched, the rune patterns on them suddenly glowed. It resembled a mysterious form, with the light patterns connecting to form a new rune shape. All right, I will transfer the 80,000 taels to you now. Manager Tong retracted the silver card, and with a mental command, the silver card instantly displayed a series of rune patterns. Soon, he found the corresponding rune pattern for Lin Hao's gold card, then reached out and tapped it lightly, directly transferring the entire amount. In the next second, Lin Hao's mind was slightly stunned, clearly sensing a ripple coming from the Wanjin card. He immediately checked the balance and found that it had indeed increased by 80,000 taels. So it was this simple. Lin Hao understood the situation and smiled. It's not suitable to discuss matters here. Let's talk while walking outside. After saying that, the woman in purple turned and walked out the door. Lin Hao quickly followed. Take care, my lords. Manager Tong immediately walked to the door to see them off, his attitude extremely respectful. Unbeknownst to them, it had started to rain outside, and the number of pedestrians on the street had decreased. The once bustling main street had become very quiet in the night rain. You are indeed here. At that moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. On the street corner opposite the black shop, Li Kuan held a long sword, glaring at Lin Hao with murderous intent. Ma Feiyu's body was not present, clearly having been sent back to Qingyang town by him. I had already guessed that you were an assassin. After completing your task, you would definitely come here to collect your reward. Li Kuan's gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Hao, sneering, just as I expected. This is indeed troublesome. Lin Hao shook his head inwardly. Getting involved with such a loyal swordsman would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. Chapter 26. The female assassin Zia. This is my private matter with him. If you don't want to die, get lost. Li Kuan glanced at the woman in the purple robe, his voice filled with a chilling, murderous intent. However, just as he finished speaking, the woman in the purple robe suddenly raised her hand. Whoosh! A purple embroidered needle shot out from her fingertip with sudden ferocity. The piercing speed seemed to tear apart the raindrops in the air. By the time Li Kuan reacted, the black needle had already pierced through his brow in an instant. In the next moment, Li Kuan's pupils dilated, and he fell to the ground dead, his face still holding a trace of terror. Zulfust. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect the woman in the purple robe to kill so quickly. The entire process was swift, ruthless, and precise, with no unnecessary words. Of course, from another perspective, the strength of the woman in the purple robe was also extremely formidable. She could kill a level 4 warrior in an instant. Lin Hao estimated her cultivation to be at least level 6 or above. Truly a member of the Ming Gu organization, incredibly strong. At the door of the shopkeeper Tong was completely dumbfounded, his face filled with horror. He was well aware of Li Kuan's information, but was shocked that he had been killed before the fight even began. Such strength would definitely place her among the top 100 high-level assassins on the killer rankings. The woman in the purple robe coldly glanced at the corpse and then walked toward the left side of the street. Lin Hao followed her until they reached a quiet, deserted area. The woman in the purple robe suddenly spoke. Should I call you Jingku or Lin Hao? Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed. How did she know my name? No need to think too much. From the moment you took the task, you have been tracked by our Ming Ji's intelligence personnel. Noticing Lin Hao's suspicion, the woman in the purple robe said, I know all about your identity, including your appearance. Lin Hao furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly uneasy. After receiving the task at the black market yesterday, he hadn't returned to the Zhao residence, but had gone to rent a place in the civilian area. Moreover, he believed he had been very cautious in his outings and disguises. The only people he had interacted with were the landlord of the rental and Master Wu from the refining workshop. As for Ma Feiyu and Li Kuan, they were already dead. Wait, the landlord. Suddenly, Lin Hao realized, when he rented the place yesterday, that old landlord had seen his mysterious appearance and, worried about renting to some shady characters or fugitives, insisted on seeing his true face. Lin Hao understood the landlord's concerns and had taken off his mask for him to see. Could it be that, at that moment, the intelligence personnel from the Ming Gu, who were hiding nearby, saw his face and began to investigate him in secret? Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel. This Minggu organization was indeed not something to be underestimated. So what should I call you? Lin Hao countered, showing no significant surprise at his identity being exposed. My name is Zia, the woman in the purple robe said indifferently. In the organization, I am your superior. Any future tasks will be coordinated by me. Zia, Lin Hao murmured softly, then smiled. Not bad, a very cool name. Cool? A hint of surprise flashed in Zia's eyes. Clearly not understanding the meaning of this term from Lin Hao's previous life. Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to explain and proposed, since you're my superior, let's reveal our true appearances to each other, to avoid recognizing the wrong person in the future. With that, he took off his mask first. Zia hesitated for a moment, feeling that Lin Hao's words made sense, and then removed her conical hat. Instantly, a coldly beautiful face appeared in Kung Fu Fly's view, the image transmitting to Lin Hao's mind. Perhaps because she wore the conical hat every day, Zia's skin looked very white and delicate. However, her gaze was filled with a cold indifference that made it difficult to discern her inner thoughts. Are you really blind? Zia asked, staring at Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils with curiosity. Lin Hao remained non-committal, saying calmly, didn't the organization's intelligence personnel investigate my details thoroughly? The intelligence does record that you are a natural blind person, but your actions are quite incredible. Zia looked at Lin Hao suspiciously, wondering how a blind person could complete assassination tasks and know the target of the task. I have my own secrets. Lin Hao smiled faintly, not wanting anyone to know about the system. Seeing that Lin Hao did not want to elaborate, Zia did not press further. She then turned her gaze to Kung Fu Fly on Lin Hao's shoulder and said, your pet is quite unique. It's the most powerful fly I've ever seen. Also, that poisonous spider. As she spoke, Zia looked over Lin Hao's body, but did not find the wolf spider. Little spider, come out and greet your beautiful boss, Lin Hao said with a grin. As soon as he spoke, the wolf spider crawled out from the inner pocket of the cloak and, with great intelligence, extended its limbs and waved twice at Zia, as if to say hello. Seeing this, Zia's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. In the animal kingdom, such creatures were at the bottom of the food chain, extremely weak. However, the power they displayed was comparable to that of fierce beasts, incredibly strong. Where did you capture it? Zia couldn't help but ask. Lin Hao smiled faintly. I trained it myself. Hearing this, Zia's expression was slightly stunned, feeling amazed at Lin Hao's beast-taming skills. However, her curiosity did not lead her to ask further. Every beast tamer had their own secret techniques, and Zia knew that even if she asked, Lin Hao would likely refuse to answer. Zia curiously looked at Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider a few more times, then shifted the topic. Your primary task now is to become a student of the Tianyan Academy. However, for confidentiality, the organization will not assist you. You must obtain the admission quota to the Tianyan Academy based on your own strength. Tianyan Academy? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised and asked, what is the purpose of a task? After you successfully enter the academy, wait for further notice. Zia's expression was cold as she took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and said, this is a sound transmission talisman. When the time is right, I will convey your next task to you. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, noticing that the sound transmission talisman was inscribed with mysterious runes and faintly emitted a wave of spiritual energy. To maintain secrecy, I will call you Jing Ke from now on and register it as your member code in the Minggu organization. Zia put her conical hat back on, the black gauze around it obscuring her heroic yet cold face. With that, she turned and walked toward the end of the street, disappearing from Kung Fu Fly's view. Chapter 27. Beast Spirit Demon Dragon, the Tianyan Academy? Just what I wanted. Lin Hao looked at the sound transmission talisman in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He had originally intended to go to Tianyan Academy, and now it was perfect. Not only could he earn money, but he could also fulfill his own wishes, which was a double benefit. However, that task was likely not going to be easy. After all, experts were numerous in Tianyan Academy, and trying to kill someone there would probably come with significant risks. In any case, making money was the priority for now. Lin Hao pursed his lips, slightly adjusting his thoughts. Besides, having a beautiful boss was also a pleasant aspect of the job. As night fell, the rain intensified, accompanied by rumbling thunder and flashing lightning. Lin Hao walked through the streets, but didn't head directly back to the Zhao residence. Instead, he led Kung Fu Xiao, Ying, and the others to the rented room. After a quick wash, Lin Hao closed all the windows in the room. Once he confirmed that no one was secretly watching, he took out the sword from within the stone. Previously, in the refining workshop, he had been unable to resist the beast spirit sealed within the broken sword due to a lack of funds. But now it was completely different. Lin Hao held the sword hilt in his right hand, applying a slight force. Just like last time, as long as the broken sword was inserted into the stone crevice, it couldn't be pulled out. Ding! Does the host wish to unlock? The system's voice suddenly rang out, seemingly detecting Lin Hao's intentions. Yes. Lin Hao nodded without hesitation. Ding! Successfully unsealed, deducting 50,000 taels. In the next moment, Lin Hao felt the runes of the million gold card ripple slightly, clearly indicating that the system had swallowed 50,000 taels. However, with his current wealth of 20 million, 50,000 taels was like a drop in the bucket. System, I want to activate soul defense in advance. Recalling the terrifying beast spirit, Lin Hao still felt a lingering fear, thinking it was better to be prepared before drawing the sword. Ding! The soul defense system has been activated for the host. Immediately after, another 100,000 taels was deducted from Lin Hao's card. After taking precautionary measures, Lin Hao took a deep breath and pulled hard. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the broken sword was easily pulled out from the stone crevice. Hiss! In an instant, a thick and terrifying black, evil aura erupted. Within just a few breaths, the black mist completely enveloped Lin Hao's arm and rapidly spread to his body. Roar! The moment the black mist was released, the furious roar of a ferocious beast suddenly exploded in Lin Hao's mind. The terrifying beast roar shook Lin Hao's spirit. That feeling was even more soul-stirring than the thunder outside. This time, with the soul defense activated in advance, Lin Hao was no longer as panicked as before. He steadied his mind and prepared for the beast spirit's invasion. Kung Fu Xiao, Ying, and the wolf spider on his shoulder seemed to sense the danger of the black mist and immediately detached from Lin Hao's body. Their eyes were vigilant and fierce, closely watching the broken sword in Lin Hao's hand. But without Lin Hao's command, they did not take any action. Thus, as the black mist completely wrapped around Lin Hao's body, he suddenly felt something drilling into his mind. At the same time, the frenzied beast roar seemed to emanate from within him. As it invaded, Lin Hao's heart trembled, and he immediately concentrated to inspect within. Having reached the level of a second-tier mage, his spiritual power allowed him to use inner sight to inspect his body. Soon, Lin Hao discovered a mass of black mist in the Tianling acupoint, which stored spiritual power. At this moment, the black mist was writhing at a strange speed, gradually forming the shape of a beast spirit, entirely black, resembling a demon dragon. Though the demon dragon was merely a phantom, it was surrounded by an extremely violent and fierce, terrifying aura, as if it were an ancient beast from the abyss. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was secretly astonished. He never expected that the broken sword would seal such a terrifying beast spirit. Once the spirit of the demon dragon manifested, its crimson eyes immediately locked onto Lin Hao's soul body, filled with unmasked bloodthirst. Roar! In the next moment, the demon dragon roared and charged toward Lin Hao's soul body. Its fierce dragon mouth opened, wanting to devour him. Detection. Host is about to be attacked by beast spirit. Soul defense system activated. But just then, the system's cold voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a greenish-blue cage suddenly appeared, trapping the demon dragon inside. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. A mere insignificant human thinks he can trap me? What a delusion. The demon dragon conveyed a thought, though it was not in human language. Lin Hao's spiritual sense understood the arrogance contained within. As a dragon, it was inherently untamed, and having just emerged from its seal, it was now confined in another cage. How could it accept this? It immediately began to thrash around inside the cage. Seeing the demon dragon so fierce, Lin Hao was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he had the system's soul defense. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! 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 Heavy sounds continuously emerged as the demon dragon roared angrily. repeatedly trying to break free from the confinement. However, the system's power was entirely beyond its imagination, and it couldn't even make a dent. What terrified the demon dragon even more was that the cage began to shrink, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it seemed to indicate a trend to erase it. Feeling the threat to its life, the demon dragon became even more frantic, even showing deep fear. It had thought that a tiny human could easily seize its body, but it never expected to have kicked a hard iron plate this time. Powerful human, please don't kill me. As the cage shrank smaller and smaller, the demon dragon finally became scared, no longer thrashing about, and even spoke human language. It can even speak human language. It seems its intelligence is not low. Lin Hao was slightly surprised, and then coldly said, I can give you a chance, but you must return to the broken sword. Otherwise, I have the ability to make you completely disappear. Okay. Upon hearing Lin Hao's request, the demon dragon hurriedly nodded. At this moment, it no longer had the slightest pride of a dragon clan, completely viewing Lin Hao as a human powerhouse whose strength far surpassed its own. Deactivate defense. As soon as the words fell, the cage instantly vanished. At the same time, the demon dragon transformed into a mass of black mist, exiting Lin Hao's body and re-entering the broken sword. Seeing the crisis resolved, Lin Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In fact, he had been quite panicked just now. After all, that was a dragon of an ancient fierce beast, exceptionally ferocious and powerful. Even though it had now fallen to a beast spirit, it could probably kill him in an instant. Fortunately, with the existence of a system like this BUG, he wouldn't be threatened at all. Human powerhouse. As long as you don't stick the dragon-devouring sword back into the celestial meteorite, I am willing to submit to you and become the weapon spirit. The demon dragon's pleading voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind, fearing it would be sealed again in that dark, sunless space. Lin Hao's expression froze. This beast spirit could actually communicate with him. What background does the dragon-devouring sword have? Unable to help himself, Lin Hao asked, also, how were you sealed? Chapter 28. Dragon Transformation. After pondering for a while, the demon dragon replied with a confused tone. After my physical body was slain, most of my memories dissipated and only some fragments of information remained in my spiritual form. I have forgotten the specific process. Hearing this, Lin Hao had no interest in probing into the demon dragon's fragmented memories. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of time, as he would end up knowing nothing. The main thing was that the demon dragon was willing to become a spirit weapon and submit to him. Having such a powerful beast spirit of divine beast level would definitely enhance his combat power significantly. Since that's the case, then recognize me as your master. Lin Hao commanded directly, not knowing how to operate the process. The demon dragon, not daring to be negligent, immediately unleashed a black light from the broken sword, revealing an intricate rune totem. This rune totem was extremely complex, with a black dragon coiled in the center circle, its light flickering. Just as Lin Hao was still trying to comprehend what was happening, the black dragon suddenly moved and bit down on Lin Hao's finger that was holding the sword. The pain in his finger startled Lin Hao. However, thinking that this should be part of the recognition process, he forced himself to remain calm. Yet, upon contact with his blood, the black dragon seemed to have been injected with a stimulant and began to crazily absorb it. Lin Hao felt the energy of his spiritual veins and mental power being rapidly devoured. That's enough. Lin Hao hurriedly shouted to stop it. If it continued, he would likely waste all of his cultivation. The black dragon reluctantly released its grip and withdrew back into the rune totem. As it returned, a sizzling sound was heard as the rune was branded onto the broken sword like hot iron. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth from the sword blade, and Lin Hao felt a slight ripple in his mind, faintly sensing a connection with the broken sword. That feeling was like that of a master, possessing absolute control over the broken sword. It was clear that both sides had completed the recognition of the master. Master, I am now your spirit weapon. When using this sword, you can summon my dragon spirit power to strengthen your physical body, came the voice of the demon dragon, clearly respectful. Strengthen my physical body? Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this, gripping the broken sword and trying to chant, invoke the dragon spirit. Boom! In an instant, an extremely violent dark spiritual power surged from the broken sword into Lin Hao's body, rapidly flowing to his limbs and bones. Lin Hao's entire body instantly relaxed, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from his body. Following that, the muscles on his body began to swell as they were filled with energy, directly ripping his clothes apart. During this transformation, Lin Hao's arm and skin began to wriggle, and a layer of fine black scales suddenly emerged, covering his entire right arm. At the same time, Lin Hao's aura was skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. This is a dragon scale arm. With the help of the vision from the Kung Fu Fly, Lin Hao saw his own transformation and was immediately filled with amazement. Looking at himself, who resembled a berserker, Lin Hao was extremely excited, feeling as if he was filled with boundless power. Compared to before, he had at least increased several times in strength. Although he was currently only at the first level of a warrior, Lin Hao believed that even without the Kung Fu Fly's assistance or spells, he could still fight against a second-level warrior purely with the strength of his physical body. Due to your current low cultivation, you can only invoke a portion of my dragon spirit power. The demon dragon's tone was somewhat strange, as if it felt deceived. It had originally thought Lin Hao was a top-tier human expert, only to find out he was just a rookie who had just opened one spiritual vein. However, it had already recognized him as its master, and under the constraints of the rune laws, it had to be completely loyal. Therefore, even upon realizing that Lin Hao was not a strong individual, it could not harbor any thoughts of resistance. So, as your cultivation increases, you will be able to summon more dragon spirit power. I see, Lin Hao muttered to himself, unable to hide his joy in his eyes. Currently, the only part of his physical body that had transformed into a dragon was his right arm. Did that mean he would eventually be able to transform into a dragon human, or even evolve into a dragon form? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart surged with excitement. You just mentioned that this stone is called a heavenly meteorite. What's its origin? Lin Hao then turned his attention to the black stone in his left hand. Feeling curious about this strange stone that could seal the demon dragon, he could only hope for the remnants of the demon dragon's memories to provide some insight into the origins of the heavenly meteorite. The heavenly meteorite is not an ordinary stone. It is a rare metal tungsten refined from meteorites from beyond the heavens. It is indestructible. After thinking for a moment, the demon dragon said, "This stone contains a dark space. If the broken sword is inserted, I will be trapped in that space, never to see the light of day again." Lin Hao was slightly surprised, looking at the heavenly meteorite in his hand, not expecting that within this stone, there existed a dark space. Could it be a black hole? Lin Hao thought for a moment, but dismissed the idea of using his mental power to investigate. After all, even a terrifying divine beast like the demon dragon could be trapped and sealed by that dark space. He certainly had no chance. Although he could rely on the system to unlock it, Lin Hao was not sure if his soul would still be able to emerge once sealed. To be safe, he suppressed his curiosity and put the heavenly meteorite into his pocket. However, looking at the bulging pocket, it felt awkward and somewhat affected his attire. And this broken sword, the dragon-devouring sword, certainly couldn't be left hanging on his belt every day. Of course, the most important thing was the gold card. That was Lin Hao's salary card, which could receive tens of millions in salary every month. Losing it would be a huge loss. It seemed he needed to buy a storage bag. With the increase in his assets, Lin Hao, who once had empty sleeves, began to consider this issue. A storage bag is hundreds of times better than a backpack. It has a strange space inside where any items can be stored, making it very convenient to carry around. Although the price is relatively expensive for Lin Hao now, it was nothing to worry about. Kung Fu Fly, Spider, come over here. Then, at Lin Hao's call, the Kung Fu Fly and the Wolf Spider, who were wandering in the house, immediately rushed over and obediently lined up in front of Lin Hao. Now that he had some surplus, he could enhance their abilities. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Currently, the Kung Fu Fly was at C-rank beginner level, with strength comparable to a peak third-level warrior. The Wolf Spider was at D-rank intermediate level, weaker in combat power, but possessing deadly venom skills, making it not weak. Moreover, as long as it completed a high-level evolution and then a king-level evolution, the Wolf Spider could meet the conditions to advance to C-rank. At that time, due to its species, its combat power might even surpass that of the Kung Fu Fly. Chapter 29. C rank advanced enhancement. Let's enhance the little spider first. I can't fall too far behind. Lin Hao thought for a moment before making a decision, then subtly focused his mind. Evolve the wolf spider. As soon as he finished speaking, a system interface suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind, displaying the information panel for the wolf spider. Due to the upgrade requirements, the prerequisite was to reach the king-level enhancement capability. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Hao directly chose the king-level enhancement option for the wolf spider. Ding! King-level enhancement successful. Your pet code 002 wolf spider has received a comprehensive boost in combat power. With the completion of the enhancement, Lin Hao immediately felt the balance in his gold card sharply decrease by 10 million. With determination, Lin Hao clicked again to perform the advanced enhancement. Ding! Advancement successful. Congratulations. The wolf spider has been upgraded to C rank and has gained a special skill, thousand-fold web. Fortunately, the upgrade cost from D rank to C rank only required 1 million taels. However, Lin Hao's brows did not furrow. He immediately spent 2 million to upgrade both the Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider to the level of C rank advanced enhancement. After several evolutions, Lin Hao's card balance was left with just over 5 million, already insufficient for another enhancement. Lin Hao subtly summoned the data panels of the two pets. Kung Fu Fly Code 001 Master. Lin Hao Combat Power 4,000 skills. Bloodblade Scythe Feat Level C rank Advanced. Wolf Spider Code 002 Master. Lin Hao Combat Power 6,000 skills. Deadly Venom. Thousand-fold Web Advancement C rank Advanced. After reviewing the information of the two beasts, Lin Hao nodded to himself. After the advancement, the wolf spider's combat power, be it speed, strength, or defense, far exceeded that of the Kung Fu Fly. This was because their original forms had a significant disparity in strength. In the food chain, flies were one of the foods for spiders. Thus, under the same level, the wolf spider's combat power was significantly stronger, and it also had an additional special skill, thousand-fold web. What surprised Lin Hao even more was that although the size of the wolf spider's form had not changed, its skin was as hard as fine iron, and a strange dark pattern appeared on the surface, emitting a chilling aura as light flowed over it. Little spider, let's see how the thousand-fold web works. Curious, Lin Hao commanded the wolf spider. Hiss! Without any hesitation, the wolf spider immediately spat out a small white spider silk. However, in the next moment, the spider silk suddenly exploded in midair, and strands of spider silk quickly intertwined, forming a spider web. If counted, the web had at least 1,000 loops. Immediately, the spider web covered a wooden table, and what followed was a terrifying scene. Sizzle! As soon as the table touched the spider web, it began to melt and corrode as if ice met a fire net, and in the blink of an eye, it was cut into countless fragments. Clearly, the venom contained in the spider web was extremely lethal. If a person were to be trapped in it, the outcome would definitely be fatal. Impressive. Lin Hao snapped his fingers, praising in satisfaction. He felt that this skill would be extremely effective for assassination. After all, the thousand-fold web has a wide attack range, and with the venom on the silk, once it touches the target, it would be like capturing prey, unable to escape. In contrast, the Kung Fu Fly, having not advanced, still maintained its previous form, but its combat power had increased several times, comparable to that of a level 4 warrior. If it were to battle that swordsman Li Kun now, it would definitely suppress him. Seeing the improvement in the strength of his two pets, Lin Hao felt a sense of comfort. This was a bodyguard that had been forged with a significant amount of wealth. Looking out at the increasingly heavy rain, Lin Hao did not intend to risk going back to the Zhao residence in the rain. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating and cultivating. Little did he know that due to his 2-day disappearance, all the servants of the Zhao residence had begun mobilizing to search for him. Although Lin Hao did not hold any significant position in the Zhao residence and was considered somewhat dispensable, given his identity as a member of the Lin family, they would have to find his body, if he died, to provide an explanation. At this moment, in the main hall of the Zhao residence's front courtyard, the head of the family, Zhao Gaolai, sat in the main seat with a frown, listening to the news from the chief steward, Zhao Rong. That kid hasn't been found yet. Zhao Gaolai's expression was calm, but his tone carried some doubt. Where could a blind person possibly go? Zhao Rong shook his head and hoarsely replied, After observing secretly for the past 2 days, Lin Hao is not an ordinary blind person. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaolai was slightly surprised. What do you mean by that? Sir, it's like this. Since Zhao Gaolai had been out on business for the past 2 days, only now did Zhao Rong have the opportunity to inform him. As he spoke, Zhao Gaolai's expression grew increasingly astonished. When it was finally mentioned that Lin Hao had cast spells in the finance room, he could no longer sit still and stood up abruptly. Lin Hao is actually a mage? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Zhao Gaolai stared at Zhao Rong in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Reporting to the head of the family, it's absolutely true. I didn't make a mistake. Zhao Rong nodded, his aged face also showing a hint of surprise. In his view, a blind person practicing spells was indeed a bit far-fetched. It was akin to asking a mute to read aloud. It was simply impossible. However, Lin Hao broke this norm and created an unprecedented miracle. If this is true, then our Zhao family has struck gold this time. Ha! With Zhao Rong's confirmation, Zhao Gaolai was instantly elated, his stern face filled with joy. 6 months ago, he thought the Zhao residence was compromising to form a marital alliance with the Lin family by accepting a waste. Unexpectedly, this waste has now turned into a genius. This is simply a windfall. Head of the family, news has come from the black shop. It is said that the time-limited task taken yesterday was actually issued by the Underworld Pavilion organization, Zhao Rong said in a low voice. The Underworld Pavilion? Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai's expression changed, and he immediately asked suspiciously, with such a powerful force as the Underworld Pavilion, why would they need our black shop? Zhao Rong quickly replied, from Manager Tong, this assassination is merely an assessment set by the Underworld Pavilion to select suitable new members. The Underworld Pavilion is a direct force of the Flame King. With deep foundations, who is so lucky to be chosen? Zhao Gaolai was slightly surprised and curiously inquired. Who? Yinkiskiviko. Zhao Rong said solemnly. During the auction, he used a venomous spider to kill Ma Feiyu, and he also has a powerful fly by his side. A venomous spider? And a fly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaolai's expression froze, and as he thought about it, he seemed to realize something and suddenly looked at Zhao Rong beside him. Chapter 30. An eye for an eye, the head of the family guessed correctly. There were indeed 2 little creatures by the son-in-law's side. Seeing the thoughtful expression on the Zhao family head's face, Zhao Rong nodded and said meaningfully, on the day he went missing. It happened to be the time when the limited-time mission was accepted. Therefore, I suspect that Jingku is very likely Lin Hao. After hearing the steward Zhao Rong's account, Zhao Gaolai's shock deepened. He then took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions, and said sternly, immediately find Lin Hao and bring him to see me. Yes, head of the family. Zhao Rong nodded respectfully, and his hunched body immediately sprang into action. In no time, the Zhao family dispatched people to search for Lin Hao, no longer limited to low-level servants. Even the 2nd and 3rd stewards, as well as higher-level guards, were all mobilized. Damn it, a useless blind man actually wants us to go out in the rain to look for him. The 3rd steward, Qin Shi, limped out of the Zhao family gate, cursing with a group of subordinates. Although he was quite resentful, he did not dare to disobey because it was the Zhao family head's order. If I find him, I'll break his dog legs to prevent him from running around. Filled with anger, Qin Shi had been looking for a chance to take revenge since he was injured in the cafeteria by the Kung Fu fly. Under the night sky, raindrops covered the entire Tianwu city. In the many streets, the Zhao family's servants were bustling about with umbrellas. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao was currently in his rental room, peacefully meditating with a content expression. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Hao came back to his senses from meditation and couldn't help but stretch lazily. He hadn't slept all night, but felt full of energy. Time to go back and catch breakfast. Lin Hao smiled slightly and whistled at the Kung Fu fly and wolf spider beside him. Instantly, they rushed over and took their positions on his shoulders and in his pockets. Opening the door, Lin Hao took a deep breath. Perhaps the night rain had washed away the city's noise, as the air had become incredibly fresh. Then, Lin Hao walked into a small alley, taking a shortcut towards the Zhao family estate. However, just as he was about to reach the end of the alley, a group of figures came out to meet him. The leader was none other than the 3rd steward, Qin Shi. At this moment, he was soaked with disheveled hair, looking quite disheveled. He had thought that after searching for a night, he could return for a meal and rest. Unexpectedly, just as he set down his bowl and chopsticks, he was sent out again by the head steward, which made him seethe with anger. Therefore, when he saw Lin Hao, he was first taken aback. Then his face turned furious. Heaven his eyes. I finally found you, you blind fool. Qin Shi's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Hao with a sinister smile. Lin Hao naturally noticed them and stopped in his tracks. You guys, go up and break that useless guy's legs immediately. Don't let him run away again. Qin Shi barked like a judge pronouncing a sentence. Third steward, is this really okay? A Zhao family guard beside him frowned and said, if he goes back and tells about us breaking his legs, it would be hard to explain. Qin Shi curled his lips into a cruel smile and coldly replied, that's simple. Just cut out his tongue and find any excuse. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family guard's face froze, staring at Qin Shi in disbelief. The 5 servants beside him couldn't help but gasp. They knew about what happened in the cafeteria a few days ago, but didn't expect the third steward to be so brutal and vindictive. This was undoubtedly going to turn Lin Hao into a blind and mute cripple. My orders, do you dare not to follow? Qin Shi said coldly. It seems that Zhao family won't have a place for you anymore. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family's thugs immediately looked serious. Faced with the third steward's threat, although the 6 thugs felt angry, they had to obey to keep their jobs. In their view, it was better to offend Lin Hao than to offend Qin Shi. After all, by the time Lin Hao was blind and mute, there would be no evidence left. Kid, don't blame us. Blame your bad luck for marrying into the Zhao family. As they spoke, the 6 Zhao family guard approached Lin Hao with unfriendly expressions. One of them even drew a dagger, ready to cut out his tongue. Don't worry, I won't blame you because my luck has been pretty good lately. Lin Hao smiled coldly. The strength of these 6 was only at the 2nd-level warrior stage, which was nothing to fear. You hold him down. I'll cut off his tongue first, so he won't shout when I break his legs. The bald man holding the dagger proposed with a grim expression. Swish. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly shot past like lightning. In the next moment, his hand holding the dagger was severed and fell to the ground. My hand. Looking at his bleeding wrist, the bald man screamed in terror. The sudden turn of events startled Qin Shi and the 5 thugs, their expressions changing dramatically. They then focused and finally noticed the presence of the Kung Fu fly. That fly was the one that injured my leg in the cafeteria? Qin Shi stared at the Kung Fu fly in shock. Although he had heard yesterday that this kid had a very powerful fly, he was still somewhat skeptical. But now, seeing it for himself, it was indeed true. Recalling what happened in the cafeteria, Qin Shi immediately became furious and shouted, whoever tears that little beast to pieces will get 1,000 taels as a reward. Hearing the promise of a reward, the Zhao family thugs immediately became energized, drawing their swords and chasing the Kung Fu fly in the small alley, attacking wildly. However, the Kung Fu fly was small and extremely fast, and their attacks were mostly in vain. Even if they were lucky enough to hit, the Kung Fu fly easily blocked it with its earth-tier armed claws. Swish, swish, swish. This standoff didn't last long before the Kung Fu fly suddenly increased its speed, turning into a black shadow that dashed by. In the next moment, 5 screams rang out as they found their sword-holding hands severed at the roots, blood gushing out. Seeing this, third steward Qin Shi was stunned, his face filled with fear. By the time he reacted, he didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly turned to escape. However, he was completely unaware that the wolf spider was already waiting for him, having intercepted him against the wall. It immediately shot out a silk thread, hitting Qin Shi, who then collapsed to the ground, poisoned, convulsing, and foaming at the mouth. However, Qin Shi still seemed to have some awareness. He pointed tremblingly at Lin Hao and said, "Blind fool, you dare to hurt me? My brother is from the Tianyan Academy." "You're dead." Lin Hao walked closer and coldly said, "Since you want someone to be blind and mute so badly, I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Kung Fu fly suddenly rushed over, its sharp claws directly piercing Qin Shi's eyes. With blood covering his eyes, Qin Shi let out a horrifying scream akin to a dying pig. Just as he opened his mouth, his tongue was also severed by the Kung Fu fly, rendering him completely mute. Looking at Qin Shi, who had fainted from excessive blood loss, Lin Hao remained expressionless. In the past, when he was weak, he could only endure, but he always deeply understood that dealing with enemies required an eye for an eye. That was the way to solve problems. Chapter 31. The son-in-law returns the three stewards. When they saw Qin Shi's eyes stabbed out and his tongue cut off, the 6 Zhao family thugs immediately looked terrified. Compared to Qin Shi's misery, losing a hand felt relatively light to them. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, anyone who dared to reverse right and wrong would meet the same fate as him. Did you hear that clearly? Lin Hao turned around, his gray-white pupils, though devoid of luster, gazed at the group of thugs like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Why, yes, we heard clearly. Hearing Lin Hao's words, the 6 thugs turned pale and quickly nodded in fear. However, having lost a hand meant they were now crippled, and whether they could continue to stay in the Zhao family was uncertain. Lin Hao paid them no mind, stepping out and quickly leaving the narrow alley. When he arrived at the Zhao residence, a crowd had gathered at the entrance. However, they were busy and did not notice Lin Hao across the street. They were holding a large stack of papers with Lin Hao's portrait, preparing to post them in the street. A useless blind man has the audacity to make our Zhao family mobilize. Second steward Ma Tianyun looked at the portrait in his hand and spat a mouthful of phlegm on it, his face full of disdain. Perhaps he moved a bit too violently, as he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his wound and couldn't help but bend down. Remembering how he had been injured by that poisonous spider a few days ago, he felt even angrier about having to go out injured to find a blind man. Whoever dares to hurt my second brother will wish they hadn't fallen into my hands, or they will definitely know the taste of pain. Ma Tianyun's gaze turned cold as he glared at Lin Hao's portrait, his face dark and angry. He had long heard about Lin Hao's incident in the finance room, and now he understood that the poisonous spider that appeared in the bathhouse that day was actually Lin Hao's pet. Be careful not to lose more than you gain. However, just then, a mocking laugh suddenly came from behind. Ma Tianyun's expression froze slightly, and he immediately turned to look. Lin Hao was walking over from the opposite street, calm and unhurried. Son-in-law, he is the son-in-law. Thank heavens, he has finally returned. The servants at the Zhao residence's entrance suddenly looked delighted, all cheering. This joy, however, was not because Lin Hao had returned safely, but because they could finally rest. Blind fool, where have you been these past 2 days? You made a search everywhere. Ma Tianyun frowned and scolded Lin Hao. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I'll skin you alive. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come and try to skin me. Upon hearing this, Ma Tianyun's face turned red with anger as he shouted, You little brat, do you really think I won't dare? Do you dare? Lin Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile, continuing to provoke him. Today was a good opportunity to deal with both the third and second stewards of the Zhao residence, preventing any future troubles. You insolent brat, you're tired of living. In front of everyone, Ma Tianyun's face was already losing face due to Lin Hao's provocation, and he angrily shouted. He raised his fat hand, about to slap Lin Hao, but suddenly remembered the poisonous spider. His heart trembled, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. A few days ago, the poisonous spider injured someone in the Zhao residence. I suspect it's his pet. Ma Tianyun felt a sense of dread, then thought to himself, ordering the 2 nearby servants to ensure the safety of the Zhao residence. We must not allow the poisonous spider to enter. You two search him. However, before he finished speaking, a white spider silk suddenly shot out unexpectedly. By sheer coincidence, it struck right in the groin. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed in front of the Zhao residence. Last time, the wolf spider was only a D-grade intermediate, and its silk wasn't very toxic. But now, the C-grade high-level toxicity was several times stronger. Even if there were miraculous medicines, there would be no healing effect this time. It was a complete loss. Seeing the attacked area, the surrounding Zhao family servants immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Being injured in the same spot twice was simply too tragic. The Zhao family servants were secretly astonished, and when they looked at Lin Hao, their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, nobody dared to offend this blind man who seemed like a demon. What is happening? The commotion quickly attracted people from inside the residence. As the noise subsided, a large group of Zhao family guards rushed out from the main gate with an imposing manner. Among the crowd, an old man with gray hair stood with his hands behind his back. This man was the head steward, Zhao Rong. Looking at Ma Tianyan, who was lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth, he couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to ask what happened, Zhao Rong's gaze fell on a young man in white nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Hao, and he immediately smiled and respectfully said, "Son-in-law, you finally returned." Seeing the head steward's humble attitude, everyone was stunned. It was known that Zhao Rong was originally from the Zhao family, and as the head steward, he had considerable power. Even some higher-ups in the Zhao family had to show him respect. Thus, all along, apart from the Zhao family head and Zhao Ling, he hadn't shown a good face to anyone else. Yet now, Lin Hao's appearance had earned him such courtesy from the head steward. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly invite the son-in-law into the residence." Zhao Rong's expression darkened as he scolded the surrounding servants. His attitude towards Lin Hao had clearly changed significantly. "But the second steward has been bitten by the poisonous spider," a thin servant said tremblingly. "That poisonous spider is the son-in-law's." Zhao Rong glanced coldly at Ma Tianyan and snorted, "That's his own fault. Don't bother calling the doctor. Let him die from the poison." Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. Did this old man take the wrong medicine today? Why does it seem like he's trying to curry favor with me? Could it be because of the embezzlement incident in the finance room last time? However, to act so exaggeratedly just to preserve his reputation seemed a bit much. Lin Hao felt puzzled in his heart. Quickly call the doctor." Just as everyone was in shock, a panicked shout suddenly came from behind. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn over. Upon seeing this, everyone was instantly horrified. A series of gasps echoed through the crowd. The 6 Zhao family guards who ran over were all missing a hand. Despite this, they still worked together to carry someone. The person's injuries were quite tragic. His eyes were bloodied, his mouth slightly open, and his tongue seemed to have been cut off by some sharp object, looking incredibly terrifying. Chapter 32, Meeting the Zhao family head, the third steward. Upon closer inspection, everyone finally recognized Qin Shi, and immediately they were all horrified, their faces filled with fear. Zhao Rong, with a look of astonishment and anger, asked, "What on earth is going on? Who in Tianwu City has the audacity to injure a member of our Zhao family?" The bald man trembled but did not dare to speak, only casting a fearful glance at Lin Hao. "It's you." Zhao Rong looked at Lin Hao in shock, not expecting the latter's methods to be so brutal. If it really was Lin Hao's doing, then things would be serious. Although Qin Shi had no notable background, his brother was not simple. Gifted from a young age, he had been pre-selected for admission to Tianyan Academy 3 years ago and was quite powerful. If he were to find out about his brother's situation, he would definitely not let it go. "I don't have that ability." Lin Hao shook his head, not admitting it. "In fact, I've been hiding these past few days because I was being chased by an assassin named Jing Ku." As he spoke, Lin Hao feigned a look of grief and sighed. "I thought everything was fine and was planning to return home, but just now I was attacked by that assassin again. Fortunately, the third steward brought some guards in time, allowing me to escape. But unfortunately, the opponent was too strong, which led to the third steward and the others getting seriously injured." At the end, Lin Hao suddenly changed the subject, turning to the 6th guard with severed hands, saying, "You all agree, right?" Buzz. The kung fu fly suddenly flew out, its overwhelming presence surrounding them. The 6 Zhao family guards couldn't help but shiver, quickly nodding in agreement. Yes, what the young master said is correct. Seeing this, Zhao Rong and the others looked astonished, clearly somewhat skeptical of Lin Hao's words. But since the involved parties had already admitted it was the work of an assassin, they could not say much more. Suddenly, Qin Shi spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, convulsing. Although he was blind and mute, his hearing was intact, and he heard everything Lin Hao said. He was so enraged that he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and died on the spot. Watching this scene, everyone exchanged glances. Everyone knew that Qin Shi's brother was not simple. Although there was no evidence of wrongdoing this time, the Zhao family was likely to face trouble. Dying is better. At least Qin Yu won't see his brother's tragic state. Zhao Rong sighed lightly, his brows furrowed, and then his tone turned cold and stern. "Quickly cremate the third steward's body and post a notice to hunt down the assassin Jing Ku throughout the city. A reward of 100,000 taels for any clues." Yes, Chief Steward. Under Zhao Rong's orders, the surrounding Zhao family servants quickly sprang into action. Young master, the family head has something to discuss with you. Please come to the hall for a meeting. With that, Zhao Rong gave Lin Hao a meaningful look and then turned to walk through the main gate. Watching Zhao Rong's slightly stooped figure, Lin Hao was deep in thought. It seemed that the chief steward intended to cover up this matter and direct the blame toward his other identity, Jing Ku. Afterward, Lin Hao followed Zhao Rong to the front hall. Wait here. I will inform the family head. Throughout the process, Zhao Rong did not mention what had just happened and left after speaking. Lin Hao did not think much of it and casually found a chair to sit down. After all, with the support of the Ming Pavilion organization, killing someone like Qin Shi would not have much of an impact. After a few minutes, steady footsteps could be heard outside. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade entered. Under the coverage of Kung Fu Fly's vision, Lin Hao knew without looking that this person was the Zhao family head, Zhao Gaolai. I have met the family head. Lin Hao stood up, cupping his hands respectfully. As for this father-in-law, after half a year of being in the Zhao family, he could say they had never communicated. How did you know it was me? Zhao Gaolai's gaze turned serious as he curiously examined Lin Hao upon entering. The family head's footsteps are steady and powerful. It's easy to tell. Lin Hao smiled calmly. I don't think so. Zhao Gaolai chuckled darkly and said, I've heard everything from Steward Zhao about today's events, as well as the incident at the black shop a few days ago. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart tightened. It seemed that this meeting was indeed purposeful. The young son-in-law is ignorant and does not understand what the family head means. Lin Hao maintained a calm expression, pretending to be confused. What it means, you know well enough. Zhao Gaolai's piercing gaze locked on Lin Hao as he spoke in a deep voice. I have already instructed Steward Zhao to secretly deal with the 6 subordinates who followed Qin Shi today. All eyewitnesses to this matter have been eliminated. Lin Hao remained silent. He was unclear about what tricks this father-in-law was planning, but from his words, it seemed he was trying to cover for him. The way the bounty for Jing Ku has been handled by Steward Zhao is very good. At least it can divert outsiders' attention away from you. Zhao Gaolai's expression was serious as he continued. However, Qin Shi's brother, Qin Yu, is a top student at Tianyin Academy with extremely high martial arts talent. His current strength should be at the 6th level warrior level, and he is closely associated with the 2nd prince of the royal family. Therefore, I advise you to avoid using the identity of Jing Ku to take on tasks at the black shop in the near future, lest you expose yourself. What? Upon hearing Zhao Gaolai's words, Lin Hao was shocked. How did this guy know about his identity as an assassin? At this moment, Lin Hao's mood was undoubtedly like waves crashing against the shore, stirring up a tempest. Could this father-in-law just be guessing and trying to bait him? As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Hao regained a bit of calmness, secretly remaining cautious, and then smiled lightly. Is the family head telling me a story? To avoid saying too much, he tried to keep it brief. I know your identity is sensitive. If you don't want to say more, that's fine. Observing Lin Hao's composed demeanor, Zhao Gaolai unexpectedly smiled, feeling more and more fond of his son-in-law. In 2 months, Ling will be going to Tianyin Academy for further study. She has mentioned to me that she wants to annul the marriage with you. What do you think about this? Zhao Gaolai's smile faded as he fixed his gaze on Lin Hao inquiringly. It doesn't matter. I respect her decision. Lin Hao shrugged lightly and said indifferently, Nonsense. However, at that moment, Zhao Gaolai suddenly shouted loudly, Marriage is a matter of parents' orders and matchmaker-s words. How can it be treated so frivolously? Zhao Gaolai's eyes were fierce as he spoke with righteous indignation. Lin Hao, you can rest assured that as long as I am here, I will never allow Ling to annul the marriage. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was instantly shocked. He never expected his father-in-law's reaction to be so intense. Unbeknownst to him, after learning about his abilities and his connections to the Ming Pavilion organization, Zhao Gaolai viewed him entirely as a golden son-in-law and would never let him leave. In Zhao Gaolai's eyes, as long as Lin Hao continued to stay in the Zhao family, it would surely lead to a glorious future. The entire family could even rise alongside Lin Hao, becoming a top family in the Great Yin dynasty. Chapter 33. Zhao Ling's attitude in the hall. Zhao Gaolai stared intensely at Lin Hao and said solemnly, I will find time to talk to Ling about this matter. If she insists on it, I will not agree. Lin Hao remained non-committal and casually replied, Anyway, I have to go to Tianyin Academy to avoid any awkwardness when we meet later. Hmm? Zhao Gaolai was slightly taken aback and looked at Lin Hao in surprise, asking, "You have also been pre-accepted by Tianyin Academy?" "No." Lin Hao shook his head and smiled lightly, saying, "Besides the pre-acceptance, isn't there also an open recruitment? As long as I pass the assessment, I can enter." Zhao Gaolai took a deep breath and then praised, "Good. You have ambition." In his view, with Lin Hao's abilities, not to mention the open assessment, even the pre-acceptance would be more than enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a new member of the Ming Pavilion organization. That kind of colossal force would not easily recognize just anyone. Therefore, this alone was enough for Zhao Gaolai to believe that the assessment at Tianyin Academy would be a piece of cake for Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, there is something I'm very curious about." Zhao Gaolai looked into Lin Hao's gray-white pupils and couldn't help but ask, "Can you really see nothing at all?" At the same time, he glanced at the little martial arts fly on Lin Hao's shoulder and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Lin Hao smiled indifferently, but countered, "Is there any doubt about that?" Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai became even more suspicious. "Then how did you find your targets during missions?" Zhao Gaolai's face showed a hint of surprise and confusion. After all, the assassination mission list contained images of the targets. If he were blind, how would he know whom to assassinate? This puzzled him greatly. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what the head of the family means by mission and target." Lin Hao still wore a clueless expression. Seeing Lin Hao pretend to be oblivious again, the muscles at the corner of Zhao Gaolai's mouth twitched slightly. If it were someone else, he would have slapped them by now. I understand, I get it." Zhao Gaolai chuckled dryly. Since Lin Hao had not truly admitted anything, his suspicions were somewhat unfounded. The feeling of being kept in suspense was indeed unpleasant. Zhao Gaolai sighed inwardly, but given Lin Hao's sensitive identity, he couldn't ask further. Otherwise, seeing Lin Hao continue to act confused, he was really worried he might lose his temper on the spot. "The journey to Tianyin Academy is long. It will take about half a month from our Tianwu city. When you plan to depart?" Zhao Gaolai said cheerfully, "I'll arrange for Ling to go with you and have the servants prepare some things." In order to make up for his previous role as father-in-law, he was now trying his best to please Lin Hao. Half a month, that's quite far. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. It seemed he would have to set off early. "Then let's go on the first day of next month." After a brief contemplation, Lin Hao politely smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, head of the family." "Not all." Zhao Gaolai waved his hand and laughed heartily. "You and Ling are husband and wife, so don't call me head of the family. Just call me Dad." "Okay." Lin Hao nodded with a smile. "If there's nothing else, I'll go to the cafeteria for breakfast." Just as he was about to leave, a blue figure suddenly walked in through the front door. This person was none other than Zhao Ling. She glanced at Lin Hao without saying a word, passing by him as if they were strangers. Lin Hao had no intention of acting like a sycophant towards this seemingly ideal but practically non-existent beautiful wife. He also walked past her silently and stepped out the door. "Dad, I've heard about today's events." As soon as she entered, Zhao Linger walked up to Zhao Gaolai and said in surprise, "Is it true that the death of the third housekeeper was caused by that assassin named Jingke?" Zhao Gaolai nodded and said solemnly, "According to the testimony of the few servants present at the time, it was indeed him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "But Lin Hao has always been reclusive in the Zhao residence due to his physical limitations. How could he have provoked that assassin?" Zhao Linger found it puzzling. Who would randomly provoke a blind man? Zhao Gaolai did not comment, and then chuckled darkly. "Perhaps someone hired a killer. He has such an outstanding wife like you. Many people would wish for his death." When the word wife was mentioned, a hint of displeasure clearly appeared on Zhao Ling's beautiful face. "Dad, to avoid delaying each other's lives, I have decided to annul the marriage with him." Zhao Linger's voice was cold. She showed no attachment to Lin Hao as her husband. "You just got married not long ago. How can you be so casual?" "I don't agree." Zhao Gaolai frowned and directly rejected her. "Dad, are you worried about offending the Lin family?" Zhao Linger pursed her lips. "Don't worry. I will handle things with the Lin family. By the time I become a student at Tianyin Academy, even if the Lin family has many grievances, they won't dare to do anything to our Zhao family." At the end, Zhao Linger clung to her father's arm and began to act cute. If it were in the past, Zhao Gaolai might have agreed without hesitation. However, things are different now. Lin Hao, this useless son-in-law, had turned into a golden son-in-law, and the Zhao family was counting on climbing up through their relationship with him to become a top family. However, given Lin Hao's special identity, Zhao Gaolai understood that too many people talking could lead to trouble, and even his own daughter had to be kept in the dark. After all, the death of the third housekeeper, Qin Shi, was related to his talented younger brother. If it were not handled carefully, the Zhao family would definitely be affected. I think Lin Hao as a son-in-law is quite good. Why not let you two try to get along for another 10 or 20 years? Zhao Gaolai began to advise. Good? Zhao Linger was taken aback and looked at Zhao Gaolai in astonishment, thinking she must have misheard. She was very clear that her father's interests were paramount. To cooperate with the Lin family, he even forced her into a marriage. Back then, in order to uphold filial piety, she had reluctantly agreed to the marriage. But a little over a month ago, when her father learned that she had been pre-accepted by Tianyan Academy, he had repeatedly suggested that for her future, she shouldn't let marriage and family constraints become obstacles in her life. Obviously, Zhao Gaolai believed that the elite children of Tianyan Academy were numerous, while the Lin family's influence could no longer satisfy his ambitions for the powerful Zhao family. So why has it changed now? Dad, I've listened to you all my life, but this time I won't listen. I must make my own decision. Zhao Linger's attitude this time was very firm, showing a resolute expression. Moreover, I have no real marital relationship with Lin Hao, and since I will be going to Tianyan Academy next month, to put harshly, he is just a stumbling block on my path in life. Chapter 34. Stumbling block. Zhao Gaolai chuckled and deliberately avoided the topic, saying, "What a coincidence. I just heard Lin Hao say he is also going to the Tianyan Academy. It's nice for you two to keep each other company." What? He is also going to the Tianyan Academy? Zhao Linger was slightly surprised. What did he do there? Zhao Gaolai replied with a smile. Of course, he will study at the Tianyan Academy, just like you. A blind person, how could he possibly get in? Zhao Linger said with a hint of disdain. Moreover, he has no martial arts talent. It seems that steward Zhao hasn't mentioned it to you yet. Zhao Gaolai shook his head and said with a faint smile, actually, last time in the finance room, a servant had a bit of a conflict with Lin Hao, and he actually displayed fire-type magic. Magic? Zhao Linger was shocked upon hearing this. How'd he do that? Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. As a water mage, she knew the importance of inscribing runes, which served as a bridge to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, those profound and complex runes were difficult for even normal people to inscribe fluidly, let alone Lin Hao, a naturally blind person. Moreover, besides the runes, one also needed mental power talent. Both were essential. Could it be that the commotion that night was caused by him? For a moment, Zhao Linger was stunned and suddenly recalled the fire energy fluctuations that occurred in her dorm room a few nights ago while she was meditating. At that time, she thought it was just her illusion, but now that she thought about it carefully, it felt even more suspicious. If Lin Hao really was a mage, then all the previous oddities could be explained. She didn't expect him to hide it so deeply. Zhao Linger's clear eyes were searching for any clues about Lin Hao's previous behaviors, but she found not a single trace. Let's not mention the annulment of the marriage anymore. On the first day of next month, I will arrange for you both to go to the Tianyan Academy together. Zhao Gaolai said seriously, having already made up his mind about Lin Hao as his son-in-law. Not annulling is fine, unless he can pass the assessment of the Tianyan Academy. Zhao Linger was very stubborn. My husband must be someone who can stay with me day and night, not living apart. All right, if he really can't pass the assessment, then I will go with your wishes. Zhao Gaolai sighed inwardly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the entrance. There, he saw a fly quietly resting on the threshold, resembling the one that had been on Lin Hao's shoulder earlier. Zhao Gaolai, being shrewd, knew that this fly was likely Lin Hao's strange pet, deliberately spying here. Just then, the fly suddenly took off and flew away. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who had already reached the cafeteria, wore a cold expression and murmured, "In your eyes. Am I just a stumbling block? I was planning to give both sides some freedom, but it seems that to preserve a man's dignity, I must be tough this time." A cold smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Zhao Linger's words undoubtedly ignited the source of anger within him. This anger was not the so-called possessiveness. It was his self-esteem, since the other party looked down on him so much. Let her witness how her former husband would step-by-step climb to a level that others could only look up to. With this belief, after finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Lin Hao returned to his dorm. After 2 days away, the air in the room still carried Zhao Linger's alluring fragrance. Surrounded by the scent, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the floor and entered meditation. He was unsure of the difficulty of the Tianyin Academy's assessment. But in order to hold his head high in front of Zhao Linger, he needed to diligently practice during this period. Thus, in the following days, aside from eating and bathing, Lin Hao hardly stepped out of the house and no longer took on tasks under the identity of Jingku. After all, he now had the Ming Pavilion, a large organization with a monthly salary in the millions, so he didn't need to take that risk anymore. As for Zhao Ling, she remained as cold as ice every day, never speaking to him. In this regard, Lin Hao found peace and quiet, becoming even more diligent in his training, all for the sake of shining at the Tianyin Academy in just over a month. Meanwhile, the news of the assassination of Ma Feiyu at the underground market had undoubtedly reached the Ma family in Qingyang town. Days later, the Ma family arrived in Tianwu City with a large group of thugs, ready to smash the black shop and the underground auction house. However, as an ancient martial arts family, the Lin family had deep roots and many skilled experts. Ultimately, the Ma family's forces were all defeated by the Lin family's experts and fled in disgrace. To protect Lin Hao, this golden son-in-law, from being taken back by the Lin family, Zhao Gaolai never revealed any information about him. Thus, this matter was completely suppressed. Unbeknownst to them, the name Jingku became famous throughout Tianwu City and spread through the streets and alleys. The bounty of 100,000 taels on the wanted notice prompted most of the mercenaries in the city to mobilize to trace any clues related to Jingku. That morning, Lin Hao, as usual, walked toward the secluded courtyard. Although it was not as lively as the training ground, he enjoyed the quiet environment here, as it allowed him to practice without disturbance. Lin Hao took off his shirt, revealing a strong upper body. After half a month of training, his once skinny physique had become strong, with well-defined muscles. He picked up 2 stone locks in the courtyard, each weighing 100 pounds, which felt heavy in his hands. Then, Lin Hao began his daily arm strength exercises, rhythmically lifting the stone locks up and down. Each time he lifted and dropped, the muscles in his arms bulged, exposing powerful veins beneath the skin. The little fly and wolf spider lay lazily in the courtyard basking in the sun, feeling extremely comfortable. Just then, a hunched gray-haired old man walked into the courtyard. It was Zhao Rong, the head steward of the Zhao family. He wore simple cotton and linen clothes, looking humble and approachable, but the gentle gaze in his eyes could not hide the occasional flash of brilliance. Lin Hao naturally noticed Zhao Rong's arrival, but did not stop, continuing to exercise with the 2 stone locks. When practicing, Lin Hao never distracted himself. Zhao Rong did not disturb Lin Hao either. Instead, he stood to the side, quietly observing. About half an hour later, Lin Hao, drenched in sweat, finally stopped exercising. With a thud, he dropped the 2 stone locks to the ground. "Good morning, Steward Zhao," Lin Hao panted, greeting Zhao Rong. "Good morning, son-in-law," Zhao Rong replied with a smile, then said, "Son-in-law, your training like this is indeed useful for increasing arm strength, but it doesn't have much effect on actual cultivation." "Oh." Lin Hao was taken aback and sincerely asked, "Steward Zhao, how can it be effective then?" Although he had obtained the ultimate cultivation talent from the system last time, it only applied to martial arts comprehension. He was still a novice when it came to cultivation methods. Chapter 35. The intention arrives, but the form has not. I heard that Butler Zhao was quite a skilled martial artist in his youth. May I ask for a few pointers? Lin Hao spoke sincerely, having heard some stories about Butler Zhao during his half-year stay at the Zhao family. Although Zhao Rong was already in his 60s and his physique was not what it used to be, his cultivation as a 4th-level warrior was still stronger than many young people. "I wouldn't dare to instruct you, but if the young master is interested, I could share some insights," Zhao Rong said with a smile at the corners of his wrinkled eyes. The essence of martial arts is simply 2 words: understanding and practice. Although the young master has been exercising his arm strength daily and has indeed increased his power, the other parts of his body cannot keep up. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by the other parts of the body not keeping up?" "Receive my strike." Suddenly, Zhao Rong shouted and launched a punch toward Lin Hao. Through the vision of the martial arts fly, the trajectory of the opponent's attack was clearly displayed in Lin Hao's mind. Immediately, Lin Hao mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, instinctively wanting to counterattack with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and the force met with a dull sound. Lin Hao felt a sudden lack of strength in his follow-up, and involuntarily took half a step back. If he hadn't sensed that this punch did not cause any substantial harm, he would have already instructed the martial arts fly and the spider to take action. So, the young master is actually a dual cultivation martial artist. Zhao Rong was slightly surprised, staring at Lin Hao in front of him, feeling quite amazed. It was evident he did not expect Lin Hao not only to practice spells, but also to have opened a spiritual vein as a warrior. Even if his current cultivation was only that of a first-level warrior, it was still enough to astonish people. Because dual cultivation martial artists are extremely rare in the martial arts world. "Butler Zhao, what is the meaning of your punch?" At this moment, Lin Hao's puzzled voice pulled Zhao Rong back to reality. He chuckled, adjusted his mood slightly, and said, "Young master, from the punch you just threw, although it was fierce and powerful, the movements were unskilled, with intention present, but form not yet realized." Hearing this, Lin Hao asked, "Intention present? Form not yet realized?" Zhao Rong brought his fist close to his eyes and said calmly, "It means that your physical reaction cannot keep up with your conscious reaction. Your punch speed cannot keep up with your awareness speed." Lin Hao fell into thoughtful contemplation and then curiously asked, "How can one achieve intention and form being in sync?" "One word, practice." Zhao Rong said lightly, "You must cover your strength training across your entire body, not just simply focusing on arm strength, to achieve greater results." Lin Hao was taken aback and then suddenly understood, smiling at Zhao Rong. "Thank you for your guidance, Butler Zhao. As long as the young master finds it useful, that is enough." Zhao Rong nodded with a smile, appreciating Lin Hao's humble attitude in seeking advice. Unlike the children of the Zhao family, relying on their family's resources and status, have been proud and arrogant since childhood, never putting him, an old man, in their eyes. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I want to stir the young master's training." After speaking, he hunched over like an elderly man and slowly walked out of the courtyard, covering the whole body with training. How can this be achieved? After Butler Zhao left, Lin Hao began to ponder this question. In terms of martial arts cultivation, he was still in a stage of exploration, but it was not aimless training. However, Zhao Rong's suggestion felt very useful, because just now, when Zhao Rong suddenly attacked, the trajectory of his attack was fully imprinted in Lin Hao's mind, but his body's movements could not keep up, forcing him to defend passively. If it had been a martial arts expert, they would have likely struck first and taken down the opponent the moment Zhao Rong was about to punch. That's right, the gravity armor. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Hao's mind, recalling a type of artifact from a novel in his previous life, which the protagonist used during cultivation. The key to the gravity armor lies in the word gravity. Its function is to adjust the gravity multiplier between oneself and the external environment, thus affecting the gravity one can withstand. As long as it is worn daily, over time, the body's various functions will increase and change in all aspects. This type of artifact is most suitable for physical training. With this in mind, Lin Hao acted decisively. After leaving the Zhao family, he headed straight for the dwarven blacksmith's workshop. However, on the way, he found a deserted alley and changed into the mysterious attire of Jingku. He patted a dark golden bag tied at his waist and smirked. Since purchasing this storage bag, carrying items had undoubtedly become much more convenient. Although the storage space was not large, it was more than enough to hold the Wan Jin card, the dragon-devouring sword, and some other personal essentials. When he arrived at the blacksmith's workshop, the dwarven blacksmith was busy at the forge. The items he was forging were copper boxes of various sizes, adorned with festive totems like dragons and phoenixes. Lin Hao knew that some noble families would custom order such boxes for weddings, mainly to store dowries, and would set runic locks on them to prevent theft. Lin family? Lin Hao suddenly noticed the characters Lin engraved on the side of a box and became a bit curious. At this moment, the dwarven blacksmith also noticed someone entering the shop. However, upon seeing Lin Hao, a hint of displeasure crossed his face, and he frowned, saying, "Last time you took my ancestral stone sword. What do you want this time?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "Of course, I'm here to help you make money. I want to forge a personal weapon. I'm busy these days. You should go to another shop." The dwarven blacksmith waved his hand, speaking in a gruff voice. "Are the items you're forging for the Lin family of Tianwu City?" Lin Hao asked curiously. The dwarven blacksmith did not shy away, directly saying, "That's right. The Lin family has a daughter getting married next month, and due to an excessive dowry, they're in a hurry to customize a batch of boxes." Lin Hao's heart stirred as he tried to ask, "Do you know who is getting married?" "Her name is Lin Wanrong, a famous beauty at the underground auction market. But it's a pity." The dwarven blacksmith shook his head and sighed. "The Lin family is marrying her off to an old man to ally with the Li family. What a waste of talent." Sister Wan. Upon hearing that the person getting married was Lin Wanrong, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. He had grown up in the Lin family without parents, and due to being born blind, he held a very low status in the family. If there was anyone in the Lin family who treated him well, it was Lin Wanrong, an adopted daughter of the Lin family. In Lin Hao's memory, Lin Wanrong had cared for him like an older sister, bringing a bit of warmth to his gray days. She was now getting married, which should have been a happy occasion, but upon hearing that the groom was an old man, an inexplicable feeling of annoyance welled up in Lin Hao's heart. Chapter 36. The source of rage once again. It was an arranged marriage for the benefit of the family. Lin Hao's expression turned cold, and his hands slowly clenched into fists. Although he was also in an arranged marriage, at least he was marrying into the family of a wealthy young lady, which was not so humiliating. However, such an outstanding woman like Lin Wanrong had to marry an old man as a concubine. It was simply too much. The resentment in his heart instantly coalesced into a source of inexplicable rage, surging within Lin Hao. Boom! Suddenly, the Dragon Slayer sword flashed in Lin Hao's hand, with black mist swirling around it, instantly transforming him into a dragon warrior form. Then, wielding the broken sword, he fiercely hacked at the boxes, venting his fury like a madman. Although the sword body of the Dragon Slayer sword showed signs of rust, it was extremely sharp, and those thick copper boxes were smashed to pieces under his strikes. "Damn it! Are you trying to ruin my business?" The sudden scene startled and enraged the dwarf blacksmith, who grabbed his hammer and shouted, "Stop it, or I'll smash you to death." However, Lin Hao ignored him and continued to crazily chop at the boxes. Just as the dwarf blacksmith rushed over, the kung fu fly suddenly darted out. Bang! The huge iron hammer struck the kung fu fly, but couldn't budge at all. Upon closer inspection, the metallic claws of the kung fu fly were firmly bracing against the hammer, ever since it evolved to C-grade advanced. Its 4,000 combat power could easily rival that of a level 4 warrior. How is this possible? The dwarf blacksmith retreated warily, having personally experienced the power of the kung fu fly, and his heart was deeply shocked. That blow just now, although he hadn't used spiritual energy, he knew very well that even if he mobilized it, it would be difficult to drive away the kung fu fly. No wonder that swordsman last time couldn't handle this little fly. The dwarf blacksmith was secretly astonished and caught a glimpse of the lurking wolf spider out of the corner of his eye, causing his heart to skip a beat. At that moment, the noise in the shop finally ceased. Lin Hao regained a bit of calm, turned around to face the dwarf blacksmith, and said apologetically, "I apologize for my actions just now. I am willing to compensate you for the breach of contract with the Lin family, including this loss." Lin Hao's attitude was very sincere, and the anger on the dwarf blacksmith's face diminished somewhat. "Compensation is fine, 1,000,000 taels." The dwarf blacksmith extended a finger and grunted angrily. Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged as he put the broken sword into his storage bag and took out a gold card. He then directly swiped the card, transferring 1,000,000 taels to the dwarf blacksmith. Seeing Lin Hao actually transfer such a large amount without a second thought, the dwarf blacksmith was taken aback. "Kid, you seem a bit off." The dwarf blacksmith looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask, "Did you suddenly change your demeanor because you heard that Lin Wanrong is getting married? Personal matters, you don't need to pry." Lin Hao's voice was cold. Then he said, "Since I've already given you the breach of contract fee from the Lin family, can you help me forge a set of gravity armor?" "Gravity armor?" The dwarf blacksmith was momentarily taken aback, as if he had never heard of such a novel thing. Lin Hao explained lightly, "It's armor with functions to adjust gravity. I plan to use it to train my physical endurance." The dwarf blacksmith looked surprised and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't wearing it affect your daily life?" "No problem," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "Just do as I say. As for materials, something light and thin like soft armor will do." "Okay, I understand. You can come to pick it up in 3 days." The dwarf blacksmith's eyes flickered, and after finishing speaking, he began rummaging through boxes to find suitable materials. Clearly, compared to making those boxes, he preferred to forge something more technical. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Hao walked into a deserted alley, removed his mask and black cloak, and headed straight towards the northern part of the city. The Lin family residence is located in the central area of the northern city. From a distance, the vast building loomed like a giant beast, watching over the entire Tianwu city. Since marrying into the Zhao family 6 months ago, Lin Hao had not returned to the Lin family even once. Now that he was coming back, he felt a mix of emotions. In this large family, the warmth and coldness of human relationships were fully reflected. The vast majority of the younger generation were treated as mere pawns for the family's interests, becoming victims. As a deeply rooted ancient martial arts family, each generation must select the best and eliminate the worst to maintain the family's longevity. Even the gatekeepers were held to elite standards, with at least a cultivation level of a level 3 warrior. Such warriors, if placed in the army, would at least possess the strength of a centurion. At this moment, at the main entrance of the Lin residence, 2 burly guards stood on either side of the gate, wielding long knives, exuding a formidable aura. "Halt! Unauthorized personnel may not approach the Lin residence." Upon seeing Lin Hao approach, the 2 guards' expressions tightened, and they almost simultaneously shouted in a powerful voice, "Ma Lu, Chen Hu, have you forgotten about me in just half a year?" Lin Hao smiled indifferently. Although he had no impression of their appearances thanks to the Kung Fu Fly's vision, he immediately recognized them from their familiar voices. Ma Lu and Chun, who were orphans adopted by the Lin family, raised as guards since childhood. Such people were more loyal to the family. The 2 of them were good-hearted and counted among the few in the Lin family who did not hold biases against him, having grown up together. "Brother Hao." They were momentarily stunned, then turned their gazes to Lin Hao's face, scrutinizing him seriously. In their memory, the previous Lin Hao was someone who was frustrated and lacked spirit. However, now, he seemed like a different person. Although his appearance had not changed much, his entire aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. "Brother Hao, it really is you." As they examined him, Ma Lu and Chun, who finally recognized Lin Hao and immediately rushed forward happily. "Brother Hao, why did you suddenly return to the family?" Chun, who couldn't help but ask. Beside him, Ma Lu frowned and suddenly nudged Chun, who with his elbow, giving him a strange look. Chun, who was taken aback and then realized, quickly changing the subject, laughing, "You must have missed us after half a year, and especially came back to catch up with your brothers, right? Great, we don't have to take the night watch tonight. Let's all go to the Zhuaxian Pavilion for a gathering." Ma Lu immediately chimed in with a smile. Lin Hao saw through their reactions completely. He understood that the reason Chun Hu and the others behaved this way was entirely due to their concern for his feelings. Because on the day he married into the Zhao family, when he stepped out of the Lin family gate, he had torn off the red cloth that only brides would wear, pointed at the head of the Lin family, and coldly declared from now on, "No matter what happens to the Lin family, it has nothing to do with me, Lin Hao, and I will never step into the Lin family gate again." Chapter 37. Remember, my last name is Lin, recalling the humiliation when he first entered the family and the mocking laughter around him. Lin Hao still has vivid memories. However, the harsh words back then did not include Lin Wanro, because she is the most important woman in Lin Hao's heart. He will protect her no matter where he is if there are difficulties. "Well, let's gather at Zhuaxian Pavilion tonight, my treat." Lin Hao smiled and nodded, understanding the affection of Ma Lu and Chun Hu. "All right, it's settled then." Chun Hu grinned and patted Lin Hao's arm. However, when he did, he was surprised to find that the muscles hidden under Lin Hao's sleeves were incredibly tense and solid. Clearly, in the past 6 months, Lin Hao changed not only in temperament, but also in physique, no longer the weak person he once was. "Sister Wan, is she in the mansion?" Lin Hao asked casually. Upon mentioning Lin Wanrong, both of them were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with surprise as they stare at Lin Hao. Did he hear something? Chunhu and Ma Lu exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. They knew that although Lin Wanrong and Lin Hao were not related by blood, they had been as close as siblings since childhood. If Lin Hao knew about that matter, he probably came here for that reason. However, even if he came, it would be of no use. Sister Wan is in the mansion, but she is currently busy being called by the head of the family to entertain guests. After a moment of thought, Chunhu replied truthfully, "Entertaining guests?" Lin Hao frowned and asked, "Is it the Li family?" Sure enough, hearing this, Chunhu and the others felt heavy-hearted and quickly advised, "Brother Hao, the head of the family has made a decision that no one can change. Don't be impulsive." Lin Hao's expression turned cold, and he said nothing more as he walked directly toward the Lin family's main gate. Seeing this, Chunhu and Ma Lu wanted to stop him, but held back. In fact, when they heard that Lin Wanrong was going to marry an old man, they were furious. But even so, they were just small guards of the family and had no power to intervene. Just as Lin Hao reached the gate, a plump middle-aged man suddenly came out from inside. Although Lin Hao did not recognize him, he could smell the greasy odor coming from the man. This guy was not unfamiliar to him. His name was Wu Zhixing. The Lin family itself was an ancient martial arts family, placing great importance on martial power. Although Wu Zhixing was only a first-level warrior, his relationship as a distant relative of the family elder allowed him to sit in a position of logistics and miscellaneous affairs. This position usually allowed him to reap considerable benefits, and Lin Hao also knew that Wu Zhixing had a perverted pedophilia, privately harming countless boys. Oh, Wu Zhixing, who walked out the gate, also noticed Lin Hao. "You useless blind man, why are you here?" He was taken aback for a moment, then recognized Lin Hao and said in surprise, dripping with disdain. Lin Hao replied indifferently, "This is my home. I can come and go as I please." "What? I must be hearing things." Wu Zhixing immediately laughed mockingly. "You've already entered the Zhao family. This is no longer your home." At this point, Wu Zhixing changed his tone and sarcastically said, "Besides, you swore back then that you would never step into the Lin family again. Have you forgotten? None of your business." Mentioning the events of half a year ago, Lin Hao's face turned cold, and he said icily, "As the logistics supervisor of the Lin family, I have the right to manage outsiders who trespass into the mansion," Wu Zhixing said, lifting his fat face, full of arrogance. Usually, he was servile to every Lin family descendant, but encountering Lin Hao, this useless son-in-law, undoubtedly made him feel superior. "According to the rules, even though I'm no longer a member of the Lin family, I can still represent the Zhao family and visit the Lin family." Lin Hao smiled faintly. Compared to his ruthless methods against the 3 stewards of the Zhao family before, this was quite polite. However, this politeness only inflated Wu Zhixing's sense of superiority even more. A discarded waste from the family, let alone the Lin family, he probably wasn't even as good as a servant in the Zhao family. Wu Zhixing looked at Lin Hao with disdain and shouted, "You, a useless son-in-law, dare to represent the Zhao family to visit here? You're really shameless. Get out." Slap. However, before he finished speaking, a loud slap suddenly echoed. Then, there were 2 more slaps. Silence. Absolute silence. After receiving several slaps, Wu Zhixing felt his head buzzing. His fat face turned red and swollen in an instant. "You, a mere servant of the Lin family, what qualifications do you have to gesture at me?" Lin Hao's face was icy as he coldly said, "Remember, my last name is Lin." After saying this, Lin Hao directly stepped into the mansion. Wu Zhixing was stunned, his mind echoing Lin Hao's words. "My last name is Lin." These 3 words carried a weight in Tianwu City that was as heavy as a mountain. At this moment, Wu Zhixing finally reacted. This blind man, whom he had always looked down upon, was actually a direct descendant of the Lin family. No matter how low his status was, just by virtue of his Lin bloodline, he was far more noble than Wu Zhixing, an outsider in charge of logistics. Beside them, Ma Lu and Chun, who were also dumbfounded, their faces gradually showing shock. They never expected Lin Hao to return so strong. Faced with Wu Zhixing's insults, he directly slapped him without hesitation. This style was simply wild. After not seeing him for half a year, Brother Hao has changed so much. Chunhu, coming to his senses, looked at Lin Hao's back and said with surprise. However, his words stimulated Wu Zhixing's pride. His face turned very ugly, and in a fit of rage, he shouted at Chun Hu and Ma Lu, "What are you two still doing?" That blind man dared to barge into the Lin family. Quickly catch him and beat him to death. Hearing this, Chun Hu and Ma Lu exchanged smiles and then turned away. "Hey Lu, did someone break in just now?" "I don't know, I just got sand in my eyes and didn't see anything." They pretended to be clueless, completely ignoring Wu Zhixing. "Good. You two dare to help that useless blind man. Just wait." Wu Zhixing was furious, suddenly seizing Ma Lu's sword and turning to rush at Lin Hao. Swish! Lin Hao stepped in the gate without looking back, and the little fly that was a shoulder technique had already burst out. Bang! The long knife fell, but stopped just half a meter behind Lin Hao. What happened? Wu Zhixing was startled, and then he was horrified to find that the long knife in his hand seemed to freeze in the air. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring it down toward Lin Hao. Chapter 38 New Pet Ant-Man it was. A fly. At that moment, he finally saw a small black dot on the blade, blocking the way. With a closer look, it turned out to be a small fly. Wu Zhixing couldn't believe his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong, and quickly sheathed his knife. However, he was horrified to see that the blade, which had just been blocked by the fly, now had a small notch in it. As for that little fly, it provocatively circled around in front of him, then turned and flew into the gate, landing on Lin Hao's shoulder. What? What kind of monster is this? Seeing this scene, Wu Zhixing was stunned, and even Chun Hu and the others beside him were momentarily speechless. With the previous attack, if it had been an ordinary fly, it would have been easily sliced in half by the long knife. However, the result was completely beyond their expectations. The powerful lethality of the fly undoubtedly intimidated Wu Zhixing, who trembled as he held the long knife, afraid to charge forward again. In his view, the reason that terrifying fly hadn't counterattacked just now was likely a warning. If it continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Lin Hao walked straight into the depths of the Lin residence without obstruction. The Lin family occupied a vast area, with the architectural layout divided into 5 courtyards. The central courtyard was where the family's high-ranking members gathered. Upon entering the residence, Lin Hao quickly attracted the attention of many servants. That person looked a bit familiar. Seems like it's young Master Lin Hao. Seems like is an understatement. It's definitely him. TSK. It said he is the first to become a son-in-law of another family in the Lin family tree. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Linger, could be said to be a renowned beauty in Tianwu City, yet she actually chose to marry him. It's truly a flower planted in cow dung. For a moment, they began to whisper among themselves, their words dripping with undisguised disdain and mockery. Lin Hao heard all the sneering faces and sarcastic laughter. A group of idle people who had nothing better to do, since you enjoy making fun of me so much. Let me give you some entertainment. Lin Hao sneered inwardly, then squatted down and reached out to pinch an ant. Ding! Detecting that the host has captured an ant. Would you like to make a pet? Lin Hao immediately focused his mind. Yes. Congratulations to the host for adopting a pet. You may name it Ant-Man. As a fan of Marvel movies, Lin Hao felt that this name was the most suitable. Ding! Codename 003 Pet. Ant-Man has been named. As the system's voice sounded, a data panel also emerged in Lin Hao's mind. Ant-Man code 003 Master. Lin Hao combat power, 2 lifespan, 16 days skills, none level, 0. The data was very simple and clear to glance. Lin Hao directly chose D-level evolution and advanced enhancement. Ding, successfully advanced. Congratulations, Ant-Man has upgraded to D-level and gained a special skill, Ant Beast Summon. Ding, advanced enhancement completed. Ant-Man receives a comprehensive upgrade. In an instant, Lin Hao's golden card consumed 1,010,000 tails. With the evolution, Lin Hao noticed that the combat power value of Ant-Man had significantly increased, soaring from 2 points to 2,000. The lifespan also increased to about 300 days. Moreover, the ant in his fingers underwent significant changes as well, its dark skin gleaming with a metallic hardness, and its limbs became strong and powerful, especially the sharp, elongated teeth at the corners of its mouth. However, what intrigued Lin Hao the most was the special skill, Ant Beast Summon. System. What is the function of this Ant Beast Summon? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Ant Beast Summon can summon surrounding ants for your use within a certain range. Currently, This skill is only at level 1, with a range limit of 1 kilometer. Soon, the system's cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Upon learning the function of the special skill, Lin Hao took a deep breath. A 1-kilometer range, if there are some ant nests underground. The summoned ants could number in the thousands, completely forming an ant army. Ant-Man, get some brothers to greet those servants. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and immediately issued instructions to Ant-Man. Upon receiving the command, Ant-Man began to act, shaking its 2 antennae rapidly. As the antennae vibrated, a vague and obscure energy wave spread out. This energy then expanded, suddenly enveloping the entire 1-kilometer area. Look, he suddenly squatted down. Who knows what he is doing? What else could he be doing? He probably kicked a stone while walking and his foot hurts. TSK, TSK. The world of the blind is truly tragic. Even something as simple as walking is a struggle. Seeing Lin Hao squat down, the nearby Lin family servants curiously glanced over, then began to mock him. Little did they know, the small pits in the ground around them were continuously pouring out ants. Under Ant-Man's command, the swarm of ants began to gather from all directions, rapidly crawling towards them. These ants are not ordinary species, but red fire ants, which had mild toxicity. Being stung would cause a burning sensation, quite uncomfortable. Something is biting my foot. Soon, a scream rang out. The first to be bitten was a skinny male servant. He looked down and saw his feet crawling with a large number of ants, instantly turning pale and screaming madly, jumping around frantically. Following closely, the surrounding Lin family servants were also attacked by the swarm of ants, each scared out of their wits and fleeing in all directions. It must be said that the Lin family's guards were highly alert. The commotion quickly attracted dozens of warriors. Why are there suddenly so many ants in our residence? Looking at the densely packed swarm of ants on the ground, the guards couldn't help but gasp, quickly retreating. Although ants have always given people a weak image, the sight of this dark mass was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Guests have arrived at the residence today. Clear them out quickly. The leading middle-aged guard captain frowned and immediately shouted with a strong voice. After saying this, he drew out a large sword from his back, infused with spiritual energy. The thick sword blade emitted a fiery glow, radiating a scorching energy aura. Boom! In the next moment, the middle-aged captain, gripping the giant's sword, unleashed a red sword chi containing a wave of scorching heat sweeping across. In the blink of an eye, the dark mass of ants was suddenly cleared out in a small area, with at least thousands being exterminated. Chapter 39, provoking the Lin family had a swarm of ants covering an area of over 10 square meters was instantly swept away in part by the sword energy of the middle-aged guard captain. A level 5 warrior. Sensing the fluctuation of the guard captain's spiritual energy, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly as he gauged the opponent's strength level. With such a powerful opponent, the chance of victory relying solely on the combat power of the little fly was slim. However, with the wolf spider, there might be a bit more assurance. Nonetheless, Lin Hao's main purpose for coming here today was not to cause trouble. Little ant, let the ant swarm disperse immediately. Seeing the Lin family guards drawing their weapons one after another, Lin Hao's thoughts stirred. The Ant-Man's 2 antennae immediately began to twitch, issuing a signal to command. In an instant, the originally dense ant swarm rapidly scattered with a thunderous momentum, spreading out to cover a larger area. Every corner of this courtyard almost had traces of ants. As a result, even if they were attacked by sword energy, casualties would be greatly reduced. Strange. When did the intelligence of the ants become so high? Watching the clearly coordinated and unpanicked ant swarm, the middle-aged guard captain's expression froze slightly, feeling surprised. Burn them all with fire, suggested one of the guards. Fool, what if the mansion catches fire? The middle-aged guard captain frowned and reprimanded. Ants are afraid of water. Go get some water and thoroughly wash this courtyard. Yes. Upon hearing this, the guards and servants finally realized and hurriedly took action. Meanwhile, while the southern courtyard was in a flurry, Lin Hao wore a playful smile on his face as he turned and walked toward the area where the central courtyard was located. However, at that moment, several figures appeared in a corridor leading to the central courtyard. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade, with a stern and cold expression. From his steady aura, it was evident that he was also a powerful warrior. This man was Lin Hao, the current head of the Lin family. Since becoming head of the family 10 years ago, he had taken the family's interests as his own responsibility, vowing to make the Lin family a top-tier family in the Great Yin dynasty under his leadership. Therefore, he had always been willing to pay any price, even a sacrifice, for anything beneficial to the Lin family. Walking alongside Lin Hao was a bald, fat old man. His small eyes contained an unmistakable lewdness as he occasionally glanced at Lin Wanrong, admiring her enticing figure. Under his gaze, Lin Wanrong frowned slightly, her expression appearing quite unnatural. This old guy should be the head of the Li family that Wanrong is supposed to marry. Lin Hao's expression turned cold, making sure the little fly remembered the man's appearance. As they approached, Lin Hao also noticed Lin Hao ahead. "Why are you back instead of staying at the Zhao family?" Lin Hong's gaze was deep as he stared at Lin Hao, coldly questioning. He had a vivid memory of Lin Hao's disrespect on the day he entered the Zhao family 6 months ago. Lin Wanrong's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and upon seeing Lin Hao, her previously dim expression instantly brightened. "I'm here to retrieve some personal belongings." Facing the family head, Lin Hao's expression was indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. Lin Hong's face darkened. "Your belongings were all packed up and sent over the day you entered the Zhao family. What else do you need?" In his view, a useless blind person could hardly have anything valuable. Lin Hao replied lightly, "Sorry, these are personal belongings. I have nothing to say." Seeing Lin Hao dare to speak to the family head in such a manner, Lin Wanrong's expression froze, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Impudent." Lin Hong's brows furrowed slightly, about to get angry, but thinking of the guests present, he managed to restrain himself. "Oh, so you're the Lin family disciple who has entered the Zhao family." Hearing their conversation, the bald old man, Li Qingshou, squinted his eyes and couldn't help but look at Lin Hao a few more times. "I've heard you're blind. TSK. I wonder what that great beauty of the Zhao family saw in you to choose you." Looking at Lin Hao's gray-white pupils, Li Qingshou shook his head, secretly lamenting, his face full of disdain. "I understand your feelings very well." In response to Li Qingshou's mockery, Lin Hao suddenly smiled and said, "Are you implying that Zhao Ling, that flower, is being placed in front of this pile of cow dung?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingshou chuckled and gave a thumbs up, praising, "Not bad, very self-aware." "So, you also have self-awareness." Lin Hao's lips curled into a playful arc as he said, "For example, wanting to marry Lin Wanrong from the Lin family is just like a pile of dung smashing into a flower." Hearing Lin Hao's latter metaphor, Lin Wanrong couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. Li Qingshou's face flushed red, then turned exceptionally dark. "Lin family head, is this the kind of disciple your family has raised?" Li Qingshou glared at Lin Hao, his voice trembling with anger. "Lin Hao, this is our family's honored guest. You should speak with a bit more respect." Lin Hong's eyes darkened, staring coldly at Lin Hao, and in an authoritative tone, he ordered, "Apologize to the head of the Li family immediately." Although he felt that Lin Hao's metaphor was very apt, Li Qingshou had significant influence on the family's future development, and he could not afford to offend him. Otherwise, he would not have promised his adopted daughter Lin Wanrong to such an old and ugly man. Lin Hong's indifference and contempt replayed the events of half a year ago, causing Lin Hao's expression to turn icy in an instant. "Why should I apologize?" Lin Hao sneered quietly. In the past, he had been unable to see and, due to his weak strength, had endured all bullying. However, now that his power had increased, he would no longer tolerate humiliation. "Lin Hao, do you dare to defy the orders of the family head?" Seeing Lin Hao actually daring to retort, Lin Hong's voice gradually turned gloomy. He held a very high position in the Lin family, and no one in the entire family dared to oppose him. Even family elders older than him treated him with great respect. But now, this lowly family disciple dared to argue in front of guests? "Lin family head, have you forgotten that I am now a member of the Zhao family?" Lin Hao coldly laughed, speaking with righteous indignation. "Therefore, you have no right to command me." Upon hearing this, Lin Hong's face darkened to the extreme. After being defied by Lin Hao time and again, He felt that his authority as the family head was being challenged. Zhao Hao, where did you leave your things? I'll take you to get them right away. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, Lin Wanrong's expression changed slightly as she hurried forward, gently tugging at Lin Hao's clothing, signaling him not to continue opposing the family head. Lin Hao remained indifferent, standing there with an expressionless face. Clearly, this time he intended to stand firm against the Lin family head. Chapter 40. Aura Suppression. Brother Lin. This kid is really arrogant, completely disregarding you as the head of the family. Your family's values definitely need some adjustment. Li Qingshuo lauga sarcastically. Then began to stoke the flames, eager to see Lin Hao receive some punishment. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong's anger intensified with his vast experience. He could naturally see Li Qingshuo's intentions. As if to put on a show in front of Li Qingshuo, he coldly shouted at Lin Hao, "I'll say it again. Will you do as I say? I'll say it again. There's no way I'm apologizing to this bald pig." Lin Hao replied defiantly, lifting his head. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshuo instinctively reached for his forehead, looking astonished. Isn't this kid blind? How does he know he is bald? However, upon hearing Lin Hao call him a bald pig, he immediately became furious and shouted, "Head of the Lin family, if you don't give me an explanation today, we won't be doing business between our families anymore." Nonsense. With family interests at stake, this finally ignited the suppressed anger in Lin Hongkong's heart. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted from Lin Hongkong, forming a powerful aura that pressed down on Lin Hao like a mountain. Lin Hao's body shook, his knees buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. A sixth-level warrior. The overwhelming pressure from the aura undoubtedly showcased Lin Hongkong's true strength. Lin Hao's muscles tensed as he struggled against the pressure surrounding him. For a moment, the joints in his body creaked under the immense weight. I must hold on. Lin Hao's internal spiritual power surged wildly, desperately resisting the force, trying to force him to kneel. At this point, Lin Hao finally understood the vast gap between a first-level warrior and a sixth-level warrior. Just an invisible aura was enough to make him nearly unbearable. If they were to fight, he would probably be killed in an instant. However, there was no way he would kneel before an old bald pig in front of everyone, even if it cost him his life. In his rage, Lin Hao suddenly summoned his mental power, combining it with his spiritual energy to resist. The little flies, wolf spiders, and ant-men had already scattered, locking onto Lin Hongkong's figure. As soon as Lin Hao gave the command, they would launch an attack in an instant. Lin Hongkong's eyes narrowed slightly. He was surprised to see Lin Hao not kneeling even under his spiritual pressure. His aura has spiritual fluctuations. Could it be that Lin Hao has opened his spiritual meridians? And mental power. Lin Hongkong's sharp eyes picked up on the mental power emanating from Lin Hao. Dual cultivation of combat and strategy. Seeing this scene, Lin Hongkong's heart shook, a look of suspicion rising in his eyes. Could it be that this kid has some kind of defensive treasure? Fixing his astonished gaze on Lin Hao, he clearly did not believe it. After all, how could a former family waste become a dual cultivation genius in just half a year? To verify his thoughts, Lin Hongkong's eyes sharpened, and under the continuous surge of spiritual power, the aura pressure suddenly intensified. I'll go all out. Lin Hao felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. Struggling to hold on. Activate Dragon Transformation. Gritting his teeth, he directly summoned the Dragon-Devouring Sword from his storage bag. Since the Dragon-Devouring Sword had already recognized him as its master, even without holding it, he could still draw upon its dragon soul power. In an instant, an overwhelming dark energy erupted within Lin Hao, roaring like a tide. With a thick black mist swirling around him, Lin Hao's muscles suddenly bulged, and a layer of black scales emerged from his arms, exuding a chillingly fierce aura. Roar! Feeling the rapidly rising spiritual power within him, Lin Hao couldn't help but throw his head back and let out a beast-like roar that shook the surroundings. Lin Hao's sudden roar startled Li Qingshuo, causing the flesh on his face to tremble as he hurriedly retreated behind Lin Hongkong. With his strength surging, Lin Hao felt the pressure on his body lighten several times. He stomped his right foot hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, the floor beneath him exploded. Though Lin Hao, after transforming, possessed strength comparable to a third-level warrior. Lin Hao still far surpassed him. However, the aura pressure alone could no longer suppress him. What a powerful body, refining martial art. Seeing this, Lin Hao was filled with shock, believing that Lin Hao's physical changes must be due to practicing some unique body, refining martial art. At this moment, he fully believed that Lin Hao had truly stepped into the realm of martial arts and was no longer the waste he once knew. However, what puzzled Lin Hao was how a blind person could practice martial arts, let alone cultivate combat and strategy. Was there a master guiding Lin Hao from behind? In an instant, Lin Hongkong's mind was filled with many thoughts, and he immediately retracted his aura pressure. Beside him, Lin Wanrong stared blankly at Lin Hao's profile, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. "You've changed quite a bit in half a year," Lin Hongkong said, looking at Lin Hao with complex emotions, his tone noticeably calmer than before. "That's also thanks to you," Lin Hao replied lightly. As he spoke, he withdrew his dragon transformation. However, his clothes were torn in some places due to the sudden bulging of his muscles. "Xiaorong, take Lin Hao to get his things first. Then bring him to my study to see me," Lin Hongkong ordered, glancing at Li Qingshou. "Yes, adoptive father." Lin Wanrong nodded lightly, then took Lin Hao's hand and pulled him away quickly. Under Lin Wanrong's pull, Lin Hao did not resist, his arm brushing against her soft figure as they headed toward the north courtyard. "Brother Lin, is this your explanation to me?" Seeing his fiancée, he pulling Lin Hao away, Li Qingshou was very displeased and frowned, questioning them. "Head of the Li family, you must know that Lin Hao is now the son-in-law of the Zhao family," Lin Hongkong said with a faint smile. "Therefore, according to the rules, I no longer have the authority to punish him as head of the family. Moreover, Lin Hao and Wanrong have been close as siblings since childhood. If you make things difficult for him, Wanrong may develop a bias against you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshou nodded slightly. "That is true, but I can't let this blind person ruin the fun of my wedding night with Xiaorong." In the end, Li Qingshou's face revealed an unabashedly lascivious smile. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. The family had been in decline for over 100 years. To regain its former glory, sacrifices must be made. Lin Hongkong's eyes darkened as he steadfastly held onto his beliefs. Chapter 41, Leaving the Lin Mansion. The northern courtyard of the Lin Mansion is where the younger generation of the family resides, mostly consisting of unmarried individuals. Along the way, Lin Wanrong and Lin Hao remained silent, and the atmosphere seemed a bit stiff. After not seeing each other for half a year, both had undergone significant changes in their experiences and temperaments. Their encounter now felt different from the past, no longer as easygoing and natural. "Lin Hao, what are you coming back for?" The tense atmosphere didn't last long. It was soon broken by Lin Wanrong's question. She turned her gaze, looking curiously at Lin Hao's handsome profile, wondering what could be so important that he would brave humiliation to come back to the family. "You." Lin Hao smiled lightly and replied casually. "Me?" Lin Wanrong was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "That's right. I forgot to take you with me." Lin Hao said this as he suddenly stopped in his tracks and added earnestly, "If Wan Jie doesn't want to get married, I can take you away at any time." Before coming here, he had already considered that with the 10 million monthly salary from the Ming Pavilion, leaving the Zhao and Lin families would not pose any issue in terms of living. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong smiled sadly and also stopped, facing Lin Hao. "I have been an orphan since childhood. If it weren't for the family head taking me in as an adopted daughter, I might have died long ago." Lin Wanrong shook her head, murmuring, "As a member of the family, some things are not up to me to decide. And how could I have any thoughts on whether I want to or not?" Although her words were light, there was an obvious undertone of unwillingness in her tone. "Fool!" Lin Hao couldn't help but raise his voice. "Everyone has the right to decide their own life. You must not accept a marriage based on the interests of the family." Lin Hao frowned, earnestly advising her. If Wan Jie were to marry a suitable partner, he would wholeheartedly bless her. But the thought of her marrying a bald, fat man in his 50s or 60s made him feel extremely agitated. "Xiao Hao, I know you're a person with strong opinions, but we grew up in the same place and are both trapped." Looking at Lin Hao's angry expression, Lin Wanrong smiled and patted his head. "I know you have become stronger, and I'm very happy about that. But if you were even stronger, that would be even better. Then you could protect your sister. All right, I was just joking. Since you have nothing to take, let me show you around the northern courtyard. Lin Wanrong lightly patted Lin Hao's shoulder and then walked through the gate into the northern courtyard area. If I become stronger, Lin Hao stood still, slowly clenching his fists as this thought surged within him. At this moment, he finally realized that weak power could protect nothing. Lin Hao opened his fingers, feeling an unprecedented conviction rise in his heart. Then he moved, quickly catching up to Lin Wanrong. As they chatted, both intentionally avoided unpleasant topics, and their conversation gradually opened up. The previously heavy atmosphere became as light and joyful as it used to be. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the martial arts training ground in the northern courtyard. The passionate sounds of training caught Lin Hao's attention. He saw dozens of figures gathered on the spacious training ground. These individuals were all young descendants of the Lin family, both male and female, full of vigor and vitality, showcasing the potential of the next generation of Lin heirs. At that moment, they were attacking a pile of black wooden stakes. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds of impact echoed throughout the ground. So this is the training ground. It's quite large. Lin Hao's heart stirred. Although he had occasionally come here in the past, he had only heard the training sounds of the family members. He had also heard about those black wooden stakes. They are made from a type of black iron tree, which takes 10 years to grow. After being cut down and shaped into stakes, they are soaked in iron oil for 100 days, and once taken out, they become as hard as iron, extremely durable. Many ancient martial arts families use black iron trees to make training stakes to enhance their striking abilities. As an ancient martial arts family, the Lin family has always revered martial prowess, just like the customs in the Zhao continent that emphasize martial skills over literature. The family has produced many outstanding talents and occupies abundant resources in Tianwu City. After all, powerful strength is the foundation of wealth and power. Without strong martial force, no matter how much wealth or power one has, it can easily be taken away by other forces. It's been a long time since I last came here, and the training sounds are still as vibrant as ever. Listening to the familiar sounds of training, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling quite emotional. Due to being born blind, combined with a weak constitution, he had been regarded as useless since childhood and had nothing to do with this training ground. Occasionally, when he was bored, he would come here to join in the excitement. Fortunately, the young descendants of the Lin family were united enough. Although they didn't take special care of him as a fellow family member, they also never bullied or humiliated him. Be more spirited. Your punches need to be fast and powerful. At that moment, a rough voice suddenly rang out. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he turned his head to look at the speaker. It was a sturdy man in his 40s with short hair, dressed in a black warrior outfit, his sharp eyes supervising the training of the family descendants. Uncle Xiong looked so tall and powerful. Hearing his rough voice, Lin Hao recognized this middle-aged man. His name was Lin Xiongong, true to his name, with a fiery personality and the strength of a level 6 warrior. He had spent time on the battlefield in his youth, achieving many military accomplishments and gaining rich practical experience. Perhaps tired of the bloodshed on the battlefield, he returned to the family 5 years ago and took on the position of martial arts instructor, specifically teaching the younger generation of the clan. In a month, it will be the clan competition. You all need to intensify your training. Lin Xiongong's sharp gaze swept over the many Lin descendants in the field as he shouted. Those who perform excellently will receive special training from the family. The glory of our Lin family will be passed down by you. Upon hearing about the clan competition, the young people present all stop training, their eyes filled with anticipation and longing. No matter how wealthy a family is, resources are always limited. If one lacks potential, they will ultimately fade from the family's sight. As the younger generation of the Lin family, they were full of youthful vigor and lofty ambitions. They did not want to live a mundane life without achievement. The clan competition is held every 5 years. Although it is said to be just for sparring and honing skills, everyone knows that its essence is to select new talents from the family to send to the Tianyin Academy for further study. Because the Lin family has the background and foundation of an ancient martial arts family, they are granted 3 reserve spots at the Tianyin Academy every session. These reserve spots mean that, like Zhao Linger, one can become a student of the Tianyin Academy without any examination. One can imagine how valuable these 3 reserve spots are. The clan competition, huh? Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart stirred. He naturally knew some of the insider information about the clan competition organized by the family. However, he was not a true member of the Lin family in the real sense, and had no right to compete for a spot. Lin Hao, can you tell me how you became a martial practitioner? Remembering Lin Hao resisting the family head's oppressive aura earlier, Lin Wanrong's beautiful eyes blinked as she curiously asked. Maybe it's because of my good talent. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Talent? Lin Wanrong was taken aback, looking at Lin Hao with confusion. That's right. Talent is something that can only be understood but not explained. Lin Hao nodded, laughing playfully. Although he had a great relationship with Wan Jia, he had no intention of revealing the secrets of the system. Moreover, what he said was not nonsense. The ultimate cultivation talent obtained from the system's last lottery indeed allowed him to truly step into the threshold of martial arts. Thinking about the system lottery, Lin Hao's thoughts stirred slightly, and he just realized at this time, when he accepted the pet Ant-Man, the system seemingly did not prompt a lottery opportunity. Could it be that each lottery requires accumulating 2 pet evolutions to obtain? Lin Hao thought to himself that when he evolved the Kung Fu Fly before, there was also no notification. However, when he accepted the second pet, Wolf Spider, he did get a lottery chance. If that's the case, then wouldn't accepting the 4th pet give him another chance? Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited and started to look forward to it. All right, you have great talent, and I'm just foolish. Lin Wanrong smiled beautifully, but did not delve deeper. Look at that person. He seems to be Brother Hao. While the two were chatting and laughing, a boy in a yellow outfit who was about to take a break in the martial arts field noticed Lin Hao. Upon hearing Lin Hao's name, most of the people immediately stopped practicing their punches. Then, a series of curious gazes followed the direction pointed out by the boy in yellow, looking towards the entrance of the training ground where 2 figures stood. Soon, all these gazes focused on Lin Hao. It really is Brother Hao. He has returned. When they saw Lin Hao, the older ones had indifferent expressions, while the younger boys were all excited. In their childhood memories, although Lin Hao was blind, the knowledge he displayed was incredibly rich, especially in storytelling, such as the return of the Condor heroes and demigods and semi-devils. Almost every story was extraordinary. This group of kids' enlightenment in martial arts was essentially sparked by Lin Hao. Over time, the image of Lin Hao in their hearts became one of increasing admiration and respect. Therefore, seeing Lin Hao at this moment, the emotions of these young boys were quite fervent. What is so special about a useless son-in-law? Among the crowd, a young man with a hooked nose sneered. That's right. I remember the day he entered the family, he swore he would never step into the Lin family door again. Another young man with long hair also mocked coldly. TSK. He actually has the face to come back today. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the older family members all showed mocking expressions. Clearly, they still held prejudices against Lin Hao for bringing shame to the family 6 months ago. This time, Lin Hao chose to remain silent in response to their ridicule. Little Hao did nothing wrong. He was forced. Lin Wanrong frowned slightly and immediately stepped forward, angrily saying, "If I get married next month, will you also humiliate me like this in the future?" By the end, Lin Wanrong's eyes turned red, and crystal tears seemed about to spill over. "You two shut your mouths." Lin Xiongong frowned and shouted, "I see you're too idle." Immediately hit the wooden post 1,000 times. Seeing this, the young man with the hooked nose and the long-haired youth changed their expressions slightly, realizing something. Then, under Lin Xiongong's command, they began to strike the wooden post. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed continuously in the field, leaving all the family members with gloomy faces, and the atmosphere became heavy. In fact, they all knew that Lin Hao's experience 6 months ago was completely beyond his control. In that situation, if it were them, they would also be furious. However, now, Lin Wanrong's fate could be said to be even more tragic, as she was to be betrothed to an old man. Upon learning of the situation, almost every family member was extremely angry. But since this marriage was decided by the family head, Lin Hong Kong, they could only hold their anger in. "Sister Wan, don't mind them." Lin Hao forced a faint smile. Facing the misunderstandings of his kin, he had no desire to linger any longer. Taking Lin Wanrong's delicate hand, and walking outside. Watching the two departing figures, Lin Xiongong shook his head and sighed, murmuring to himself, "You can only blame yourselves for growing up in such a big family environment." After exiting the northern courtyard, Lin Hao suddenly stopped under a large tree beside the courtyard wall. "Sister Wan, I'm very sorry for the trouble I've caused you," Lin Hao said apologetically, then reached out to gently wipe away the tear stains on Lin Wanrong's face. "I'm Fine." The gentle gesture warmed Lin Wanrong's heart, and she shook her head with a smile. But soon, she felt something was off. Lin Hao couldn't see, so how'd he know she was crying? And his action of wiping her face seemed as if he could see. Thinking of this, Lin Wanrong looked at Lin Hao's gray-white pupils in astonishment. "Although I can't see, my nose is very sensitive and can smell your tears." Lin Hao seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. As he spoke, he brought his finger, which still had traces of her tears, to his nose and exclaimed, "It smells like honey. It's quite nice." Hearing this, Lin Wanrong suddenly let out Ape Tan burst into laughter at Lin Hao's playful and humorous actions. Looking at the beautiful smile blooming on Wanrong's face, Lin Hao was filled with a surge of murderous intent. Without a doubt, that lecherous old bald head, Li Qingshou, had already been sentenced to death by him. This was also the only way to stop it. "By the way, the family head asked me to take you to the study to see him later. I'll take you there now." Afterward, Lin Wanrong's laughter faded as she thought of the serious matter and hurriedly said, "No need. I have nothing to say to him." Lin Hao replied coldly, directly turning towards the Lin family gate without looking back. He had no interest in engaging with that cold-blooded family head, who only cared about family interests and disregarded relationships. Seeing Lin Hao so determined, Lin Wanrong hesitated to speak but did not try to persuade him. Chapter 42. Infiltrating the Li mansion. At the main entrance of the Lin mansion, Brother Hao has come out. The two gatekeepers, Ma Lu and Chun Hu, immediately approached him upon seeing Lin Hao. "Brother Hao, everything all right?" Chun Hu couldn't help but ask, noticing that Lin Hao's expression seemed off. "Nothing. Just had a little disagreement with the head of the family," Lin Hao said with a dismissive smile, including that old bald head from the Li family. "Hiss." Upon hearing this, both of them gasped in surprise, looking at Lin Hao in astonishment. They clearly did not expect that Lin Hao would dare to confront the family head upon returning. Didn't he fear punishment? Moreover, with Lin Hongkong's strength as a level 6 warrior, he could easily handle Lin Hao with just a flick of his finger. However, at this moment, it seemed that Lin Hao did not show any signs of injury, only that his clothes were slightly torn in a few places. "Brother Hao, the family head didn't do anything to you, right?" Ma Lu swallowed hard, concerned. "Nothing, I can take it," Lin Hao shrugged lightly, choosing not to elaborate on the incident to avoid alarming them. "All right, I have to go now. We'll meet at Zui Xiange at 7 tonight. I need to talk to you about something." As he approached them, Lin Hao patted both of their shoulders and then walked straight across the street. "Okay, we'll definitely be there on time." Ma Lu and Chun, who were momentarily stunned, then quickly came to their senses and responded eagerly. "Oh, do you think Brother Hao has changed a lot since he returned?" Ma Lu asked, looking at Lin Hao's gradually receding figure with a puzzled expression. "I feel the same way." Chun Hu nodded, his gaze fixed on the small fly resting on Lin Hao's shoulder, and said with a hint of surprise, "Especially that fly on his shoulder. It gives me a sense of danger." Hearing this, Ma Lu's expression shifted slightly as he finally noticed the small fly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder. Reflecting back, it seemed that the fly had been with Lin Hao since he arrived at the Lin mansion and had not left. After leaving the Lin mansion, Lin Hao did not return to the Zhao family, but instead walked through a small alley and entered a rented room in the civilian district. Inside the room, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind of all thoughts and quickly entering a meditative state for cultivation. This incident today made him deeply understand that only with powerful strength could one do as they please. As he meditated, the surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to converge towards him at a strange speed. Gradually, Lin Hao discovered that through meditation, he could not only enhance his mental strength, but also use this momentum to draw in the spiritual energy from the surroundings, achieving a mutually beneficial cultivation method. Of course, this situation was due to his ultimate cultivation talent. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even think about it. Thus, Lin Hao's body became like a black hole vortex, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened as time passed. When night fell, the spiritual energy within Lin Hao surged like a vast ocean, and the energy in his spiritual meridians had reached a state of fullness. Lin Hao noticed that in this state, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had significantly slowed down. At the same time, a faint sense of barrier began to emerge in his body. He estimated that this should be a sign of nearing a breakthrough. With a mix of surprise and joy, Lin Hao was a bit taken aback. With the enhancement of his ultimate cultivation talent, he did not expect his cultivation speed to be so fast. After all, in just over half a month, he had already built a foundation to challenge the second-level warrior. This speed of cultivation was something even the geniuses of the Tianyan Academy could not compare to. Immediately, a look of determination flashed across Lin Hao's face as he suddenly mobilized all the spiritual energy within his body and forcefully charged towards the invisible barrier of the second spiritual meridian. Breaking through the spiritual meridians during the early stages of martial cultivation was not difficult. As long as the spiritual energy was abundant, it could be connected. Boom! Therefore, during this impact, it felt as if something had been broken, and a muffled sound echoed from within Lin Hao's body. In an instant, the surging spiritual energy that had been shackled by the first spiritual meridian found a new place to flow, pouring in like a tidal wave. A warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body, refining his tendons, bones, and internal organs. I broke through to a second-level warrior. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately focused his mind inward to observe carefully. The sensation of opening two spiritual meridians was extremely wonderful. Under the refinement of the spiritual energy, his body was significantly strengthened. Both his strength, speed, and sensory functions received a comprehensive enhancement, much like the state of evolution that the kung fu flies experienced. If I could evolve too, it would be so much easier. Lin Hao began to feel self-satisfied, thinking that this daily meditation practice was somewhat dull. However, the unfortunate fact was that the system's evolution target group had to be animals. As a human, he was an independent new species, not fitting the criteria. Moreover, he was the host of the system. Would he really capture himself as a pet? Lin Hao shook his head and laughed at himself, then stopped thinking about it. Looking out at the night outside, he suddenly remembered the gathering with Chun Hu and the others during the day. After changing into a simple white outfit, Lin Hao led the kung fu flies, wolf spiders, and ant-men out of the rented room. A few minutes later, Lin Hao appeared in front of a tavern. The words Zui Xiangu glimmered in gold under the reflection of runes. Upon entering the tavern, Ma Lu and Chun, who had already been waiting for a long time, Lin Hao called for a waiter and ordered a large array of delicious dishes, then began to eat and chat. Looking at the feast spread across the table, Chun Hu and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. As bodyguards of the Lin family, they received a fixed salary every month, but that amount could hardly sustain such extravagant expenses. However, Lin Hao's generosity was astonishing. It seemed Brother Hao had a pretty good life in the Zhao mansion, and he even had a beautiful wife. Chun Hu and Ma Lu exchanged glances, both harboring the same thought and feeling quite envious. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao's current wealth all came from the kung fu flies and wolf spiders earning through killing and had nothing to do with the Zhao family. After some conversation, Lin Hao also gathered some information. It turned out that a small spiritual sunstone mine had been discovered on the outskirts of the city recently. Although the area was not large, just the name Spiritual Sunstone was enough to attract many forces in Tianwu City. Spiritual sunstones were not ordinary stones, but special crystals that contained spiritual energy. Generally, they could only be formed deep within volcanoes, with very harsh conditions. Moreover, spiritual sunstones often soaked in lava, incorporating a trace of fire source power, making them a tremendous aid for warriors in their cultivation. Because absorbing the energy of spiritual sunstones could not only replenish consumed spiritual energy in a short time, but also had the effect of burning impurities in the body due to the trace of fire source power. However, spiritual sunstones were extremely expensive and quite rare in Tianwu City. Even Lin Hong Kong would only carry a few spiritual sunstones with him and could not obtain more from family resources. The area of that estate was said to have once been a volcano with fertile land. However, due to its distance from Tianwu City and the remote surrounding environment, the family forces within the city looked down on it. 3 months ago, the Li family purchased it to build an estate. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon treasure in the end. The spiritual Sunstone Mine represented an enormous wealth. At first, the Li family kept it a secret quite well, but in this world, there are no walls that are completely impenetrable. With the news leak, many forces have set their sights on the Li family's treasure, watching closely. After receiving the first-hand information, Lin Hao, however, took the opposite approach and personally went to visit Li Qingshu. As long as the Li family was willing to share half of the mining rights, the Lin family could take on the task of guarding the Lingyang stone vein. With the Lin family's accumulated prestige in Tianwu City over the years, they could sufficiently deter various forces. Li Qingshu, knowing that the Li family's strength could not protect the treasure, had no choice but to compromise and agree. But he had one condition. That was the woman he had long coveted, Lin Wanrong, which he wanted to use as a medium for mutual benefit. An old toad thinking of eating swan meat. After hearing Chun Hu recount the details, Lin Hao's expression became increasingly cold. Ma Lu sighed and advised Lin Hao, this matter was promised by the family head himself, and no one can defy it. Lin Hao took a deep breath in silence, trying to calm his emotions before contemplating the next strategy. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared on Lin Hao's face as he stood up. I have things to deal with, so I won't join you in drinking any longer. After settling the bill, Lin Hao left the tavern, leaving Chun Hu and the others astonished. Half an hour later, at the street corner of the back door of the Li family mansion in the west of the city, a mysterious figure dressed in a black cloak and wearing a mask appeared here. This person was undoubtedly Lin Hao. Little fly, spider, it's time to work, Lin Hao whispered. Upon receiving the command, the skilled little fly and spider immediately sprang into action, easily slipping into the Li mansion. As for the Ant-Man, Lin Hao kept it by his side as a personal visual aid. After all, with the Ant-Man's low combat power, his ability to summon ant beasts would not be of much use for this task. Thus, with the skilled little fly and spider sneaking into the Li mansion, they quickly began searching for Li Qingshu's whereabouts. Thanks to their visual sharing with their master, everything they saw in the mansion was relayed in real time to Lin Hao's mind. Although the Li mansion covered a large area, it was much smaller compared to the Lin family's mansion. Therefore, this search did not take much effort. About 10 minutes later, they finally found Li Qingshu's bedroom. However, it was heavily guarded, with Li family's thugs standing around, all at the level of third-tier warriors. Clearly, ever since acquiring the Lingyang stone vein, Li Qingshu had attached great importance to his personal safety. Recently, he'd spent a lot of money hiring numerous warriors to guard the house, with dozens of thugs protecting him closely at all times. Such tight security would make it difficult for even high-level assassins to complete an assassination in a short time. However, this situation posed no challenge for the skilled little fly and spider, who passed through the protective circle without obstruction. After all, a little fly and a spider could hardly raise the vigilance of those guards. In their eyes, killing such small creatures, which could be squashed with a finger, would only dirty their hands. Thus, the spider successfully slipped through the door crack, and the skilled little fly landed by the window. Inside, the decorations were extremely luxurious and high-end, with various precious furniture and items everywhere. The most astonishing feature was a large crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the ceiling, exuding a brilliant sheen thanks to the operation of runes. The prey had been found. At this moment, using the skilled little fly's vision and hearing, Lin Hao noticed that the large bed was shaking violently, accompanied by the painful moans of a woman. Louder, and I'll reward you with 100,000 taels of gold. Ha! Li Qingshu laughed with a flushed face, his fat rolling like waves with his movements. It was not hard to tell that Li Qingshu must have taken some kind of aphrodisiac, which made him so frenzied. Act. Lin Hao felt a wave of disgust and directly issued the order. Swish! In an instant, the skilled little fly darted out, its astonishing speed resembling a streak of black lightning as it flew to the bedside. Just as Li Qingshu was lost in the ecstasy of his indulgence, the metal-clawed foot lightly slashed across his neck. In the blink of an eye, a gaping wound appeared on his neck, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Ali Qingshou felt a pain in his neck and instinctively covered it with his hands, his eyes filled with terror. However, the blood flowed like a river, continuously seeping through his fingers, a shocking crimson. Quickly crawling nearby, the spider bit into his ample backside with its black venomous fangs, directly injecting a deadly toxin. With this double attack, Li Qingshou had no chance of survival and died instantly. Someone's been killed. The head of the Li family is dead. The sudden scene caused the woman on the bed to turn pale with fright, screaming in alarm. Bang! In the next moment, the door was kicked open, and a large group of guards rushed in. They held weapons and scanned the room warily. However, upon seeing the slashed throat of the corpse on the bed and the pool of blood, they were instantly stunned. What happened? The bald head of the guard, angered and shocked, looked at the naked woman, clearly regarding her as the prime suspect. I don't know, we were just doing that. And then Li Leioi just suddenly, the woman said, her face pale and trembling, clearly terrified. Little fly, little spider, you can withdraw. Confirming that Li Qingshou was dead. Lin Hao turned away with a cold expression. Under the moonlight, his figure quickly disappeared into the dim corner of the street. Chapter 43. The trick of the Li family in the eastern part of the city. In a civilian district within a shabby rental room, Lin Hao sat at the table. Just then, a small flying insect, known for its martial arts, swooped in through the window, carrying a golden ring and placing it on the table. The surface of this ring was embedded with gemstones, but it was not an ordinary decorative ring. Inside the inner circle of the ring, some mysterious runes were engraved, faintly emanating an invisible wave of spatial energy. This energy aura was akin to that of a storage bag. Without a doubt, this was a space ring, which was even more advanced than a storage bag. Although small in size, its storage area was sufficient to hold several hundred square meters. Moreover, when worn on the finger, it was very convenient to carry. However, this item was extremely expensive. The market price of a space ring was 5 million taels, which ordinary people could hardly afford. Previously, to save on expenses, Lin Hao had settled for buying a storage bag from a tool shop for 200,000 taels. But that storage bag only had a space of a few dozen square meters, which could only hold some daily necessities at most. It was nowhere near the space of a ring, which could easily accommodate an entire mansion. That old bald pig must be quite wealthy. Lin Hao reached out and picked up the golden ring, playing with it in his hand, murmuring to himself. This space ring was snatched from Li Qingshou by the martial arts insect before it left. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel that status determined everything. The higher the status of a person, the different the treatment they received, and no matter the resources used, they were always the best. Then, Lin Hao's thoughts moved slightly, and his spiritual power suddenly probed into the space ring. However, inside, aside from some aged antiques, the rest were mainly medicinal herbs for nourishing and invigorating the blood, and most of them were focused on enhancing male vitality. There were also not many gold notes, only several 100,000, but unfortunately, the 10,000 gold card was bound with runes, and unless it was the owner, others could not use it. Otherwise, with Li Qingshou's position in the Li family, the amount in the card would definitely not be small. Were in these iron boxes. While counting the items, Lin Hao suddenly noticed 10 large golden iron boxes piled in the deepest part of the space. With a slight movement of his mind, he directly took them all out. The 10 iron boxes, each about half a person tall, immediately appeared before him. Such dense spiritual energy. Lin Hao was taken aback, clearly feeling the spiritual energy emanating from these iron boxes. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the room as Lin Hao directly opened the front box. Inside were chunks of stones, bright red and crystal clear, emanating spiritual energy mixed with a hint of scorching energy waves. Could these be spirit sunstones? Although Lin Hao had never seen spirit sunstones, he guessed immediately. These spirit sunstones were shaped like diamonds, and each piece was of extremely pure quality. According to market price, one spirit sunstone was worth 10,000 taels. This one large iron box was neatly filled with spirit sunstones, and there were at least around 300 of them. This was a significant fortune. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and instructed the martial arts insect and the wolf spider to open the remaining 9 boxes. What came into view were also shining spirit sunstones, illuminating the entire room with a red glow. 300 spirit sunstones, with 10 boxes combined, amounted to 3,000, equivalent to 30 million. Looking at the 10 iron boxes filled with spirit sunstones, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Hao's face. This wealth was undoubtedly a timely gift for Lin Hao. Since obtaining the god-level animal evolution system, he had already gathered 3 pets and spent nearly 20 million taels. If he didn't have any gains soon, he would likely find himself broke before the Ming Pavilion paid its wages. Fortunately, that old man Li Qingshou actually possessed so many spirit sunstones. It was simply a windfall. According to Chun Hu, the cooperation between the Lin and Li families would only commence after the marriage alliance. Lin Hao pondered and murmured to himself. But now, Li Qingshou's space ring has so many spirit sunstones. Could it be that the Li family has secretly started mining in the vein? Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared on Lin Hao's brow. That old fellow was indeed cunning. He had used the Lin family's influence to intimidate other forces in the city. By the time the marriage alliance took place next month, there would likely be very few spirit sunstones left in their vein. It was beautifully named as a promise to cooperate with the Lin family, but secretly, they were doing this to not only seize a large amount of resources, but also to marry Lin Wanrong. It was truly a case of gaining both wealth and a partner. For the benefit of the family, the head of the Lin family could sacrifice anyone. I wonder how he will react when he realizes he's been deceived this time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. He couldn't help but feel a sense of revenge as he envisioned the expression of Lin Hong Kong when he learned he had been fooled. He then waved his hand and directly stored all the iron boxes into the space ring, planning to visit the Lin residence again. At this moment, in the main hall of the Lin residence, Lin Hong Kong and 4 senior elders of the family gathered there. Has the Black Shop received any related task orders regarding the assassination of the Li family head? Lin Hong Kong asked, frowning, his expression serious. It was evident that he was extremely troubled at this moment. Although the yield from the spirit sunstone, or vein, was not high, its total value was estimated to be in the tens of billions. If they could obtain 50% of the resources, the family's industrial chain in the city would quickly develop to a significant scale. However, now that Li Qingshou was dead, the cooperation that was originally agreed upon between the Lin and Li families would likely be voided. For the family, this was undoubtedly a significant loss of benefits. Reporting to the family head, the Black Shop has not received any such tasks. The elder with white eyebrows and beard shook his head in confusion. The Li family head doesn't even know who he offended to bring about such a deathly calamity. Regardless of who it is, that assassin must be a highly powerful expert. Indeed, just by being able to silently kill the Li family head under the watchful eyes of many guards, he is definitely a master. In the hall, the second elder, third elder, and fourth elder also began to discuss. Lin Hong Kong's expression darkened. He looked at the 4 elders and frowned, saying, "Are you referring to that mysterious assassin who has recently emerged, Jing Ke?" "Yes, that's him." The elder nodded, his voice hoarse as he said, "According to the situation, about half a month ago, our Black Shop received a time-limited task. The execution location was set in the underground market trading center, which is our family's auction house. And the assassination time had to be precisely during the brief moments when the lights went out at the auction's opening." Lin Hong Kong said calmly, "Yes, I've heard of this matter." The news from Manager Tong indicated that the time-limited task was actually issued by the people from the Ming Pavilion as an assessment to select new members, and that Jing Ke was the chosen assassin. At this point, Lin Hong Kong's expression grew darker. If this person was indeed responsible, then things would be troublesome. Could it be that the royal family had also learned about the spirit sunstone, or vein, and intended to kill Li Qingshou? However, after a moment's thought, Lin Hong Kong dismissed this idea. After all, with the royal family's substantial background, how could they possibly take notice of such a small spirit sunstone or vein? Moreover, even if they wanted it, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut was unnecessary. One word from the royal family would suffice to make the Li family obediently hand over the rights to the vein. Lin Hong Kong was puzzled by this. "Very well. You will accompany me to the Li residence tomorrow to pay respects to the Li family head." Lin Hong Chun sighed and then said sternly, "However, our main purpose is to investigate who the new heir of the family master is, and then discuss cooperation regarding the mining of the Lingyang stone vein with him." Understood. The four elders nodded slightly, each with a hint of a smile on their faces. In their view, it was better that Li Qingshou, that old lecher, was dead. Although the family's interests were affected, at least Lin Wanrong would not be harmed by him. "You don't need to waste your energy." Just then, a cold voice came from the entrance. Lin Hongkong and the others' expressions changed slightly, and 5 pairs of eyes almost simultaneously turned to look. It turned out to be Lin Hao. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Lin Hongkong's previously furrowed brows relaxed. "Grandpas," Lin Hao said as he stepped into the hall, performing a respectful gesture to the 4 elders. He remembered that when he was young, they had researched various treatment plans to help him regain his sight. Although the results had not improved at all, he still had a good impression of these 4 old men. As for Lin Hongkong, he was completely ignored. Being forced into the Zhao family was the shame of his life, and the culprit was undoubtedly Lin Hongkong. To bind the Zhao family, this Black Store's financial backer, he had actually used the excuse of improving relations between the 2 families to force a marriage alliance with the Zhao family. Who would have thought that in the end? He agreed to let Lin family disciples marry into the Zhao family, thus choosing himself. "Lin Hao, do you know that the family master has been waiting for you in the study for a long time today?" Lin Hongkong stared at Lin Hao, his tone questioning and puzzled. "Also, what did you mean by what you just said?" Lin Hao shrugged and said, "With Li Qingshou dead, you going there would only be a waste of time." Upon hearing this, Lin Hongkong felt quite displeased and shouted, "Nonsense. The complex interests between families are not something a little kid like you can understand. I really don't understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sold by you back then." Lin Hao sneered coldly. "To be honest, the matter of cooperation regarding the vein is just a delaying tactic by the Li family. Don't be too naive." "Delaying tactic?" Lin Hongkong and the 4 elders were slightly taken aback, looking at Lin Hao in surprise. "As far as I know, Li Qingshou had already sent people to secretly mine the Lingyang stone from the vein days ago." Lin Hao's expression was calm. "So the implication is clear, and I believe I don't need to explain further." "What?" Hearing this, the 4 elders' faces changed drastically, a look of anger and astonishment filling their eyes. Lin Hongkong was even more enraged, slamming his hand down on the table with a loud bang, instantly reducing the sandalwood table to powder. Earlier, the Li family had dispatched a large number of guards to their estate in the vein and set up a cordon, so he had long suspected something. He had thought the Li family didn't have the guts, but he never expected they would dare to set him up. Damn it! Lin Hongkong's anger grew as he glared at Lin Hao and asked, "Where did you get this information?" Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "A friend of mine told me that Li Qingshou's spatial ring contains a large amount of Lingyang stone, about 3,000 pieces." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Hongkong and the others darkened. They were very clear that with the Li family's financial resources, it was impossible to acquire so much Lingyang stone. Moreover, the martial cultivation talent of the Li family's disciples was mediocre, at most at the level of a second-tier warrior. Spending a large amount of Lingyang stone to cultivate them was undoubtedly just throwing money away. Therefore, the only possibility was that the Li family was indeed mining the vein in secret, violating the previous agreement with the Lin family. "Who is that friend of yours? What does he look like?" Lin Hongkong suppressed his anger and continued to ask. After all, this matter was serious. As the family master, any action he took would affect the family's interests. "He's an assassin named Jing Ku," Lin Hao said. "As for what he looks like, don't forget that I'm blind." Upon hearing this, Lin Hongkong's gaze froze, looking in surprise at the 4 elders beside him. The person who assassinated Li Qingshou was indeed that mysterious assassin. Regarding this point, Lin Hongkong and the others seemed to have believed Lin Hao's words. At this moment, the way they looked at Lin Hao was somewhat different, clearly not expecting that he knew that skilled assassin. "Since your Li family is untrustworthy, then don't blame our Lin family for being ruthless." Lin Hongkong's eyes narrowed slightly, his icy voice filled with a chilling, murderous intent, and then he coldly shouted, "Send the order down. All warriors above level 3 in the family mobilize immediately. Rush to the Li family estate outside the city and destroy them." After saying this, Lin Hongkong reached for his storage bag and took out a purple long knife. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, lightning flashed, exuding a chilling and fierce aura. What a powerful aura! Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a slight chill in his heart. Compared to when he had previously exerted pressure with his aura, it was now several times stronger. However, Lin Hao was not ignorant. He knew that the family master had actually held back, merely putting on a show in front of Li Qingshou. If he truly made a move, with Lin Hongkong's peak 6th level strength, even a single move's might would likely be something he couldn't withstand. About a few minutes later, in the front yard of the Lin residence. At this moment, over 100 Lin family guards and family members had gathered, all fully armed and filled with murderous intent. Ma Lu and Chun, who were among them. At the very front of the team stood the family martial arts chief, Lin Xiongong. Having spent many years on the battlefield, he was exceptionally seasoned in combat. With the elder exposing the situation, everyone present was undoubtedly extremely angry, and the majority of their gazes covertly glanced at Lin Hongkong. They never expected that the family master would also be deceived one day. Lin Hongkong, holding the long knife, had a changing expression, feeling quite humiliated and angry. Set off. Destroy those bastards. He waved his hand, leading the Lin family's many people, surging out of the estate like a tide. Then, riding the war horses that the servants had prepared, they charged towards the Li family estate outside the city, intending to seize the Lingyang stone vein. Sister Wan's matter has been resolved. Not far away, Lin Hao silently observed, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 44. A fatty opportunity delivered to the door the next morning. Lin Hao returned to the Zhao residence. Upon seeing him back, the servants all let out a sigh of relief. If Lin Hao had disappeared again like last time, they would have had to search for him day and night. Thankfully, the heavens had blessed them, and they finally managed to bring this guy back. Feeling the unusual gazes around him, Lin Hao paid them no mind and walked straight to the dining hall. After practicing in his rented apartment all night, he was now feeling very hungry. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he casually ordered a few breakfast items and began eating alone. The members of the Zhao family inside the hall seemed to pay little attention to his arrival, as they were all discussing the two major events that had occurred last night. The first was that the head of the Li family was mysteriously assassinated while engaging with a courtesan. The second was that the Lin family had mobilized all their family experts to rush to the Li family's villa on the outskirts of the city and launched a surprise attack. Although there were several martial artists guarding the villa, most of them were only level 3 warriors. These were hired hands that the Li family had hastily recruited after discovering the Lingyang stone mine, just a disorganized mob. Faced with the fierce assault from the Lin family's team, they barely held on for long before scattering in all directions. In the end, the Lingyang stone mine was occupied by the Lin family, who seized tens of thousands of pounds of raw Lingyang stones and captured many miners who were working there. To maintain the family's reputation, Lin Hongkong did not go on a killing spree. Instead, he brought the miners back to Tianwu City to testify, publicly announcing that the Lin family did not forcibly seize the mine. Rather, it was the Li family that breached the contract first, which prompted the Lin family to take over the management rights. The next morning, in the main hall of the Zhao residence, the Lin family this time truly made a profit. After learning the news, Zhao Tianlai couldn't help but show an envious expression. Not only did it not damage the family's reputation, but they also managed to rightfully seize the mining rights. He remarked in amazement. Even if the Li family reports to the city lord's mansion, they won't be able to do anything to the Lin family. This move is indeed brilliant. Beside him, the chief steward Zhao Rong nodded and said in a low voice, "I wonder who leaked the news." Li Qingshou was actually murdered in his own residence. Moreover, the method of killing is very similar to that of a certain person. At this point, Zhao Rong paused and looked meaningfully at the head of the Zhao family, saying, "I heard that the son-in-law went to the Lin residence today." Yin Kiskiviko. Zhao Tianlia's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Zhao Rong, suddenly realizing, TSK, I knew this kid was not simple. Has he returned now? This morning, the son-in-law has already returned to the residence and should be having a meal in the dining hall right now. Hearing Zhao Rong's words, Zhao Tianlai nodded secretly. After being out all night, and given that method of killing, it was very likely that the assassin who killed Li Qingshou last night was him. He then solemnly instructed Zhao Rong, "Lin Hao's identity is very sensitive. If it gets exposed, it won't be good for our Zhao residents. Remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Including the Lin family members, do not disclose anything they inquire about unless Lin Hao himself admits it. After speaking, a grave expression flashed in Zhao Tianlia's eyes. With the various mysterious abilities Lin Hao had recently displayed, he understood that this person could only be befriended and not offended. Otherwise, the prey Lin Hao targeted could very well end up being people from their Zhao residence. Besides, with the connection of having a father-in-law, he would not be at a disadvantage. Zhao Rong nodded seriously, rest assured, head of the family. Just then, a Zhao family servant appeared at the hall entrance with Lin Hongkong. Brother Lin, what brings you here today? Seeing this, Zhao Tianlai was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, and you didn't inform me in advance, so I could have had the servants prepare some food and drink. No need to trouble yourself. Lin Hongkong replied with a deep laugh, stating directly, I have something to discuss with Lin Hao. Is he in a residence? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlai was slightly taken aback. He knew Lin Hongkong very well. He was very profit-oriented and had always looked down on Lin Hao, who contributed nothing to the family. Why would he suddenly come to the Zhao residence to look for Lin Hao? Could it be that the head of the Lin family had discovered Lin Hao's identity due to last night's incident? Or had he already known all along? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhao Tianlai tentatively asked, Brother Lin, what do you need Lin Hao for? Lin Hongkong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at Zhao Tianlai, seemingly trying to discern something from his expression. You really don't know anything at all? Lin Hongkong countered. Zhao Tianlai was momentarily stunned, but quickly maintained his composure, smiling. Brother Lin is joking. If you don't say, how would I know? Upon hearing this, a hint of concealed coldness flashed in Lin Hongkong's eyes. He secretly chuckled, thinking it was better this way. It would prevent unnecessary trouble when the marriage with the Zhao family was dissolved. Since learning yesterday that Lin Hao was a martial arts genius who practiced both combat and strategy, Lin Hongkong was undoubtedly shocked. However, the Lin family had been lingering in the ranks of third-rate families for generations, and now that they had finally produced such a talented descendant, he had been treated as a waste and married into the Zhao residence 6 months ago. This matter left Lin Hongkong feeling both regretful and pleasantly surprised. The key thing to do now was to ensure that Lin Hao was brought back to the family for focus training. Thinking this, Lin Hongkong smiled and said, actually, I came here today to discuss something with Brother Zhao. Please go ahead, Brother Lin. Zhao Tianlai smiled, completely unable to guess Lin Hongkong's intentions. Lin Hongkong asked, in the half year since Lin Hao married into the Zhao residence, has he caused any impact on you? Zhao Tianlai waved his hands repeatedly, his smile growing brighter as he praised. Lin Hao is steady in temperament and has never caused any disputes in the residence. I am very satisfied with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongkong was momentarily taken aback and didn't he know how to respond. To his knowledge, due to the cooperation with the black market at that time, the Zhao residents had always harbored prejudice against Lin Hao, the son-in-law. Even after Zhao Linger obtained the internal admission quota from Tianyan Academy, they viewed Lin Hao as a stumbling block and were eager to dissolve the marriage. If Zhao Tianlai had expressed any dissatisfaction with Lin Hao's behavior at this moment, he could have used it as an opportunity to propose that Lin Hao leave the Zhao residence. However, the other party's response completely disrupted the plan Lin Hongkong had crafted beforehand. Brother Zhao, please don't be too polite, Lin Hongkong said earnestly. If Lin Hao really has caused any impact on the Zhao residents, I could take him back at any time. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlia's expression changed slightly. He finally understood that Lin Hongkong's purpose for coming this time was for Lin Hao. Clearly, after Lin Hao had displayed his strength at the Lin residence yesterday, Lin Hongkong had begun to rethink his perspective. However, Lin Hao was now a member of the Zhao residence, and such a treasure, Zhao Tianlai was unwilling to let go. Brother Lin, I see it's not as simple as just taking him back, right? Zhao Tianlai said with a half-smile, my daughter has feelings for Lin Hao, and they are husband and wife. It wouldn't be good for us to break up this couple. With his thoughts exposed, Lin Hongkong's face turned awkward. It seems you already knew about Lin Hao's talent. Lin Hongkong forced a laugh, then sighed, although Lin Hao is blind, based on my years of intuition. If he can grow in the future, he will undoubtedly be limitless in martial arts. However, If such a genius continues to live in the Zhao residence as a son-in-law, it will likely only fuel his desire for revenge, which is not good for either of our families. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlai's expression grew serious as he recalled the various humiliations Lin Hao had faced in the Zhao residence, where he had not even been treated as a servant. Not long ago, Zhao Linger even threatened to dissolve the marriage, which further intensified the pressure on Lin Hao. If this continued to develop, it might indeed be, as Lin Hao said, extremely unfavorable. The main point is that behind Lin Hao, there is the powerful force of the Underworld Pavilion. After some discussions, both parties unanimously decided to maintain the status quo. Lin Hao and Zhao Linger's bet allowed them to defend their dignity with their own strength. The Lin and Zhao families would assist Lin Hao's cultivation and growth through nurturing. Unbeknownst to them, while they were talking, a strong ant quietly crouched by the door crack, listening to everything clearly. Without a doubt, this ant was Lin Hao's pet, Ant-Man number 003. At this moment, Lin Hao had finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria, with all the information that Ant-Man had seen and heard being transmitted to his mind in real time. Assist, huh? A playful smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Since 2 pigs were delivered to his door, he would not hesitate to slaughter them. Lin Hao then walked directly toward the front hall, a toothpick in his mouth. From the information transmitted by Ant-Man, Lin Hao knew that the chief steward, Zhao Rong, had just stepped out of the hall and was coming to find him. Sure enough, the two soon met in a corridor halfway down. "Young master, was breakfast to your taste today?" Upon seeing Lin Hao, Zhao Rong immediately walked over with a beaming smile. "It was passable, but too much meat can be greasy. A cup of soy milk would be much more refreshing," Lin Hao replied with a faint smile, expressing his viewpoint. "No problem. I'll inform the kitchen to prepare some soy milk for tomorrow." Zhao Rong immediately nodded in response. As the chief steward of the Zhao family, it was absolutely a small matter to satisfy Lin Hao regarding food. As for cultivation resources, that would depend on the heads of the Lin and Zhao families. "Young master, the head of the Lin family is visiting today and would like to invite you to the living room for a chat. Let's go." Lin Hao was already aware of this matter, and after speaking, he took the lead. Watching Lin Hao's steady and powerful steps, Zhao Rong was slightly taken aback. If one did not know the truth, who would believe that this was actually a blind person? Lin Hao then arrived in the hall. As his right foot stepped through the door, Ant-Man, which had been waiting there, immediately crawled up his foot and onto his body. "Lin Hao, thanks to the information you revealed last night, otherwise our Lin family would still be in the dark." Upon seeing Lin Hao enter, Lin Hong quickly greeted him with a hearty laugh, showing no sign of the head of the family. "Lin brother told me about last night's events." Zhao Tianlai also walked over, staring at Lin Hao with a feigned displeasure, and said, "Lin Hao, you are now a part of our Zhao family. In the future, if there are any dangerous matters, you cannot act on your own anymore. No matter how big the issue is, our Zhao family will support you. And our Lin family." Lin Hong was not to be outdone, trying hard to show goodwill in front of Lin Hao to mend the relationship between the two families. "It's nothing. I'm just doing what I should do," Lin Hao said humbly, feeling a bit unaccustomed to the warm greetings from the two family heads. "Indeed, young people today lack a sense of responsibility like yours," Zhao Tianlai said without thinking, praising him. "This time, our Lin family has reaped great benefits from the Lingyang stone mine, and your contribution is the biggest," Lin Hong said excitedly, looking at Lin Hao with a bright smile. "Just say what you want." Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved. Since the fat was delivered to his door, he naturally wouldn't be polite. "Since it is the head's intention, I won't refuse. In a few days, I will be going to the Tianyin Academy for the recruitment assessment, and I happen to be short on expenses. If possible, I would like this amount," Lin Hao said, articulating the words he had already thought of while holding up 5 fingers on his right hand. "Just this?" Lin Hong was taken aback, feeling that Lin Hao's request was too easy to fulfill. 50,000 is too little. I'll give you 500,000. Lin Hong acted very generously, saying, "Tomorrow I'll have someone prepare a 1,000,000 gold card for you." "No need, I have a 1,000,000 gold card. And this amount is not 50,000 or 500,000, but 50 million. However, the next words from Lin Hao made the head of the Lin family gasp in shock. "What? 50 million? He stared at Lin Hao dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to regain his composure, his face filled with astonishment. Clearly, this amount for expenses had completely exceeded his expectations. This kid is indeed ruthless, asking for 50 million right off the bat. Zhao Tianlai, standing by, almost choked when he heard this figure, secretly clicking his tongue. Of course, he felt a sense of schadenfreude regarding the head of the Lin family's predicament. If you can't afford it, then I can only take the head's good intentions to heart, Lin Hao said lightly. No. Seeing Lin Hao's nonchalant expression, Lin Hong Kong seemed a bit anxious. The head keeps his word. 50 million, right? I'll transfer it to you right now. Saying this, he took out a 1,000,000 gold card, his hand slightly trembling. 50 million is equivalent to the family's living expenses for 2 years. It hurt him, but what could he do? Now that Lin Hao's martial talent had awakened, far surpassing his peers, he would surely grow into a dominant figure in the future. The Lin family becoming a first-class family was just around the corner. Therefore, this mere 50 million was nothing. Moreover, having seized the Lingyang stone mine from the Li family last night, the resources would flow continuously. Lin Hong Kong's mind rapidly turned, weighing the future interests of the family, and began to comfort himself. Thank you, head. After the transfer was completed, the smile on Lin Hao's face became even more radiant. In terms of personal gain from the Li family incident, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner. 3,000 Lingyang stones and 50 million in cash made him a small tycoon. Chapter 45. The fourth pet. Seeing Lin Hao's beaming smile, Lin Hong Kong's mouth muscles twitched slightly. 50 million taels. This was the most expensive expenditure since he took over as the family head 20 years ago. Moreover, it was all spent on one person, Brother Zhao. As Lin Hao's father-in-law, now that he's going to Tianyan Academy, shouldn't you at least show some support? The more Lin Hong Kong thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. If he was going to cultivate Lin Hao, he couldn't bear all the resources alone. Therefore, Lin Hong Kong smiled at Zhao Tianlai, dragging the latter into the matter as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlai's eyelids twitched, and his previously gloating expression suddenly turned a bit ugly. This old bastard actually dragged me into this. During his 6 months at the Zhao residence, his father-in-law had never given him anything, but that was fine. He understood his father-in-law's intentions. Lin Hao pretended to be polite and smiled slightly, trying to ease the situation for Zhao Tianlai. However, this sounded different in Zhao Tianlai's ears. Not at all. Zhao Tianlai forced a laugh and quickly waved his hand. I prepared a farewell gift for you long before, half a month ago. Well, I heard you were going to Tianyan Academy. What is it? Lin Hong Kong raised an eyebrow, curious. Weapons? Or spirit medicine? His posture was like that of a supervisor, assessing the quality of the items Lin Hao was about to receive. Lin Hao secretly smiled. It was the first time he saw that the family head had such a humorous side. Neither. Zhao Tianlai glanced at Lin Hong Kong and said indifferently, "It's a magical beast." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly, as the term magical beast undoubtedly piqued his great interest. Lin Hong Kong's eyes also flashed with surprise. He had thought Zhao Tianlai would give some money or spirit medicine. He didn't expect that the first thing he would offer was a magical beast. As everyone knows, magical beasts are different from ordinary wild animals. They possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, are exceptionally fierce, and have a relatively high intelligence. Most importantly, magical beasts are treasures in their own right. Their skin, flesh, and bones are all highly nourishing items. Moreover, due to their absorption of spiritual energy, most magical beasts have crystallized cores within them, which are perfect for refining treasures. Many impoverished martial artists risk their lives to capture magical beasts in the mountain ranges. Then, Zhao Tianlai led Lin Hao and the others to the back courtyard of the Zhao residence. In the center of the area, there was an iron cage containing a magical beast that was about 10 feet tall, constantly emitting low growls. The magical beast was covered in fiery scales and had an extremely fierce tiger head, with blood-red eyes shining with a ruthless light. Its tail moved menacingly like a fire python. This magical beast is much stronger than the little flies. Lin Hao was taken aback. Although he was not close, he could still feel the fierce aura of the beast. In terms of strength, the little flies, wolf spiders, and ant-men were utterly defeated. However, if it came to assassination, the smaller pets would have the advantage. Fire Scale Tiger. Looking at the magical beast in the iron cage, Lin Hong Kong's eyes flickered as he recognized it at a glance. This magical beast had a fierce reputation, and its combat power in adulthood was comparable to that of a level 6 human warrior. He looked at Zhao Tianlai in astonishment. Brother Zhao, the fire scale tiger is naturally proud and fierce. Capturing it alive is not simple. It indeed took quite a bit of effort, Zhao Tianlai said with a satisfied smile, gazing at the fire scale tiger's imposing demeanor, feeling quite pleased. He had always wanted a magical beast as a mount. Recently, he had the opportunity to learn that an adventure team in the city had captured a fire scale tiger. So he spent 10 million to buy it. Just thinking about riding the fire scale tiger through the streets in the future was an exhilarating thought. However, although this beast had not reached adulthood, it was still wild and difficult to tame. It had been 2 months since he bought it, and it remained as untamed as ever. Lin Hao, this beast is called the fire scale tiger. I plan to gift it to you as a mount for your trip to Tianyan Academy. Zhao Tianlai chuckled as he thought to himself. Since Lin Hong Kong had already made his intentions clear, even though he had nothing of value to offer, he couldn't fall behind and could only give Lin Hao the fire scale tiger. If Lin Hao showed cowardice and refused, he wouldn't lose face either. Thank you, father-in-law. However, Lin Hao's response completely exceeded Zhao Tianlia's expectations, as he readily accepted. Lin Hao, the fire scale tiger is extremely difficult to tame and incredibly fierce. You must think this through, Zhao Tianlai hurriedly said, his words seeming to be a warning to dissuade Lin Hao. It's fine, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, then that's that. Lin Hao smiled calmly, knowing full well Zhao Tianlia's thoughts. With that, he walked straight towards the iron cage. Seeing Lin Hao actually approaching to tame the fire scale tiger, Zhao Tianlai was first taken aback, then a confident smile crept onto his face. After his previous attempts, he knew very well how unruly the fire scale tiger was. Since Lin Hao wanted to try, let him. That way, he would know when to back off. Watching Lin Hao come close to the iron cage, Zhao Tianlia's mind even conjured up the image of Lin Hao's regretful expression when he chose to give up. Roar! As Lin Hao approached, the fire scale tiger's fierce gaze intensified, and it let out a violent roar, displaying its sharp teeth, looking quite terrifying. Lin Hao remained calm, standing in place without the slightest hint of fear. If he could tame the dragon's soul, a mere magical beast was nothing to him. The rules of the god-level evolution system required that he personally capture it to store the pet. He wondered if the assistance of the little flies would violate this rule. Lin Hao's thoughts stirred, and he transmitted his inquiry to the system. Ding! Already stored pets belong to the host's own strength. Assisting the host in capturing animals does not violate the rules. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. In that case, it would be much easier, and he wouldn't have to take personal risks. However, the current capabilities of the little flies were still too weak. It would be difficult to subdue the fire scale tiger. Evolve pets. Lin Hao sent a command to the system, and a pet interface immediately appeared in his mind. There were 5 slots for storing pets. 3 of them were already occupied by the little flies, wolf spiders, and ant-men, meaning only 2 slots remained available. Lin Hao speculated that once he filled all 5 slots, would the system upgrade and increase the capacity? Which pet does the host want to evolve? The system's voice rang out, and Lin Hao silently thought, little fly. In the next moment, the attribute panel of the little fly appeared. The little fly was currently at the high level of C rank, and to evolve to B rank, it first needed to reach the king level of C rank. Upgrade once. Lin Hao's mind moved as he selected the king level enhancement in the C rank column, instantly consuming 10 million taels. Ding! Upgrade successful. Your pet little fly with code 001 has received a comprehensive enhancement. With the evolution complete, the various attribute data of the little fly surged simultaneously. Its combat power increased from 4000 to 6000, comparable to a peak level 4 warrior. Advanced upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao directly chose to evolve to B rank. The initial upgrade cost was not low. Upgrading from D rank to C rank was 100,000, and the subsequent increases were tenfold. This meant that upgrading from C rank to B rank required only 1 million taels. The 50 million taels he had just received from Lin Hong Kong was more than enough for him to spend. Ding! Advancement successful. Congratulations, code 001, Kung Fu Fly, has evolved to be rank and activated the new skill Shadow Wings. In an instant, the kung fu fly on Lin Hao's shoulder transformed. Its size remained largely unchanged, but its skin now shimmered with a metallic black luster. Most notably, a dark golden pattern appeared on its wings, resembling runes, mysterious and magical, with signs of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The fly has gained a new skill. Lin Hao was somewhat surprised and immediately checked the explanation of the new skill. Shadow Wings can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense energy, flapping its wings to release shadow blade attacks. So it's a ranged attack skill, not bad. After reading the note, Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With its flying ability, the Shadow Wing skill is indeed quite fitting. Lin Hao then upgraded the Kung Fu Fly to the B rank King level enhancement. In an instant, the Kung Fu Fly's combat power soared to 10,000 points, comparable to the peak power of a level 5 warrior. However, Lin Hao noticed that the balance in his card had suddenly decreased by 10 million taels. It's too costly, Lin Hao thought to himself. Now, the 50 million taels he had just received was down to less than 30 million. What am I doing? Meanwhile, Lin Hong Kong and Zhao Tianlai, who were behind him, found it strange that Lin Hao was standing still next to the iron cage. Could it be that he was scared stiff? If that were the case, Lin Hao's abilities would undoubtedly be greatly diminished in their eyes. Fly, open the lock, Lin Hao commanded indifferently. Whoosh! The Kung Fu Fly suddenly darted out from his shoulder, its metallic sharp sides slashing down fiercely. In the next second, the iron lock on the cage door snapped cleanly. Roar! The fire scale tiger, clearly possessing a certain level of intelligence, let out a roar upon seeing the lock break, immediately lunging forward to smash open the cage door. Lin Hao, get back! Seeing this scene, Lin Hong Kong and Zhao Tianlia's pupils constricted, and they shouted urgently. At the same time, they both surged with spiritual energy and drew their respective weapons. Beasts are notoriously fierce and brutal. Even they had to be cautious. However, Lin Hao remained unmoved, even provocatively whistling at the fire scale tiger. The time spent in captivity had caused the fire scale tiger to harbor deep resentment, and now being provoked by Lin Hao undoubtedly ignited its ferocity. Roar! With a fierce roar, the fire scale tiger bared its sharp teeth and lunged at Lin Hao. Its speed was incredibly fast, like a flash of fire, almost reaching Lin Hao in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the Kung Fu Fly, already poised for action, suddenly flapped its wings, and the runes on it glowed, conjuring black blade shadows that shot toward the fire scale tiger. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the fire scale tiger reacted quickly, nimbly retreating and then raising its head to unleash a burst of flame. Boom! Under the impact of the flames, dozens of black blade shadows instantly turned to dust. The attacks between the two beasts canceled each other out. The fire scale tiger's fierce eyes glinted as it stared at the Kung Fu Fly hovering in midair, a hint of confusion crossing its gaze. During its time in the Monster Beast Mountains, it had encountered countless beasts and could identify their level based on the smell of their excrement or urine. Yet this little fly completely overturned its previous understanding. The Kung Fu Fly had no such thoughts. Under Lin Hao's command, it dove down sharply and continued its assault. In an instant, the two creatures, with a vast difference in size, were entangled in fierce combat. The claws of the fire scale tiger were as sharp and tough as earth-grade weapons. After the B rank king level enhancement, the Kung Fu Fly also reached that level. Thus, in this fierce battle, the two sides were evenly matched. Bang! 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 Every impact was strong and forceful, creating a gust of wind. However, at this moment, Lin Hao had quietly summoned the wolf spider. Whoosh! Almost without warning, the fire scale tiger suddenly noticed a dark green spider that had appeared behind it. Its vigilance was clearly high. It whipped its tail and struck the wolf spider. Crack! However, the small spider was as tough as iron. The tail strike caused no harm at all. After fending off the Kung Fu Fly's attack, the enraged fire scale tiger turned its head to spit fire at the sneaky little spider, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in its tail, having been bitten by the wolf spider. In an instant, the lethal toxin spread through its veins, causing the fire scale tiger to stiffen and collapse to the ground in agony. Fortunately, The wolf spider had not yet evolved to the same level as the kung fu fly. Otherwise, that bite would have surely killed the fire scale tiger instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao, who had been directing from the sidelines, quickly stepped forward and delivered a punch to the tiger's head, knocking it out cold. Ding! Detection. Host has captured a monster beast, fire scale tiger. Would you like to keep it as a pet? Lin Hao decisively responded, yes. Congratulations. The host has successfully captured a pet and can name it. Let's call it Fire Scale Tiger. Lin Hao didn't bother thinking of a name and simply used the original one. Ding. Code 004 pet has been named. You have gained the qualification to evolve the Fire Scale Tiger. As a system voice sounded, a data panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Fire Scale Tiger Code 004 Owner. Lin Hao Combat Power 10,000 Lifespan 80 Years Skills Flamelight. Chapter 46 Second Lottery The Start of the Beast. Indeed impressive. Lin Hao quickly skimmed through the information on the Fire Scale Tiger and couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Even before evolution, it had already reached the level of a kung fu fly at the B-rank king level enhancement. A powerful bee species starting from a high point is indeed much stronger. Wolf Spider helped the little tiger detoxify. Under Lin Hao's command, the wolf spider bit the fire-scaled tiger again, releasing a white liquid that directly cleared the toxins from its bloodline. Roar! After detoxification, the fire-scaled tiger quickly regained consciousness and energetically stood up again. However, this time, when it looked at Lin Hao, its eyes were devoid of ferocity, filled with awe, and it lowered its tiger head, nuzzling against Lin Hao's feet like a little dog showing affection. Behind them, Lin Hong Kong and Zhao Tianlai were instantly stunned, staring blankly at this scene. A tiny fly could actually fight evenly with a fire-scale tiger. What kind of fly is this? Lin Hong Kong swallowed hard, staring at the kung fu fly that had landed back on Lin Hao's shoulder, his eyes filled with shock. Didn't Butler Zhao say last time that this fly had the strength of a level 2 warrior? How did it become so powerful all of a sudden? Zhao Tianlai secretly clicked his tongue, also looking astonished. What shocked him the most was that the fire-scale tiger was tamed with just one punch from Lin Hao. This kind of rough and simple method was something he had never seen before. Little tiger, let us take a lap around this courtyard. Lin Hao commanded, and the fire-scaled tiger immediately obediently lay down on the ground. As Lin Hao climbed onto its back, it moved, instantly running around the courtyard like fire. Although the fire-scaled tiger was fast, its movements were very steady, completely devoid of any jarring discomfort. Awesome. Sitting on the beast's back, Lin Hao felt the wind rush past. Incredibly exhilarating. This feeling, compared to riding a horse, was even more thrilling. Soon, Lin Hao patted the tiger's head, and the fire-scaled tiger abruptly stopped in front of Lin Hong Kong and Zhao Tianlai. The expressions on their faces were still one of shock and disbelief. Thank you for the gift, father-in-law. I really like this beast, Lin Hao said with a smile. Haha, as long as you like it. Zhao Tianlai forced a dry laugh, feeling a mix of emotions. He originally thought Lin Hao would be unable to tame it and planned to decline this gift, which would maintain his father-in-law's dignity while also showing goodwill. It was supposed to be a win-win situation, a brilliant plan. But he never expected Lin Hao would tame the fire-scaled tiger so easily. It was a complete loss. However, from another perspective, Lin Hao's displayed abilities further convinced Zhao Tianlai that he was a worthy investment. Therefore, the gift of the fire-scaled tiger also held great value for the future. Lin Hao. Every year, our family can allocate 3 reserve spots for the Tianyan Academy. You actually don't need to participate in the assessment. Lin Hong Kong was increasingly valuing Lin Hao and excitedly said, I can give you one of the reserve spots. You won't need to participate in the clan competition. How about that? Hearing the head of the Lin family's suggestion, Lin Hao was somewhat tempted. After all, getting a reserve spot at the Tianyan Academy without having to take the assessment or participate in clan competitions sounded appealing, didn't it? However, he had already made a bet with Zhao Linger. If he took a shortcut now, wouldn't that make her look down on him? No way. A man's pride must be fought for. Thank you for your kind offer, but my agreement with Zhao Linger will not change. Lin Hao said calmly. I believe father-in-law has already told you about the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong Kong showed a hint of surprise. He then laughed and praised. Good. You have a sense of masculinity. A disobedient wife should be taught a lesson. Nearby, Zhao Tianlia's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Lin Hongkong's comments about his daughter. But since he was currently on Lin Hao's side, he couldn't say much. By the way, Zhao Tianli then seemed to think of something and said to Lin Hao, Linger left the Zhao residence early this morning and has already set off for the Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao replied indifferently, It doesn't matter. I will set off tomorrow. Tomorrow just happens to be the time the dwarf blacksmith completes the delivery of the gravity armor. He originally planned to pick it up and head straight to the Tianyan Academy. As for whether Zhao Linger would accompany him, it was entirely outside his considerations. Having a woman by his side, coupled with their awkward relationship, would inevitably be uncomfortable. Rather than that, it would be better to travel alone, going wherever he pleased, freely and easily. Afterward, Lin Hongkong and Zhao Tianli exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving one after the other. As heads of families, they were not as leisurely as imagined, with numerous family affairs to handle every day. Accompanying Lin Hao for so long had completely taken time out of their busy schedules. Lin Hao continued to stay in the back courtyard area, which was relatively secluded, rarely seeing anyone from the Zhao residence, ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed. Evolve Fire Scale Tiger. Lin Hao then quietly murmured in his heart. The attribute panel of the fire-scaled tiger instantly appeared. The advancement level needed to increase gradually. Unlike the full-body enhancements of the primary, intermediate, advanced, and king levels, which could be freely chosen. Thus, the current state of the fire-scale tiger was that it had not yet evolved and needed to choose the D rank to upgrade. Lin Hao pondered for a moment before starting to operate. Ding! Evolution successful. Your pet number 004 fire-scale tiger has completed D rank evolution and can freely choose full-body enhancement. Ding! Enhancement successful. Your pet number 004 fire-scale tiger has completed D rank king level enhancement and received a comprehensive upgrade. As the system's voice sounded, the fire-scaled tiger's body trembled, and its scales instantly refreshed, gleaming with a bright red hue, looking as if flames were burning. The cost for D rank evolution was 1 million taels, while the king level enhancement cost 10 million taels, a substantial difference between the two. However, this way, it could upgrade to C rank. Ding! Advancement successful. Your pet No. 004 fire-scale tiger has been upgraded to C rank and gained a special skill, Flame Critical Strike. Following that, Lin Hao consumed another 10 million taels to upgrade it to B rank king level enhancement. This transformation caused the fire-scale tiger's body to suddenly grow larger. Its claws became sharp as blades, and two long fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth. Its scales resembled shields, exuding a metallic hardness, and its aura had also increased significantly. Its combat power rose from the initial 10,000 to 35,000, comparable to the peak level of a level 6 warrior. Not bad, quite imposing. Looking at the imposing fire-scale tiger, Lin Hao was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If Zhao Tianli and Lin Hongkong saw this at that moment, they would surely be shocked and dumbfounded, because the current fire-scale tiger would likely be difficult for the two of them to handle, even if they teamed up. Afterward, Lin Hao checked the balance in his gold card, which still had over 13 million left. Evolving to B rank and king level enhancement only required 11 million. But Lin Hao decided to cancel this idea. After all, there would inevitably be expenses on the way to the Tianyan Academy, and he didn't want to restrict his spending due to his pet's evolution. With the current strength of his 4 pets, as long as they didn't encounter some martial arts experts, ensuring his safety would absolutely not be a problem. These concerns were secondary. The main issue was his economic income, which currently relied on assassin missions. The targets for executing the missions were none other than the Kung Fu Fly and the Wolf Spider, which are the best partners for assassination. But the Wolf Spider is currently at the C rank advanced level with low combat power. To fully improve, it still needs quite a bit of money. So, I must save more money to enhance their combat strength. Lin Hao shook his head, increasingly feeling the financial strain. As for the Ant-Man, in Lin Hao's view, given its current state, apart from the ability to summon ant beasts, it is not very useful. He can only wait to see if there are any new developments in its later evolution before deciding whether to keep it. Ding! Detection shows that the host has collected 4 pets, meeting the conditions for reward distribution. Congratulations, the host has obtained a free lottery chance. Would you like to claim it? Just as Lin Hao was pondering, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, recalling the earlier rules for reward distribution from the system. Yes, without hesitation, Lin Hao claimed it and directly began the lottery. After a few seconds of silence, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn the heavenly level martial arts technique 9 symbol sword art. At the moment the system's voice rang out, a crystal suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Spinning rapidly, the crystal resembled a long sword, surrounded by 9 mysterious runes of different colors. It faintly emitted 9 different energy attributes, corresponding to the elemental energies of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt quite curious and momentarily didn't know how to use it. The martial arts crystal contains all the techniques of a 9-symbol sword art. Does the host wish to merge? Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hao was surprised and quickly responded, merge. Buzz. In the next moment, the sword-shaped crystal suddenly melted in his mind like ice. Lin Hao's spirit shook, and he felt as if he had received a sudden enlightenment. The various martial arts techniques of a 9-symbol sword art were absorbed almost instantaneously. Is this it? Lin Hao was secretly astonished. In the blink of an eye, he had become proficient without a teacher. Moreover, the feeling was extremely mysterious, as if he had practiced for decades to reach a masterful level. With a sense of doubt, Lin Hao reached into his storage bag with his right hand and took out the dragon-eating sword. Since it was a martial art derived from a sword, it naturally required a sword to practice. He then attempted to channel the spiritual energy within his body, rapidly circulating it through his meridians according to the heart method of the 9-sword true technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spiritual power flowed into the broken sword, suddenly, 9 mysterious runes lit up on the sword's body almost instantly. These runes, a total of 9, shone brilliantly, all formed and transformed by Lin Hao's spiritual power. It really works. Looking at the 9 runes blooming on the broken sword, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Now, apart from lacking money, he was also extremely short on various cultivation resources. He had power, but no martial skills to assist him. However, the appearance of a 9-symbol sword art undoubtedly addressed his needs. Lin Hao then urged his spiritual power, and the 9 runes on the sword immediately burst forth with dazzling light, releasing an astonishing sword aura. Boom! A sword strike landed on the ground, and the 9 runes exploded in a surge, sending sparks flying. The ground was paved with a type of blue jade stone, hard as iron. Yet even so, it was still cleaved by the sword aura, leaving a gash several feet long. This demonstrated the tremendous power of this sword. Looking at the marks on the ground, Lin Hao nodded to himself. Although he didn't know which sect or school the 9-symbol sword art came from, as long as its power was formidable, that was enough. Afterward, Lin Hao put the dragon-eating sword back in his storage bag and then rode the fire-scale tiger out of the backyard. Along the way, those servants of the Zhao family were undoubtedly startled to see such a magical beast suddenly appear in the mansion. There's a monster. Fire beast. What a terrifying fire beast. Instantly, screams erupted throughout the Zhao residence, with everyone scared to the point of losing control. Returning to the small courtyard where Zhao Linger lived, the fire-scale tiger lay at the entrance like a guardian beast. Its strong body, resembling fire, its fierce tiger head, and its deep breathing were all extremely intimidating. After Lin Hao quickly tidied up in the house, he walked into Zhao Linger's bedroom and was immediately greeted by a fragrant aroma. It was Zhao Linger's unique body fragrance, which made one feel restless just by smelling it. That little girl actually ran away early, leaving me hanging. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and leisurely wandered around. Zhao Linger was no longer at the Zhao residence, so he didn't have to worry about her suddenly returning and catching him off guard. Tonight, this bed belongs to me. Then, Lin Hao grinned and climbed onto Zhao Linger's bed. The soft bedding and smooth quilt felt extremely inviting, instantly stirring up one's imagination. What is this? Lin Hao suddenly noticed something under the pillow. When he pulled it out to check, it was actually the spell compendium he had seen last time. There was no doubt about it. Now that Zhao Linger was already a level 4 mage, this basic theory of spellcasting clearly held no interest for her. Therefore, it had no value for her to carry around. However, for Lin Hao, a novice, it was different. What a score! Lin Hao licked his lips. His mindset at that moment felt like stealing a kiss as he excitedly opened the spell compendium. The little flying bug immediately swooped in, presenting the information from the book to Lin Hao. However, when he opened the first page, Lin Hao's finger suddenly touched a piece of wood paper. The elegant characters on the wood paper were not printed with ink, but were made by piercing tiny holes with a needle. Even without the help of the little flying bug, Lin Hao knew exactly what those characters said. I made a mark before I left. If you dare to sneak into my bedroom again and touch my things, you'll be dead when you come back. Touching the characters on the paper, Lin Hao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Then, the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile, and Zhao Linger's angry appearance unconsciously flashed through his mind. For the first time, he felt Zhao Linger's cuteness. Chapter 47. Gravity silver armor on the bed. Lin Hao directly ignored the threatening words on the wooden paper, tossing it aside, and then opened the spell compendium to read. Previously, he had learned fire-type spells, with the fireball rune refining method being the most basic introduction. Lin Hao's current mental power cultivation had already reached the level of a second-tier mage. Next, he could only learn some second-tier spell runes. Fortunately, the contents of this spell compendium happened to include runes and spells up to third tier. With his ultimate cultivation talent, he was not limited to any particular type of spell, being an ultimate genius who could cultivate nearly all systems. However, to avoid being a jack of all trades and master of none, Lin Hao currently chose to focus on wind and fire types. A blend of wind and fire would be a good start. With this thought, Lin Hao quickly flipped through the pages and soon found the application of wind-type spells. The theoretical explanation noted 4 types of rune systems: attack, support, defense, and recovery. Attack and defense were not hard to understand. The support system was a wind spell that enhanced speed, while the recovery system utilized the power of the wind source to cast a healing spell called like a spring breeze. After carefully reading through it, Lin Hao raised his palm, drawing an invisible mental force, and began inscribing. During his first attempt at cultivating wind-type runes, Lin Hao's movements were somewhat awkward. Halfway through the rune totem, most of the mental force dissipated due to a pause in his movements. However, as time passed, Lin Hao's finger speed increased, and the movements became so rapid that they blurred. With each wind-type rune he inscribed, both the success rate and proficiency surged at an astonishing pace. At one moment, Lin Hao's fingers danced rapidly, pulling a strand of mental force that swiftly traced in the air, suddenly forming a peculiar rune. Activate! With a flicker of his mind, the rune burst forth with a brilliant azure light. Immediately, the spiritual energy in the rune converged wildly, as if a fierce wind had risen, tossing nearby furniture askew. In the blink of an eye, a blue tornado appeared before Lin Hao, spinning with sharp wind blades. A second-tier wind-type spell, wind sweeping the clouds. Not bad, quite impressive. Looking at the manifested blue tornado, a sense of excitement surged within Lin Hao. With his will, he could move it in any direction. First, let us test its lethality. Lin Hao picked up a chair and threw it into the blue tornado. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the wooden chair was caught in the tornado, it was almost instantly shredded into pieces by countless wind blades, producing a chilling sound. How cruel! Seeing this, Lin Hao clicked his tongue, thinking that if he threw a pig in, it would probably be turned into mincemeat. It was like a giant meat grinder. Then, with a wave of his hand, Lin Hao dispelled the blue tornado and once again summoned his mental force to inscribe a support-type wind rune. Whoosh! As the rune flashed, it instantly transformed into a layer of azure light enveloping him under Lin Hao's control. He immediately felt light all over, as if he were a leaf floating in the wind. Then, Lin Hao took off, sprinting around the room, leaving a series of blue afterimages, moving in a strange manner. This was indeed a second-tier wind-type spell, Wind Shadow Movement. After casting it, he was able to enhance his speed. He really was much faster now. Lin Hao suddenly stopped and grinned. However, when he saw the chaotic scene in the room, his smile instantly stiffened. Zhao Linger's dormitory was no longer in its original neat state. It was filled with shattered bottles, mirrors, and various tools, a sight that was quite tragic. Forget it. Never mind. Lin Hao shrugged, dismissing the thought of tidying up. Glancing outside, he noticed that dawn was breaking. He hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. He had spent the entire night in cultivation. After collecting the goods, it was time to set off. Lin Hao dusted off his pants and left the house without looking back, leaving behind a mess. As Lin Hao departed, the head of the Zhao family generously prepared a large cart of living supplies and even privately transferred 5 million taels, which truly moved Lin Hao. With a spatial ring and storage bag, Lin Hao was able to travel light. Thus, Lin Hao rode the fire-scale tiger, galloping down the street under the fearful gazes of many Zhao family members. Monsters! What a terrifying fire beast will it bite? Run away! As pedestrians saw the fire-scale beast, they immediately panicked and scattered, causing quite a ruckus on the street, with many shoes left behind. When passing by the blacksmith shop, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. This time, due to his ostentatious appearance and the striking fire-scale beast, he did not wear the Jingku attire. "Sir, what can I forge for you?" Upon seeing Lin Hao enter, the dwarf blacksmith immediately approached to serve him. His mood had been quite good these past 2 days, although he hadn't completed that batch of boxes, which breached the contract with the Lin family. The death of Li Qingshou meant that the marriage between the two families was no longer viable. Consequently, the boxes meant for dowries were no longer needed. As for the so-called penalty for breach of contract, it turned out that the Lin family had voluntarily canceled the order, so he was instead thinking about compensation. He was simply delighted. In a good mood, he greeted customers with a broad smile. Lin Hao stated directly, "I'm here to collect the goods." "Collect goods? What goods?" The dwarf blacksmith looked confused, staring at Lin Hao's refined face, which seemed unfamiliar to him. "When did he come to place an order?" "My master came a couple of days ago to forge a set of gravity armor. Today, he asked me to come and pick it up." Lin Hao smiled slightly, not intending to reveal his identity. "Oh, it's him, that mysterious masked man." Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith curled his lip and muttered something. His expression clearly indicated that he was still upset about Jing taking his ancestral stone sword. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle, then asked, "Is it ready?" "It's been ready for a while. Here you go." Saying this, the dwarf blacksmith's right hand moved, pulling out a piece of silver armor from his storage bag. The material looked thin and soft, woven from strands of silver. These silver strands were as fine as noodles, and upon closer inspection, 20 of them bore yellowish-brown runes, exuding a stable and powerful energy aura. "This is what I want." "Well, my master wants the gravity equipment." Looking at the silver armor in the dwarf blacksmith's hand, Lin Hao almost let it slip and asked, "Exactly." The dwarf blacksmith glanced at Lin Hao a few times, then said in a rough voice, "I see your build is similar to that guy's. Try it on to see if it fits." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao took the silver armor. It felt thin, soft, and had a slight coolness to it. Without much thought, Lin Hao directly put it on. He tried stretching his limbs and found it easy to move. It fit perfectly. "How do you use it?" Lin Hao felt no sense of gravity and asked in confusion. The dwarf blacksmith chuckled. "This gravity silver armor not only provides protection, but also adjusts gravity. The minimum gravity multiplier is 1 time, and the maximum is 20 times. The runes above can be activated with spiritual power, 1 by 1. Be careful when adjusting. You must base it on the gravity you can withstand. Otherwise, if you get hurt, don't come looking for me. My shop only forges according to your requests, and we take no responsibility for anything else." The dwarf blacksmith reminded seriously. It turns out that the runes on the silver armor have the effect of adjusting the gravity multiplier. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt quite curious. Infusing spiritual power into the silver armor, he attempted to activate 5 of the runes, and suddenly, a radiant light flashed. 5 times the gravity. In an instant, Lin Hao clearly felt an invisible heavy pressure enveloping his body. His weight is 140 jin, and 5 times the gravity is equivalent to bearing 700 jin of pressure. The sudden weight of 700 jin made Lin Hao's body tremble, and he almost couldn't stand firm, feeling as if it was difficult to move. Kid, not bad physique. Seeing Lin Hao activate 5 gravity runes at once, the dwarf blacksmith was slightly surprised and praised him. In his view, With Lin Hao's physique, being able to withstand 5 times the gravity would at least require the level of a third-tier warrior. Little did he know that Lin Hao was only a second-tier warrior. 5 times? I can still manage. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth as he directly increased it to 10 gravity runes. Boom! As he activated 10 times the gravity, Lin Hao suddenly felt an extremely fierce force crashing down on him. This time, Lin Hao almost had no chance. He directly fell to the ground, lacking even the strength to get up. Kid, are you crazy? The dwarf blacksmith looked at Lin Hao lying on the ground, exclaiming, You just increased to 10 times the pressure. If you can't control it, your internal organs will be crushed. I have to try it at least. Lin Hao chuckled and said, panting, I don't mind dying, but it's best not to cause any trouble in my shop. The dwarf blacksmith snorted angrily and then spoke earnestly. 10 times the gravity is still too much for your body to bear. You need to start from the lowest and gradually adapt. Once you're used to this gravity multiplier, you can increase it step by step. That is the way to cultivate. Lin Hao nodded secretly, feeling that the dwarf blacksmith's words made sense. He then mobilized the spiritual power within him, and most of the heavy pressure instantly dissipated under the resistance of the spiritual power, allowing him to stand up again. Although this method was much easier, Lin Hao understood in his heart that relying solely on physical strength to withstand heavy pressure would yield greater training effects. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao adjusted the gravity to 3 times. This level of pressure was just right for his current physique, neither too light nor too heavy. Will the heavy pressure I am under affect other objects I come into contact with? Lin Hao suddenly realized a practical issue and asked, for example, if I sit on a chair, does that mean it will also bear my full weight? Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. You can rest assured about this. The heavy pressure is activated by the runes and only affects you. That's good, Lin Hao smiled lightly. Otherwise, as the gravity multiplier increases, various aspects of daily life would be constrained. At this moment, outside the forging shop, a large crowd had already gathered. This beast looks fierce, entirely red, resembling a ball of fire. Yeah, riding on it, I wonder if it's hot? Come on. Anyone who can tame this beast must be incredibly strong. Would they be afraid of a little heat? They all looked fearful, watching from a distance the fire-scaled tiger lying at the door of the forging shop, commenting on it. In Tianwu City, the appearance of a magical beast was an extremely rare event. At the same time, it also symbolized a certain level of strength. After all, who could tame a magical beast as a mount? Therefore, it was evident that the person who tamed this terrifying fire beast was recognized by all as a martial arts expert. At this moment, as they gathered here, their thoughts were almost the same. They were immensely curious about what the strong person looked like. As everyone waited and anticipated, a young figure finally walked out of the forging shop. Look, he is coming out, the master of the magical beast. In an instant, countless scorching gazes were directed at that figure. Huh? As Lin Hao stepped out of the shop, he was immediately taken aback by the lively crowd in front of him. In the perspective of the little fly, the expressions of the onlookers were clearly more shocked. What? Isn't that the son-in-law of the Zhao family? Yes, that blind waste, I recognize him. His name is Lin Hao. No way, the owner of this magical beast cannot be him. What a joke. How could this blind waste have a pet like this? That strong person must still be inside the shop. When they saw Lin Hao's appearance and those gray-white pupils, the vast majority of people immediately recognized him. Their expressions went from surprise to suspicion, and finally, almost all turned into ridicule and disdain. Clearly, no one believed that Lin Hao was the owner of the magical beast. They felt there was no possibility at all. In response, Lin Hao appeared indifferent as he walked towards the fire-scaled tiger. The fire-scaled tiger immediately wagged its scaly tail, like a dog seeing its owner, obediently lying on the ground. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Hao calmly mounted the beast's back. Seeing this scene, the onlookers on the street were all left dumbfounded, shocked into silence. They never expected that the owner of the magical beast would be Lin Hao, whom they looked down upon. This was simply unbelievable. Let us go, Lin Hao called out softly, and the fire-scaled tiger leaped up, taking off through the crowd in an extremely high-profile and majestic manner. Its speed was akin to a flash of fire, leaving amidst many astonished gazes. Just like that, a long ancient road, a few cool autumn breezes, and a majestic fire-scaled tiger. Lin Hao set off from Tianwu City towards the imperial capital. Chapter 48. The Beast Mountain Range. Indeed, the air outside is so much better. On the official road outside the city, Lin Hao took a deep breath, feeling incredibly refreshed. Kung Fu Xiaoying glanced back. Over 100 miles away was Tianwu City, the place that had bound him for 18 years. Since his crossing, this was the first time he had walked out of the city gate, coming into contact with the vast and boundless outside world. Lin Hao took another deep breath, feeling as if every cell in his body was extremely excited and active at this moment. The Tianyan Academy is located on the outskirts of the imperial capital and is quite far away. Lin Hao reached for the spatial ring and took out a map of the Dian dynasty. Under normal circumstances, the journey from Tianwu City to the imperial capital would take about 20 days by horse. However, with the fire-scale beast moving at full speed, the time could be reduced by several times. Furthermore, there was a shortcut to take, the Beast Mountain Range. The mountains on the map spanned almost half of the Zhangqiang continent. At its end, it was right in the center of the Dian dynasty, not far from the imperial capital. After putting away the map, Lin Hao rode the fire-scale tiger and sped away. The Tianwu City behind him grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared from view. Although he was riding on the fire-scale tiger, after a while, Lin Hao felt sore in his waist and numb in his buttocks. Fortunately, he had a mindset of traveling and exploring, so he was quite relaxed, taking breaks along the way. 5 days later, Lin Hao finally arrived at the Beast Mountain Range. This was a giant mountain range stretching north and south across the Zhangqiang continent. At a glance, the endless mountain peaks and dense forests were boundless and magnificent. Truly spectacular, it deserved to be called the first mountain range of the continent. With Kung Fu Xiaoying's vision, Lin Hao looked at the giant mountain range before him and sighed in his heart. If he were to enter and get lost, it would probably not be easy to find his way out. The Beast Mountain Range was simply too long. As far as the eye could see, large and small peaks rose and fell with forests all around. Once he stepped into the mountains, there were no proper paths to follow. Ancient giant trees towered, blocking the sky, and thorns grew in abundance. This place retained the most primitive ecological environment, and occasionally deep beast roars echoed, making one's heart race. Crack! Crack! The fire-scale tiger carried Lin Hao, stepping on the ground covered with fallen leaves, its fiery red shadow gradually merging into the forest. At night, darkness enveloped the entire jungle. The temperature dropped significantly compared to the daytime, which also meant an increase in danger. As the name suggests, the Beast Mountain Range was home to countless types of beasts, fierce and cruel, a true primitive world of the survival of the fittest. At this moment, in a small clearing, the flickering of firelight could be seen. Lin Hao sat by a campfire, holding a short sword, slowly turning it over the flames. The tip of the sword was embedded in a rabbit with spines on its back. Under the roasting of the campfire, the beast meat gradually turned golden. This was his prey for the night, a low-level magical beast, the spiny back rabbit. Although it looked a bit fierce, the meat was tender. And after a short while of roasting, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted out. Seeing that the rabbit meat was almost done, Lin Hao tore off a small piece and threw on the ground. Kung Fu Xiaoying, the ant-man, and the wolf spider's eyes lit up, immediately pouncing on it and starting to devour it ravenously. Their smaller size meant that this piece of meat was enough to fill them up. However, the fire-scale tiger beside them could only watch longingly, drooling continuously. This small piece of meat wasn't enough for it, and even if it rushed over to snatch it, it wouldn't be worth it. Don't look at me. If you want to eat, go catch another one yourself. Seeing the fire-scale tiger's eager expression, Lin Hao smiled faintly, having no intention of sharing. This rabbit was only this big. Even if he gave all to the fire-scale tiger, it wouldn't be enough. Upon hearing this, the fire-scale tiger thought it was the owner's command. It let out a low growl and immediately turned to pounce into the nearby bushes to begin hunting. Lin Hao didn't mind. With the fire-scale tiger's current evolved abilities, it was comparable to a peak level 6 warrior. As long as it didn't venture deep into the mountains and encounter those powerful beasts, It generally wouldn't have any issues. Then, Lin Hao took out a bottle of seasoning from his spatial ring, evenly sprinkling it on the grilled meat before he began to eat. Boss, there's one that's alone. Not far away, an ancient giant tree suddenly emitted a chilling voice. On the dense branches, two shadowy figures stood, their eyes fixed on Lin Hao, who was sitting by the campfire. TSK, there's even a spatial ring. It looks like this kid is a fat sheep. The one who spoke had a sharp face, and when he saw the spatial ring on Lin Hao's hand, his eyes were filled with greed. Beside him, the scarred man was obviously much more cautious, silently observing Lin Hao, who appeared relaxed. Anyone who dares to enter the Beast Mountain range alone probably isn't weak, better to be careful. After observing for a while, the scarred man frowned and said cautiously, "Moreover, we've struck it lucky this time, capturing a spirit beast cub. If we sell it, we won't have to worry about money." In his hand, he held an iron cage covered with a black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. Isn't the Tianyin Academy starting to recruit soon? I guess this kid is taking a shortcut, risking entering the Beast Mountain range. The thin man said confidently, "Look at how young he is. How strong could he be? I've just broken through to a level 3 warrior, plus with your level 4 warrior cultivation. If we team up, won't this kid be at our mercy?" Hearing this, the scarred man nodded secretly, clearly stirred by the thin man's greed. "All right, let us make it quick. If something feels off, we'll abandon it immediately." A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a trace of murderous intent gradually spread in his gaze fixed on Lin Hao. As expected from the rumors, eating magical beast meat does have some benefits for the body. After finishing the grilled meat, Lin Hao clearly felt that the beast meat in his stomach was slowly transforming into a flow of spiritual power, nourishing his entire body. The reason magical beasts are considered superior to ordinary animals is that they can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, giving them a unique advantage. Therefore, magical beast meat is very beneficial for human martial arts cultivation. As Lin Hao's thoughts turned, a sudden sense of alertness rose in his heart, and the hairs on his body instinctively stood on end. This physical sensation made him feel danger. However, just as Lin Hao's reaction emerged, a sudden pain struck his chest. He saw a black arrow shooting at him, tearing his clothes and exposing a small part of the gravity silver armor. Fortunately, the gravity silver armor had defensive properties, and as the runes glowed, it deflected the arrow away. Nearby, Kung Fu Shaoying, the Ant-Man, and the wolf spider realized their master had been ambushed and immediately abandoned their food, protecting Lin Hao. "Who is it? Show yourself," Lin Hao shouted coldly. This kind of ambush clearly enraged him. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at the moment his voice fell, two more arrows shot out from the darkness. The sharp metal tips glistened with a hint of dark green liquid, clearly coated with poison. This time, the arrows were aimed directly at Lin Hao's head, intending to kill him. Bang! Bang! Kung Fu Shaoying suddenly darted out, its sharp legs slicing through the two incoming arrows, causing them to fall to the ground. At this moment, Lin Hao had already inscribed a fire-type rune. Under the influence of his mental power, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged over, instantly forming a huge fireball that he hurled out. The direction from which the arrows had come allowed him to lock onto the source. Fide-type rune. This kid is actually a mage. The two people hiding in the shadows almost simultaneously exclaimed in surprise when they discovered that Lin Hao was a mage. A look of wariness immediately appeared on their faces. They had originally thought he was a small lamb, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a fierce tiger. Retreat. As the fireball flew towards them, the scarred man and the thin man were taken aback and hurriedly jumped down from the tree. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion with a bang. The large tree where the two had just stood was blown apart, with flames spreading everywhere. The power of this attack was at least that of a level 3 mage. Seeing the destructive power of the fireball, the scarred man's heart sank, and his expression grew increasingly serious. The rune attacks of a mage are mysterious and terrifying. A warrior of the same level is simply no match for a mage. Although he had just broken through to a level 4 warrior, he still did not have complete confidence in defeating a level 3 mage. Thus, as soon as they landed, the two of them turned and fled in perfect harmony. However, They had not run far when a fiery beast suddenly sprang out from the bushes, blocking their path. With a swish, a claw swept out, and the scorching flame claw shadow forced them to stop in their tracks, staring in horror at the suddenly appeared magical beast. Without a doubt, this magical beast was the fire-scaled tiger. At this moment, it had two spiky back rabbits in its mouth with fresh, crimson blood staining its teeth. Its ferocious appearance, combined with its strong physique, made it look extremely fierce. Faced with a magical beast of this level, they had almost no power to resist, their legs trembling in fear. "Why did you ambush me? If you don't honestly explain, I'll let you experience what it's like to be torn apart by a magical beast." At this moment, Lin Hao arrived behind the scarred man and the thin man under the protection of the kung fu flies, coldly asking. The gaze of the wolf spider had already locked onto them. If they dared to make any moves, the deadly poisonous spider silk would surely greet them. "Please spare us. We didn't mean to offend." Seeing the situation was dire, the scarred man and his companion immediately made mournful faces and pleaded. "You didn't mean to offend? You're really good at talking nonsense." Lin Hao sneered coldly. Those 3 arrows from earlier had all been aimed at his vital points. Without the gravity silver armor, he would have either died or been severely injured. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart was already filled with killing intent. Blind? As he looked closer, the scarred man noticed Lin Hao's pupils were grayish-white, with a gaze that lacked focus. The two exchanged a subtle glance, both seeing the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. "Actually, Gigi." Just as the scarred man was about to speak, a strange sound suddenly came from beneath the black cloth covering the iron cage in his hand. The call immediately caught Lin Hao's attention. "What do you have in your hand?" Lin Hao frowned and asked. The kung fu flies also shifted their gaze to the cage the scarred man was holding. However, the cage was covered with a piece of black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. But judging by the sound just now, it was clearly an animal. "And no, it's nothing. This is a low-level wild fox I caught in the mountains today," the scarred man replied, his expression changing and his tone forced to be calm. "Stop with the nonsense. Lift the black cloth." Lin Hao pointed at the cage coldly, saying, "Make it quick. My pet is starving." As soon as he finished speaking, the fire-scaled tiger cooperatively took 2 steps forward, and a low growl came from its mouth, still holding the spiky back rabbit's corpse. "Don't. I'll lift it now." The scar man couldn't help but shiver. As he lifted the black cloth, he cast a furtive glance at the thin man beside him. The latter's expression was dark, and he nodded discreetly. "Attack." The scar man suddenly hardened his expression, completely lifting the black cloth and throwing it towards Lin Hao. Immediately after, the two of them drew out their poisoned daggers and fiercely threw them at Lin Hao. Although the black cloth obscured the view of the kung fu flies, everything was clearly seen by the fire-scaled tiger on the other side. Looking for death, Lin Hao's expression turned cold, and the dragon-devouring sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The 9-symbol sword technique was unleashed, transforming into 9 streams of rune sword energy that surged out. Boom! Instantly, the black cloth and the 2 poison daggers were shattered by the sword energy. Seeing this scene, the scarred man and his companion were horrified. Under the cover of the black cloth, they hadn't expected Lin Hao's reaction speed to be so fast. Roar! The fire-scaled tiger opened its massive mouth and lunged forward in a furious roar. "Brother, I'm sorry." A cold glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes as he suddenly slapped his companion's back, using him as a shield against the fire-scaled tiger. The thin man, who was pushed into the tiger's mouth, didn't even have time to scream before his head was bitten off. In an instant, bright red blood mixed with white brain matter gushed out, and the bloody scene was extremely shocking. At this moment, the scarred man had already thrown a white pearl to the ground. With a loud bang, the pearl exploded upon hitting the ground, and thick white smoke quickly spread out. Taking advantage of this method, he hurriedly fled with the iron cage. Unbeknownst to him, all his movements had been locked onto his prey by the wolf spider. Just after he had run a short distance, a scream suddenly echoed from within the dense fog. A few breaths later, as the white smoke dissipated, a massive white spider web was revealed, intertwined between 2 trees. This web was not only highly adhesive, but also extremely poisonous. Damn it, there was clearly no spider web here just now. What happened? What the hell? As the venom flowed, the scarred man's skin began to rot. and he screamed in terror and struggled. He frantically channeled the energy within his body, fully unleashing the power of a level 4 warrior, and managed to break the spider silk. However, before he could feel happy about it, the fire-scaled tiger seized the opportunity and pounced on him, knocking him to the ground and biting into his neck. With a rip, the tiger's jaws fiercely tore, and the scarred man's neck was instantly bitten off, his head completely separated from his body, leaving him lifeless. Chapter 49. The unicorn dragon monkey looking at the two corpses bitten to death by the fire-scale tiger. Lin Hao's expression was cold. He showed no mercy to enemies, especially those who posed a threat to his life. The story of the farmer and the snake. Whether in his past life or this life, he had seen many examples. Buzz. Immediately, the kung fu fly flew toward the iron cage that had been thrown under the tree. It was a metal cage containing a small beast resembling a monkey. Its fur was snow white, and it had large, shiny black eyes, making it look extremely cute. The most peculiar thing was that a silver horn grew on the forehead of the little white monkey. The surface of the horn faintly shimmered with runes, as if naturally formed by heaven and earth, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy of the surroundings. These runes were the symbol of a spirit beast. Squeak. Seeing Lin Hao approaching, the little white monkey trembled and curled up, its eyes filled with fear. Dragon, do you know what kind of magical beast this is? Lin Hao, who was on his first adventure outside, had no knowledge of magical beasts and sank his mind into the soul-devouring blade, asking, Master, this little white monkey is a bit special. It should be a cub of the unicorn dragon monkey, and it has an ancient bloodline heritage, replied the dragon soul, which had already become a sword spirit, respectfully. Unicorn dragon monkey? Mutated? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, Make it simple. Is it powerful? The juvenile unicorn dragon monkey is quite weak, equivalent to a low-level magical beast, timid and fearful, the dragon soul said in a low voice. However, once it grows up, its temperament becomes increasingly fierce and savage. Even our dragon clan may not be able to defeat it. Also, I remember the unicorn dragon monkey has black fur, while this little guy is white, so it is very likely a mutated species. Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this little white monkey to be so powerful when it grew up, able to rival even the dragon clan. Moreover, it was a mutated species, a rare one at that. A spirit beast with such potential could not be let go. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart, then swung the broken sword in his hand, directly cutting the iron lock, and reached out to grab the little white monkey's arm, pulling it out. With that, Lin Hao waited with anticipation for the system's prompt. However, after more than 10 seconds, there was still silence. What's going on? Lin Hao was quite surprised by the system's malfunction. According to previous experiences, when capturing animals, the system's voice would ring in his mind, prompting whether to take it as a pet. Why was it so quiet this time? Lin Hao's mind sank slightly, and he actively issued the command, System, I want to capture a pet. Ding. Unfortunately, this beast belongs to a mutated species. Capturing it as a pet requires an additional cost of 100 million taels of gold. Since the host currently has insufficient funds, it cannot be automatically captured. The electronic, synthesized voice of the system finally rang in his mind. However, upon hearing this response, Lin Hao's face immediately turned a shade of iron blue. An extra charge of 100 million taels? That's highway robbery. It's simply a money trap. Lin Hao cursed, feeling a surge of anger from his poverty. What a pity. Then, Lin Hao regained some calmness and looked at the little white monkey, hesitating. Since he couldn't capture it as a pet, he might as well release it. Lin Hao sighed lightly and then smiled at the little white monkey, saying, You are free. After saying that, he loosened his grip, and the little white monkey immediately fell to the ground. Its body adjusted quickly, and it landed gracefully, maintaining a steady stance. The little white monkey was very intelligent and knew that Lin Hao had saved it. After landing, it clasped its paws in a fist, bent slightly, and surprisingly performed a respectful bow to Lin Hao to show its gratitude. Lin Hao was taken aback and couldn't help but feel that, as expected of a spirit beast, its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. Where you came from, go back there. Lin Hao waved his hand, since he planned to release it. He had no ulterior motives. The little white monkey nodded, then suddenly moved its speed as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had already darted into the grass. Wow, so fast. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. With such speed, the little white monkey likely got caught because it fell into the trap set by those two earlier. As Lin Hao pondered, he walked back to the small clearing from earlier. With the fire-scale tiger guarding, the low-level magical beasts outside the mountains dared not approach. So he could sleep soundly tonight. At this moment, the fire-scale tiger, holding two spiny-back rabbits, came to the campfire, looking at Lin Hao with eager eyes. Its expression clearly showed that it wanted to taste Lin Hao's roasted meat. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. He just remembered that the fire-scale tiger had been busy all day and hadn't eaten yet. Generally, magical beasts do not cook and mainly eat raw food. However, since following Lin Hao, the fire-scale tiger had tasted human delicacies and undoubtedly became more and more obsessed. Stop playing the pity card. I'll roast you too. Lin Hao jokingly scolded, then skinned and cleaned the two spiny-back rabbits before placing them on the campfire to roast. Though the fire-scale tiger and the kung fu fly were pets, in Lin Hao's heart, he had gradually regarded them as partners. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat began to waft, and the golden, crispy skin oozed with oil. The fire-scale tiger's mouth watered, its long tongue licking restlessly at the corners of its mouth, looking extremely excited. At this moment, a small white head suddenly popped out from the grass behind the clearing. It was the unicorn dragon monkey that had just left. Its big, shiny black eyes were fixated on Lin Hao, who was roasting meat, and it sniffed eagerly. The delicious aroma immediately attracted the little white monkey's attention. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of white light zipped by, and the little white monkey appeared next to the campfire. Roar! The fire-scale tiger let out a low growl, its fierce gaze fixed on the little white monkey. Magical beasts have a strong territorial awareness, and the little white monkey's sudden intrusion undoubtedly provoked its anger. Ah, it's you. Lin Hao was momentarily startled when he saw the little white monkey through the kung fu fly's vision. He noticed that the little guy's eyes were fixated on the roasted meat, and Lin Hao couldn't help but smile and ask, "Are you hungry?" The little white monkey quickly nodded, patting its small belly, seeming to indicate that it had been hungry for quite some time. Although the adult unicorn dragon monkey was incredibly powerful, the juvenile stage was quite weak. It could be bullied by anyone slightly stronger than it. Therefore, very few unicorn dragon monkeys could successfully evolve into adulthood. You can eat with little tiger. Lin Hao smiled lightly and handed over one of the roasted rabbits. The little white monkey's face lit up with joy, and it immediately hugged the roasted rabbit with its paws, starting to devour it ravenously, eating with great enthusiasm. After enjoying a hearty meal, the little white monkey, with its round, plump belly, sat by the campfire, seemingly without any guard against Lin Hao. At its young age, it had a very simple mind. Lin Hao saved it and then gave it food, making it feel as warm as being with a mother. Chapter 50, Encountering a Flood at Night, Little One. It's too dangerous here. Do you want to come with me and see the outside world? Lin Hao asked with a harmless smile on his face. As he spoke, Lin Hao tentatively extended his right hand to gently stroke the little white ape's head. Its soft, fluffy fur felt great to the touch. Okay. After hesitating for a moment in response to Lin Hao's invitation, the little white ape surprisingly spoke human language. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. Although the little one's words were not very clear, he could still understand. You understand human language? Lin Hao looked at the little white ape in astonishment and couldn't help but ask. A couple of days ago, I was caught by two humans and learned some things. The little white ape nodded and said, its speech somewhat awkward. As the little white ape spoke again, Lin Hao was amazed. He hadn't expected a spirit beast to be so intelligent. Hee, looks like I have a speaking companion now. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised and then smiled at the little white ape, saying, I'll give you a name, Little Bai. As for me, you can call me Boss from now on. Little Bai, Boss. The little white ape joyfully jumped around, seemingly very fond of the name Lin Hao had given it. Seeing the little white ape's happy demeanor, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. He knew that spirit beasts were very clever. If he didn't have the system's help and used forceful means, even if it followed him, its loyalty wouldn't be high. Although Little Bai's loyalty was not guaranteed compared to Kung Fu Fly and the others who were under the system's control, Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. As long as this little one was willing to follow him, he would have plenty of time to slowly cultivate feelings and loyalty. As night deepened, the temperature in the mountains became colder, and the fog grew thicker. Lin Hao took out a waterproof tent from his space ring and quickly set it up. After crawling into the tent, Lin Hao lay down and went to sleep with Fire Scale Tiger and Kung Fu Fly taking turns to guard him. So he didn't have to worry about monster attacks, unless a natural disaster occurred. But how unlucky could that be? Boom! Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Hao suddenly heard a rumbling sound from outside. I'm not afraid of rain. I have a waterproof tent. Lin Hao grinned and called for Little Bai to come in and sleep together. However, after midnight, raindrops began to fall, and they got heavier and heavier, eventually turning into a torrential downpour. Boss, wake up! Lin Hao was awakened from his sleep by Little Bai's urgent calls. Listening to the sound of the wind and rain outside, which sounded like 1,000 horses galloping, he knew without Little Bai telling him what was happening. Something's not right. Lin Hao frowned and, using Fire Scale Tiger's vision, saw the scene outside. The monster's night vision was excellent. Through the gray rain, he could faintly see a white line surging towards him in the distance. Seeing this, Lin Hao's face changed instantly. A flood. The place he was in was low-lying in the mountains, near a river. This caused all the accumulated rainwater from other areas to flow towards this spot. And as the rainwater gathered, it naturally led to the occurrence of a flood. Realizing the problem, Lin Hao rushed out of the tent. Run! Without a second thought, he jumped on a Fire Scale Tiger's back with Little Bai and dashed toward the mountain's outskirts. Kung Fu Fly, carrying Wolf Spider, flew closely behind, as they were the safest in midair. As for Ant-Man, it had somehow attached itself to Fire Scale Tiger's rear. Its strong desire to survive seemed to indicate that if the flood hit, it would likely hide in Fire Scale Tiger's rear. Fire Scale Tiger seemed to sense this and tightened its rear, but under Lin Hao's urging, it didn't dare to slow down and ran wildly. Crack! Crack! The floodwaters behind them were getting closer, carrying mud and stones, knocking down many trees in their path. Seeing the flood about to spread, Lin Hao felt a sense of urgency. If they were submerged, the mud and broken trees in the water could smash him to pieces. Lin Hao's mind raced, and he suddenly noticed that the river ahead had come into Kung Fu Fly's view. He quickly ordered Little Tiger, speed up, and then jump into the river. As long as they submerged at the riverbed, they could significantly reduce the flood's impact on themselves. Roar! Fire Scale Tiger let out a fierce roar, and in an instant, it unleashed its power, sprinting towards the riverbank at an astonishing speed before diving in. Lin Hao was pulled into the water as well, but fortunately, Fire Scale Tiger was skilled in swimming and moved quickly. Boom! Just as Lin Hao and Fire Scale Tiger submerged at the riverbed, the flood surged in, mixing with various debris and making heavy sounds. Lin Hao tightly clung to the beast's back. Although Fire Scale Tiger was supporting him, the longer they stayed underwater, the more uncomfortable he felt. Finally, when he couldn't hold his breath any longer, Lin Hao urgently tapped Fire Scale Tiger's back, prompting it to surface. Splash! Lin Hao emerged from the water, gasping for fresh air, and took a deep breath. But just then, a loud crash came as a huge wave from the rushing water suddenly hit him squarely in the head. The mixed mud and stones knocked him out, leaving him in darkness. The next morning, Lin Hao woke up to find himself still lying on Fire Scale Tiger's back. Little Bai, Kung Fu Fly, and Wolf Spider were nearby. As for Ant-Man, it had vanished without a trace and wasn't hiding in Fire Scale Tiger's rear. System, display Ant-Man's data. Lin Hao focused his thoughts and tried to control it. Ding! Sorry, code 003, pet Ant-Man has died, and its data cannot be displayed. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao was slightly surprised, but quickly accepted the result. Given Ant-Man's tiny size, it wouldn't have been able to withstand such a natural disaster without having evolved to D rank. Well, that little guy had no combat ability. If it's gone, it's gone. Lin Hao comforted himself, then shared Kung Fu Fly's vision to survey the surroundings. He saw that they were on the bank of a river with no trees around. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but an open plain. In the distance, he could see the outline of the forest in the Monster Beast Mountains. Clearly, last night's flood had swept him out of the mountains. The flood flowed southward, coinciding with the direction towards the imperial capital, thus shortening the journey and saving a lot of trouble. Although he had lost Ant-Man on this trip to the Monster Beast Mountains, he had gained a baby unicorn ape. In comparison, it was a greater harvest. Afterward, Lin Hao changed into a clean set of clothes and rode Fire-Scale Tiger towards his destination, the imperial capital. Chapter 51. The imperial capital of Yin City. 6 days later, at noon, Lin Hao rode over a mountain on the Fire-Scale Tiger and walked for about an hour on the plain, finally catching sight of the outline of a city. The Kung Fu fly flew into the sky, gazing at the giant city. Outside the city, there was a wide moat, and the city walls were thick and sturdy. Every few dozen meters, there was a watchtower. From a distance, the city appeared to be a massive fortress, solid as a rock. This was Lin Hao's destination, the imperial capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. On the map, it was marked as Yin City. Looking further back, he noticed a building built against the mountains, 100 miles behind Yin City, resembling a small independent town. That was the location of the Tianyin Academy. Normally, the Tianyin Academy was not open to the public, so the young people who had come recently to participate in recruitment assessments were temporarily waiting in Yin City. This time, I have a mission. But is it too conspicuous to bring the little tiger with me? Lin Hao began to ponder this question while looking at the crimson Fire-Scale Tiger. Moreover, this mission could very well involve assassination. It would be best not to expose the existence of the Kung Fu fly and the wolf spider to avoid revealing his identity and attracting trouble. Unfortunately, the spatial ring cannot store living creatures with life fluctuations. Otherwise, he could have just put them inside. Lin Hao shook his head secretly, feeling somewhat emotional. It seemed that the only option now was to leave the Fire-Scale Tiger and the others in the wild and call them over when the organization sent the mission information. Ding! The host pets can be stored in the pet backpack space and summoned at any time when needed. As if detecting Lin Hao's thoughts, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Pet backpack space. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. This was exactly what he needed. This would undoubtedly make things much more convenient and also better for stealth. Fire-Scale Tiger into the pet backpack space. Immediately, Lin Hao attempted to give the command to the system. The moment the command was given, the Fire-Scale Tiger beside Lin Hao seemed to evaporate from the human realm, instantly disappearing without a trace. Soon after, Lin Hao noticed a pet backpack list suddenly appear in his mind. The first small box displayed the Fire-Scale Tiger's card, flashing with red light. Below the card were the Fire-Scale Tiger's code 004 and its B-rank King level enhancement level. Summon the Fire-Scale Tiger. With a slight thought, the pet card disappeared, and the Fire-Scale Tiger appeared in front of him in an instant. It stared blankly at Lin Hao, completely unaware of what had just happened, feeling as if it had just woken up from a nap. Not bad, very quick. Lin Hao smiled broadly. He was very satisfied with the system's function for storing and summoning pets. Can Xiaobai be stored in the pet backpack space? Thinking of Xiaobai's unique existence, Lin Hao curiously inquired. Ding! The pet backpack space is limited to pets stored by the host that have completed evolution. The system's cold voice dashed Lin Hao's hopes. And it seems I can only keep it by my side. Lin Hao shrugged helplessly. Xiaobai belonged to a mutated beast type, and storing it as a pet required a sum of 100 million taels. His entire fortune combined was far from enough. Afterwards, Lin Hao stored the wolf spider and Fire-Scale Tiger into the pet backpack space. As for the Kung Fu fly, he decided to keep it with him. After all, without shared vision, he would become blind in the dark. Moreover, the Kung Fu fly had a pair of compound eyes, capable of seeing almost 360 degrees around, especially after evolving. Its vision was very clear. Looking at the little white ape, Lin Hao felt that the rune horn on its head was quite eye-catching. A discerning person would immediately recognize it as a unicorn monkey. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao took a piece of clothing from the spatial ring, tore off a piece of cloth, and used silver thread to make a simple little hat. He then placed it on the little white ape's head, completely covering the horn, making it look like a little monkey from the outside. Not bad, quite a sight. Lin Hao nodded secretly at the slightly altered appearance of the little white ape. To avoid unnecessary trouble, being low-key and concealed was the best way to navigate the world. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Hao arrived outside the city gate. From close up, the city wall was built of granite, towering 100 feet high, grand and magnificent. On the walkway atop the wall, many sentinels were patrolling. They were all armored and armed with swords, their gazes sharp, clearly a regular army. As the imperial capital, Yin City was the economic hub of the entire dynasty, with a daily flow of people exceeding 1 million. At this moment, Lin Hao stood at the end of a long line, moving with the crowd into the city. Inside the city gate, Lin Hao noticed many carriages parked on both sides. Come on, my carriage is comfortable and safe, definitely the fastest in Yin City. Just point east, and I won't dare to go west. Absolutely at your command. The drivers shouted hard to attract passing pedestrians. At that moment, a dilapidated carriage suddenly stopped in front of Lin Hao. The driver was an elderly, thin man who looked at Lin Hao with a smile and said, "Young man, where do you want to go? I can give you a ride." It was not easy for someone of his age to still be out driving. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao nodded and said, "Take me to the best restaurant in the city." "All right." The old driver grinned widely, quickly lifting the curtain of the carriage to let Lin Hao get in. The carriage was quite old-fashioned, and as it started to move, the compartment creaked continuously. Lin Hao didn't mind. In this war-torn era, the common people had to put in great effort just to have a full meal. If he hadn't been born into the Lin family and had the system's assistance, surviving in this world would have been extremely difficult for him. The creaking of the carriage soon became drowned out by the lively sounds of the street as they entered. Lin Hao reached out to pull back the curtain, calmly observing the street scene. As the imperial capital, Yin City was the economic and trade center of the entire dynasty, bustling with activity. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed various businesses such as taverns, clothing shops, weapon pavilions, and brothels lining the streets. Moreover, there were many martial artists here, looking around casually. Most pedestrians were carrying weapons, each exuding a steady aura. Suddenly, a horse's shrill neighing echoed through the air. Immediately, the crowd on the street scattered like a tide. A black horse with crimson eyes was galloping wildly, dragging a luxurious carriage behind it. The sudden situation threw the old driver into a panic. He had no time to steer the horse away and collided directly with a carriage coming from the opposite direction. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. The other horse was clearly stronger than the old driver's white horse. And this collision not only caused no harm, but also raised its front hooves to stomp hard on the white horse, alleviating the impact. Nay, the white horse let out a mournful cry, directly spitting blood as it fell to the ground, and the carriage was completely dismantled in a violent shaking. Lin Hao hurriedly jumped out. He had also been startled by the accident. He then looked at the opposite carriage, which was unharmed, frowning slightly. Charging recklessly on the street like this completely disregarded the safety of pedestrians. What's going on? At that moment, a furious male voice rang out from the luxurious carriage. Following that, a young man in fine clothes stepped out. He was holding a courtesan in his arms, his large hands wantonly kneading her delicate body. "Young master, our carriage has been hit," said a young coachman with a pockmarked face, immediately coming over and pointing at the old coachman and Lin Hao's group. Just a moment ago, due to his operational error, the horses went wild, leading to this incident. Fortunately, the other party was just an ordinary old man, not a noble. It was a perfect opportunity to shift the responsibility onto someone else. The old coachman clearly knew he was facing a prominent figure in the city and trembled with fear, not daring to speak. Upon hearing this, the young man in brocade immediately showed a face full of anger. A crowd had gathered nearby to watch the spectacle. However, just when everyone thought the young man in brocade was going to scold the old coachman, he suddenly slapped the young coachman across the face. Slap! The sound was crisp and loud, instantly reddening the young coachman's cheek. This situation completely exceeded everyone's expectations. "Young master, I..." The young coachman looked at the young man in brocade in astonishment, unable to utter a word. "What do you mean, I? You dare to push the blame onto others for your own negligence? Do you think this young master is a fool?" The young man in brocade said angrily, then turned his gaze to the old coachman. He noticed that the latter had bloodstains on him due to the fall. "I will deduct half a month's salary from you, and you will compensate that old man for all the money you have on you." The young man in brocade said coldly, "If you don't want to work, just get out of the Qin residence." "Why, yes." Faced with the young man's orders, The young coachman's expression changed, and he didn't dare to resist at all. He hurriedly took out his money pouch and handed it to the old coachman. Qin residence? So he's the son of General Qin. Qin Yu. No wonder. Although he usually lives recklessly, he has never bullied others. TSK, look. He got himself a courtesan again today. With that tempting figure, he must have a great time tonight. Upon learning the identity of the young man in brocade, the crowd began to murmur. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile slightly. He had originally thought he would encounter a typical noble playboy. Unexpectedly, this guy wasn't as bad as he imagined. Not only did he not bully the weak, but he also publicly reprimanded his subordinate. Since the matter was resolved, Lin Hao had no intention of lingering any longer. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. Little brother, where are you going? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. Lin Hao replied indifferently, no need, thank you. After saying that, Lin Hao directly walked through the crowd toward the end of the street. In a capital city where the powerful were everywhere, he felt it was better to minimize contact. What a strange person. Watching Lin Hao leave, Qin Yu was slightly surprised. In the past, once he revealed his identity as the young master of the Qin residence, he didn't know how many people would want to come over to curry favor. However, this guy remained indifferent. Young Master Qin, it's getting late. We should head back. The woman's voice was delicate and pleasant, especially with her enchanting figure constantly rubbing against him. Qin Yu's expression immediately changed, and he placed his hand on her back. Grinning wickedly, can't you hold back so soon? Just don't call to stop later. How annoying. The courtesan let out a soft moan, stirring excitement among the onlooking men. Ha! Let's go. Qin Yu suddenly mounted his horse, removed the carriage, and roughly pulled the woman up, leaving in a flamboyant manner. The ambiguous conversation between the two just now made it clear what he intended to do. At this time, Lin Hao turned 2 street corners and finally found a restaurant, which was considered a relatively high-end establishment. There were about 3 days left until the assessment day for the Tianyan Academy. This restaurant had facilities for both dining and lodging, making it a suitable place to stay. Upon entering the restaurant, Lin Hao saw fully occupied tables, indicating that business was booming. Clearly, as the assessment day for the Tianyan Academy approached, many people had flooded into the city, causing many restaurants to be bustling with activity. Dear guests, we're fully booked today, and all the rooms are occupied. Please come again next time. The waiter immediately approached with an apologetic expression. However, upon seeing Lin Hao's gray-white eyes, he seemed to remember something and quickly changed his tone. No, we still have 1 room available. Noticing the fleeting strange look from the waiter, Lin Hao pondered. Please reserve the room for me, Lin Hao said calmly. All right. The waiter, with a professional smile, said if the guest doesn't mind sharing a table with others. We have 1 empty seat available. Please come in. Then, under the waiter's guidance, Lin Hao went to the 2nd floor. However, when he saw the person he would be dining with, Lin Hao's expression momentarily froze, revealing a hint of surprise. He saw that at the window seat, there was a woman in purple, enjoying a piece of top-grade steak. What surprised Lin Hao was that this purple-clad woman was his direct superior, Zhao. Dear guest, there is still an empty seat here. Do you mind sharing a table? The waiter asked with a smile, trying to conceal his feelings of respect in his tone. It doesn't matter, Zhao, with her cold and beautiful face, said faintly. As she spoke, she picked up a glass of red wine and elegantly took a sip. Thank you. Lin Hao slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and naturally sat down as if he didn't know her. He understood that the identity of an assassin was extremely sensitive. Much like a spy in his past life, everything had to be done with caution. So, was this waiter also a member of the Ming Pavilion organization? Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt puzzled. If that were the case, how did they know he would come to this restaurant and arrange a meeting here in advance? Chapter 52. The 4 treasures of the parrot at the dining table. After Lin Hao sat down, he naturally ordered some signature dishes and a bottle of red wine. Ziyi, too, was engrossed in enjoying the delicious food, not speaking to Lin Hao at all, as if they were strangers. If not for knowing their identities, Lin Hao would have really thought that Ziyi had a twin sister. This acting could easily outshine many celebrities from his past life. Soon, all the dishes Lin Hao ordered were served. Steak, lamb ribs, chicken skewers, and various appetizers made for a sumptuous feast. Seeing Lin Hao order more than 10 dishes at once, there was a hint of surprise in Ziyi's cold, beautiful eyes. However, this surprise was fleeting. Looking at the table full of food and smelling the enticing aroma, Lin Hao couldn't help but lick his lips. Throughout his journey, he had been cooking for himself, and while it was decent, it had never been this lavish. Spending money truly brings joy. Lin Hao inwardly sighed, then began to eat heartily without caring about his image. The little white ape lay under the table, munching on the pieces of roasted meat Lin Hao had thrown to it, also enjoying its meal. It seemed he had acquired an additional pet, though it was too conspicuous. Z put down her utensils and finally spoke, "Your flies and spiders. Those sizes are best suited for executing tasks." Lin Hao smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry about that." Z frowned slightly, but said solemnly, "This mission is very important. Any slight mistake could disrupt the entire plan. Therefore, before executing the task, I hope you do not expose your pet's abilities to avoid future identity exposure." Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded inwardly. He had also thought carefully about what Z said. After all, when he was in Tianwu City, due to his carelessness, he had revealed the abilities of his kung fu fly and wolf spider in the Zhao manner, which raised suspicions about his identity as Jing Ku. Fortunately, they had just arrived in Yin City, and no one knew about his pets. To maintain secrecy, he could only temporarily store the kung fu fly in the pet backpack space. However, that meant losing shared vision, which would leave him blind again. Thinking about it, Lin Hao felt a bit helpless. It seemed he could only look for a new pet. He wasn't going to try with weak ants again after one attempt. It would be best if it could fly and was small in size. Right, a little bird. Lin Hao's heart stirred as he finally thought of a suitable pet. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Ziyi said lightly, "The main reason for meeting you today is to remind you to remember to hide your trump cards. Once you successfully enter the Tianyin Academy, I will assign you a new task." After saying this, Ziyi stood up and prepared to leave. Lin Hao hurriedly asked, "What about my salary? It's been over a month." At this, Ziya's expression froze for a moment. Then she suddenly remembered, turning to leave without looking back, saying lightly, "I'll transfer it to you later." Watching Ziya's graceful figure, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. It's a joke. Even if she is a beauty, she can't delay paying wages. A monthly salary of 10,000 must be collected. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Hao learned the room number for his accommodation from the waiter, then left the restaurant. Since he couldn't expose the abilities of the kung fu fly and wolf spider, he had to find another pet to replace his eyes. It would be great if he could win a reward to restore his eyesight in the next lottery. Walking down the street, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh, having to pin his hopes of seeing the light again on the system's random lottery. He soon asked a passerby for directions and quickly arrived at a wildlife market. This place sold all sorts of wild animals, various birds and beasts. As for magical beasts, they were explicitly prohibited within the imperial city. Entering the market, he was immediately hit by a very unpleasant smell, with various animal sounds filling the surroundings. Lin Hao had a clear purpose and quickly arrived at a pet shop that specialized in birds. "Welcome, the rich man has arrived." Upon entering the store, Lin Hao heard a strange voice. Looking over, he saw that the speaker was a parrot with green feathers and a long red beak, giving off a playful vibe. "Shut up, Bao." The store owner, a bald middle-aged man, came out cursing. "If you keep talking, I'll stew you for dinner tonight." He glared fiercely at the red-beaked parrot. Then, as if changing faces, the store owner smiled and said to Lin Hao, "Sir, what type of bird are you looking for? We have everything in this store. Feel free to browse." He quickly assessed Lin Hao's attire, sensing that he must be wealthy. A rich person is a target for a good profit. "That one, name your price." Lin Hao casually scanned the birds and pointed at the red-beaked parrot. From his first impression, he found this parrot quite interesting. "You want to buy it?" Hearing Lin Hao's choice, the store owner was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. This troublesome bird had been unsold since it arrived, all because of its foul mouth. It had wasted 6 months of feed, which was a loss. Now that someone wanted it, the store owner felt a mix of relief and joy. "Sir, you really have an eye for talent. This bird is our store's treasure. It can talk and is quite talented." The store owner immediately began his sales pitch, putting on a reluctant expression. "If you really want it, I might have to part with it, but the price will be a bit high." Lin Hao replied indifferently, "Cut the crap. How much?" 100,000 taels. The store owner's face lit up, raising a finger, his tone extremely firm. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. It seemed this guy really thought he could fleece him like the parrot said. How about this? I'll give you a discount price of 80,000 taels. That's all I can offer. Seeing Lin Hao remain silent, the store owner hurriedly tried his second tactic, lowering the price and offering a discount. However, Lin Hao was still unmoved. Rich man, rich man. The red-beaked parrot began to squawk loudly at this moment. The store owner's face darkened. This little beast is ruining my business. Since this bird is your store's treasure, I won't take what you love. I'll look for something else. Lin Hao said as he walked toward another row of bird cages on the left side of the store. 100,000 taels might not be much to him now, but being treated as a fool was a different matter. Wait. Hearing that Lin Hao didn't want it, the store owner's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, How about this? You name a price. 1,000 taels, if not, forget it. Lin Hao raised a finger and said lightly, 1,000? The store owner's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lin Hao. This kid was too good at bargaining. 1,000 taels was equivalent to the purchase price of the parrot. However, after half a year of various expenses, the cost had doubled, not to mention other profits. But this annoying parrot had no customers, and keeping it would only be a loss. It was better to sell it now, for cash to at least stop the losses. All right, deal. The store owner quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind, then grimaced and nodded in agreement. Deal. Lin Hao smiled lightly, and from the store owner's expression, he knew he had gained the upper hand. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Lin Hao reached into the birdcage and grabbed the parrot. Help, help! The red-billed parrot immediately let out a startled cry, flapping its wings violently. However, under Lin Hao's absolute power suppression, it couldn't escape from his grasp at all. Ding! Detected host has captured a red-billed parrot. Would you like to adopt it as a pet? Yes. As the system's voice sounded, Lin Hao issued the command without hesitation. Ding! Successfully adopted. The host can name the new pet. Lin Hao thought for a moment. Since the shop owner just called it Subordinates, let's name it Subordinates, then. Congratulations, the new pet has been named. At the same time the system's voice sounded, a data panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Subordinates code 003 owner, Lin Hao combat power, 10 lifespan, 5 years skills. None can evolve. All organs. In an instant, all the information about the red-billed parrot was presented in Lin Hao's mind. He noticed that Subordinates code had clearly replaced the previous ant's position, now designated as 003. Ding! Evolution successful. Subordinates has obtained royal level enhancement, and its bodily functions have been fully upgraded. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations, Subordinates has upgraded to C rank and gained a special skill, Golden Beak Electric Tongue. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations, Subordinates has upgraded to B rank. Its claws have received metal enhancement, cutting through iron like mud. As a series of system prompts sounded, Lin Hao's gold car balance suddenly decreased by over 20 million, leaving him with just over 3 million. However, Lin Hao felt no pain from the loss, his attention completely focused on Subordinates in his hand. At this moment, Subordinates showed no resistance, obediently allowing Lin Hao to hold it. Moreover, its form had changed significantly. Its feathers were shiny and bright, its beak was long and curved, glowing with a golden sheen, and its gaze was sharp. Looking down, its claws had also become much sharper, appearing strong and powerful. Its combat power had skyrocketed from the original 50 to an impressive 10,000, a 200-fold increase, equivalent to the current strength level of the Kung Fu Fly. However, in terms of rank, the Kung Fu Fly was already at B rank royal level enhancement, while Subordinates was still at the beginner B rank, clearly having a great deal of room for improvement. This was the difference in the starting point of beast types. After all, among ordinary animals, parrots were undoubtedly much stronger than flies. Seeing this scene, the shop owner was stunned. How did it transform? He stared at Subordinates in shock, his eyes filled with surprise. Could this be the legendary bird that can evolve? Realizing this, the shop owner's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. But just a moment ago, he had sold this divine bird at an incredibly low price of 1,000 taels. This was a huge loss. Little brother, I'm not selling this bird anymore. I'll refund you that 1,000 taels. The shop owner's greed was evident in his eyes as he took out the money, intending to cancel the transaction. Sorry, I've already paid for this bird. It belongs to me now. Lin Hao said indifferently, easily seeing through the other's thoughts. As long as He left the store, the bird was still the shop's property. The shop owner suddenly changed his expression, coldly shouting, "If you know what is good for you, leave the bird here, or face the consequences." As his words fell, two of the shop's employees immediately rushed over with iron rods, their faces equally fierce, blocking the store entrance. "Subordinates, they want to let you leave." Seeing this, Lin Hao's mouth curled into a playful smile. "You should know what to do. Master, just leave it to me." Subordinates spoke human words, and after evolving, its speaking ability had clearly improved significantly, with a hint of coldness. "Master?" The shop owner was stunned. This divine bird actually recognized him as its master? No, its master must be me. Thinking of this, the shop owner felt an overwhelming jealousy. He immediately shouted at the two employees, "Catch that bird, and throw this kid out." "Yes, boss." The two employees were tall and strong, but they were not martial artists. Their strength was only slightly above that of ordinary people. Gripping their iron rods, they charged fiercely towards Lin Hao. Whoosh! In the next instant, as they moved, Subordinates spread its wings and suddenly soared out. Yow! It let out a sharp cry, and as its tongue flicked, it shot out a bolt of electricity. The first person in line immediately screamed as he fell to the ground, his body charred and twitching uncontrollably. It was evident that the previous electric shock was extremely strong, far beyond what an average adult could withstand. Beast, seeking death. Seeing his companion fall, the other man, furious, swung his iron rod down fiercely. However, the rod was caught by a pair of claws. Then, just like tofu, it was torn into a pile of scrap metal. Subordinates flew close, sweeping its wings hard, sending that man flying back, crashing heavily against the wall. With a series of clangs, the iron cages that imprisoned the birds and beasts were all crushed. The man fell among the bird cages, bleeding and continuously screaming in pain. Wow, so powerful. Watching this scene, the shop owner was completely stunned. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to help but gasp, then hurriedly turned to run toward the back door of the shop. However, his clumsy feet seemed not very agile, and he tripped over the messy iron cages, falling flat on his face. Good! Another fierce warrior added to my ranks. Seeing Subordinates' combat power, Lin Hao felt quite satisfied. He then ignored the shop owner and turned to leave the store. The time for the Tianyan Academy's recruitment assessment was approaching, and he needed to prepare adequately. The thousands of Lingyang stones he had collected from Li Qingshou recently would be just right for cultivating and increasing his strength. Subordinates immediately followed, closely, standing on Lin Hao's shoulder, holding its head high. Its dashing appearance undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention in the market. Chapter 53, The Seed of Ambition. Look. That parrot looks so special. Its feathers are shiny, and it seems very handsome. Wow, it's so beautiful. I wish it could be my pet. Along the way, due to Sibao's noble and aloof demeanor, many passers-by turned their heads to take a look, especially those noble ladies who loved birds. Their eyes sparkled as they stared at Sibao, clearly enamored. Sibao stood on Lin Hao's shoulder, holding its head high and gently flicking its proud tail feathers. This showy posture immediately drew more screams from girls, eager to hold it. This little flirt, indeed, is a playful bird. Lin Hao chuckled to himself, not minding it at all. After all, he had already decided to use Sibao for visual sharing, so even excessive exposure was not a concern. As for the kung fu fly, it had been tucked away in his pet backpack space, just like the wolf spider, as a member of the killer team. "Hey, where did you buy that parrot?" At that moment, someone called out to Lin Hao. Soon after, a heavily made-up fat woman, resembling a mountain of flesh, blocked Lin Hao's way. She wore bright clothing, and around her thick neck was a large pearl necklace, both vulgar and wealthy. However, what caught Lin Hao's attention was that the fat woman was also holding a green-feathered parrot, which looked like it belonged to a high-end breed. Yet, compared to Sibao, its expression was a world apart, lacking spirit. Scary, scary. Moreover, when that green parrot saw Sibao, it trembled in fear, shivering at its glare. No wonder, after evolving, Sibao was equivalent to a divine bird among birds. In comparison to the human world, a commoner suddenly seeing an emperor would not be afraid, right? That was an absolute pressure of aura. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing Lin Hao silent, the fat woman showed a hint of displeasure on her face and shouted hoarsely. I raised it myself. Lin Hao replied indifferently, having no intention to continue the conversation with this ugly fat woman. Since that's the case, name your price and I'll buy it. The fat noblewoman, wealthy and bold, directly pulled out a large stack of gold notes, at least around 100,000 taels. In her eyes, such a noble parrot could only be matched with a charming beauty like her. A stinky man had no right to raise a pet. Not for sale. Lin Hao was too lazy to respond, shifting his right foot to try to walk around her. However, at that moment, a pretty boy beside the fat woman also shifted to block Lin Hao. Kid, it's your blessing that we are interested in your pet. The pretty boy looked down on Lin Hao, speaking arrogantly. As they say, gold matches silver, don't be ungrateful. I'm saying it again, not for sale at any price. Stop bothering me. Lin Hao said blandly. Today, you will sell it whether you want to or not. The pretty boy could see that the fat woman clearly liked the parrot, so to please this wealthy patron, he adopted a tough attitude. Only by doing so could he gain more benefits from her. Pretty arrogant. Lin Hao smiled coldly, feeling a hint of anger towards this troublemaker. However, before he could take any action, the little white monkey suddenly moved. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Barely a white shadow was seen flashing by. Ah! In the next moment, a scream rang out. The pretty boy's face had 2 crimson claw marks, bleeding profusely, and he was left disfigured. How detestable! You actually let this little beast sneak attack me. He covered the wounds on his face with his right hand, shouting angrily. The little white monkey licked its bloody little paw and smiled proudly at Lin Hao. As a spirit beast, it was both smart and innocent. After spending so many days with Lin Hao, the little white monkey clearly understood that Kung Fu Fly, the wolf spider, and the fire-scale tiger were all powerful pets. And Zhao, this new member, was also quite impressive. So it simply believed that Lin Hao liked strong pets. To attract more of Lin Hao's attention, the little white monkey felt it had to show off its strength. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. It was the first time he saw the little white monkey take action. Clearly, he hadn't expected that just a few days later, the little white monkey's speed seemed to have improved again. Its lightning-fast attack speed even caught him off guard, unable to react to how it had attacked just now. Good job, little white. Lin Hao reached out to pat the little white monkey's head, smiling as he praised it. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not see through the little monkey's intentions? Help! Help! The beast wants to kill someone. Seeing such a fierce monkey next to Lin Hao, the fat noblewoman's face changed drastically, and her panic cries immediately attracted the curiosity of passersby. As a megacity as prosperous as the imperial capital, there were law enforcement teams in every area to maintain order. The commotion quickly drew the attention of a patrolling security team nearby. Immediately, a sound of crisp hoofbeats rapidly approached from the street corner. The crowd of onlookers quickly parted, revealing several patrolling soldiers riding black horses rushing over. Who is disturbing the order here? Upon reaching the scene, the young captain at the forefront scanned the crowd with a stern voice. You must be from a Northern District's patrol security team, just in time. The fat woman spoke arrogantly, her tone almost commanding as she shouted at the security captain. Quickly arrest this stinky kid. He dared to let a beast hurt my people. The security captain was taken aback, and when he saw the fat woman's appearance, his earlier bravado diminished a bit. He recognized this fat woman, Mrs. Zhao, a well-known figure in Yen City, not only ugly, but also with a strong background. If he offended her, his small position as a security captain might be at risk. Mrs. Zhao, rest assured, maintaining order in this district is our duty. The security captain spoke with righteous indignation, then turned his gaze to Lin Hao, glancing at him a few times and finding him unfamiliar. It seemed he was an outsider who had come recently to participate in the Tianyan Academy assessment. If he wasn't from the city's elite, then it would be much easier to handle. What are you all waiting for? Take him down, and also, don't hurt those 2 pets. Thinking quickly, the security captain shouted to his subordinates behind him. He could see that Mrs. Zhao was very likely interested in the other party's pets. This was a good opportunity to please Mrs. Zhao, which might help his future career. Immediately, the group of patrolling soldiers quickly spread out, their movements highly coordinated, directly blocking all of Lin Hao's escape routes. They were not worried about Lin Hao escaping. Their true targets were the little white monkey and Zhao. Wanting to please the noble powers was not just the idea of the security captain. The imperial capital was indeed a place for climbing the social ladder. Lin Hao sneered, having no intention of explaining himself. In an instant, his spiritual power surged out, and his right hand quickly inscribed a wind-type rune. Activate. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered, and Lin Hao directly cast the wind shadow movement rune on himself, enhancing his speed. A mage? Seeing this, the patrolling soldiers' expressions changed slightly, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. In their impression, mages were those mysterious and unpredictable martial cultivators. And once their terrifying spells were unleashed, most warriors would struggle to withstand them. Look, it's about to start. The onlookers on the street suddenly became excited, all gathering around to watch the commotion. In the heavily policed capital, apart from the martial arts platform and square, such fighting scenes are rarely seen. Just a little second-level mage, nothing to be afraid of. The security captain, a fourth-level warrior, immediately recognized Lin Hao's magical prowess and disdainfully scoffed. Let's trap him with the rope formation. I want to see how this kid can cast spells with his hands and feet bound. With the captain's command, the patrolling soldiers suddenly realized and thought of the mage's weakness. They each took out an iron chain from their storage bags and threw them forcefully, interweaving them like a net. The rope formation seemed to have been carefully studied, and as they intertwined, it quickly ensnared Lin Hao in the middle. Everyone pulled hard, and the ropes tightened violently. Just watch. Xiao Bai and Si Bao were about to intervene, but were stopped by Lin Hao. In this place of complex power dynamics, Lin Hao did not want to expose his pet's abilities too much. With a cold expression, Lin Hao summoned the dragon-devouring sword in his right hand. The cold light flashed, and the iron chains around him instantly fell to the ground. Although the dragon-devouring sword was a broken sword, it was capable of restraining even powerful beings like dragon souls, far from an ordinary sword. Under its slash, ordinary metals fell apart like bamboo. As the iron chains broke, power surged forth, and the patrolling soldiers all fell to the ground. Good sword. The security captain was taken aback, his eyes fixed on the broken sword in Lin Hao's hand with intense heat. His own long sword was an earth-level weapon, sharp enough, but even so, it couldn't easily cut through iron chains. Yet this kid's broken sword was so sharp. Could it be a spiritual treasure? Realizing this, an unmistakable greed surged in the security captain's eyes. Isn't he a mage? How can he use a sword? At that moment, a surprised voice emerged from the crowd of onlookers, causing the security captain's heart to tremble. Could this kid be dual cultivating combat and magic? The security captain finally reacted, staring at Lin Hao in surprise, his face becoming slightly serious. In an instant, his mind raced. If he truly was dual cultivating, then such a genius would definitely be a designated recruit of the Tianyan Academy. If they were caught by the security team today or suffered any injuries, the Tianyan Academy would definitely come knocking, and the situation would be far from simple. The security captain grew increasingly fearful. He quickly forced himself to appear calm, looking at Lin Hao and tentatively asking, "Kid, what are you doing in the capital?" Although Lin Hao found the security captain's sudden question strange, he casually replied, "Participating in the Tianyan Academy's assessment." Sure enough, hearing Lin Hao's answer, the security captain's heart sank, further confirming his earlier guess. What to do? The security captain suddenly panicked, forgetting about flattering the plump noblewoman. After all, the Tianyan Academy was a martial institution that even the royal family feared, and a small Zhou family meant nothing. Not to mention, he was just a security captain with no background in the capital. I just remembered that there's an urgent order from the city defense office. We need to withdraw. In a flurry of thought, the security captain found an excuse for himself, then mounted his horse and left first. An urgent order? The patrolling soldiers' expressions changed immediately. However, regarding the urgent order from the city defense office, they didn't dare to show any negligence and quickly followed the security captain. Watching the security team leave, the onlookers were all stunned. They never expected the situation to develop in such an unexpected way. The plump, noble woman also stood frozen in place, confused. Lucky me. Lin Hao smirked slightly. Although he didn't know the meaning of that urgent order, the outcome was not bad for him. Country bumpkin, don't think this is over. If you don't hand over that parrot, not only in Yin City, But even the Tianyin Academy will definitely make it impossible for you to stand. The plump noblewoman regained her senses, pointing a chubby finger at Lin Hao in a threatening manner. Facing her arrogant tone, Lin Hao remained indifferent and slowly walked over. When he reached the plump noblewoman's side, he exerted force with his palm and struck out. With a loud smack, the plump woman was immediately knocked to the ground, her hair disheveled, spitting out blood and several teeth. "Why you dare hit me? My husband is an official in the Ministry of Revenue. You're dead." However, the plump noblewoman still wore a face of resentment, trembling as she spoke. Annoying, Lin Hao kicked her hefty belly again, causing her to wail in agony, unable to shout any further. Although he did not advocate hitting women, such a troublesome person could not be left unpunished. Seeing Lin Hao hit Madame Zhu twice, the crowd of onlookers was initially stunned, then they all applauded in approval. Living at the bottom, they usually had to endure the arrogance of these powerful figures. Especially this plump woman, known for her terrible character, was infamous in the city. Seeing her so humiliated brought great satisfaction to the majority. At this moment, Lin Hao had already taken Zhao Bai and Bao away from the crowd, turning a corner and disappearing from sight. Although today's incident was not painful or itchy, it made him reassess his position. Whether in Tianwu City or the capital Yin City, a person without power or influence would be oppressed wherever they went. Only by becoming truly strong and gaining power would anyone treat you with respect. As he walked towards the tavern, Lin Hao's face was solemn. Unbeknownst to him, deep within his heart, a seed of ambition had begun to sprout and was quietly growing. Chapter 54. Impacting the third spirit vein. By the time Lin Hao returned to the inn's guest room, it was already evening. It must be said that Ziya's treatment of him was indeed quite good. This guest room was considered one of the higher-end options in the inn. Whether it was the decor or the other furnishings, everything was top-notch. Even the mattress was made from the hides of beasts like tigers and leopards, making it quite comfortable to sit on. Lin Hao quickly washed up and then sat cross-legged on the bed. He extended his mental power into the spatial ring, and with a flash of light, 10 boxes of spirit sunstones appeared on the floor in front of him. Upon opening them, Bao and Zhao Bai immediately began to open all the boxes at Lin Hao's command. The bright red spirit sunstones caused the light in the room to be enveloped in a red glow, and the temperature rose slightly. If I absorb all these spirit sunstones, it should be enough for me to break through to a level 3 warrior. Looking at the thousands of spirit sunstones before him, Lin Hao licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement. However, he quickly dismissed his fantasies. Since this was his first time absorbing spirit sunstones, he didn't dare to take too many at once. He first had Bao bring a single spirit sunstone and held it in his palm. As he focused, a stream of extremely pure spiritual power surged into his body from a stone. Perhaps due to the slight presence of fire source power within the spirit sunstone, Lin Hao felt a warmth in his meridians as the spiritual power flowed in. He immediately began to channel this power to refine his body. But before it could complete a full circuit, it was already nearly depleted. The spirit sunstone in his hand dimmed, showing no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations, and it turned into an ordinary stone. A slight squeeze turned it into a pile of powder. It seems that one stone is a bit too few. After trying it out, Lin Hao felt that there was no danger, so he decided to increase the amount to 10 times. 10 spirit sunstones. Boom! Lin Hao unleashed his spiritual energy from both palms, forming a vortex that suddenly extracted all the spiritual power from the 10 spirit sunstones. Instantly, an exceptionally robust spiritual power surged into his body, like a red-hot current, rapidly flowing through his meridians and internal organs. During this refining process, Lin Hao's bodily functions continuously improved and strengthened. At last, once the spiritual energy had circulated through his limbs and bones, the remaining energy flowed into his 2 spirit veins. As long as these 2 spirit veins were filled to capacity, he could then attempt to break through to the 3rd spirit vein. Thus, Lin Hao patiently continued this cycle of absorption and refinement. With the enhancement of his ultimate cultivation talent, his rate of absorption was not only fast but also completely unimpeded. Similarly, the number of spirit sunstones he extracted increased from 10 to 20, 30, and 50. Time slowly passed, and the 10 boxes of spirit sunstones were visibly diminishing. When the sky outside the window began to brighten, all 10 boxes of spirit sunstones had been completely consumed. At this moment, Lin Hao noticed that his skin was flushed red, and a layer of light red aura enveloped his body, with spiritual energy surging. This sign indicated that the 2 spirit veins within him had reached an extremely full state. If he did not release this energy or increase the number of spirit veins to accommodate it, his body would burst like an overinflated balloon, which would be very dangerous. Lin Hao felt a slight chill in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly mobilized all his spiritual power and surged towards the barrier of the 3rd spirit vein like a tidal wave. Boom! With this tsunami-like impact, the invisible barrier instantly developed cracks. Lin Hao gathered his strength and once again slammed his spiritual power against it. Crack! It sounded as if a paper membrane had been punctured. The barrier of the 3rd spirit vein could not withstand Lin Hao's forceful impact and finally connected with the previous 2 spirit veins. In that instant, the previously full spiritual power finally found an outlet, pouring violently into the 3rd spirit vein like a fierce wave. At this moment, Lin Hao's strength surged to a new level, reaching the standard of a level 3 warrior. As the spiritual power flowed freely, Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the redness of his skin returned to normal, with the heat dissipating significantly. Moreover, with the opening of the 3rd spirit vein, he found that the amount of spiritual energy his body could absorb had noticeably increased several times compared to before. This situation was not difficult for Lin Hao to understand, given his current knowledge of martial cultivation. If spiritual energy were water, then spirit veins were like a water tank. The larger the tank, the more spiritual power it could hold. This was the difference between low-level martial artists and high-level warriors. In combat, even if their martial skills were the same, the disparity in spiritual energy would inevitably lead to vastly different displays of power. Of course, another factor determining success or failure was the refinement of the physical body. For example, one body might be as fragile as an egg, while another might be as strong as iron. The outcomes of their collisions were predictable. Looking at the bright sky outside the window, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, reflecting. Indeed, time flies when cultivating. I didn't even realize another night has passed. Master, it's not just one night, it's been 2 nights. Zhao flapped its wings and flew onto Lin Hao's shoulder, shaking its head and saying, I'm about to starve. Me too. Xiaobai also pointed at its belly, which even let out a grumble in perfect timing. 2 days. Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression froze slightly. He never expected that time had passed even faster than he thought. By the looks of it, today was the day of the Tianyin Academy's enrollment assessment. If he missed it, then this mission would be equivalent to an early failure. A monthly salary of thousands would likely turn into a mirage. Without even washing up, Lin Hao immediately dashed out of the guest room, only to suddenly feel his legs weak and sore. He hadn't eaten for 2 days and needed to replenish his energy. Moreover, the assessment at Tianyin Academy would undoubtedly be a physically demanding challenge. Thus, as he set off, Lin Hao hurriedly bought 3 roasted chickens from the inn and ate as he walked. Xiaobai and Zhao also eagerly held their roasted chickens, thoroughly enjoying the feast. This peculiar sight of 1 person and 2 beasts eating on their way to Tianyin Academy attracted quite a few glances. Fortunately, the pet backpack had a feature to automatically feed the pets, saving him the trouble. Lin Hao felt quite pleased with this, and the expenses were not high, only about 100 taels a day. Otherwise, he would have to bring out the wolf spider, kung fu fly, and fire-scale tiger to eat as well. If all 5 beasts were gathered together, the scene would be even more bizarre. But these were trivial matters. What Lin Hao was secretly relieved about was that the assessment time did not seem to have officially started yet. At this moment, most people from all over the Dian dynasty were just beginning to set out. Young people on the streets were gradually gathering into a dense flow of people, all heading in the same direction. Lin Hao was no exception, joining this large group as they excitedly surged towards the city gate. However, at that moment, the pace of the line seemed to slow down significantly. What was going on? There was a group of city defense soldiers checking at the city gate. Could there be a wanted criminal? What the hell? Why check now and not earlier or later? It was simply delaying our assessment time. Instantly, The crowd erupted with impatient shouts. But faced with the city defense soldiers, they dared not act recklessly. Anyway, as long as they passed the check, they would be allowed to go through, just taking a little longer. Chapter 55. Zhao Linger appears hearing the murmurs from the crowd ahead. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Bao, go up and see what's going on, Lin Hao ordered. Bao immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air. With the shared vision, Lin Hao quickly saw that there was indeed a group of city defense soldiers at the city gate checking the people passing by. Their targets were very clear. They were specifically looking for young people participating in the Tianyan Academy assessment. At the same time, there was a fat woman beside them, with a white cloth tied around her face. None other than Madame Zhao, whom he had beaten a few days ago. Not this one. Not that one. Keep searching. Even if we don't catch that brat, we can't let him participate in the Tianyan Academy assessment smoothly. She sat on her chair, pointing at the people being checked. Her eyes filled with resentment. Ever since she was beaten that day, she was so furious that she even choked her pet to death. Even until today, she directly used her family's influence in the city defense army to hunt Lin Hao down under the pretext of capturing a wanted criminal, wanting to vent her anger. It's that fat pig. When Lin Hao saw who the instigator was, a hint of coldness appeared on his face. If he had known that this fat woman would use this trick, he should have beaten her until her eyes were swollen shut last time. What to do now? Lin Hao's mind raced. If he forced his way out, things would likely escalate and attract even more trouble. But if he didn't leave the city, he was very likely to lose the qualification for the Tianyan Academy assessment, and his mission would be thwarted as a result. That parrot. Just as Lin Hao hesitated, Madame Zhao inadvertently looked up and immediately spotted Bao, who had just flown overhead to inspect. Her eyes widened in surprise as she recognized Bao at once. That gray-eyed, wanted criminal is behind us. Quickly catch him. Madame Zhao, a mountain of flesh, stood up excitedly and quickly found Lin Hao in the crowd, immediately shouting at the top of her lungs. Dozens of sentinels' expressions changed, and they suddenly drew their swords. Go! They charged towards Lin Hao aggressively. Seeing the situation was bad, Lin Hao turned to escape. However, at that moment, a group of city defense soldiers suddenly appeared at every street corner, rushing in from all directions to surround Lin Hao. There was no doubt that this group of city defense soldiers had been lying in wait nearby, ready to ambush their prey. Lin Hao frowned. It seemed that his only option now was to break through. If captured, he would definitely be falsely accused, and he couldn't imagine what kind of torture that fat woman would put him through. Run? Let's see where you can hide, haha. Ow. Madame Zhao approached with a face full of excitement, but she laughed too hard, causing her face to ache. She covered her fat face and glared at Lin Hao with deep resentment, scolding, "My beautiful face has been ruined by you. Today, falling into my hands. I will make you suffer worse than death." Hearing beautiful face, the surrounding young candidates and the city defense soldiers almost couldn't help but smirk. They began to understand what was going on. It turned out that this fat woman was seeking revenge after being beaten, which led to this scene. Realizing this, the candidates felt a wave of dissatisfaction. They initially thought they were being checked for a wanted criminal, and while it was inconvenient, they could tolerate it. But to find out that it was all for personal revenge was simply too much. Most of the people present were talented individuals from their respective regions, prideful and arrogant. And now they were becoming increasingly furious. Aside from them, the city defense soldiers also looked bewildered. Up until now, they had no idea of the truth. They only knew that they had orders from above to cooperate fully with Madame Zhao and check the candidates at the city gate for any wanted criminals among them. They never expected the outcome to be like this. This fat woman has wasted our efforts. What are you all waiting for? Quickly catch that brat. Madame Zhao commanded arrogantly. Shouting, "First cut his tendons, don't let him escape." Facing Madame Zhao's orders, the middle-aged leader of the city defense soldiers furrowed his brows. If it weren't for the orders from above, he would have walked away long ago. However, ignoring it would be a violation of orders, resulting in demotion. After a moment of thought, the middle-aged leader snorted angrily and reluctantly obeyed. Catch him. Stop. Just as the middle-aged leader was halfway through speaking, a clear and delicate voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Then everyone saw a woman in blue walk out. Her stunning beauty immediately caught the attention of most men. Just as Lin Hao was about to summon the fire scale tiger to break through the city gate, he immediately dismissed the thought. He then directed Si Bao's vision towards the woman in blue, and his heart skipped a beat as his expression instantly became complicated. Because this beautiful woman was none other than his wife, Zhao Ling'er. As city defense soldiers, you should take it upon yourselves to protect the safety of the capital. Yet you neglect your duties due to someone else's abuse of power. Zhao Ling'er looked at the group of city defense soldiers with clear, flowing eyes and coldly said, "If a wanted criminal truly escapes into the city and causes any attack, can you bear the responsibility?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged leader and the other city defense soldiers all looked slightly startled. Whether it was Zhao Ling'er's beauty or her words, they couldn't muster up any rebuttal and even felt a sense of shame. "Good wife." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows lightly, not expecting Zhao Ling'er to step in to help him. "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, or I'll rip that filthy mouth of yours apart." Madame Zhu's fat face turned red, angrily cursing. Zhao Ling'er coldly glanced at the fat woman. Then her slender fingers quickly danced, and in the blink of an eye, she drew a water blue rune. Mist swirled around. With a clear chant, the blue rune instantly transformed into a mass of water vapor, flying above Madame Zhu's head. And then it started pouring down rain. Although this rain was not harmful, the large raindrops hitting her felt extremely uncomfortable. Water, so much water. Madame Zhu panicked, running and screaming. However, no matter where she ran, the mass of water vapor followed her like a tracker. "Water mage." The middle-aged leader and the others' expressions changed slightly as they stared in astonishment at Zhao Ling. "You bunch of useless fools, what are you standing there for? Quickly catch that girl." Madame Zhu shouted in a frenzy at the city defense soldiers. "Ignore her, we're withdrawing." The middle-aged leader coldly snorted and then led his team to disperse, returning to their respective posts. Seeing the city defense soldiers actually running away, Madame Zhu immediately stiffened. In a panic, she dared not stay there any longer, hurriedly wiggling her large behind, running further and further away in the mist. Chapter 56. A beautiful flower with an owner. Where is this girl from? Since she is so powerful, the water magic she just cast, with such pure spiritual energy fluctuations, at least makes her a level 4 mage. TSK, beautiful and intelligent, truly a clever one. It took only a few moments for Zhao Ling'er to resolve the matter, and the surrounding young men were all staring at her with burning eyes, captivated. Some bold individuals even approached her, wanting to strike up a conversation. However, Zhao Ling'er remained unmoved and turned to walk towards Lin Hao. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Ling'er asked. She was surprised to see Lin Hao here. After all, Tianwu City is quite far from the imperial capital, and Lin Hao, being blind, managed to arrive here. "We had an agreement. How could I not come?" Lin Hao smiled calmly, not elaborating further. "Agreement? What agreement?" Hearing the conversation between Lin Hao and Zhao Ling'er, the surrounding young men were taken aback and became curious. They suddenly realized that the two were acquainted. Thinking of this, they began to envy Lin Hao for knowing such a beautiful woman. "If you really think so, then do as you wish." Zhao Ling'er frowned slightly, aware of what Lin Hao meant by the agreement. She had once said that as long as Lin Hao passed the assessment at Tianyan Academy, they wouldn't get divorced. For a talented genius, such a requirement was almost effortless. However, in Zhao Ling'er's view, even if Lin Hao had a talent for taming beasts, the chances were slim. This is because the assessment at Tianyan Academy mainly focuses on personal strength, not relying on pet's power. Hence, there was no hope at all. Their marriage would ultimately end here. "Since that's the case, let's go together." Lin Hao smiled and proposed. Although he had no feelings for this wife he had never shared a room with, her willingness to help him just now gave him a slight good impression. "Go together?" Zhao Ling'er looked at Lin Hao in confusion. "I'm blind. Do you think I know the way to Tianyan Academy?" Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders and said intentionally, "I asked you to go together to help me lead the way." What else could it mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling'er was taken aback, clearly unable to retort. "Fine, follow me." To make Lin Hao accept his loss, she could only nod gently and choose to help once again. After saying this, Zhao Ling'er turned around and was about to walk towards the city gate when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. "What are you doing?" She trembled slightly and turned back to look at Lin Hao, her cold eyes seemingly showing a hint of shyness. Undoubtedly, that hand was Lin Hao's. If I don't hold you, how can I see which direction you're going? Lin Hao retorted confidently. This guy, what exactly is his relationship with that beauty? When the young men saw Lin Hao's hand resting on Zhao Linger's shoulder, they all widened their eyes in shock. That ambiguous gesture undoubtedly filled them with envy and a hint of jealousy. Faced with the strange gazes around her, Zhao Linger felt both shy and angry. Here, take this. She bit her lip and took out a blue belt from her spatial ring. Lin Hao, seeing the opportunity, grabbed the other end of the belt, allowing Zhao Linger to lead the way in front. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Hao was led out of the city gate by Zhao Ling. TSK. Turns out to be a blind man. I thought he had some background. What? A blind man wants to participate in the Tianyan Academy assessment. What a weirdo. Not just a weirdo. He can be said to be the first case in the history of Tianyan Academy's recruitment assessment. Haha. Upon discovering that Lin Hao was blind, the crowd undoubtedly erupted in chatter. Among the astonished discussions, there was no shortage of contempt and ridicule. After the little incident, the crowd gradually dispersed. The young candidates all rushed out of the city gate, heading towards the mountains outside the city, where Tianyan Academy was located. 100 miles may seem far for an ordinary person, but those who could come here to participate in the assessment were all talented youths with some skills. In this rush, almost no one stopped to rest, as they all had excellent stamina. Along the way, under Zhao Linger's guidance, Lin Hao felt extremely comfortable, even shutting off the shared vision with the four treasures. In an instant, Lin Hao was enveloped in darkness, quietly enjoying the unique feeling of being led by his beautiful wife. I'm curious, how did you come to the imperial capital? Suddenly, Lin Hao heard Zhao Linger's inquiry ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao casually replied, as long as you have money, you can do anything. I specifically hired a carriage. Zhao Linger remained calm and said lightly, is money really that important? Some things that are more precious cannot be bought with any amount of money. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart stirred, feeling as if there was something more behind her words. It seemed that what Zhao Linger truly pursued was not the so-called material wealth, but a higher level of formalism, perhaps the peak of martial arts, or maybe love. Both of these are not things that can be obtained simply by having money. Lin Hao realized that through their conversation, he was beginning to understand Zhao Linger's thoughts. Moreover, today could be said to be the most they had chatted since they met. No wonder there was a fuss about divorce. Lin Hao suddenly understood. After all, their marriage was bound by the interests of two families. Now, with the platform of Tianyan Academy, Zhao Linger naturally didn't want to be bound by the so-called money interests anymore. Money may not be omnipotent, but without money, you can't do anything. Lin Hao smiled lightly and expressed his view. In his past life, his family was not wealthy. Everything had to be calculated, let alone when he caught a cold or got sick. He could only endure for a few days until he recovered. Now, due to the powerful evolution animal system, he was even more urgent and eager for money. Therefore, in Lin Hao's view, in his current situation, without money, he would definitely revert to his original state. Vulgar. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhao Linger said coldly. Lin Hao pouted and retorted, you, as the young lady of the Zhao family, have lived a life of luxury since childhood, never worrying about food or clothing, so you naturally don't understand the importance of money. Zhao Linger countered, is your Lin family really poor? Not really poor. Lin Hao's voice suddenly became low, but if you were to experience my situation, you would understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger felt a slight tremor in her heart. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Lin Hao. Yes, if the situations were reversed, experiencing Lin Hao's dark and often ridiculed life, her inner world would probably have collapsed long ago. Looking back now, Lin Hao might be the one who has been hurt the most in this marriage. Yet this guy has always faced it with strength, never showing the slightest hint of frustration. And just as Zhao Linger was lost in thought, little did she know that Lin Hao had now turned off the shared vision with the four treasures, completely unaware that she had suddenly stopped and bumped right into her. Since Zhao Linger had long legs, her height was almost the same as Lin Hao's. Thus, when they collided, their lips unexpectedly pressed tightly together. As their lips met, Lin Hao felt an instant softness, along with a pleasant fragrance. Zhao Ling's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the man's face so close to hers, instantly freezing in place. Could it be? Lin Hao sensed something was wrong and immediately activated the shared vision with the four treasures. For a moment, Lin Hao saw himself from a third-party perspective, realizing he was kissing Zhao Ling. The scene was incredibly shocking. Sitting at Ling's lips, which were as pink as rose petals, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He never expected that he had actually kissed Zhao Ling. What are you doing? At that moment, Zhao Ling finally reacted. She suddenly stepped back, her face flushed as she glared at Lin Hao, her voice filled with uncontrollable anger and embarrassment. Lin Hao licked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but he shrugged and replied, "How would I know? You suddenly stopped." Hearing this, Zhao Ling felt a bit guilty. Her fair face, flushed with embarrassment and anger, turned even redder, spreading to her ears and neck. She looked like a blooming flower, vibrant and dripping with beauty. The young candidates around them, who had witnessed the scene, were momentarily stunned. Clearly, they had not expected that a blind person could take advantage of such a beautiful girl. Damn it, I have a handsome face and good looks. Why don't I get such good fortune? In an instant, most of them were pounding their chests and stomping their feet, filled with envy. Their expressions seemed to suggest they wished they could blind themselves just to experience a kiss from Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling lightly bit her red lips, shot Lin Hao a fierce glare, then turned and quickened her pace. She was both angry and embarrassed, feeling as if she had lost her first kiss for no reason because of Lin Hao's words. It was somewhat of a payback. Watching Zhao Ling's angry yet shy figure, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, feeling a bit pleased. Since the shared vision with the four treasures had been activated, he could easily keep up with Zhao Ling's brisk walking. About half an hour later, a large crowd finally arrived at the foot of the back mountain. The Tianyan Academy was built against the mountain, resembling a small city. The outer walls were extremely high and majestic, extending to the horizon, exuding a grand aura that intimidated all who approached. Lin Hao stood next to Zhao Ling. It was only around 8 o'clock, but tens of thousands had already gathered here. Looking around, one could see a sea of heads. At the front of the crowd, there was a long stone staircase stretching for 100 meters. At the top of the staircase stood an ancient giant stone gate, magnificent and imposing. Looking at the giant gate on the stairs, the young candidates who had arrived were filled with fervent anticipation, their faces full of longing. Because as long as they could step through that gate, they could become students of Tianyan Academy and gain access to the millennium-old martial arts resources, achieving great heights in one leap. As everyone waited eagerly, time slowly passed. However, the assessment officials of Tianyan Academy had yet to appear. The initially tense atmosphere gradually relaxed as they waited. "Wife, do you know what the assessment at Tianyan Academy is?" Lin Hao, feeling bored, began to tease Zhao Ling. "Shut up." Zhao Ling frowned slightly and said sternly, "Don't call me that." But the truth was undeniable. Lin Hao remained non-committal, seemingly enjoying provoking Zhao Ling more and more. At that moment, without needing Zhao Ling to explain, Lin Hao overheard some information from the surrounding crowd. It was said that the first obstacle of each assessment was to ascend the stone staircase ahead. Yes, as long as one could complete it within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they would successfully pass and be allowed to enter the gate of Tianyan Academy. It actually takes the time of a stick of incense. I could ascend that staircase in less than half the time. If the assessment at Tianyan Academy were that easy, they wouldn't eliminate so many people every year. Besides, after passing this obstacle, there are even more difficult challenges ahead. The crowd, while waiting, couldn't help but discuss among themselves to pass the time. The first obstacle is to climb the stone staircase. Lin Hao, using the four treasures vision, looked at the staircase with its 1,000 layers and pondered. Could there be some mechanism in the staircase? Zhao Ling blinked her beautiful eyes, asking quietly in confusion. "As far as I know, there are earth-type runes arranged at the bottom of the staircase, which exert a gravitational suppression effect. Once you start climbing, it will be difficult to move." At that moment, a long-haired young man approached and stood directly beside Zhao Ling. He was handsome, holding a white paper fan and dressed in white, exuding an elegant demeanor. Two younger candidates, resembling his lackeys, followed him. "Earth-type runes? Zhao Ling'er was taken aback, not expecting the first obstacle to be quite challenging. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she was a directly recruited member and didn't need to undergo the assessment. Lin Hao released a thread of mental energy to sense, and indeed found that the staircase was enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy. That energy felt similar to the gravitational armor he wore. Clearly, as the young man in white said, the staircase contained a gravity formation. Hello, I'm Li Shanfen. May I ask for the lady's name? The young man in white smiled and planned to strike up a conversation with Zhao Ling'er, completely ignoring Lin Hao beside her. Zhao Ling'er, clearly accustomed to such situations. Zhao Ling'er slightly pursed her lips, neither appearing rude nor overly friendly. Her grasp of the situation was quite good. Zhao Ling'er, a beautiful name. Li Changfeng clapped his paper fan and praised with a smile, his expression revealing his admiration without reservation. Master, someone is flirting with your wife. Just then, the four treasure's strange voice suddenly rang out, flapping its wings as if intentionally drawing attention. Wife. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's expression darkened slightly as he finally turned to look at Lin Hao, his brows furrowing slightly. Clearly, he was not pleased to find that this stunning beauty was already taken. Chapter 57, Gravity Assessment U. With the interference of the four treasures, Zhao Ling'er's expression slightly changed as she couldn't help but glance at the parrot on Lin Hao's shoulder, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Throughout the journey, she had never heard the four treasures speak. Initially thinking it was an ordinary parrot, she didn't expect it to speak fluent human language. Moreover, its intelligence seemed quite high, as it even knew it was Lin Hao's wife. However, this time, Zhao Ling'er did not voice any objections. There was no need for her to explain her relationship with Lin Hao to an outsider like Li Changfeng. However, Li Changfeng's reaction was extremely sensitive. His gaze shifted to Lin Hao, observing him curiously, and he found the latter's pupils to be grayish-white, devoid of any spirit. Clearly, he was blind. If Zhao Ling'er was really this guy's wife, it would be a sheer waste. After sizing Lin Hao up for a moment, Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask, I just heard this parrot say that Miss Zhao is your wife. Lin Hao maintained a calm demeanor and deliberately replied, We are legally married, having paid our respects to heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling'er, standing aside, slightly moved her cold expression. The scene of their kiss earlier suddenly resurfaced in her mind, and for some reason, she felt a hint of shyness. Now, apart from their wedding night, they seemed to have experienced intimacy. Thinking of this, Zhao Ling'er's fair face couldn't help but flush crimson. That slightly shy and cold beauty stirred Li Changfeng's heart, and he was immediately overwhelmed by a strong sense of jealousy. Undoubtedly, Zhao Ling'er's expression at this moment confirmed Lin Hao's words. They were indeed a married couple. How could the prey I have my eyes on be taken by someone else first? A cold light flickered in Li Changfeng's eyes, and he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. In his view, a beauty like Zhao Ling'er shouldn't be taken by a blind man. If anyone deserved her, it should be him, a handsome young man with a noble background. A mere useless blind man had no right to enjoy such beauty. This brother, where do you come from? Li Changfeng asked with a faint smile, trying to probe. Although he was jealous of Lin Hao's fortune, he thought that a blind man marrying such a beautiful wife likely had a strong family background. Therefore, he needed to investigate first. If there wasn't a powerful family behind him, it would be much easier to deal with. Tianwu City, Lin Hao. Lin Hao, having experienced 2 lives and met countless people, could easily see through Li Changfeng's little thoughts. He shook his head with a secret smile in his heart. With a beautiful wife by his side, it seemed that there would be quite a few rivals at Tianyan Academy in the future. Tianwu City, so it's in the northern region of our Dian dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's eyes lit up instantly. Although Tianwu City was a small place, it had an ancient martial arts family, but the foundation of such a third-rate family could not compare with their Li family. I see your eyes are dull, pupils grayish-white. Li Changfeng looked at Lin Hao with a smile that was not quite a smile, and said, Could it be that you're a natural-born blind man? Lin Hao did not respond, tacitly accepting it. Seeing this, Li Changfeng thought Lin Hao was too ashamed to speak, and the smile on his face grew increasingly disdainful. He really is a blind man. Heaven is helping me. As far as I know, since the establishment of Tianyin Academy, no blind person has ever come to participate in the assessment. You could be the first case. Although Li Chongfeng's words sounded polite, they were filled with an unmistakable hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling'er frowned slightly. In the past, she would not have cared at all about how others mocked Lin Hao. But today, for some reason, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. What's wrong with me? Zhao Ling'er suddenly realized and felt quite strange. Unbeknownst to her, after Lin Hao unexpectedly took her first kiss during their journey, her icy heart was undergoing a subtle transformation. Facing Li Chongfeng's cold sarcasm, Lin Hao ignored him completely. He then looked at Zhao Ling'er and said with a faint smile, "Ling'er, it seems a bit noisy here. Let's wait somewhere else." "All right." Zhao Ling'er nodded slightly, like an obedient little wife, following behind Lin Hao. Clearly, she had no good feelings towards Li Chongfeng either. This blind man dares to ignore me. Anger surged in Li Chongfeng's heart. Brother Feng, it's such a pity. Such a beautiful woman is already taken. A little brother beside him shook his head and sighed regretfully. Taken, but can still change hands. Li Chongfeng narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Zhao Ling'er's graceful back, and sneered, "The woman I have my eyes on cannot escape from my grasp." The little brother clearly saw through Li Chongfeng's thoughts and lewdly laughed. "Brother Feng, I just happen to have a charm pill left. The last woman I played with was in ecstasy." A cold glint flashed in Li Chongfeng's eyes as he said in a low voice, After this assessment, first check Zhao Ling'er's background, then make a move. Don't worry, I understand all of this." The little brother seemed very experienced, grinning widely. At this moment, Lin Hao had already reached the front, closest to the stone steps. Zhao Ling'er quietly followed behind. Since the assessment at Tianyin Academy had not officially begun, even as a designated recruit, she had to wait with the other candidates. During this time, she noticed that Lin Hao could easily navigate through the crowd without bumping into anyone. He walked as if he were a normal person. Could it be that he can discern positions by sound? Zhao Ling'er blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly thinking of this blind man's skill. She had heard before that some blind people were very capable of judging the surrounding movements of the wind and grass, allowing them to accurately distinguish their surroundings. Now, Lin Hao seemed to have mastered that skill and reached a superb level. No wonder he came to participate in the assessment with such confidence. It turned out he had learned some skills. Zhao Ling'er cast a glance at Lin Hao's angular profile, her thoughts becoming complicated. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hao was currently enjoying her curvaceous figure with the help of the four treasures' eyes. Ding! At that moment, a loud bell suddenly rang out from the Tianyin Academy in the mountains. Hearing the bell, the thousands of candidates present immediately straightened their expressions. The previously noisy scene fell silent in an instant. Subsequently, countless gazes almost simultaneously turned toward the entrance at the top of the stone steps. There, two figures, a man and a woman, stood who had appeared there at some unknown time. Both were dressed in the minter attire of Tianyin Academy, exuding a strong aura. "I believe everyone has been waiting for a while. Welcome to participate in the 3-year recruitment assessment of Tianyin Academy." The male mentor on the left spoke with a powerful voice, and with the enhancement of spiritual energy, his words reached everyone's ears clearly. "I am the examiner for this assessment, named Wu Qi." The male mentor chuckled lightly and continued, "Those selected for designated recruitment do not need to take the assessment. Please come up the steps to register." As his voice fell, the crowd began to stir. One by one, the imposing young talent stepped forward, under the envious gazes of the other candidates. "Take care of yourself." Before leaving, Zhao Ling'er left Lin Hao with this ambiguous remark. "Don't worry, wait for me." Lin Hao smiled lightly and replied simply. This time, there were not many designated recruits at Tianyin Academy, only a little over 100. However, these people were specially selected geniuses from Tianyin Academy, each having reached the level of advanced cultivation talent. Next, as Zhao Ling'er and the others completed their registration with the female instructor, Lin Hao and his group of candidates officially began their assessment. The male instructor scanned the crowd below and said in a deep voice, "I won't say much. Candidates who can ascend the stone steps within the time of an incense stick will pass the first round of the assessment. Due to the limited space on the stone steps, each assessment would consist of 200 candidates per team. The first 100 to reach the top would advance directly, while the rest would be eliminated. Moreover, the rules were not limited. By the end of his speech, the male instructor's tone seemed to carry a hint of significance. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions turned strange. The so-called unlimited rules implied that they could freely exert their abilities, even employing some tactics while climbing the steps. With this thought, everyone looked at the other candidates around them with a sense of vigilance. The atmosphere in the arena became increasingly eerie at that moment. Subsequently, many candidates began to move and form teams voluntarily. Soon, dozens of teams were arranged. Lin Hao positioned himself towards the front and stood in the first assessment team. The two examiners nodded to each other, noting that the overall quality of this year's candidates seemed slightly better than in previous years. However, their strength could only be determined through the test. With the time of an incense stick as the limit, the assessment began. As soon as the words fell, the team that Lin Hao was in erupted into a commotion. Charge! Almost in an instant, the first group rushed towards the stone steps with loud shouts, creating an extremely lively scene. Within a few meters, everyone quickly reached the front of the stone steps. Buzz! However, when someone stepped into the stone step area, it was as if they had triggered a mechanism, and the runes hidden within the stone steps suddenly activated. The surrounding spiritual energy in the air began to violently fluctuate. Immediately afterward, a powerful gravitational force enveloped them in an instant. Those who were strong and believed they had good footwork attempted to leap several steps in one go. Unexpectedly, under the terrifying pressure of gravity, they screamed and fell hard to the ground. Moreover, once they fell within the gravitational field, it became even more difficult to get back up. Lin Hao, who was at the back of the line, had now arrived at the stone steps. The moment he stepped onto the first step, boom, Lin Hao felt his body suddenly sink, as if a giant rock had been pressed down upon him, making it difficult to move. This feeling was exactly the same as the gravitational armor he wore. Wow, so heavy! The four treasures, who had originally been spirited and proud on Lin Hao's shoulder, immediately collapsed under the gravitational pressure, letting out a strange cry. Seeing this situation, Zhao quickly scurried back and climbed up a nearby tree, intending to wait it out. This gravitational force must have reached at least 10 times. Having experienced this before, Lin Hao quickly assessed the magnitude of the gravity. The gravitational armor he wore was only set to 5 times. Although he had adapted over the past several days and could move freely, adding the tenfold gravity now made it a total of 15 times. Lin Hao felt as if his entire body had sunk into a quagmire, incredibly heavy. The speed at which the spiritual energy in his body circulated also slowed down significantly. It seemed that this first round was testing physical strength and endurance. Moreover, each team's members only had half the slots, making the competition quite fierce. Seeing that he had fallen far behind, Lin Hao found himself ranked among the last 100 candidates. This ranking was definitely at risk of elimination. Immediately, Lin Hao focused his thoughts and, with a mental push, removed the runes from his gravitational armor. Meanwhile, Zhao, standing on the open ground at the top of the stone steps, had been watching Lin Hao. When she noticed that Lin Hao was at the back of the pack, she secretly shook her head and sighed inwardly. It was clear that with the current situation, their marriage would come to an end with Lin Hao's elimination in this assessment. Just then, a miracle happened. Zhao suddenly saw Lin Hao's climbing speed on the stone steps increase several times, and he began to overtake the candidates in front of him. How is that possible? Looking at the rapidly ascending white figure on the stone steps, Zhao was quite surprised. In just a few seconds, Lin Hao had surpassed dozens of candidates. If he advanced further, he could secure a spot to qualify. Removing the gravitational armor's runes indeed made things much easier. A smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips as he felt the heaviness on his body was no longer as intense as before. At this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel grateful. Fortunately, during his time in Tianwu City, the dwarf blacksmith had forged this gravitational armor, allowing him to train his physical abilities in advance. Otherwise, with his current strength as a level 3 warrior, it wouldn't have been easy to stand out among these 200 candidates. The horizontal space of the stone steps wasn't narrow. It could accommodate dozens of people climbing side by side. At first, everyone was proud and climbed the steps based on their own abilities. However, under the pressure of the gravitational array, the leading group began to show signs of exhaustion. As the competitors from behind were about to catch up, they were unwilling to see their rankings drop or face elimination. Therefore, they fiercely infused their spiritual energy and employed various martial arts to block others. Naturally, the candidates behind wouldn't sit idly by either and started attacking those in front of them. In an instant, the brutal competition for ranking erupted fully on the stone steps. Everyone engaged in a fierce fight, exchanging punches and kicks. At this moment, Lin Hao, who had just entered the top 100, originally planned to avoid the conflict as much as possible. But he soon noticed that two individuals on either side of his row of stone steps were closing in on him with sinister expressions. Chapter 58, The Test Steel Master, Enemies Are Approaching. The four treasures hurriedly called out twice. It turned out to be them. Lin Hao suddenly realized that the two guys coming towards him on the same staircase were none other than Li Changfeng, who had just tried to flirt with Zhao Ling, and another one, his sidekick. Among the two, Li Changfeng was obviously stronger, possessing the strength of a level 4 warrior. However, judging by their deliberate approach, it was clear that they meant trouble. "Ah Dong, kick him down," Li Changfeng signaled with his eyes, a hint of darkness on his face. The sidekick understood and raised his foot, kicking hard towards Lin Hao's waist. In his view, a blind person, combined with the gravitational suppression of the stone stairs, had almost no chance of avoiding it. However, in the next moment, Lin Hao stepped to the right, easily sidestepping the attack. What? With the kick missing, the sidekick lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling down several levels of stairs. To make matters worse, the candidates rushing from behind did not slow down at all and directly stepped over him. In an instant, the sidekick's screams echoed, quickly drowned out by the crowd. Useless. Can't even handle a blind person. Seeing this, Li Changfeng coldly snorted in anger. He then turned his gaze, darkly staring at Lin Hao, and directly punched towards his forehead. Lin Hao had long been on guard and also swung his fist to counter. Bang! The two fists collided, and a muffled sound of impact was heard. In this pure test of strength, Lin Hao was not at all inferior to Li Changfeng. He actually has some skill. He was able to sense my attack. A flicker of surprise passed through Li Changfeng's eyes. Clearly, he did not expect that his punch would not only be met by Lin Hao, but that he would not gain any advantage in terms of strength. This situation surprised him. However, while Li Changfeng was momentarily stunned, Lin Hao seized the opportunity and kicked up directly. Normally, with such an attack, Li Changfeng would have easily dodged it. But now, under the gravitational formation, his body's reaction speed could not keep up. As he tried to block, Lin Hao's foot had already struck, and the target of that kick was none other than his groin. In an instant, Li Changfeng felt an extremely intense sensation in his lower body. Pain, excruciating pain, surged through him like a broken dam, overwhelming his entire body. Soon after, a horrifying scream erupted. Hearing the cries, the attention of many candidates was drawn over. They saw Li Changfeng lying on the ground, hands clutching his groin, his curled-up body twitching uncontrollably. Hiss! Watching this scene, the candidates on the stone stairs could not help but gasp. Even the male instructor at the top of the stairs swallowed hard at this moment. No matter how strong a man is, the groin is always the deadliest weakness. From Li Changfeng's pitiful state, it was clear that Lin Hao's kick had immense power, which would definitely affect Li Changfeng's happiness for the rest of his life. He was utterly crippled. The pretty female candidates, including Zhao Ling, all lowered their heads shyly. In this somewhat feudal society, such sensitive areas were still hard for them to look at calmly. So tragic. He. The four treasures extended its left wing, pretending to cover its eyes, displaying an expression of unwillingness. However, its small face and shrill cries were full of schadenfreude. Next time, if you dare to target my wife again, it will be with a blade. Lin Hao's expression was indifferent as he looked at Li Changfeng, who had lost all combat ability, and said coldly. Then, he lifted his foot and, as if nothing had happened, continued to climb the stairs. Moreover, his speed had increased a bit compared to before. The delay caused by these two had cost him some time, and he needed to make up for it quickly. Lin Hao maintained a low profile striving to stay within the top 100 for advancement. However, he had inadvertently become someone that the surrounding male candidates regarded as untouchable due to his ruthless kick. As Lin Hao overtook them, their faces changed dramatically, as if they had encountered a plague, and they avoided him. Noticing the strange gazes around him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. This was the kind of deterrent effect he wanted. Only in this way could those blind idiots understand who should not be provoked. After a stick of incense burned down 2/3 of the way, Lin Hao finally reached the top. He stood among the crowd without changing his expression, in stark contrast to the other candidates who were panting heavily. After all, he had been wearing the gravitational armor for over half a month, almost every minute of every day except for washing up. Although the gravitational formation of the stone stairs increased his weight tenfold, this amount of time had little impact on Lin Hao. He had actually passed the first round of assessment in the crowd of predetermined members. Zhao Ling'er's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Hao not far away. Silently gazing at that young figure, Zhao Ling'er felt a slight ripple in her heart. This feeling was not due to Lin Hao passing the assessment, but rather a hint of joy from a shared vision of the four treasures. Lin Hao naturally noticed Zhao Ling'er staring at him. However, to hide his abilities, he pretended not to know. After all, the skill of listening to sounds to discern locations was not that impressive. If he continued to show off, it would surely be exposed. Next, the dozens of assessment teams behind also completed the gravitational challenge of the stone stairs one after another. The first round had come to a complete end. However, the originally more than 20,000 candidates had suddenly been reduced by more than half. The elimination rate was nearly 50%, which was frighteningly high. No wonder the outside world has always rumored that the assessments of the Tianyan Academy are extremely difficult. With such an elimination rate without solid skills, it is impossible to advance. In this regard, Lin Hao pondered. What would the second round of assessment be? Xiao Yun. It seems that some good talents have appeared in this year's Tianyan Academy. The male instructor, with a deep gaze, looked at the candidates who had passed with a satisfied smile. Yes, one of them is quite interesting. The female instructor smiled and nodded, her narrow eyes looking towards Lin Hao not far away. Are you talking about that kid? The male instructor also looked over her, and the image of Lin Hao's earlier kick flashed in his mind, causing the muscles at the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly. Though that kind of technique was not particularly glorious, it was still a part of strength. In a real life-and-death battle, who would talk about morals and rules? As long as it's a useful move, just go all out. Have you noticed that his pupils seem a bit abnormal? The female instructor's voice was not loud, but it made the male instructor's expression change. His gaze immediately shifted back to Lin Hao's eyes, scrutinizing them carefully. As he observed, a look of surprise gradually appeared on the male instructor's face. He found that Lin Hao's eyes, aside from their color, had other aspects that were completely different from normal people. Upon closer inspection, he could see that those pupils seemed to be made up of countless grayish-white, small circles stacked together, resembling a whirlpool. Grayish-white pupils. Could this be the legendary reincarnation eye? The male mentor's throat rolled, and his mature, middle-aged face was filled with shock. What? The reincarnation eye? Upon hearing this, the beautiful female mentor's expression changed slightly, and her demeanor showed some surprise. Originally, she merely meant to suggest that Lin Hao was very likely a natural blind person. Unexpectedly, such a conclusion was drawn. This was completely beyond her expectations. Well, I was just guessing. Let's see how he performs in the subsequent assessments. The male mentor's voice was slightly deep as he said, regardless of whether he passes the assessment or not, we must first keep him, and then have the lord of the mansion verify it. Okay. The beautiful female mentor nodded, also feeling that this matter was significant. If this kid truly possesses the legendary reincarnation eye, it would definitely be a great asset for the Tianyan Academy. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of assessments. Do you see this great gate in front of you? Then, the male mentor changed his tone and spoke loudly to the many candidates. Now, you are qualified to step inside. Follow me into the academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the two mentors walked ahead to the academy gate. Following them were the predetermined recruits, and then Lin Hao and others who still needed to undergo assessments. As for those who failed the assessment, they left with their heads down, their eyes filled with unwillingness. The recruitment event of Tianyan Academy occurs every 3 years. Having failed this time, they would have to wait another 3 years. However, by that time, their age would already be a significant disadvantage. The reality is such, if the young do not work hard, the old will only feel regret. Stepping into the gate of Tianyan Academy, the view in front of everyone suddenly opened up. Lin Hao, like the other candidates, curiously observed the environment within the academy. Grand and magnificent. This was Lin Hao's first impression upon entering Tianyan Academy. Looking at the various massive buildings, Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Such a large academy was practically a small town. What shocked Lin Hao even more was the extremely rich spiritual energy inside. Just by taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated, as if a faint warm current was flowing through his body. For martial practitioners, this place is definitely a paradise. When witnessing the excellent environment of Tianyan Academy, the candidates present were incredibly excited, especially Zhao Ling'er and the other predetermined recruits. Their eyes sparkled, and their faces were filled with joy. For years later, as long as they can graduate smoothly from here, their future will be bright. After that, everyone followed the two mentors to a huge square ahead. In the middle of the square stood 2 stone tablets, one black and one white. They were rectangular in shape, about 10 meters high. The surfaces of the stone tablets were covered with runes, mysterious and magical. Lin Hao discovered that if he used his mental power to sense, he could vaguely detect that the 2 giant stones emitted obscure energy fluctuations. Clearly, these were not ordinary stones for decoration. The next assessment is divided into 2 types, and the 2 stone tablets you see now are used for testing. The male mentor raised his right hand, pointed to the center of the square, and said in a deep voice, "The white stone tests talent, mainly for martial artists who practice spells. The black one tests spiritual power, used for testing warriors. Now, mages and warriors will form 2 teams and line up for testing." After saying this, the 2 mentors walked to the 2 giant stones to serve as evaluators for this assessment. At this moment, Lin Hao hesitated, because he was not only a level 3 warrior but also a level 2 mage. This meant that for the upcoming tests, which one should he choose? Just a test? Too easy. Yeah, I thought it would be much harder. Hearing about this testing stage, many candidates were suddenly overjoyed, eagerly rubbing their fists. But don't celebrate too early. This assessment for Tianyan Academy has limited spots, only about 3,000. Those ranked low in the tests will still be eliminated. Looking at the lively atmosphere in the arena, the male mentor's words acted like a bucket of cold water, waking them up. Although the first round of the gravity assessment had eliminated a large number, the number of candidates was still very large, around 10,000. Due to the limited resources of Tianyan Academy, they would not indiscriminately recruit. They have always pursued excellence. Out of more than 10,000, only 3,000 would be left in the end. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions became serious, losing the previous ease. After that, everyone chose different testing stone tablets according to their cultivation talents. The crowd in the square quickly split into 2 long lines. Only Lin Hao stood still at a loss. What is he doing? Seeing this, Zhao Ling'er's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. She was somewhat surprised by Lin Hao's unusual behavior at this moment. Why is that guy standing there motionless? TSK. Could it be that he's getting cold feet and wants to give up? The surrounding candidates also noticed Lin Hao's presence and couldn't help but start discussing. However, most of these discussions carried a derogatory tone. In their view, having one less person in the assessment means there's less competition for spots. If Lin Hao chooses to give up, it would be a bit beneficial for everyone, right? Although he can hear sounds and differentiate positions, he cannot see the stone tablets, so he doesn't know which side to choose. Zhao Ling'er suddenly thought of this and, after a brief hesitation, moved her body and walked towards Lin Hao. Huh? Why is my goddess walking over? What's she going to do? The male candidates who had been secretly watching Zhao Ling'er all shifted their gaze when they saw her walk out. However, when they saw Zhao Ling'er standing next to Lin Hao, their expressions froze. Immediately, various jealous speculations surged wildly in their hearts. Chapter 59. The test begins facing 2 test stone tablets. Lin Hao hesitated when suddenly he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Without needing to look, he knew it was the unique scent of Zhao Ling'er. a pleasant fragrance that belonged only to her. Lin Hao, to your left, is the black stone tablet, which tests the warrior's spiritual power. To your right is the white stone tablet, which primarily tests the mage's mental power talent. Zhao Linger said softly and melodiously as she stood beside him. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He naturally understood that Zhao Linger must have thought he couldn't see and had come to remind him. This gesture truly touched Lin Hao's heart. I understand, thank you. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Then he pretended to be casual and asked, are you helping me like this because you plan to not get divorced? Hearing this, Zhao Linger's originally cold and beautiful face suddenly flushed like it had been touched by flames. Even though this is a bet, I won't take advantage of you. That's all, she replied, and then turned to leave, her fair face still tinged with a blush. Since their conversation was not loud, the people present could not hear it. However, the sudden display of Zhao Linger's charm stirred the hearts of the male candidates who were pre-selected. Soon after, their gazes towards Lin Hao turned full of hostility. Without a doubt, they now viewed Lin Hao as their biggest rival in love, praying that this guy would be eliminated in the upcoming tests. With no rivals around, they could then get their chance first. That candidate standing there who hasn't chosen a team yet. What is your name? The male instructor had been secretly observing Lin Hao. Seeing that he remained unmoved, he took the opportunity to ask for his name. Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked up and faced the middle-aged male instructor standing under the black stone tablet. Lin. The male instructor pondered and memorized Lin Hao's name, then said in a deep voice, the test is about to begin. Hurry and join a team. Lin Hao asked, can I choose to test both stone tablets at the same time? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged male instructor was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Hao in surprise. The female instructor and the other candidates were also stunned. However, soon after, some strange mocking voices arose from the crowd. What? You want to test both types? That's too confident, haha. Being overly confident is just arrogance. What a weirdo. TSK. I guess he is not good at one talent and plans to test both. Hoping for the best, the discussions quickly turned into a chorus of belittling and ridicule. The vast majority believed Lin Hao lacked real talent and only wanted to test both stone tablets due to his insufficient confidence in his martial cultivation talent. This situation felt like a dead horse being treated as a live one. What on earth is he thinking? Zhao Linger frowned slightly, started to share some of the disdain from the surrounding mockery. After all, in martial cultivation, mastering both warrior and mage skills is extremely difficult. If Lin Hao truly held such an idea, he would undoubtedly become distracted and waste precious time during the initial sprint. Due to the large number of candidates, to avoid wasting unnecessary time, Tianyin Academy traditionally only allowed one test. However, just when everyone thought the instructor would not agree to Lin Hao's request, the middle-aged male instructor finally spoke. However, today, I will make an exception and give you a chance. Upon hearing this, all the candidates were astonished. They clearly did not expect the instructor from Tianyin Academy to be so accommodating. For a moment, some candidates felt a surge of impulse to give it a try. However, they quickly suppressed their thoughts. After all, everyone understood the meaning of self-awareness. If they tested an ability they were not good at, wouldn't that be publicly humiliating? At this moment, after the instructor's agreement, Lin Hao did not say much more and directly turned to walk to the back of the two lines. Since he was already at the very end, with some time to spare, Lin Hao simply took out a chair. While waiting, Lin Hao suddenly felt a bit hungry. He had rushed in the morning and hadn't eaten, and after the gravity test earlier, he had expended too much energy and was already famished. Not wanting to suffer through it, Lin Hao reached into his spatial ring and took out a few flatbreads to satisfy his hunger. Squeak! At the back of the crowd, the little white ape's eyes lit up upon seeing food and immediately ran over. Because it wore a hat, its identity as a unicorn dragon ape had remained unnoticed. This guy is really living the good life. Just wait, soon you'll be able to see the fun. Seeing Lin Hao's relaxed demeanor, the candidates standing in line all spoke with a hint of jealousy and envy. To leave a good impression on the instructors, they could only grit their teeth and stand properly under the blazing sun, not daring to be as casual as Lin Hao. What a strange person. Zhao Linger shook her head slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Today was the day she had interacted with Lin Hao the most since their marriage of 6 months. As the time of interaction increased, she clearly found that Lin Hao's character was vastly different from her previous impression. At this moment, Lin Hao appeared to embody a sense of ease and freedom, both in demeanor and personality. This thought was not only held by Zhao Linger. Some female candidates in the crowd were also watching Lin Hao with great interest. They secretly thought that this young man seemed quite interesting and looked decent. But it was a pity that he was blind. The two instructors exchanged glances with each other, their expressions somewhat peculiar as they looked at Lin Hao, but did not say much. Next, Instructor Wu Qi will demonstrate the test for both stone tablets, said the beautiful female instructor. The male instructor, named Wu Qi, was the first to walk up to the black stone tablet and placed his palm on it. In an instant, the runes on the stone tablet seemed to stir, flowing with mysterious light. Boom! Then an extremely powerful aura erupted from him, instantly forming a spiritual power vortex. If one looked closely, within the vortex, purple light shimmered, faintly mixed with a subtle sound of thunder. A thunder-type warrior. Instructor Wu was actually a practitioner of lightning. Seeing this scene, the young candidates present were secretly astonished. Everyone knew that lightning was a rather domineering and fierce energy, and its offensive power was naturally terrifying. Generally speaking, among warriors of the same realm, thunder-type warriors had significantly stronger lethality. Just as everyone was amazed, the runes on the black stone tablet suddenly erupted with dazzling purple arcs of electricity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, these purple lightning bolts shot out like thunder dragons, instantly forming 7 circles of light that swirled around the stone tablet. The black stone not only tests spiritual power talent, but can also detect the number of spiritual veins within the body. The beautiful instructor explained, the spiritual energy circles displayed on the stone tablet correspond to the warrior's spiritual vein level. Moreover, the stronger the glow of the runes, the higher the talent. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. This guy is pretty strong. Lin Hao took a bite of the flatbread and, using the vision from the 4 treasures, focused his gaze. He saw 7 purple lightning circles coiling around the stone tablet. This meant that this instructor named Wu Qi had already opened 7 spiritual veins and was a level 7 warrior. Alright, our assessment here begins. Those with high-level talents are qualified. After Master Wu Qi demonstrated, he directly commanded in the awe-filled gaze of the crowd. Instantly, the candidates in front of the black stone tablet eagerly stepped forward to test themselves. However, when they actually came into contact with the stone tablet for the test, many of them ended up being eliminated. The vast majority had intermediate or low-level talents. As for those who could achieve high-level talents, the probability was only 1 in 3. The beautiful instructor walked towards the white stone tablet and explained the content of the test. Lin Hao's attention also followed her gaze to that side. The test of this stone primarily assesses your mental power talent, and only those with high-level talents can pass. The test is quite simple. Place your palm on the stone tablet and then meditate. As long as all the runes flicker, it belongs to a high-level talent. After saying this, the beautiful instructor stopped being verbose. She placed her slender palm on the white stone and quickly entered a meditative state. After a few breaths, the runes on the stone tablet, under the infusion of mental power, suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. Each rune was instantly lit up. Then the light rippled, forming 7 whirlwinds that circled around the stone tablet. Level 7 Mage, Wind Element. Watching this scene, the candidates from the Mage team all had their eyes flashing, their faces filled with awe. They didn't expect that the instructors from Tianyin Academy were so strong. Any one of them casually could reach at least the level of a 7th-level martial artist. It was simply too powerful. Next, the candidates in front of the white stone tablet also began their tests. Although the warrior team over there progressed quickly, the number of mage candidates was relatively half as many. Calculating the reduction in numbers, both teams were not too different. Based on this progress, it was estimated to take more than 2 hours. Lin Hao still sat at the back, waiting calmly. However, these 2 hours were indeed a bit hard to endure. Should he take a nap? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows, but dismissed the thought. He was unsure how strict the rules of Tianyin Academy were, and if he angered the 2 examiners and had his qualification revoked, it would be a loss. While feeling bored, one of the teams suddenly erupted in astonishment, immediately catching Lin Hao's attention. It was the warrior team in front of the black stone tablet. Lin Hao quickly looked over. He saw the runes on the stone tablet radiating an extremely intense light, like a scorching sun in a fiery red. Surrounding it were 4 fiery halos. Lin Hao noticed that the person being tested was a tall young man, dressed in a one-shoulder leather armor, carrying an iron bow, exuding a wild aura. It was not hard to tell that this person was not a rich young master. He looked more like a farmer who had come out of the mountains. Although his aura was rough, his clear eyes gave off a sense of innocence. 4th level warrior, fire element, earth level cultivation talent. Wu Qi nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, "Pass the test." "What? Earth level talent? This bumpkin actually has earth level talent. It's unbelievable." As Master Wu Qi announced the results, a wave of astonishment erupted in the crowd. It is well known that martial cultivation talents are divided into 5 types: low level, intermediate, high level, followed by earth level, heaven level, and finally the ultimate cultivation talent. But generally speaking, the vast majority of martial cultivators are in the first 3 levels. Only a very few geniuses can achieve earth level talent. Heaven level talent is even rarer, with only a dozen in the entire Great Yin Dynasty. As for ultimate cultivation, let alone the Great Yin Dynasty, even the entire Sanqiong continent, there are very few. And the seemingly bumpkin giant in front of them actually detected an earth-level talent. No wonder the crowd's reaction was somewhat abnormal. "Thank you, instructor." The burly young man grinned, his expression honest, seemingly unconcerned about being called a bumpkin by others. Heaven level. This is heaven level talent. Just as the response from the warrior team subsided, there was suddenly a commotion on the mage team's side. Lin Hao looked sideways and saw a handsome man in blue standing in front of the stone tablet, currently meditating with his eyes closed. The runes on the stone tablet in front of him radiated an extremely dazzling brilliance and formed 4 huge blue whirlwinds. The spiritual energy in the square trembled slightly due to the appearance of these 4 whirlwinds. "Wow, incredible, that guy actually has heaven-level cultivation talent. It's amazing." People around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "You don't know, that person's identity is not simple. He is the only son of General Qin from Yin City in the imperial capital, Qinyu." "What, he is Qinyu? That notorious spendthrift? Damn, that guy already has a reserved quota. What is he doing here making a fuss?" Of course, he's here to show off. Upon hearing the identity of the man in blue, most of the out-of-town candidates were shocked. They clearly had heard the name Qinyu. He was known as the spendthrift of the imperial capital, indulging in all kinds of vices. If it weren't for his lazy and carefree lifestyle, with his talent and his father's powerful background, he would have been quite impressive by now. So even now, he still remains at the level of a 4th-level mage, wasting the coveted heaven-level cultivation talent. So it's him. Seeing this person's appearance, Lin Hao's expression slightly changed as he recognized him. Just a few days ago, when he arrived in the imperial capital, he hired a carriage and unexpectedly collided with another luxurious carriage. However, the owner of that luxurious carriage was this Qinyu. At that time, Qinyu not only did not bully him due to his status, but also scolded his servant and gave the old coachman a compensation fee. In the end, this guy rode off with a woman from a brothel, enjoying himself. It seems he is also an interesting person. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth, and he had a good impression of Qinyu. Chapter 60. 7-colored lights spin in front of the white stone tablet. Qinyu opened his eyes and looked at his score, but his face showed no signs of emotion. He appeared to have known about his heavenly level cultivation talent long ago. TCH, another heavenly level. I thought that after such a long time without testing, I would have improved to ultimate talent. Qinyu curled his lips, his tone slightly displeased. However, upon hearing this, the candidates in the arena erupted in an uproar. This guy is too arrogant. He's not even satisfied with a heavenly level cultivation talent. TSK, he's really putting on a show. Don't mind him. The guy's just like that. So what if he has talent? If he doesn't work hard later, he still won't be able to become a saint or a god. For a time, most candidates began to criticize him. However, the discussions were tinged with undeniable envy and jealousy. It should be noted that many people spend their entire lives unable to transcend the 9th level of martial cultivation and achieve the holy domain, all because their talent is insufficient. So-called talent is an innate ability, a special constitution that can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For example, a low-level talent takes 3 to 4 years to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth before breaking through. However, a ground-level or heavenly-level cultivation talent only needs 1 or 2 months to achieve the same effect. The gap between the two is undoubtedly like heaven and earth. Next, the beautiful instructor cast a glance at Chinyu, clearly familiar with him. "Hey, where's my pass card?" Chinyu stretched out his hand and asked. "Don't make a fuss. Your spot has already been reserved." The beautiful instructor replied with a hint of reproach. "If you take the pass card, someone here will lose a chance." Chinyu smiled awkwardly. "How boring. Then forget it." After saying that, he patted his backside and turned to leave, his demeanor rather nonchalant. However, the direction he left was towards where Lin Hao was seated. "Brother, is there an empty chair?" Approaching, Chinyu politely inquired. "Yes," Lin Hao replied indifferently, directly taking out a chair from his spatial ring. "Thank you, it's more comfortable to sit." Chinyu grinned, lazily sitting in the chair and crossing his legs. "Speaking of which, this is our second meeting. Quite a coincidence." Chinyu glanced at Lin Hao and smiled. "My surname is Qin, and my name is Yu. My surname is Lin, and my name is Hao." The two exchanged brief introductions without delving into each other's family backgrounds. "Are you really dual cultivating martial arts and tactics?" Chinyu seemed curious about Lin Hao and couldn't help but ask. Lin Hao nodded calmly, feeling he had some talent in both, so he learned both. Some talent? Chinyu's expression was slightly strange at this answer. However, he didn't belittle Lin Hao like others might have. "You're very diligent, unlike me, who just loafs around all day, ha." Chinyu praised, then laughed. Yet there was a hint of loneliness in that laughter. This kind of loneliness was something Lin Hao also deeply understood. He had crossed over to this world as an alternative, never having a close friend. Then, Lin Hao smiled faintly. Loafing around is also a way of life. As long as you live comfortably, there's no need to care about others' comments. From discussions of the candidates earlier, Lin Hao had a rough understanding of Qin Yu's attitude towards life. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Hao with curiosity. All along, the people he knew had advised him to change his ways or reform. Even worse, some had secretly called him a prodigal son. However, very few, like Lin Hao, were so carefree, as if their personal thoughts had transcended the constraints of this world. After their brief conversation, Qin Yu felt increasingly that Lin Hao was quite special, giving him a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. "Sitting and waiting is boring. How about we have a drink?" Qin Yu said, taking out a bottle of wine from his spatial ring. Its exquisite packaging indicated it was a high-end product. "No, thank you." Lin Hao declined indifferently. As a killer, he had to be cautious about everything. Although he had a good impression of Qin Yu, it was a critical moment for the test, and he couldn't afford any accidents. "That makes sense. You'll be tested soon, and you wouldn't want to affect your performance." Seeing this, Qin Yu didn't insist, pouring himself a glass and starting to drink. The rich aroma of the wine filled the air. Just smelling it, Lin Hao could tell that this wine should be quite potent. Good wine. At that moment, the burly young man from earlier approached, drawn by the scent of the wine. He scratched his head and smiled foolishly, staring at the wine in Qin Yu's hand. Unable to resist taking a deep breath, his gaze intense. Clearly, this guy was also a wine enthusiast. "If you don't mind, let us drink together." Qin Yu laughed heartily, pulling out another glass. "Sure." The burly young man sat down on the ground without hesitation. He took the glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all, then sighed deeply. The fragrance of wine isn't afraid of being deep in the alley. It truly is good wine. "My name is Raymond." The burly young man introduced himself to Lin Hao and Qin Yu. Lin Hao, Qin Yu. The three began to get acquainted. Little did they know, the three tyrants of the Sky Continent will be born from this day. But that's a story for later. Is this a case of snakes and rats in the same den? Seeing Lin Hao and the others behaving so unrefined, the candidates present shook their heads secretly. Such a reckless personality, yet possessing ground-level and heavenly-level cultivation talents. What a waste. Thinking of this, everyone felt a pang of envy. As for that blind guy, they could only wait to see what his test would reveal. If he had a low-level talent, then it would be a good laugh. During this waiting period, the testing in front of the 2 stone tablets progressed bit by bit. During this time, 2 more girls with ground-level cultivation talents appeared, which greatly pleased the 2 instructors. The talent level of this class of candidates had clearly improved. After about an hour, the number of warriors who had tested was almost complete. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. At this moment, it was also the time everyone was anticipating. The vast majority wanted to see his joke, especially among those who had failed the test. Their gloating mentality was even stronger. Thus, under countless gazes, Lin Hao walked calmly to the black stone tablet. "Master, we have arrived." Under Lin Hao's command, the 4 treasures deliberately reminded him, using it as a guise for a guiding bird. Up close, Instructor Wu Qi couldn't help but take a few glances, focusing on Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils. Although he had only seen them in the secret tome, they indeed resembled the reincarnation eye very closely. The more Wu Qi looked, the more convinced he became. The so-called reincarnation eye, legend has it, only one appears in each era. The last owner of the reincarnation eye had perished over 100 years ago. Now, after 100 years, is it possible that it is about to be born again? Thinking of this, Wu Qi adjusted his emotions slightly and said in a deep voice, "All right, let us begin." Lin Hao nodded, extending his palm to press against the stone tablet. However, after a few moments, the runes on the stone tablet showed no signs of activity. It seemed as if they were stuck. Regarding this situation, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. During the previous system lottery, he had clearly obtained the ultimate cultivation talent. Why was there no response during this test? Could it be that the talent had failed? For a moment, Lin Hao felt a wave of confusion in his heart. If that's the case, then it's really quite messed up. What? No reaction at all? Does this guy not even have the basic talent of a warrior? No wonder he wanted to test the 2 types earlier. It turns out he had already anticipated this, huh? Upon witnessing this scene, laughter immediately erupted in the arena. A guy whose spiritual power value can't even be detected by the stone tablet. Just how weak is his spiritual vein? Is the reincarnation eye that weak? Wu Qi frowned, seemingly reconsidering his previous thoughts. Because Lin Hao's performance in the talent test was undoubtedly the weakest he had ever seen among candidates in recent years. It seems I was overthinking it. Wu Qi secretly shook his head. This is just an ordinary blind person, not some legendary reincarnation eye possessor. Test failure. However, just as Wu Qi announced the result, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The massive stone tablet actually began to vibrate. At the same time, the runes on it were flashing with light frantically. These lights were not uniform, displaying various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. All the colors intertwined, resembling a rainbow, brilliant and dazzling. Then, the light burst forth, forming 3 extreme, vast, and magnificent light vortices that circled above the stone tablet. This corresponded to Lin Hao's spiritual vein martial cultivation level, a level 3 warrior. Boom, boom, boom! As the 3 light vortices coalesced, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled violently, causing the space to warp slightly. Even the surface of the stone tablet began to show cracks, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Looking at the sudden scene, everyone present felt their eyelids twitching, their faces filled with shock. Silence. The entire venue fell silent. Even Wu Qi and the beautiful female instructor were momentarily stunned, frozen in place. They had no idea how to determine what level this talent belonged to. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the moment when the heavenly phenomenon erupted, in the depths of the Tianyin Academy, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth, rapidly sweeping toward this location. Shortly after, dozens of figures appeared in the square without warning. Leading them was a gray-haired old man, tall and thin, dressed in white, exuding a very elegant demeanor. Behind him were many individuals dressed in the Academy's instructor attire, both men and women, all emanating powerful auras. These people were all top figures of the Tianyin Academy, especially the gray-haired old man at the forefront, whose identity was even more remarkable. He was the head of the Tianyin Academy, Ing Yuanzai. Greetings, headmaster. Upon seeing Ing Yuanzai and the others arrive, Wu Qi and the beautiful instructor momentarily froze, quickly recovering their senses and bowing respectfully. Usually, Ing Yuanzai would wave his hand to indicate no need for formalities. However, Now he was staring intently at the three dazzling light vortices above the black stone tablet, his face filled with shock. Then his gaze shifted down to Lin Hao, who was pressing his palm against the stone tablet, and his old face trembled slightly. Ultimate cultivation talent. Ying Yuanzai's throat was dry, his originally clear voice now sounding stiff. What? This is the ultimate cultivation talent. My heavens! This kind of talent is at the pinnacle of the martial cultivation world. Upon learning Lin Hao's talent level, the crowd in the square erupted in excitement almost instantly. The crowd was restless, with various exclamations of shock and awe filling the entire square. Not only that, but a large number of academy students from various areas of the Tianyan Academy were rushing toward this location. Headmaster, is the indication on the stone tablet really the ultimate cultivation talent? Behind Ying Yuanzai, many instructor powerhouses asked in astonishment. They had been instructors at the Tianyan Academy for so many years, but had never seen a student with ultimate cultivation talent. Even in their younger days, there had never been one. At this moment, Ying Yuanzai had no time to respond to them. Suddenly, he moved, completely defying the speed expected of someone his age. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Lin Hao, gazing intently at Lin Hao's profile. Young man, there is no need for further testing in the upcoming assessments. Congratulations on becoming a student of our Tianyan Academy. Ying Yuanzai's face flushed, and he said excitedly, to reward your excellent performance in this assessment, I, as the headmaster, have decided to grant you 2 cleansing marrow pills, 5 blood vitality pills, and 5 million silver notes. As if worried that Lin Hao was just passing through the Tianyan Academy, Ying Yuanzai quickly extended an olive branch and promised several substantial rewards. Hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then he controlled the vision of the 4 treasures to look at Ying Yuanzai. The headmaster of the Tianyan Academy is this old man? A very strong aura. Lin Hao's spiritual sense slightly sensed it, clearly detecting a powerful aura that he could not contend with at least at present. This aura, though not outwardly expressed, far surpassed that of the heads of the Zhao and Lin families. Thank you, headmaster. Lin Hao immediately nodded with a smile. Turning to face Ying Yuanzai, it would be unreasonable to refuse a reward offered so willingly. Although he didn't know the effects of the cleansing marrow pills and blood vitality pills, that 5 million silver notes were very practical. The evolution of the wolf spider and the kung fu fly currently needed a sum of money. And as Lin Hao turned to face him directly, Ying Yuanzai suddenly noticed Lin Hao's gray-white pupils. Seeing this, Ying Yuanzai was first taken aback, then seemed to think of something, taking a deep breath. A hint of obscure light flashed in his eyes as he suppressed the urge to speak. Such a prodigy in the martial cultivation world, if this were to get out, it would likely attract a scramble from various academies. The ultimate cultivation talent was already shocking enough. If the reincarnation I were also revealed, Ying Yuanzai couldn't even imagine the scene. He had been hiding his power all this time. In the distance, Zhao Ling'er stared blankly at the young figure. It was hard to imagine that the husband she had always looked down upon actually possessed such an impressive cultivation talent. This situation made Zhao Ling'er's emotions very complicated at this moment. 2 months ago, in her pursuit of martial cultivation, she wanted to divorce Lin Hao, even claiming he was a stumbling block. But now this so-called stumbling block was like a pillar that supported the sky, shining with a brilliance and height she could never reach. Chapter 61. Hidden tracks in the crowd. Zhao Ling'er was in a daze, staring blankly at Lin Hao. In the past, I thought he was not worthy of me. Now, it's clear that I am the one who is unworthy of him. Zhao Ling'er chuckled self-deprecatingly in her heart. Thinking back to how she treated Lin Hao before, she felt more like a clown at this moment. Regretful? Zhao Ling'er indeed had this thought in her heart. However, she also had her own dignity. If she were to see Lin Hao shining brightly now and had to shamelessly beg for forgiveness, she found it hard to do. I can only go with the flow. Looking at Lin Hao's profile in the distance, Zhao Ling'er sighed softly, knowing that this was her only choice. She just hoped that Lin Hao would grow in the future and not seek revenge on the Zhao family because of the past. Unbeknownst to her, the head of the Zhao family had long had foresight and had already established a good relationship with Lin Hao through connections with her father-in-law. Wu Qi, make sure to expedite Lin Hao's admission process. In front of the black stone tablet, Ing Yuanzai turned to Wu Qi beside him, his face serious as he instructed. Only by being admitted would Lin Hao be considered a student of the Tianyan Academy. Therefore, it had to be completed quickly for his stability. Yes, Lord Academy Head. Wu Qi's expression grew solemn as he quickly nodded in respect. He naturally understood Ing Yuanzai's thoughts and dared not slack off at this moment. Then, under the astonished gazes of many, Wu Qi registered Lin Hao's personal information at lightning speed and issued him the student uniform and badge of the Tianyan Academy. As for the 2 essence cleansing pills, 5 vitality pills, and 50 million taels, they had to be handed over to the wealthy Academy head. Lin Hao, the things I promised you are not empty promises. These rewards are yours to accept. Ing Yuanzai's actions were not half-hearted. With a wave of his hand, 2 exquisite pill boxes floated in front of Lin Hao, drawn by spiritual energy. At the same time, a golden card was also taken out by Ing Yuanzai, ready to be swiped. Thank you. Lin Hao was naturally unreserved and directly accepted the 2 pill boxes, then took out his golden card. 50 million taels, transfer successful. The sudden influx of wealth made Lin Hao's heart surge with excitement. At this point, he was the first among this year's examinees to officially become a student of Tianyan Academy. At this moment, students from various areas of the academy gathered around the square. They looked on with curiosity at Ing Yuanzai and the many senior mentors by the stone tablet. From the discussions around them, they quickly learned that Lin Hao possessed the ultimate cultivation talent and received rewards from the academy head. In an instant, the senior students were all amazed. No wonder the academy head had suddenly changed his expression and rushed out during the important award ceremony after the academy level promotion test. It turned out that he had discovered a shocking genius. However, the senior students quickly realized something was off. The 2 essence cleansing pills and 5 vitality pills were meant to reward the top 5 students who had been promoted to academy level. But now, they had all been given to Lin Hao alone, who was just a freshman. This comparison made the senior students feel quite unbalanced, especially the top 5 students. Their expressions were grim as they stared at Lin Hao, feeling extremely displeased. They unanimously believed that Lin Hao not only stole their spotlight, but also took their rewards. Of course, with the foundation of Tianyan Academy, they would naturally make up for it later. Therefore, this thought was merely the result of their jealousy. But at this moment, with Ing Yuanzai and many senior mentors present, although the senior students felt unhappy, they dared not speak out or cause trouble for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to come to me. Seeing Lin Hao officially become a student of Tianyan Academy, Ing Yuanzai felt very pleased and said with a comforting expression, "Okay, thank you, Lord Academy Head." Lin Hao replied calmly with a smile. Ing Yuanzai was quite satisfied with Lin Hao's composed demeanor. In his eyes, Lin Hao would surely become a figure of greatness in the future, and, as the Academy Head, he could not appear too superior. Otherwise, if Lin Hao grew stronger later, he might hold a grudge against him. As for the matter of the reincarnation eye, it was better to wait until Lin Hao adapted to life in the academy before carefully examining it. Ing Yuanzai calmly observed Lin Hao for a few moments, suppressing his thoughts, feeling that it was better not to rush things. Next, as the academy head and others left, Lin Hao and the new students who passed the assessment began the process of being assigned to dormitories. It was unclear whether it was the mentor's intentional arrangement or merely coincidence. But Lin Hao, Qin Yu, and Raymond were all assigned to the same dormitory, Dormitory 003. As for testing the white stone tablet for mage talent, Lin Hao had no intention of continuing. Since he had successfully passed the assessment, there was no need to expose too many trump cards. Therefore, he felt it was better to keep his magical abilities hidden for now. After all, he still had an assassination mission ahead. If he accidentally revealed his identity and was pursued, at least he would have some hidden techniques to surprise them. The 3 of us are indeed fated. After moving into the dormitory, Qin Yu seemed quite happy and smiled at Lin Hao and Raymond. That's true. Raymond scratched his head with a simple smile, his honest nature making it hard for him to express himself. Lin Hao also had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He already had a good impression of the 2, and now becoming dorm mates was quite interesting. Their dormitory was like a small, independent courtyard. It had 3 rooms and a hall, and there was a small yard at the back. Although the furniture was not brand new, it was all quite adequate. Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You're even more impressive than me. As their relationship grew closer, Qin Yu's way of speaking became less polite than before. His tone felt more like that of friends. I heard that the ultimate cultivation talent absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly. Lingo, what does it feel like to practice normally? Raymond asked curiously. Lin Hao shrugged and smiled lightly. My current cultivation is just a level 3 warrior, weaker than you guys by 1 level, so it doesn't feel like much. Upon hearing this, Raymond and Qin Yu were slightly taken aback. Lin Hao was indeed not lying. They knew that the 3 streams of spiritual power that appeared during the stone tablet test in the square corresponded to Lin Hao's current spiritual vein cultivation. Logically speaking, with the ultimate talent, his cultivation speed should be much faster than that of ordinary people. Given Lin Hao's age, he should have reached at least level 5 warrior by now. So how could he still be stuck at level 3 warrior? Because of this, Qin Yu and Raymond felt puzzled. After all, based on Lin Hao's character, he did not seem like the lazy or carefree type. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao had only taken a few months to progress from an ordinary person to his current level, which included learning magic. This kind of cultivation speed was probably unmatched across the entire Tsangqiong continent. I know. Could it be you awaken your talents later in life? Since they couldn't figure it out, Qin Yu made a joke. Sort of. Lin Hao chuckled at Qin Yu's humor. However, that metaphor was indeed quite fitting. After all, he had crossed into this world and had to wait until adulthood for the system to finally activate. In that sense, it really did feel like a late bloomer. All right, to celebrate our fateful gathering tonight at the Academy Tavern, let us drink until we're drunk. Qin Yu grinned and looked at Lin Hao, saying, Lin Hao, you want a reward of 50 million today, so you have to treat us to dinner tonight. Sure, Lin Hao readily accepted. For him, given his current wealth, the cost of a meal was no big deal. Of course, he knew that Qin Yu, as the young master of the general's mansion, was quite affluent, and asking someone to treat was merely for fun. Meanwhile, Raymond looked simple-minded and had no idea how to interject in the conversation between Lin Hao and Qin Yu. He just kept laughing. However, upon hearing that there would be drinks tonight, the smile on his face grew even brighter. Afterward, the 3 returned to their rooms and tidied up the dormitory where they would live for the next 4 years. Lin Hao locked the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed. Just as he was about to summon the system's pet evolution panel, he suddenly felt a peculiar fluctuation from the spatial ring on his hand. Whoosh! Immediately, a yellow talisman burst out from the spatial ring. The talisman then glowed and ignited into a flame in front of Lin Hao. A voice transmission talisman? Assassination target, Yang Chengji. A cold female voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. He was not unfamiliar with this voice. It belonged to his superior's eye. Yang Chengji. Lin Hao silently recited the name of the target. Judging by the name, it should be a male. However, just as Lin Hao was settling his thoughts, preparing to listen to the subsequent information about the target, there was no further sound. His mind fell into silence. What? Is that it? Lin Hao was instantly dumbfounded. In the past, when he received tasks at the black market, the task list provided detailed information about the assassination targets, including gender, age, background, and usual places of activity. How come here in the Ming Pavilion organization, he only gets a name? This is too careless, too ridiculous. After all, there were tens of thousands of students in the Tianyan Academy, not counting the mentors. Among them, there was bound to be a chance of having the same name. Just relying on a name cannot truly lock onto a target. Lin Hao's expression slowly darkened. If Zhao were standing in front of him right now, he would probably point at her nose and scold her. However, upon reconsideration, perhaps there really was only one Yang Xingji in the Tianyan Academy, and the possibility of duplicate names was slim. At the same time, the Ming Pavilion organization likely had difficulty gathering information on this person, making it highly secretive. A salary of 10 million a month is indeed not so easy to obtain. Lin Hao shook his head inwardly and sighed. It seemed he could only rely on luck. Evolve pet. Immediately, Lin Hao focused his mind and brought up the system's pet data panel. Ding, the host, please select the pet to evolve. As the system's voice sounded, Lin Hao directly opened the data sheet for the wolf spider. Wolf spider code 002 owner. Lin Hao combat power 8,000 lifespan. 10-year skills, lethal venom, 1,000-fold web level, B-grade beginner, To advance and upgrade, it requires a king-level enhancement. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Hao chose king-level evolution. Ding! Enhancement successful. Code 002 Pet Wolf Spider has obtained king-level evolution. Overall strength has increased. As the system's electronic synthesis sound rang out, the amount in his gold card instantly decreased by 10 million. Then, Lin Hao clicked on the advancement option. With the level increase, evolving from B grade to A grade required a consumption of 10 million. Ding! Advancement successful. Code 002 Pet Wolf Spider has evolved to A grade form. Its body has transformed to be as tough as steel. Combat power has reached 20,000. Ding! Code 002 Pet Wolf Spider. Congratulations on acquiring a special new skill, Concealed Movement. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. The wolf spider gained a new skill. Curious, Lin Hao immediately checked it out. Concealed Movement can render its body invisible in any environment for a duration of 180 seconds. Wonderful! Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This new skill was simply amazing. Normally, assassins choose to execute tasks at night because the dim light helps them conceal their forms and launch attacks. Now, the wolf spider's newly acquired invisibility skill was undoubtedly the most coveted ability for an assassin. Monster, monster! Suddenly, Zhao squawked twice, flapping its wings. Its gaze filled with fear as it stared at the wolf spider. With only B-grade level, Zhao was no match for the wolf spider in terms of combat power. Utilizing Zhao's shared vision, Lin Hao carefully observed the wolf spider's form after its evolution. He noticed that the wolf spider had clearly grown larger, its skin dark, covered in dark patterns, and its 8 legs as thick as fingers, lined with sharp barbs. As he examined it further, Lin Hao felt that the wolf spider's evolutionary path was perfectly tailored as a killer pet. Wolf spider, show me the invisibility skill. Lin Hao, feeling playful, gave a command to ensure the new skill's effectiveness. Instantly, the dark patterns on the wolf spider's skin writhed mysteriously, and its entire body gradually faded until it became transparent and disappeared. There was no shadow at all. Very impressive. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao nodded inwardly. He wondered if he could still touch it after it turned invisible. As thoughts raced, Lin Hao tried to kick out, suddenly striking the spot where the wolf spider had vanished. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Lin Hao felt a pain in his foot. As if he had kicked a piece of steel, it was extremely hard. Clearly, even after becoming invisible, the wolf spider's body could still be touched by objects. However, in Lin Hao's view, this skill was already quite formidable. To further enhance the wolf spider's strength, Lin Hao spent another 10 million to elevate it to A-grade king-level enhancement. Its combat power instantly surged to 35,000, enough to match the strongest pet, the fire scale tiger, at the level of a level 7 warrior. Beyond A-grade, the next level was S-grade, requiring 10 times the resources equivalent to 100 million. That enormous amount was far beyond Lin Hao's remaining 2 million. Now that the assassination target had not yet been truly confirmed, Lin Hao was not in a hurry to spend all his money, keeping some for emergencies. Chapter 62. Washing the sutras and cutting the marrow. Looking at the transformed form of the wolf spider, Lin Hao felt confident about this assassination mission. With its lethal poison, intricate webs, and the ability to conceal its presence, the wolf spider skills were all advantageous for executing the assassination, undoubtedly gradually replacing the role of the Kung Fu Fly. It was the ace killer, no one else could compare. As for the Kung Fu Fly, which currently only had a B-tier royal enhancement level, it could only hope for future evolution to bring some surprising transformation. Evolving the Kung Fu Fly. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao decided not to keep his savings any longer and summoned the Kung Fu Fly, opting for an upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations! Pet Kung Fu Fly, codename 001, has upgraded to A-tier form. Its body strength has been fully enhanced, reaching a battle power of 20,000, and it has gained a new special skill, Laser Compound Eyes. As the system notifications sounded, the Kung Fu Fly's muscles rapidly wriggled, becoming exceptionally strong. Its 6 legs resembled metallic sickles, gleaming with a chilling black light, as if they could easily cut through any object. Especially its pair of compound eyes, which had turned crimson, glowing and radiating a terrifying energy fluctuation. New skill, laser compound eyes? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, suddenly intrigued. The only thought that came to mind was that it was similar to the laser guns from sci-fi movies in his past life. Kung Fu Fly, show me. Lin Hao commanded, then took out a box from his spatial ring. This was the iron box that previously contained the spirit yang stones, made of high-quality iron. About 10 centimeters thick, heavy, and sturdy. Buzz. At Lin Hao's command, the Kung Fu Fly suddenly took to the air, almost without warning. Its pair of compound eyes shot out 2 crimson beams. With a sizzle sound, the iron box was instantly penetrated as if it were made of tofu. Upon closer inspection, the holes in the iron box had a burned-through appearance, smooth and even. Clearly, the temperature of the beams was extremely high. Even a sturdy metal iron could not withstand it. If flesh were to be hit by this laser, one could easily imagine that there would be no ability to resist. This laser eye is incredible. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. The Kung Fu Fly's new skill, laser compound eyes, indeed performed as he imagined. It was swift and powerful. With a current battle power of 20,000, equivalent to a mid-level 6-tier warrior combined with this laser eye, it could be even stronger. Lin Hao murmured thoughtfully. Then he checked the balance in his wealth card, which was down to 10,530,000. Upgrading to A-tier royal enhancement required 10 million, which was more than enough. Thinking about the first task assigned by the underworld organization, Lin Hao steeled his heart, no longer treating his savings lightly, and directly chose royal enhancement. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, Pet Kung Fu Fly, code name 001, has received royal enhancement, and its battle power has increased to 30,000. In an instant, the Kung Fu Fly's battle power skyrocketed again. This level had already reached the early stage of a 7th-tier warrior. However, due to the difference in species, it was still 5,000 points weaker than the wolf spider, which also had A-tier royal enhancement. Lin Hao could accept this. With the current abilities of the Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider, if they teamed up, they could contend even against an 8th-tier warrior. I'm so weak. The parrot, for treasures, looked at the 2 little ones whose strength was greater than his own, and spoke with a slightly sour tone. Less nonsense. Once I have money, evolving you into a true divine bird will be no problem. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh and scold. Then he concentrated and put the Kung Fu Fly and the others into the pet backpack space. As for the 4 treasures, which only had a C-tier royal level, he kept it by his side for visual sharing. After sorting out his hidden power, Lin Hao finally turned his attention to himself. Having strong pets was indeed a good thing, but only by becoming strong himself could he be truly foolproof. After all, he couldn't guarantee what would happen if the system suddenly disappeared one day. With this thought, Lin Hao took out 2 pill boxes from his spatial ring. The exquisite packaging indicated the preciousness of these pills. Lin Hao opened the first box. Inside were 2 pills, small as marbles, entirely red gold, emitting a faint fragrance. As rewards, one of them was 2 washing marrow pills. Without a doubt, these 2 pills were the washing marrow pills. Hearing the name, could they really have the effect of washing the sutras and cutting the marrow? Lin Hao muttered to himself, first taking one out and swallowing it directly. He initially planned for a satisfying crunch, but to his surprise, the washing marrow pill melted in his mouth. The taste was sweet and sour, cool and refreshing, reminiscent of ice cream. However, in the next moment, Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed. He realized that as the pill melted, it turned into an extremely pure energy heat flow that surged like a tide into his body. Lin Hao felt as if all his meridians were being washed by the energy, undergoing a kind of baptism. This process was not singular. Washing, cleansing, reshaping. The pain was beyond description, almost like a kind of torment. As long as it could make him stronger, what was a little pain? Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his face resolute. However, Lin Hao thought he could endure it with willpower. But the new wave of excruciating pain caused him to faint, collapsing onto the bed. Seeing this, the parrot, for treasures, looked alert and quickly shielded Lin Hao. Although the little white monkey had not yet become Lin Hao's system pet, its loyalty was also very high. Upon seeing Lin Hao unconscious, it immediately stood up, joining 4 treasures to guard nearby. Ding! Detecting that the host is in a comatose state. Activating the pet protection system mode. At this moment, a system light panel suddenly flashed out from Lin Hao's mind, appearing above his body. Following that, as if someone were controlling it, the pet totem tables for the kung fu fly, wolf spider, and fire scale tiger were all illuminated. In the next moment, the 3 powerful pets suddenly appeared in the room out of nowhere, having autonomously exited the pet backpack space. Lin Hao was instantly surrounded by 5 pets. If someone were to barge into the room at this moment, they would probably be attacked in an instant. About 2 hours later, Lin Hao woke up. What stinks? As he regained consciousness, Lin Hao immediately noticed a sour and foul odor wafting through his nostrils, and his whole body felt sticky, as if smeared with excrement. Lin Hao focused his mind and instantly connected to 4 treasures' shared vision. However, before he could figure out what was going on, he found the room had become very lively. Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Fire Scale Tiger. Why did these 3 run out? Lin Hao suddenly stood up, looking at them with a face full of suspicion. Chapter 63. What is the absorption of blood chi pill? Aren't the little flies all in the pet backpack space? Looking at the 3 pets in front of him, Lin Hao felt a sense of surprise. Before he fainted, he remembered that he had already put them into the pet backpack space. Just as he was about to ask the system, a cold electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in his mind. The host was in a faint state just now, and to ensure the host's safety, the pet protection mode was automatically activated. Hearing this, Lin Hao was suddenly enlightened. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the system had this protection mode, which was quite considerate. After clarifying the situation, Lin Hao put the kung fu flies and the others back into the pet backpack space. Before carrying out the assassination mission, it was better not to expose the ace killer team of the spider and kung fu flies. Otherwise, once these 2 strange pets appeared, those who knew would naturally associate them with him. When he first obtained the system and evolved pets in Tianwu City, he had neglected this point because he was eager to make money. This led to the Zhao family head and others noticing something. Fortunately, both family heads were on his side and helped cover it up, especially the Zhao family head, who eliminated the 3rd housekeeper and those guards who knew about Lin Hao's pets to conceal his identity. Although the methods were ruthless, it was the most effective way to resolve the issue. So now, whether in the imperial capital Yin City or the Tianyin Academy, apart from the Ming Pavilion organization, no one knew he possessed the amazing ability to tame beasts. From a certain perspective, the Ming Pavilion organization could be seen as Lin Hao's company, and with task quotas, they would naturally protect him. Of course, even though the Ming Pavilion organization was powerful, the information they had about Lin Hao was already outdated. The current strength of the kung fu flies and the spider was far beyond the combat level that the Ming Pavilion had gathered information on. Additionally, the fire scale tiger and the 4 treasures he had acquired later all had their own unique abilities. Lin Hao took a deep breath, reorganized his thoughts, and then turned his attention back to himself. He was surprised to find that, after swallowing the cleansing marrow pill, most of the meridians in his body had become much smoother in terms of spiritual energy flow. Clearly, the impurities that were originally in the meridians had been eliminated. Even the functions of his body in various aspects had seen a significant improvement. The sticky black impurities on his body were expelled through the pores as the energy of the cleansing marrow pill washed over him. The cleansing marrow pill indeed had the effect of strengthening the physical body, which was quite impressive. Lin Hao clenched his fist, feeling the power surging through his muscles, and was quite satisfied. In life, whether eating or breathing, there would always be some impurities left in the body to varying degrees. These impurities, when accumulated in the body, would inevitably affect the speed of cultivation and various bodily functions. The purpose of developing the cleansing marrow pill was born out of this reason. Having tasted the benefits of the cleansing marrow pill, Lin Hao did not hesitate and decisively swallowed the remaining one. Just like before, it melted in his mouth. A surge of warm energy instantly rushed into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Perhaps because it was his first experience of cleansing marrow, his body felt an intense sensation. This time, however, Lin Hao not only felt no pain, but instead experienced a sense of comfort, feeling much more relaxed all over. It was like the first night of a maiden's body, tight and painful at first, but later becoming increasingly pleasurable. This feeling made Lin Hao's thoughts wander, a hint of lewdness curling the corners of his mouth. After about half an hour, the effects of the cleansing marrow pill fully dissipated within Lin Hao's body. He stood up from the bed, his clothes completely black and covered in dirt. However, his spirit was much more vibrant. He had not expected his body to be so dirty. Lin Hao chuckled at himself, unable to bear the stench, and took off his clothes. He then casually inscribed a fire-type rune, directly burning the dirty clothes. Washing clothes was out of the question for him. Water mist surrounded him. Afterward, Lin Hao cast a water-type spell to thoroughly cleanse the dirt from his body. Looking at the wet floor, Lin Hao, unbothered, cast a fire-type spell again to evaporate all the water stains. Knowing spells really made life much more convenient. Lin Hao grinned, finding a reasonable excuse for his laziness. Next, it was time for the blood-He pills. Lin Hao changed into a clean set of clothes and then turned his attention to the remaining pill box. Upon opening it, 5 small red pills, as red as blood, came into view, exuding a rich aura of blood-He. Although Lin Hao had never consumed the blood-He pills, he knew that they were a type of pill for replenishing the body's blood-Chi. It is well known that a person's lifespan is determined by the strength of their blood-Chi. For example, young people are full of vigor and energy. Even if they stay up all night, they can easily recover after a nap. However, for an elderly person, as age increases, their blood-Chi weakens, undoubtedly putting them half a foot in the grave. In the path of martial cultivation, the pursuit is not only for strength, but also for the more important point, the pursuit of the elusive path to immortality. The higher the cultivation level, the more the body's blood-Chi strengthens through the refinement of the world's spiritual energy, naturally leading to a longer lifespan. Moreover, some martial arts masters can maintain their youthful appearance. They may look like young people on the surface, but in reality, they are over 100 years old. Having died once, Lin Hao valued the preciousness of life even more in this life. Therefore, at this moment, he felt quite pleased with these 5 blood-Chi pills. Without hesitation, Lin Hao swallowed all 5 pills in one go. The cleansing marrow pill melted in his mouth, but the blood-Chi pills had a texture similar to eating meatballs, quite flavorful. As they went down to his stomach within a few breaths, Lin Hao clearly felt an extremely vigorous energy of blood-Chi erupting in his stomach. Then, this blood-Chi power surged through his blood vessels and meridians, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. However, as a large amount of blood-Chi energy filled his body, Lin Hao's face immediately turned red, as if he could exhale a cloud of hot air just by opening his mouth. As the blood-Chi continuously flowed in, Lin Hao's body gradually heated up, and his skin became redder. It seemed that pressing a finger against his skin would cause blood to seep out. This was because the blood-Chi in Lin Hao's body was so vigorous at that moment that it began to permeate from the tiny blood vessels, then surge to the surface of his skin, resulting in such bodily signs. However, compared to the fierce effects of the cleansing marrow pill, the blood-Chi pill was obviously much milder. Apart from feeling a bit dizzy, he experienced no other discomfort. Thus, under Lin Hao's greedy absorption, until the sky turned dark, the redness on his skin gradually faded. These 5 blood-Chi pills had at least increased his lifespan by 5 years. Chapter 64. Foundation of Martial Arts after the cleansing of muscles and marrow, as well as the nourishment from the blood-Chi pill. Although Lin Hao's cultivation did not show significant improvement, his bodily functions had already far surpassed those of a 3rd-level warrior of the same realm. In terms of strength, he had also made considerable progress. The path of martial cultivation is like constructing a building. A towering skyscraper rises from the ground. The most important aspect of this is the foundation. Only with a solid and firm foundation can one achieve a towering structure. Otherwise, everything is superficial, and there will inevitably come a time of stagnation or collapse. From this, it can be seen that the foundation of martial arts cultivation lies in the warrior's physical body. Only by refining a strong physique can one accommodate more energy and unleash various powerful spells and combat techniques. Currently, Lin Hao's physical body, relative to other warriors of the same level, can be considered to have a relatively stable foundation. This is the benefit of resources, no matter how strong the talent. Without a continuous supply of resources, relying on self-exploration will inevitably require more energy and time. This is why many young warriors, even if they fight hard, travel great distances to come to the Tianyin Academy to participate in assessments for enrollment. Tianyin Academy is indeed a great place. Lin Hao stood up, feeling the boiling blood and energy within him, and couldn't help but murmur with joy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Then, Qin Yu's voice also rang out. Lin Hao, it's time for dinner. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly remembered the dinner appointment he had made with Qin Yu and the others during the day. He opened the door and saw Qin Yu and Raymond in front of him. Smiling lightly, he said, "Let's go, it's on me." Although he didn't have much money left on him, several 100,000 taels should be more than enough to cover a dinner. At this moment, it was already evening. The three of them walked out of the new student dormitory area. Among the new male students, their cultivation talents were the highest, categorized as ultimate, heavenly, and earthly. Therefore, walking together at this time attracted quite a bit of attention. Although Tianyin Academy is a place for teaching martial arts, there are also some recreational establishments. To provide a convenient environment for the students, there are various clothing stores, weapon shops, refining workshops, as well as restaurants and taverns, all fully equipped. Qin, you seem to be quite familiar with the layout of the academy. After a few turns, he soon led Lin Hao and the others to a restaurant called Fujingxian. The architectural style of the restaurant was very elegant, built around a lake with a beautiful surrounding environment. One could enjoy delicious food while also appreciating the scenery. Such a layout can be considered a high-end restaurant, favored by many noble youths. As night fell, those wealthy students flocked to this place to relax and enjoy themselves. The business was booming. Raymond appeared somewhat unnatural, as if it was his first time visiting such a high-end place. "Relax, Zhao," Qin Yu said, patting him on the shoulder like an older brother taking care of his little brother. In contrast, Lin Hao maintained a calm demeanor throughout. He discovered that the balance in his golden card had suddenly increased by 10 million taels. There was no doubt that the Ming Pavilion had just transferred his salary. 10 million taels, even in such a place, would be more than enough, even if the dishes were made from monster meat. "Let's go in," Qin Yu said, waving his hand and striding confidently through the door. His arrogant gait gave off a vibe of being indifferent to everything, behaving no differently from a spoiled rich kid. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, understanding why Qin Yu had few friends. The restaurant's floor was paved with Xuanli stones, smooth as a mirror. At this time, it was already mealtime, and the hall was mostly filled with young men and women dressed in student uniforms. Those who could afford to dine here generally had a high economic standing. A single table of dishes could easily cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Ordinary commoners simply could not afford it. Fujingxian had 3 floors. Lin Hao and the others went directly to the 3rd floor to enjoy the view, choosing a window seat near the lake. A female server stood respectfully by their side, ready to take their orders. Then, under Qin Yu's self-initiative, they ordered a table full of dishes. Various delicacies from land and sea filled the table, making it a feast for the eyes. This meal would cost at least over 100,000. Lin Hao's eyelid twitched slightly. This guy truly was not holding back at all. At this moment, the lavishness of their table undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. "Look, isn't that the new student who tested with ultimate cultivation talent during today's enrollment assessment? I heard his name is Lin Hao from Tianwu City, a born blind person." TSK. So he's a blind person. No wonder his eyes look off. What can a blind person accomplish? Such a great cultivation talent wasted, isn't it? At this age, he only has the cultivation of a 3rd-level warrior, even worse than me. As they saw Lin Hao's appearance, some older students wore peculiar expressions and began to whisper among themselves. However, their discussions were not compliments, but rather filled with sarcasm and jealousy, lamenting the unfairness of heaven for bestowing ultimate cultivation talent upon a useless blind person. This is a place for dining and drinking. If some people are talking nonsense, they should wash their mouths first and not speak rubbish here. Qin Yu, who had been in a good mood, seemed somewhat displeased upon hearing the derogatory remarks about Lin Hao. His voice was not loud, but everyone present had a certain level of cultivation, So Qin Yu's words clearly reached their ears. How dare mere new student? Suddenly, some older students slammed their hands on the table, their faces filled with anger. Calm down, that guy's background is not simple. He is the young master of the general's mansion, Qin Yu. However, upon learning about Qin Yu's family background, those older students' anger immediately diminished significantly, and their faces showed signs of apprehension. It was well known that the Qin family controlled nearly half of the military power in the Dian dynasty, and even the Flame King had to show respect. As the only heir of the Qin family, Qin Yu was like a precious gem in their hands. Who would dare to offend him? TCH, how boring. I want to find some fun, but it all fell flat. Seeing those who had been silent sit back down, a smirk appeared on Qin Yu's face as he scoffed disdainfully. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Getting to know such a powerful friend was quite impressive. At least in the future, he wouldn't have any random troublemakers coming after him, avoiding the exposure of his trump cards. Oh, I thought who was so arrogant. It turns out to be the wasteful son of the Qin family. Just then, a mocking laugh rang out. Following that, 6 young men appeared at the staircase on the 3rd floor. Judging by the academy's insignia on their clothing, they were clearly older students from the middle grades. Chapter 65. If you can use your hands, don't use your mouth. The person who just spoke had a pale face, and his gloomy eyes seemed to be calculating others at all times. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Yu frowned slightly, but did not pay any attention. The second prince. Seeing the long-haired young man at the forefront, the students in the hall changed their expressions slightly and hurriedly buried their heads in their food. Their flustered expressions suggested they were extremely afraid of provoking this guy. The second prince? Lin Hao was slightly surprised. His name is Yin Fengjun, the second son of our Flame King. Narrow-minded, just ignore him. Qin Yu whispered, reminding Lin Hao and Raymond beside him. Qin Yu, it's been a while, and you're still so extravagant. Yin Fengjun walked over, looking at the large table of delicious dishes with a mocking expression. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lin Hao and Raymond. After sizing them up, Yin Fengjun's eyes fixed on Lin Hao, revealing a hint of surprise. Gray-white pupils? It seems you're the blind guy who stole the show in today's new student recruitment assessment. Staring at Lin Hao, he said with a half-smile. However, Lin Hao picked up his chopsticks and ignored him. He had no intention of engaging with such a boorish and arrogant person. Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent, Yin Fengjun's expression darkened, clearly showing a hint of displeasure. Hey, our second prince is speaking to you. Are you both blind and deaf? Beside him, a strong man shouted at Lin Hao. Speak to my friend with more respect. Qin Yu's face turned cold, suddenly altering his usual demeanor, and said coldly, and if I don't respect him, what can you do? The strong man sneered, relying on being a follower of the second prince. He was not afraid of Qin Yu's family background at all. What can I do? In response to this provocation, the coldness in Qin Yu's eyes intensified. I believe that if you can use your hands, you should try not to use your mouth. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu's right hand, which had been placed under the table, suddenly shot out. A wind-type rune that had long been inscribed floated at his fingertips, shimmering with a blue light. Wind sweeps away the clouds. In an instant, the wind-type rune exploded violently, suddenly transforming into a blue whirlwind that fiercely swept towards the strong man. The sudden attack caught the strong man off guard. Even with his strength as a level 4 warrior, he could not fully retreat from a close-range magical attack. In the blink of an eye, the strong man's body was enveloped by this small tornado. Immediately, countless blades hidden within it began to frantically slice through his flesh. Oh! For a moment, the sound of the strong man's screams echoed throughout the tavern. Stop! After simply teaching him a lesson, Qin Yu waved his hand, and the whirlwind of blue wind suddenly dissipated. Everyone was horrified to see that the strong man had collapsed on the ground, his skin torn and flesh exposed, blood spilling everywhere. However, his still heaving chest clearly indicated that he was alive. Qin Yu, you dare to make a move. Yin Fengjun's face darkened, looking coldly at Qin Yu. He did not care about the life or death of his subordinate. Instead, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that the usually playful Qin Yu, no matter how much I mocked him, would choose to endure, but now he would fight for a so-called friend. I just said, if you can use your hands, try not to use your mouth. Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Beside him, Raymond frowned. Gripping the iron bow behind him, ready to act. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao remained silent. Before the mission was completed, he did not want to provoke trouble. He knew that with the military power controlled by the Qin family in the Great Flame Dynasty, even the second prince could do nothing to Qin Yu. Otherwise, even if the Qin family had been loyal for generations, losing an only heir could mean rebellion in an instant. It seems I underestimated you before. You have guts. Yin Fengjun narrowed his eyes, staring at Qin Yu like a cold snake. Then he shifted his gaze to Lin Hao and sneered, saying, "Blind guy, you have good luck. Not only do you possess ultimate cultivation talent, but you've also made such a friend. I just don't know if your luck can continue." Yin Fengjun's words clearly carried a hint of intimidation. Lin Hao held his chopsticks, picked up a piece of spirit-tail chicken meat, and ate it without paying him any mind. Lin Hao's indifferent attitude of ignoring him undoubtedly made Yin Fengjun feel that his noble identity as a prince had been severely provoked, filling him with rage. However, Yin Fengjun did not erupt on the spot. Instead, he turned around and left, completely uninterested in dining. As for the injured strong man on the ground, he was carried away by several other followers, leaving behind a pool of blood. With the conflict between the two sides coming to a halt, the tavern's waiters finally rushed over to clean up. It seemed they were already used to such occurrences. "Brother Yu, you were very bold just now." Raymond's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qin Yu in admiration. "Just occasionally. If you like, we can live in the same dormitory in the future, and I'll give you some courage every day." Qin Yu grinned, his face returning to its usual nonchalant demeanor. The coldness from earlier seemed like a different person entirely. "Don't say that." Raymond was taken aback, quickly shaking his head, then picked up a bottle of wine and drank heartily while eating meat. He had never tasted such delicious food before, and the wine was also excellent. The life of the wealthy is indeed enjoyable. "You shouldn't have made a move just now." Lin Hao put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "Offending a prince is not wise." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu raised the corners of his mouth, unconcerned, and said, "It's fine. I've tolerated him for a long time. Hitting his subordinate today is just collecting some interest." Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled slightly. In fact, he understood in his heart that the reason Qin Yu acted was entirely to help him. This friend can be deeply connected. As for this one, Lin Hao glanced at Raymond, who was wolfing down the food at the table. With such a simple and honest character, he should also be a worthy friend. Having a few good friends is enough. Then, the three of them began to eat and talk, and their relationship grew increasingly closer. "My mother's surname is Yang, and I had a nickname when I was young called Chunji. I almost got renamed Yang Chunji." While chatting, Lin Hao casually mentioned this, pretending to laugh. "I wonder if there are people with the same name in this Tianyin Academy. With tens of thousands of students in our academy, perhaps there are people with that name." Raymond joked, "Brother Hao, you can't respond if you hear that name someday, haha." However, upon hearing the name Yang Chunji, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, but it was fleeting. He looked at Lin Hao with a subtle gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 66 Investigation Clue: The name Yang Chunji holds significant meaning. It suggests both inheritance and ascension to the throne, giving off a grand and lofty vibe. Lin Hao's earlier probing clearly detected a subtle change in Qin Yu's expression, prompting him to continue speaking. He felt that Qin Yu might know that person and very likely had some hidden information. If they were friends, then it was unfortunate. After all, the mission had been accepted, and to Lin Hao, the other party was merely a prey. There is indeed a person named Yang Chengji in our Tianyin Academy. He is the direct disciple of our academy's master, Qin Yu said after pondering for a moment. As he spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on Lin Hao, seemingly trying to discern some change in Lin Hao's expression. "Oh, there really is? That's quite a coincidence." Lin Hao raised his brows and forced a nonchalant smile. He then ceased his chatter, picked up his wine glass, and lightly smiled at Qin Yu and Raymond, saying cheers. "Cheers." Raymond was the first to lift his glass of strong liquor and downed it in one go. Seeing this, Qin Yu also picked up his glass, took a small sip, and pondered. It should just be a coincidence. As he thought this, Qin Yu secretly chuckled. After all, Lin Hao's demeanor showed no other unusual signs. Moreover, as the only direct disciple of the Academy Master, and with that unknown powerful background, even if Lin Hao knew this person, what could it change? With that thought, Qin Yu no longer worried, and his previously tense expression relaxed. At that moment, Lin Hao swallowed the liquor and began to contemplate. Since Yang Chengji indeed existed in Tianyan Academy, then it was much easier. The mission didn't specify a deadline for the assassination. He could take his time to investigate Yang Chengji's information and clues later, as there was no rush to act too obviously. However, the current grasp of the Prey's background was rather troublesome. As the Master's direct disciple, he must possess considerable strength, making it exceedingly difficult to assassinate him under the watchful eyes of that formidable old man, Ing Yuanzai. No wonder the Mingga organization's assassins couldn't infiltrate Tianyan Academy and instead sent him, a blind man, in. If the assassination failed, what would be the difference from sending him to his death? While contemplating, Lin Hao increasingly felt that a monthly salary of 10,000 was a bit cheap. Once this task was completed, he must know the difficulty of future tasks in advance and raise his price accordingly. Afterward, the three of them had a few rounds of drinks and were slightly tipsy, feeling quite satisfied. After Lin Hao generously settled the bill, he went down the stairs to the first floor of the Fujingshuan. As Lin Hao reached the entrance, two figures emerged from around the corner, blocking each other's paths. One was a man and the other a woman. One of them was Zhao Ling. The young man had flowing long hair and sharp features, looking remarkably handsome. The Tianyan Academy had 4 grades, and the purple academy attire the young man wore indicated he was a second-year student, a grade above Lin Hao and the others. Seeing Lin Hao, Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her expression turned a bit unnatural. "So it's you, Lin Hao." The long-haired young man lifted his gaze, staring at Lin Hao with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Using the shared vision of the 4 treasures, Lin Hao didn't recognize the young man's appearance, but his voice felt somewhat familiar. This voice stirred feelings of disgust within him, as if it was associated with unpleasant past events. After all, during his years of being blind, he had encountered many bullies, but he couldn't remember every voice. "It's been more than half a year. It seems you've forgotten me," the long-haired young man said playfully. "I'm Ma Juntian. The first time we met, you fell right in front of me and pressed your hand into a pile of dog poop." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao frowned, suddenly recalling the event. At that moment, the scene from back then surged into his mind. If it weren't for Ma Juntian's underhanded trick, causing the third steward to place a stumbling block on his way to the cafeteria and arranging a pile of dog feces in front of him, he wouldn't have fallen. Moreover, Lin Hao knew that Ma Juntian was Zhao Linger's distant cousin, who had harbored a crush on her since childhood. However, he had set aside his marriage proposal 2 years ago when he entered Tianyan Academy. Unexpectedly, he later heard that the Zhao and Lin families were to be united in marriage, and his beloved cousin was marrying a blind man. In a fit of anger, he went to the Zhao residence to incite the servants to take care of Lin Hao. Regarding this, Lin Hao had often been bullied since marrying into the Zhao family, and the instigator was undoubtedly Ma Juntian. However, the third steward, Qin Shi, had already been killed by him months ago. As for what came next, the old scores still needed to be settled. Fortunes change, and one must not forget themselves when in power. Lin Hao smiled faintly. His words were extremely refined. "You possess quite a talent for literature. I think you're more suited for studying literature than martial arts." Ma Juntian's lips curled slightly as he sighed. Heaven is indeed unfair, giving ultimate cultivation talent to a blind man. It's such a waste. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Raymond frowned slightly. It seemed this guy was not Lin Hao's friend. Recognizing the relationship between the two, Qin Yu scoffed without holding back. "You say heaven is unfair. What are you even worth? TSK. You're not even worth a green onion." Raymond, picking his teeth with a toothpick, laughed in agreement. Hearing this, Ma Juntian's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Qin Yu and Raymond. Qin Yu's family background was well known throughout the Tianyan dynasty, but his reputation as a prodigal son was equally notorious. Thus, upon seeing him, Ma Juntian recognized him immediately. Ma Juntian's expression changed slightly, a flicker of wariness passing through his eyes. Although his family had considerable influence and had thrived in business in recent years, historically, commerce could not rival the military. Facing the powerful Qin family, they had no means to resist. "Young Master Qin, I didn't know you also entered Tianyan Academy," Ma Juntian quickly said with a smile. "That's truly commendable." "Commend what?" Get as far away as you can. If you dare to provoke our Hao Gu again, you'll regret it. Qin Yu's expression was cold as he scolded him. His demeanor revealed the usual arrogance of a rich kid, and he had changed the way he referred to Lin Hao to Hao Gu, which carried a different meaning. Hao Ye. As expected, upon hearing this title, Ma Juntian looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Lin Hao, this blind man, had gained such an influential little brother. It was simply unbelievable. Zhao Ling'er was also taken aback, feeling quite surprised in her heart. She hadn't expected Lin Hao to have made friends with Qin Yu so soon after arriving. From their interaction, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Otherwise, with Qin Yu's powerful background, how could he condescend to call Lin Hao Hao Gu? What are you still standing there for? Good dogs don't block the way. Raymond glared at Ma Juntian, his commanding voice booming. Judging by their auras, they were all at the level of fourth-tier warriors. If a fight broke out, Ma Juntian would undoubtedly be on the losing end. Faced with the imposing Raymond, Ma Juntian felt a hint of fear. Always one to bully the weak and fear the strong, he immediately reached out to grab Zhao Ling'er and lead her into the tavern. However, just as he extended his hand halfway, it was suddenly caught by Lin Hao. What are you doing? Ma Juntian's gaze darkened, wanting to explode in anger. But seeing Qin Yu and Raymond beside him, he could only hold it in. You can't touch my woman, Lin Hao said. If you want to take advantage, find someone else. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er trembled slightly in her heart, staring blankly at Lin Hao. Does he still consider me his woman? As far as I know, since you entered the Zhao family, you haven't shared a bed with Ling'er, Ma Juntian said mockingly, with a cold smile. So in a sense, Ling'er isn't really your woman, Lin Hao. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Raymond couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Then, their surprised gazes almost simultaneously glanced at Zhao Ling, then back at Lin Hao. Clearly, they hadn't expected that this new beauty was actually Lin Hao's wife. Moreover, Lin Hao was actually his son-in-law by marriage. Regarding Lin Hao's past, Qin Yu and the others' thoughts suddenly became chaotic. After all, with Lin Hao's ultimate cultivation talent, no matter which family he came from, he would probably be treated as a treasure. So how could they bear to have him married into another family? Cousin, stop talking. Zhao Ling'er frowned slightly, said coldly. She felt extremely displeased that her private matters with Lin Hao were publicly exposed by Ma Juntian. After saying this, she glanced at Lin Hao and turned to leave, entirely uninterested in dining. Zhao Ling'er actually knew her distant cousin's feelings and had already rejected him multiple times. However, since she had just entered the Tian Yin Academy and received Ma Juntian's enthusiastic invitation for this meal, she had to reluctantly accept. Who would have thought she would run into Lin Hao here? It was one thing to meet, but this guy couldn't keep his mouth shut and blurted everything out. Ling'er, we haven't eaten yet, don't go. Seeing Zhao Ling'er suddenly leave, Ma Juntian became anxious. However, his wrist was still held tightly by Lin Hao, making it impossible for him to chase after Zhao Ling'er. Let go, you bastard. As Zhao Ling'er walked away, Ma Juntian's face instantly darkened to the extreme. At the moment his voice fell, his spiritual power suddenly erupted, wanting to shake off Lin Hao. In his eyes, with Lin Hao's cultivation level of a third-level warrior, he was no match for him. So what if he had ultimate cultivation talent? A low cultivation level was still a hard injury. However, what shocked him next was that Lin Hao's palm not only did not get shaken off by the spiritual power, but the grip actually grew stronger. Then, he was horrified to find that Lin Hao's arm had inexplicably been covered with a layer of black scales. At the same time, Lin Hao's aura surged in an instant, emitting an extremely fierce and violent energy fluctuation. What? Seeing this scene, Ma Juntian was immediately taken aback. But when he reacted, Lin Hao's hand, like an iron claw, filled with terrifying power, suddenly lifted his body into the air and then slammed him down hard onto the ground. Bang! With a heavy thud, Ma Juntian screamed, spitting blood, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart in extreme pain. However, Lin Hao had no intention of stopping, and he violently threw him up again, slamming him back down. Being caught like this by Lin Hao and tossed around with such ferocity, Ma Juntian had almost no ability to fight back. He could only mobilize all his spiritual energy to desperately protect his vital organs. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Heavy crashing sounds continued to ring out. After being slammed down over a dozen times in this manner, Lin Hao finally stopped and withdrew from his half-dragon form. What happened outside? At this moment, the commotion at the entrance undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant, who rushed out. Hiss! But upon seeing this, many students couldn't help but gasp in shock, all with expressions of astonishment. They saw Ma Juntian collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, his body possibly broken in countless places. So brutal. Qin Yu and Raymond, who had been watching the whole time, swallowed hard, unable to suppress their shock. They hadn't expected that a fourth-level warrior would be tossed around like a dead dog by Lin Hao. That kind of terrifying power was like a human-shaped beast, making people tremble. Lin Hao's expression was indifferent. The reason he beat up Ma Juntian was not out of jealousy, but because this guy exposed his private matters with Zhao Ling. It was entirely because of this guy that he had suffered various humiliations in the Zhao residence. Otherwise, even though Lin Hao was nominally his son-in-law, he could still enjoy a life of luxury every day. At this moment, he vented all the pent-up resentment from being married into the Zhao family for more than half a year, feeling much more at ease in his heart. In the path of martial cultivation, besides refining the body, one must also refine the heart. Refining the heart means having no distractions and ensuring smooth energy flow. Only when the energy flows smoothly can one's mood be pleasant, and the circulation of spiritual energy during martial practice will be unobstructed, allowing thoughts to connect. Conversely, if the energy is not smooth, it can lead to depression, causing the spiritual energy to not only circulate slowly, but also potentially accumulate within the body, forming a kind of evil fire that devours the mind. This is the meaning of anger attacking the heart. Not only does it hinder cultivation, but it can also harm the body. Even some people with strong self-esteem may be literally angered to death. Of course, even if the body is unharmed. Due to the inability to connect thoughts, one's martial cultivation will also be restricted and gradually evolve into a mental knot, leading to failure when breaking through bottlenecks, thus going astray. Therefore, in the martial cultivation world, disputes often arise, and a single word of disagreement can lead to swords clashing, most of which are driven by the desire for revenge and spontaneity. Otherwise, if one practices hard every day and their strength constantly increases, yet they must endure and suffer humiliation in life, then what use is there in martial cultivation? It will be better to live as an ordinary commoner. The resentment from marrying into the Zhao family 6 months ago was a knot in Lin Hao's heart. Once this knot is untied, his path in martial arts will become smoother and smoother. Chapter 67. Night Raid on the Core Area Under the Night Sky. In the freshman dormitory area of the Tianya Academy, Lin Hao, Qin Yu, and Raymond returned to their dormitory, tipsy. How good, you look so refined. But when it comes to fighting, you're really fierce, Raymond said with admiration, grinning at Lin Hao. Although he came from a remote mountainous area known for hunting, where the people were rugged and naturally revered the strong, witnessing Lin Hao fiercely beating up Ma Juntian earlier stirred a passionate feeling within him. To him, a man should have such wild spirit. It's nothing, I had some old scores to settle with him, so I took the opportunity to clear them up. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. To him now, fighting was just a trivial matter. When it came to killing, he could do it without batting an eye. If this were not the Tianyan Academy, he might have unleashed the fire scale tiger to swallow Ma Juntian whole. After all, within the academy, as long as disputes and fights weren't too severe, they would generally be ignored. But if it involved killing, that would be a serious matter. He had heard from Qin Yu that the Tianyan Academy had established a law enforcement team long ago, specifically to punish offenders, and even had the power to enforce capital punishment. Even the imperial family had to behave when they came here. Otherwise, the second prince, Yin Fengjun, with his vengeful mindset, would not let it go. Lin Hao, can you really not see anything at all? After spending the day together, Qin Yu found Lin Hao's behavior completely normal and couldn't help but ask curiously. Well, I was born this way, the heavens can bear witness. Lin Hao nodded and smiled calmly. But you seem to be able to sense any movement around you? Qin Yu asked, puzzled, staring into Lin Hao's strange gray-white pupils. Because I have a special skill, Lin Hao said, stopping short without elaborating. What? Even a blind person has special skills? This piqued Raymond's curiosity as well. and he watched Lin Hao's eyes, trying to wave his hand in front of him. How good? How many times do you think I just waved my hand in front of you? Raymond retracted his hand and chuckled. If Lin Hao could guess this, he would truly be impressed. Master, 6 times, the parrot Siba on his shoulder leaned close to Lin Hao's ear and whispered. 6 times, right? Lin Hao smirked and stated. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Raymond were taken aback. Then their expressions shifted to one of realization. They then scrutinized Siba carefully, quite amazed. They had thought this parrot was just a pet for Lin Hao, but it turned out to be so intelligent, able to comprehend human speech and provide information to its master. How go? Your parrot is really extraordinary. Raymond's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Siba in admiration. It's called Siba, and it's my guide bird, Lin Hao said nonchalantly, exuding an air of control. Siba, a name that invites wealth and treasure through the 4 seasons. Good name. Qin Yu grinned, playfully engaging in wordplay. A guide bird? This is the first time I've heard of such a type of bird. I'll train one myself someday. Raymond seemed quite interested, having grown up in the mountains with a unique affection for animals. That's simple. Just poke your eyes out first, and then let Siba guide you. Qin Yu teased. Shut up. Raymond's expression changed, quickly reprimanding him. Ha ha. Instantly, laughter filled Dormitory 003, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the dormitory, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on his bed. Although he was still, he was not meditating or cultivating. Little fly, it's time to work, Lin Hao thought, and summoned the kung fu fly from the pet backpack space. Buzzing. The kung fu fly immediately flew around the room excitedly. Find out the residence of the academy master, Lin Hao instructed. The kung fu fly immediately took off without delay and flew straight out of the window. At the same time, Lin Hao activated their shared vision. Soon, everything the kung fu fly saw was transmitted to his mind. To avoid being detected, the kung fu fly flew high in the night sky. It flapped its shadowy wings, heading deep into the Tianyin Academy. Its speed was so fast that it buzzed through the air. The architectural layout of Tianyin Academy was based on mountain peaks, with 5 districts from top to bottom. Lin Hao and the other freshmen were on the bottom level, belonging to the first year. Above them were the second, third, and fourth years. The top-level area, however, was the high-level courtyard of the Tianyin Academy, accessible only to mentors and advanced students who were level 7 warriors or above. That area also housed the core resources of the entire academy. Although Lin Hao did not yet know how strong Yang Qingji's cultivation was, as the personal disciple of the academy master, he should have the qualifications to enter. It was even possible that he resided inside. Otherwise, the assassins from the underworld pavilion would not have failed to investigate him. Buzzing. In midair, the kung fu fly was now heading toward the core area. However, when it reached the location, Lin Hao was surprised to find that the outer edge of the mountaintop was actually enveloped in a layer of milky white light. The light barrier had a faint energy fluctuation of runes, forming a barrier that could not be penetrated. The kung fu fly tried to bump into it a couple of times, but to no avail. It felt like it had hit a mountain wall, unable to budge, even slightly. They actually set up a rune formation. Lin Hao frowned as he looked at the images transmitted by the kung fu fly. Feeling a bit troubled. Looks like I'll have to think of another way. Little fly, come back. Lin Hao sighed, just as he was about to call the kung fu fly back when the rune light screen suddenly trembled. Then, a light hole slowly opened up in the barrier not far in front of the kung fu fly. Did they notice the 2 bumps just now? Lin Hao's heart sank, and he hurriedly urged, Little fly, hide. Upon receiving the command, the kung fu fly flapped its wings vigorously, suddenly transforming into a streak of light. Darting to a nearby rock, it then squeezed into a crack in the stone, quickly hiding its presence. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the crack in the light screen. They were dressed entirely in black robes, with a dark golden emblem embroidered on their chests. These were members of the Tianyin Academy's law enforcement team, exuding powerful auras. The middle-aged man leading them had sharp, eagle-like eyes, scanning the surroundings with a slightly puzzled expression. Chapter 68. The background of Yang Qingji strange. Could it be an illusion? The eagle-eyed man furrowed his brows as he observed his surroundings, seeing nothing unusual. Just a moment ago, he had clearly noticed some unusual activity in the protective light barrier here. However, despite rushing over to check immediately, nothing suspicious had occurred. "Captain, the night wind is quite strong tonight. You might be overthinking it," a young law enforcement officer said with a smile. "Overthinking is far better than negligence." The eagle-eyed man replied solemnly, "I believe what I heard just now is not so simple. We must increase our patrols during this time." Hearing that the workload was increasing, the young officer couldn't help but say, "Captain, this is the core area of Tianyan Academy. Who would have the guts to come here and commit a crime?" Perhaps they didn't dare before, the eagle-eyed man scoffed coldly. "But ever since that person became the closed-door disciple of our Lord, things have become more complicated." "You mean young Changji?" The young law enforcement officer was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Captain, what background does he have that allows him to be accepted as a closed-door disciple by the Lord?" He had just recently taken office and was clearly unaware of the intricacies involved. The eagle-eyed man glanced around to ensure no one else was present before speaking in a low voice. "His identity is actually that of a remnant of the traitors who rebelled against the great Yin dynasty. Although he was just a child over 20 years ago and had nothing to do with the rebellion, given the nature of the Yin King, he will undoubtedly eradicate any threats. Moreover, according to some intelligence, it is rumored that Yang Chengji has been secretly colluding with officials in the court, plotting to instigate another rebellion. Do you think the Yin King would spare him?" The eagle-eyed man's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the young officer. "What? Yang Chengji has that identity too?" The young officer's expression changed slightly, seemingly surprised. He felt puzzled and curiously asked, "Then why does the Lord still protect him? Wouldn't that offend the Yin King?" The eagle-eyed man sighed quietly and said, "When the Lord was young, he received favors from the Yang family. Now that the Yang family only has Yang Chengji left to protect the last bloodline of the Yang family, the Lord took him as a closed-door disciple. As long as he doesn't leave Tianyan Academy, he should be fine." "I see." The young law enforcement officer nodded in understanding. No wonder the Lord had ordered them to be vigilant during this time. Any suspicious individuals appearing in the academy, especially in the core area, had to be carefully checked. The trouble had all stemmed from Yang Chengji. Afterward, the two law enforcement officers entered the light barrier, and the crack healed perfectly. Once they left, the little fly that had been hiding in the crack finally emerged and flew to the new student dormitory area at the foot of the mountain. Inside the dormitory, Lin Hao stored the little fly that had returned into his pet backpack space. He was very pleased with the information he had just acquired about his prey, as he had thoroughly understood Yang Chengji's identity and background. However, although this guy's identity was somewhat sensitive, it shouldn't mean that no information was revealed. Could it be that this mission was yet another test from the Ming Pavilion organization? Lin Hao pondered, feeling that this possibility was quite high. It seemed that the Ming Pavilion was indeed full of tricks. After all, he was not yet an official member of the Ming Pavilion. His only superior had always been Zhao. Perhaps he would only be recognized as a certified assassin of the Ming Pavilion once the test was complete. In that case, he couldn't let them underestimate him. Lin Hao smirked slightly and muttered to himself with confidence. At that moment, he also finally understood why Qin Yu had shown a slight change when he had deliberately mentioned Yang Chengji's name during their meal at the... As someone from the general's residence, Qin Yu had a responsibility to eliminate the remnants of traitors. Thus, if he assassinated Yang Chengji, it could be said that he was helping a friend. With this in mind, Lin Hao no longer had any concerns. He quickly cleared his mind and entered a meditative state for cultivation. The tranquil night was more suitable for meditation, and perhaps due to the rich spiritual energy within Tianyan Academy, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that, as he meditated, he could feel the elemental attributes of various spiritual energies, which were incredibly pure and absorbed rapidly. Since Lin Hao was currently focusing only on cultivating wind and fire elements, he completely rejected the spiritual energy of other attributes. After all, spreading oneself too thin would not yield good results. He needed to prioritize improving these two elements first, and later, when his strength increased and he had more experience, he could come back to the others. This strategy was somewhat akin to a rich-get-richer mentality. Thus, the spiritual energy of wind and fire elements surged into Lin Hao's limbs, nourishing his internal organs. Ultimately, after being refined and concentrated through his mental power, all the energy gathered in the Tianling acupoint in his head. Despite the monotonous cycle of this process, Lin Hao was completely immersed in his cultivation. Ever since he had crossed over to this world and spent so many years as a useless blind person, he had had enough. He had also deeply experienced the bitterness of being looked down upon and bullied due to a lack of power. Therefore, to completely break free from his previous life, Lin Hao was determined and thoroughly enjoyed the wonderful feeling of increasing strength that came with his cultivation. This situation was akin to a destitute beggar suddenly discovering a way to make money, plunging eagerly into the intoxicating whirlpool of wealth and luxury. As night gradually faded, the next day arrived in the early morning. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door woke Lin Hao from his meditation. How go? Are you awake? The somewhat rough voice belonged to Raymond. Lin Hao took a deep breath, adjusted the flow of spiritual energy within his body, and then responded. What's the matter? Yugu said today is the first day for new students to gather. We need to register quickly and choose our classes. Raymond's voice came again from outside. If you go to sleep in, we won't wait for you. Qin Yu's tone seemed a bit urgent. He had already set his sights on several new female students during yesterday's recruitment assessment, and now that they were all classmates, it was a great opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Hao quickly freshened up and opened the door. He saw that both Raymond and Qin Yu were dressed in white new student uniforms. However, the badges on their chests were slightly different. Raymond's badge from Tianyan Academy had an additional sword, symbolizing the warrior class. Qin Yu's student badge featured a rainbow, representing the mage class. The two classes had different training methods and thus were distinguished from one another. Generally, there were more girls in the mage class. Lin Hao looked at Qin Yu's somewhat smug expression and felt that this guy was likely drawn to the female students in the mage class, considering his talent. After all, with a heavenly level talent, he would achieve results no matter which discipline he chose to cultivate. Chapter 69. Xuanwu Hall. The first-year students of the Tianyan Academy are taught in two massive halls. Xuanwu Hall focuses primarily on sword techniques, knife skills, and various combat techniques, while Lingmiao Hall teaches martial arts, such as spellcasting and rune cultivation courses. The two halls are located in the east and west, respectively, so halfway through, Qin Yu parted ways with Lin Hao and the others. Brother Hao, I remember you mentioned yesterday that the assessment would test magical talent. Lei Meng asked curiously along the way. Are you really dual-trained in combat and magic? Lin Hao smiled calmly and replied, I do know a bit of magic, but I only understand the basics. Hearing this, Lei Meng's eyes lit up with admiration. Brother Hao, even though you have a visual impairment, you are the most hardworking person I've seen among your peers. Lin Hao smirked slightly, but remained silent. He then noticed the iron bow Lei Meng was carrying on his back and couldn't help but ask, I see you carry that iron bow every day. Isn't it heavy? Lei Meng chuckled innocently and nodded. It is heavy, at least over 500 pounds. Lin Hao was slightly surprised by this. 500 pounds is equivalent to the tenfold gravity adjustment of the heavy armor he was currently wearing. He had a deep understanding of such weight. I have a storage bag here. If you don't mind, I can lend it to you, Lin Hao offered politely. He knew that Lei Meng came from a poor mountainous area and had little wealth, so he replaced give with lend to preserve the other's dignity. Unexpectedly, Lei Meng shook his head and grinned. No need, I have my own storage bag. Saying this, he pulled out a cowhide rope from around his neck, revealing a red storage bag tied at the end. The material appeared to be of decent quality. That's good, Lin Hao said with a slight smile. He then asked, so why don't you put the iron bow in a storage bag? Is it to train your body with its weight? That's right, Lei Meng nodded. This bow is our family heirloom, called the Chuanyun bow. As he spoke, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes as he touched the iron bow and continued. Our Lei family's ancestors have carried this bow for generations. Not only does it strengthen the body, but it also cultivates a bond between the person and the bow, achieving a unity that enhances shooting accuracy. Unity of person and bow. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. He had heard of the unity of person and sword, but this was the first time he had heard someone mention unity with a bow. It seemed that Lei Meng's family must be martial artists, specifically skilled archers. As he pondered this, Lin Hao used the vision of Sea Bow to closely examine the iron bow on Lei Meng's back. The bow was mostly wrapped in black cloth, obscuring its true appearance. However, The exposed metal at both ends revealed faint traces of runes, indicating that the Chuan Yun Bao was indeed a weapon of no low grade. "Show me a few moves when you have time," Lin Hao said with interest. Beside him, Lei Ming looked slightly astonished, his gaze strangely fixed on Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils, as if questioning whether Lin Hao could actually see him perform. Nevertheless, Lei Ming still laughed and said, "Sure, no problem." Xuanwu Hall was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. This time, there were only about 3,000 new students, providing ample space for activities. "It's quite large." Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the magnificent hall. The exterior of Xuanwu Hall appeared somewhat ancient, yet exuded a majestic atmosphere. This would be the starting point of his martial arts journey, although he had the assistance of a system, which made his entry into the martial arts realm feel like taking a shortcut. He still considered himself a blank slate in martial arts theory. To put it bluntly, he was a rookie among combatants. "Brother Hao, over there's a wall with a notice. It looks like the class assignments for new students." Lei Ming pointed to the outer wall of the hall. Sibao's eyes darted around. Lin Hao noticed that many figures had gathered there, all first-year students. They were surrounding the left side of the hall entrance, looking up and scanning for their names. "Brother Hao, wait here a moment. I'll go look for our names," Lei Ming said, knowing Lin Hao's eye condition, before quickly heading over. Although Sibao could guide Lin Hao and convey any information, he definitely didn't believe that a parrot could read. Lin Hao didn't refuse Lei Ming's kindness, avoiding the crowd. Lei Ming's sturdy physique resembled that of a fierce beast, and as he squeezed into the crowd, the surrounding students were immediately stirred, retreating like waves. "Watch where you're going, don't push." Some irritable students couldn't help but curse. However, when they noticed the source of the commotion, Lei Ming's tall and strong figure, they were instantly intimidated and fell silent. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. With such a physique, if Lei Ming graduates from the Tianyan Academy and joins the army, he would undoubtedly become a fierce general. Suddenly, Lin Hao's heart paused. What about himself? After graduating in 4 years, where would he go? His smile gradually faded as he sank into thought. The Zhao and Lin families had always been a knot in his heart. Even after graduation, he couldn't return. Otherwise, it would only affect his martial arts mindset, right? The Ming Pavilion organization. As he pondered, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Hao's mind. Although the Ming Pavilion was an assassin organization, it was backed by the emperor of the Dian dynasty, wielding great power. Therefore, given the current situation, the Ming Pavilion seemed to be the path for his future, leading him down the path of an assassin. With a goal in mind, Lin Hao's previously confused feelings became clear at that moment. Little did he know that his decision today would lead to the birth of a god of assassins in the future Sangxiong continent. "Brother Hao, I found it." At that moment, Lei Ming hurried back, looking regretful. "Unfortunately, we're in different classes. You're in room 8, and I'm in room 21. "Okay, thank you." Lin Hao nodded with a faint smile, memorizing the room number. The two then joined the flow of people and entered the hall. Inside the hall, the layout was divided into 5 levels, each with numerous classrooms, making it quite large. Room 8 was on the first floor of Xuanwu Hall, so Lin Hao avoided the hassle of climbing stairs. "Brother Hao, that left side is your classroom. Let me take you there," Lei Ming said, worried that Lin Hao might get lost. "No need. You go ahead and be busy." Lin Hao stopped him with a hand and smiled. "My parrot can read." "What? It can really read?" Hearing this, Lei Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Honest and fair, Lin Hao replied with a calm smile before commanding Sibao, "Find room 8. "Yes, master." Sibao flapped its wings and immediately flew toward the left corridor of the hall. Before long, Lei Ming was astonished to see Sibao land on the doorplate of room 8. "Truly a divine bird," Lei Ming exclaimed, unable to help but admire it. He had completely revised his understanding of Sibao. He never expected this parrot could guide him and read. After that, Lei Ming bid farewell to Lin Hao and headed up the stairs to the 2nd floor, while Lin Hao walked toward room 8. However, as they approached the door, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Look outside, a beautiful parrot. Quick, catch it." Immediately after, a man's voice followed, "At your service." The moment the voice fell, a sword energy suddenly shot out, aimed directly at the parrot on the door sign. Sensing the danger, the parrot reacted quickly, turning its body abruptly to evade the sword energy. It then flew down and landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. The parrot is running away. Chase it. At this moment, a young man rushed out from the door of room 8. He was quite short, holding a long sword, and his gaze scanned around before landing on Lin Hao. Noticing the presence of the parrot, following closely, a graceful figure also hurried out. It was a young girl. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon. Her eyes resembled clear water, and her appearance was charming, giving off a fresh and lively feeling. Looking at the two who rushed out, Lin Hao frowned slightly. How could he not see that these two wanted to catch the parrot? However, with the parrot's B-rank royal-level combat power, no warrior below level 5 could possibly deal with it. The ponytailed girl let out a slight sound of surprise, looking at the parrot on Lin Hao's shoulder, slightly astonished. It turned out this parrot already had an owner. Only then did she start to size up Lin Hao, and upon seeing his gray-white pupils, she seemed to recall something and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the Lin Hao with the ultimate talent?" Lin Hao nodded indifferently. It seemed that the talent test from yesterday had made him famous in the Tianyan Academy, and this pair of blind eyes was probably the only distinguishing feature for recognizing his identity. Lin Hao felt quite helpless about this, but then he thought that being blind could actually serve as an excellent concealment effect. For example, if the other party were to plot something in front of him, they would think he couldn't see anything. Little did they know, everything was under his shared vision. I saw his test yesterday. His cultivation is only at level 3. The short young man's words carried a hint of disdain as he sneered, ultimate cultivation talent, and yet it's just this. The Lord of the Academy even treats him as a treasure, rewarding him with so many pills. Level 3 warrior? The ponytail girl's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she curiously sized up Lin Hao. Obviously, she hadn't been present at the assessment test yesterday. Such a situation, unless one was a newly recruited student with special treatment, was unusual. Is your cultivation really only level 3? The ponytail beauty clearly didn't believe the short young man's words. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lin Hao and couldn't help but ask. For such a pointless question, Lin Hao couldn't be bothered to respond, directly sidestepping and walking towards room 8. You. The ponytail beauty frowned slightly and huffed. Seeing his goddess being ignored, the short young man clearly felt displeased. He squinted his eyes, quietly angled his long sword down to the ground, intending to trip Lin Hao and vent his frustration. Serve him right. The ponytail girl pouted, but showed no intention of stopping him. However, all of this was seen by the parrot. Lin Hao's expression turned cold as he mobilized the spiritual energy within him, concentrating it in his right foot, and directly stomped down hard on the long sword. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound rang out as the long sword broke into 2 pieces. Lin Hao didn't look back and walked straight into the room. The short young man was taken aback, then looked at the broken sword, immediately furious as he shouted, "Blind bastard, you dare to step on and break my sword? You're asking for death." After saying this, he threw the broken sword directly at Lin Hao's back. Although the broken sword was not sharp, if the blade edge cut him, it could still cause harm. Lin Hao expanded his steps, easily dodging it. The broken sword missed and was thrown toward a row of tables and chairs in the room. At that moment, a black-haired young man was dozing off, seemingly unaware of the incoming object. Seeing this, the new students in the room all screamed, wanted to warn him, but it was too late. The broken sword was already close to the black-haired young man's head. However, in the next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. A black energy vortex suddenly appeared in front of the young man, directly swallowing the broken sword. Following that, the broken sword shot out again, whizzing past Lin Hao's side and flying back towards the short young man along its original trajectory. What? The sudden change startled the short young man. When he reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The flying broken sword had impaled his arm, blood gushing out. "Ah, my arm!" The short young man immediately screamed in pain, looking as if he was reaping what he sowed. Dark-type martial arts? Could it be that move was reversal of heaven and earth? Seeing the scene, the new students present were all astonished. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the black-haired young man. However, this guy remained sprawled on the table, blissfully enjoying his nap, making it difficult to see his appearance. Reversal of heaven and earth? Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Hao was quite intrigued by this strange dark-type martial arts. Other than the 9 symbols sword technique he obtained from the system lottery, he was completely clueless about other categories. It's so noisy. Can't anyone let me sleep? At that moment, the black-haired young man stretched lazily, yawned, and then grumbled. As he looked up, everyone finally got a clear look at his face. It was a handsome face, with slightly immature features, clearly not very old. Judging by his appearance, he was at most a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't mind and casually chose an empty seat next to the black-haired youth. "You two hurt my friend. When the instructor comes, I will definitely make him punish you severely." At this moment, the ponytailed beauty walked over with a spoiled expression, pointing at the black-haired youth and Lin Hao, angrily reprimanding them. Chapter 70, The Gu Family. The ponytailed beauty glared angrily, pointing at Lin Hao and the black-haired youth, acting quite domineering. If she were not a woman and pretty, she would likely have been beaten up often for such behavior. Facing the ponytail beauty's accusations, Lin Hao remained indifferent, continuing to pretend to be blind. Moreover, the incident of injuring someone had nothing to do with him at all. "What? I hurt your friend?" The black-haired youth looked confused and asked in surprise, "Which friend? Where are they?" Clearly, he seemed unaware of what had just happened. Or perhaps he was pretending to be clueless. "It's me." The short young man walked over with a face full of indignation, the broken sword still embedded in his arm. He dared not pull it out, as it would cause more bleeding. Such an injury could only be treated by a mage skilled in healing spells. "This sword isn't mine, so how could I hurt you?" Upon seeing this, the black-haired youth widened his eyes and immediately denied it. "You little brat, stop pretending." Hearing this, the short young man became furious. "What is wrong with you?" However, at that moment, a deep, commanding voice rang out. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they quickly looked towards the classroom door, where a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He was wearing a purple Academy Minner's robe with a firm gaze. The man was none other than Wu Qi, the examiner from yesterday's assessment. "Wu Qi." The new students in the classroom almost called out in unison. Upon seeing the arrival, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, finding it quite coincidental. Wu Qi glanced at the broken sword blade on the ground and the injury on the short young man's arm, his eyebrows furrowing. He walked over with a serious expression and asked the short young man in a deep voice, "How did you get hurt? What happened just now?" "I." The short young man hesitated, clearly still somewhat rational. He was embarrassed to say that the broken sword was thrown by him at Lin Hao, only to miss and almost hit the black-haired youth, and then it had been bounced back by the black-haired youth's martial arts, injuring himself. In this situation, he was completely in the wrong. If he spoke out, not only would he not receive the Minner's protection, but he might also be punished. "Wu Minter, this injury was caused by my demonstration of martial arts, and I accidentally hurt myself." As he thought of this, the short young man's face became ugly, and he could only find an excuse, swallowing all his grievances. "TCH, so it was self-inflicted, and you still come to blame me." The black-haired youth curled his lips and then looked at the ponytail beauty and the short young man, saying in a strange tone, "You two must apologize to me." "What? I have to apologize to you?" Upon hearing this, the ponytail beauty's face changed, and she exclaimed displeasedly. The short young man's expression also turned even more ashen. Being injured by someone and still having to apologize to them was simply too much. "Is this true?" Wu Qi's expression darkened as he looked at the surrounding new students. Then his gaze fell on Lin Hao. This kid is actually in my class." Upon seeing this, Wu Qi was instantly overjoyed. It seemed he was quite surprised and pleased that Lin Hao had been assigned to his class. After all, as a mentor at Tianyan Academy, he also had performance assessments, and the stronger the students he taught, the more abundant the resource rewards he could obtain. Lin Hao possessed ultimate cultivation talent and excellent aptitude. If he put in a little effort, success was guaranteed. At that point, the resource rewards for this batch of mentors would undoubtedly be plentiful. The heavens are helping me." Wu Qi's mood instantly brightened, and he looked at Lin Hao with great satisfaction. His scorching gaze seemingly determined to impart all his knowledge to Lin Hao. "Wu Minter, I can testify." At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly spoke, saying lightly, "Just now, these two classmates were showing off their martial skills, but unexpectedly, they accidentally injured themselves and then falsely accused this classmate beside me, wanting to extort 100 spirit sunstones as medical fees. Upon hearing this, the black-haired youth was taken aback. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. He stared at Lin Hao, feeling a sense of admiration. You are talking nonsense. Well, mentor, we absolutely didn't do that. The short young man's face changed drastically as he hurriedly explained. However, he could not reveal the details of the attack on Lin Hao, or he would be punished in the same way. Realizing this, his face turned green with regret. He had only wanted to teach this blind kid a lesson, but ended up hitting a hard wall. What exactly is going on? If you don't clarify, I'll take it as you're trying to quibble. Wu Qi's face darkened as he reprimanded. You two are inferior in martial skills, but still want to show off. Since he got hurt and want to frame others, go outside and wait for punishment. His view of the situation clearly favored Lin Hao. Wu mentor, no. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's like this. The ponytail beauty, upon hearing about the punishment, became somewhat flustered and quickly explained the whole situation. After listening, a hint of surprise flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. He had already anticipated Lin Hao's abilities, but the black-haired youth's performance surprised him. The dark attribute martial arts, reversal of heaven and earth, was not an ordinary skill. It had at least reached the earth-level martial arts tier. Such high-quality martial arts could only be found in top-tier ancient martial families. In the Great Yin Dynasty, there was only one family that possessed martial arts techniques like reversal of heaven and earth, and that was the Gu family, located in the northern territory of the dynasty. Their family background was formidable, with vast territories akin to a nation within a nation. Although the Gu family's territory fell under the jurisdiction of the Great Yin Dynasty, it could not be truly controlled. This was because every era produced powerful figures from the Gu family, some even transcending the 9 realms and reaching the terrifying level of the sacred domain. With those Gu family powerhouses stationed, the ambitious emperors of the Great Yin Dynasty had never mobilized troops to control the Gu family's territory. As long as the Gu family had no rebellious intentions and still provided annual tribute and taxes, why wouldn't they be content? Are you surnamed Gu? Wu Qi could not help but ask the black-haired youth. Yes, my name is Gu Yimla. The black-haired youth blinked his big eyes, his handsome face radiating an innocent smile. Just as I thought, Wu Qi Inwardly gasped. One had ultimate cultivation talent, which would greatly assist his mentor resource rewards, while the other was a descendant of the Gu family, with such a strong family background that even the Yin King had to be cautious. Wu Qi felt that both of them needed his support. Moreover, although both Lin Hao and the other two had lied, they were not the main culprits in this matter. Immediately, Wu Qi looked at the ponytail beauty with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "You go to the registration office to re-enroll and see which classroom is willing to accept you. From now on, you're not allowed to step foot in room 8. Then he turned his gaze to the short young man and sternly reprimanded. As for you, on your first day as a new student, you dared to openly attack a classmate with a weapon in the classroom, which is extremely malicious and unforgivable. As a mentor, I expel you from your study quota at Tianyin Academy." Upon hearing this punishment, the ponytail beauty secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a matter of changing classrooms. Although it was embarrassing, it was acceptable. However, the short young man was completely stunned, his face turning pale. Clearly, he had not expected to be expelled. It felt like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering much of his martial heart. If you hit someone, you will be expelled from school. So why did I see Lin Hao last night at the entrance of the Fujingshuan restaurant, beating a second-year student until he was covered in bruises, and nothing happened? At that moment, a puzzled voice emerged from the crowd, murmuring softly. The sound was not loud, but it was clear to everyone. Lin Hao appeared indifferent, though he was also somewhat curious inside. He had prepared for a mentor to come looking for him after last night, but nothing happened afterward, as if it had never occurred. Wu Qi glanced at Lin Hao, remaining silent as well. He knew very well that when Lin Hao violently attacked Ma Juntian last night, a law enforcement team had already arrived nearby. However, when they discovered the assailant was Lin Hao and learned that the guy had kidnapped Lin Hao's wife, they chose to ignore it. Moreover, prior to this, the master of the house, Yuan Zi, had secretly issued an order that if it was just a minor scuffle, there was no need to punish Lin Hao. With this order alone, Lin Hao had a sort of amulet in the Tianyan Academy. After the departure of the ponytailed beauty and the short young man, the atmosphere in the classroom returned to normal. However, the new students present looked at Lin Hao and Gu Yunle with somewhat strange expressions, especially those proud boys, who secretly classified Lin Hao and his group as untouchable. After all, it was clear to the discerning that Mentor Wu Qi was clearly biased towards Lin Hao and them. If they deliberately sought trouble later, they would likely face the tragic fate of being expelled. Such handling had a flavor of intimidation. Today is the first day of school, so I will briefly explain the basic theoretical knowledge of martial arts. Wu Qi walked to the podium, his gaze sharp as he scanned the more than 100 new students present. However, upon hearing that they were only going to talk about some basic martial arts knowledge, the new students around looked puzzled and somewhat disinterested. In their view, these things had already been passed down as martial skills long before they began practicing martial arts. Therefore, they had no issues with the theoretical knowledge. Gu Yunle also yawned, looking lazy, as if he wanted to continue sleeping. However, only Lin Hao, the audience, like a primary school student just starting class in a previous life, instinctively straightened his back and listened attentively. Although he had the system's assistants and a team of powerful pets in martial cultivation, he was completely clueless about personal martial arts knowledge. He had relied entirely on his ultimate cultivation talent and the resources he had gained to improve little by little. Now, having a professional mentor explain things was undoubtedly opening a window into the world of martial cultivation for him, laying a solid foundation for achieving the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. It is well known that martial cultivators are generally divided into warriors and mages. Warriors absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into their bodies to refine their physical forms. Mages primarily focus on mental strength, along with their understanding of runes, using the natural energy of heaven and earth. Under Wu Qi's explanation, the vast majority of new students began to feel drowsy, with Gu Yunle directly laying his head on the desk and falling asleep. In contrast, Lin Hao became more spirited as he listened, his expressions shifting between realization and excitement, clearly enjoying the lecture. Throughout Wu Qi's teaching, he kept an eye on Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao's diligent appearance, he nodded in secret with satisfaction. This child is so hard-working and ambitious. Coupled with that ultimate cultivation talent, he is bound to achieve great things in martial arts in the future. Wu Qi admired Lin Hao's attitude towards learning and was very pleased. After all, some geniuses, relying on their cleverness, become extremely arrogant. And while they may progress quickly in the early stages, many turn into mediocre individuals later on. Talent is not just the luck bestowed by the heavens. To continue to harness that luck, one must rely on their personal cultivation attitude. Otherwise, no matter how strong the talent, everything will return to the mundane. At this moment, Wu Qi felt that Lin Hao possessed all the qualities a genius should have. Such a prodigy, if not cultivated properly, would truly be a waste. The more Wu Qi thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could send everyone else in room 8 away and focus solely on teaching Lin Hao all the martial arts knowledge. That would be much more effective. Soon, an hour of class time came to an end. Lin Hao, do you have any questions about what I discussed today? Wu Qi walked to Lin Hao's side and asked with a smile. I understand everything. Thank you, Mentor Wu. Lin Hao replied politely with a smile. After Wu Qi's detailed explanation, he, who had originally been like a frog at the bottom of a well in martial cultivation, had begun to step onto a broad path of martial cultivation. Very good, take this. Wu Qi nodded with a smile, and then took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Hao. This jade slip was entirely green and engraved with some mysterious runes, faintly emanating a gentle wave of spiritual energy. What is this? Lin Hao curiously examined it with the vision of the 4 treasures, feeling puzzled. Aside from the mysterious runes on it, it seemed no different from an ordinary jade pendant. Beside him, Gu Yunle, with a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth, raised his head to glance at the jade slip in Lin Hao's hand and said, I know this. It's called a martial arts jade slip. Martial arts jade slip? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, How do you use it? Gu Yunle looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression, clearly surprised that Lin Hao didn't even know about such a common item in the martial cultivation world. Wu Qi chuckled softly and said, This jade slip is specifically used to record martial arts techniques and cultivation experiences. Its method of use is simple. You just need to read it with your consciousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, intrigued, attempted to channel a strand of consciousness into the jade slip. Instantly, a vast amount of martial arts knowledge and various professional terminologies flooded into Lin Hao's mind. The enormous amount of martial cultivation information made Lin Hao instantly immersed in it. Chapter 71 Martial Arts Competition in the Jade Slip. What was recorded was not any martial arts techniques or battle skills. Instead, it contained some of Wu Qi's experiences and insights in martial cultivation, as well as various applications of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Wu Qi did not understand spells, so there was nothing about magic techniques. However, even so, Lin Hao was very satisfied. "Thank you, Mentor Wu." Lin Hao sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wu Qi as he carefully put away the jade slip. For others, this jade slip might be very ordinary or even completely unnecessary. But given Lin Hao's current situation, it was like a sweet spring in the desert, extremely beneficial. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come find me. Wu Qi nodded with appreciation, increasingly satisfied with Lin Hao. He then turned his gaze to the listless new students in the room and said in a deep voice, "Today's indoor class time is over. Now follow me outside to test the martial skills you have mastered in the past." Hearing that they could finally move outside, everyone immediately became energized. Watching their transformation, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This atmosphere felt reminiscent of past classes, where everyone became lively at the mention of physical education. Soon, they arrived at a plaza outside the hall, lining up in formation. Wu Qi stood at the front of the line, facing everyone, and said solemnly, "Now, one by one, you will come up and spar with me. No matter your martial skill, whether you are a donkey or a horse, we'll know once you come out to show it." Starting from the left side, Wu Qi pointed to the first row on the left and issued the command. The first to step up was a sturdy man with a crew cut. He was muscular, clearly a power-type warrior. "Mentor Wu, may I use a weapon?" The crew-cut man asked, looking slightly nervous in front of the level 7 warrior. "Wu Qi, do as you wish." Wu Qi seemed unconcerned, as if there were no restrictions on the battle rules. "All right." The crew-cut man took out a long knife, and his fighting spirit surged instantly. Then, infused with spiritual power, the long knife shimmered with a faint red halo, emanating a scorching wave of energy. Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly. It seemed this muscular man practiced fire-type martial arts. "Scorching Shadow Blade," the crew-cut man shouted, wildly swinging the long knife, creating a series of crimson afterimages as he slashed at Wu Qi. The attack looked quite formidable. However, in the next moment, as the crew-cut man took a step forward, his knee was suddenly struck by a stone, causing him to fall directly to the ground. All his attacks were rendered void in an instant. Seeing this, everyone gasped in amazement. They had all clearly witnessed the earlier scene. They didn't expect that Wu Qi could easily neutralize the crew-cut man's attack just by casually kicking a stone. The crew-cut man stood up in pain, his face darkening. He too had not anticipated that his family's martial arts technique would be so easily defeated in front of Wu Qi. "Your weakness lies in your footwork," Lin Hao observed with indifference, reflecting on the crew-cut man's earlier attack, deep in thought. He felt that while the crew-cut man's sword technique was indeed ferocious, all the focus of his attacks was concentrated in his upper body. As for his lower body, he ran straight towards the target without any deceptive footwork, leaving numerous openings. Therefore, that stone, as long as it was kicked accurately, could definitely break the crew-cut man's attack. This situation was akin to playing basketball in a past life. If you dribble the ball forward without any skills to deceive your opponent, the ball will soon be intercepted. As expected, just as Lin Hao analyzed, Wu Qi commented on the crew-cut man, "Your sword force is powerful, but strength alone does not guarantee victory, because the enemy you face is not a wooden post or a rock waiting for you to come and strike. Your weakness lies in your lower body. Spend more time studying the changes in footwork to confuse your opponent, making it difficult for them to capture your attack trajectory." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in the crew-cut man's eyes, and he nodded, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Mentor Wu." Next, Wu Qi shouted. One by one, the new students took their turns. However, facing Wu Qi's formidable strength, None could last even half a move before being knocked to the ground. Although it was not yet Lin Hao's turn, he memorized Wu Qi's guidance on the martial skills of the previous students and continuously absorbed various techniques and tips. Next, at this moment, it was the turn of the black-haired youth Gu Yunle. Compared to the nervous expressions of the other new students, he appeared quite casual, exuding a kind of youthful bravado. Lin Hao had always been curious about the dark-type martial arts performed by this youth. Therefore, upon seeing him take the stage, he stopped pondering the application of martial skills and began to pay attention. "Take out your weapon," Wu Qi said habitually. "Mentor Wu, I can fight with my bare hands." Gu Yunle replied with a grin, completely unconcerned like the others. "Oh, then let's begin." Wu Qi smiled lightly. However, the moment his voice fell, Gu Yunle suddenly moved, swiftly darting out. His feet seemed to be enveloped in a layer of black mist, stepping with a mysterious footwork as he quickly approached. Along the way, he left behind a series of black afterimages. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to catch Gu Yunle's attack trajectory. Black cloud, shadow step. Wu Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately recognizing Gu Yunle's martial skill. This was indeed the inherited martial arts of the Gu family. As Gu Yunle dashed forward, he suddenly extended his right palm. Smack! The palm and fist collided, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged a move. That was fast. The new students present were all secretly astonished. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. This footwork was incredibly unpredictable, and with those afterimages, if one could not capture the opponent's attack trajectory, they would likely just be on the receiving end of the blows. It seemed the Gu family indeed possessed extraordinary skills. Otherwise, how could the successive kings of the Great Yin dynasty lack ambition, allowing a territory to remain outside the royal family's control? At this moment, Gu Yunle's fist was blocked, and he quickly retracted his punch, then launched a series of clever and tricky attacks. However, under the absolute pressure of strength, Gu Yunle's offense could not shake Wu Qi in the slightest. Ultimately, Wu Qi kicked Gu Yunle in the rear, sending him flying. Ouch! Gu Yunle feigned a tragic cry, then turned to look at Wu Qi with a resentful gaze, pouting and saying, "Mentor Wu, you're so mean. Get lost." Seeing Gu Yunle's mischievous demeanor, Wu Qi couldn't help but scold with a smile. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile. It seemed this Gu Yunle was also a person of character. If he were to befriend Xin Yu, the two would definitely hit it off quickly. The testing of martial skills continued as the next students took their turns. When it was Lin Hao's turn to take the stage, the vast majority of people's gazes were focused on him. They were very curious about how a blind person could practice martial skills. Could it be that he relied on listening to sounds to determine positions and then swung wildly? If that were the case, it would be too easy to defeat him. Just casually throwing a stone in another direction to create a sound to confuse him, then quietly launching a sneak attack. That feeling would be exhilarating. Thinking of this, some new students who were envious of Lin Hao's ultimate cultivation talent felt an impulse to give it a try. After all, seeking trouble privately would result in punishment. However, if it were in this kind of setting to spar, it would be completely fine. Lin Hao, you find someone to spar with, and I'll just watch. It seems he saw through those people's mentality, or perhaps had other intentions. This time, Wu Qi suddenly changed his mind. All right, Lin Hao responded calmly, showing no resistance to Wu Qi's training. Moreover, the gap in strength between him and Wu Qi was vast. If they were to fight, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. As for other freshmen, that would be a different story. Who among you is willing to come up and spar with Lin Hao? Wu Qi asked, scanning the crowd. However, just as he finished speaking, "Me, I volunteer. I want to compete with classmate Lin Hao." In an instant, the vast majority of male freshmen from Class 8 all eagerly volunteered. Especially those who had just been utterly defeated by Wu Qi, they were extremely eager to compete with Lin Hao to regain their face. However, among this group, Gu Yunle remained completely indifferent. Or perhaps he simply didn't want to spar with Lin Hao. In Gu Yunle's eyes, this visually impaired Lin Hao was not as simple as he appeared. Seeing that so many people wanted to compete with Lin Hao, Wu Qi was quite surprised and randomly selected a freshman who was also a level 3 warrior. This person happened to be the buzzcut man who was the first to step up earlier. "Weapons are blind. Since you're blind, I'll let you have it and not use any weapons," the buzzcut man said with a hint of playfulness, looking at Lin Hao with a confident tone. As you wish, Lin Hao replied lightly. If he were to use weapons, his dragon-devouring sword would surely make the other party taste despair. But since there were prior words, it didn't matter. In fact, the buzzcut man was lucky. Begin, Wu Qi shouted, then fixed his gaze on the actions about to unfold between the two. The buzzcut man raised his foot and confidently strode toward Lin Hao. He felt no pressure sparring with a blind person. Lin Hao stood silently in place. Every move of the buzzcut man was presented in his mind through the vision of 4 treasures. As he approached, the buzzcut man threw a straightforward punch directly at Lin Hao's face. The air exploded under his fist. The powerful fist wind contained fluctuations of fire element's spiritual power. If hit, the skin on Lin Hao's face would feel as if it were being burned, causing immense pain. This kind of attack had been effective in bullying those low-level warriors back in his hometown, and he felt a perverse sense of bloody excitement. However, just as he threw this punch, he seemed to see a hint of mockery at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Bang! Before he could think about the meaning of Lin Hao's mockery, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Immediately, the buzzcut man's face flushed. His body recoiled several steps in pain, and the punch was retracted. His arms were not as long as his legs, and, as the opponent threw a punch, Lin Hao had already seized the opportunity to kick fiercely with his right foot. From Wu Qi's previous comments, he knew the buzzcut man's greatest weakness was his lower body. At this distance, no speed could help him evade. Hiss! Seeing this, the crowd immediately gasped. They didn't expect the sound-based positioning to be this impressive. With just one kick, Lin Hao had forced the buzzcut man to retreat from his attack. Damn it, I don't believe I can't take you down. The buzzcut man felt humiliated and cursed inwardly. Then, he charged forward fiercely, this time learning to be clever, adjusting his footwork and changing his attack trajectory based on Wu Qi's earlier comments. Flame palm. As he bypassed Lin Hao, the buzzcut man's spiritual energy erupted. Boom! With a palm strike, the powerful spiritual energy suddenly formed a flame-like palm shadow that exploded toward Lin Hao's back. Lin Hao swiftly shifted his foot, sidestepping the attack while his palm took a claw shape, and he forcefully grabbed the buzzcut man's wrist. Then he yanked hard, causing the opponent's center of gravity to destabilize, leading him to fall forward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lin Hao drove his knee up forcefully, crashing into the buzzcut man's abdomen. The force was such that even a stone could be shattered, let alone flesh and blood. The buzzcut man let out a painful groan and then spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly heavily injured. I concede, Lin Hao said indifferently, looking at the buzzcut man who was curled up on the ground, calmly stating. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding freshmen were stunned. Even Wu Qi had a look of shock on his face. Clearly, he had not expected that despite Lin Hao's visual impairment, he could defeat his opponent in a hand-to-hand combat at the same level in just 2 moves. This was a completely overwhelming victory. This guy is indeed a tough character. Gu Yunle pressed his lips together, then glanced at the other freshman beside him, inwardly sneering. A bunch of fools, thinking a blind person is so easy to fight. The outcome is determined. A deep voice echoed, and Wu Qi gazed at Lin Hao with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. This young man was not only calm in battle, but his physical abilities were also extremely agile, allowing him to analyze his opponent's weaknesses and take them down in the blink of an eye. He truly is a good seed for martial arts. No, I haven't lost yet. However, at this moment, the buzzcut man got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, completely unwilling to admit defeat. I'll let him win just now. If I use weapons, I can show my true strength, the buzzcut man said with a face full of unwillingness. Wanting to regain his face, I request the instructor to allow us to spar again. Hearing this, Wu Qi furrowed his brows slightly, but did not refuse. The previous barehanded match only demonstrated their physical capabilities. Only a real sword and saber clash could test the application of martial arts. To be honest, Wu Qi was also eager to see what other trump cards Lin Hao still had hidden. All right, I'll give you another chance. Therefore, Wu Qi readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 72. The Blind Old Man in Terms of Weaponry. This blind man was bound to lose. As the buzzcut man proposed a contest using weapons, the new students present instantly became excited. No matter the type of competition, Only a real battle with blades and swords could evoke that thrilling sound of metal clashing, stirring one's blood. Barehanded combat was simply not enough. Bring out your weapon. The buzz-cut man drew a long knife, its sharp tip aimed directly at Lin Hao, and shouted angrily, "This time, I won't hold back." His words were quite interesting. Not only could he regain face from his earlier defeat, but he also had the opportunity to challenge Lin Hao again. Just as the buzz-cut man had guessed, Mentor Wu Qi indeed permitted it. However, this situation did not mean that Wu Qi sided with the buzz-cut man. He wanted to see to what extent Lin Hao's combat prowess had reached. In their previous encounter, Lin Hao had completely defeated his opponent by exploiting weaknesses. His true strength had not yet been revealed. Facing the buzz-cut man's provocation, Lin Hao remained indifferent. Reaching into his spatial ring, in a flash of light, a finely crafted iron long sword appeared in his hand. As for the Dragon Slayer sword, he had no intention of using it. As the saying goes, why use a sledgehammer to kill a fly? Lin Hao did not plan to expose the existence of the Dragon Slayer sword in such a minor setting. It would only be time to let it shine when facing a truly formidable opponent. Then let's begin. Wu Qi's voice rang out. At the same time, he secretly mobilized his spiritual energy, ready to intervene at any moment if an unexpected situation arose. In his view, although Lin Hao's training talent was strong, his cultivation level and vision still remained significant flaws. Therefore, the thought of stepping in was largely biased towards Lin Hao. Take this. The buzz-cut man gripped his long knife, overflowing with confidence, and unleashed a torrent of fire-type spiritual energy. As the energy infused into the long knife, its sharp blade suddenly erupted with a crimson glow, burning fiercely like flames. Burning shadow slash. With a fierce shout, the buzz-cut man charged at Lin Hao, the long knife leaving behind a red shadow, delivering a powerful strike toward him. To avoid Lin Hao attacking his lower body again, he leaped into the air, wielding the long knife from above to strike down. Lin Hao's expression remained calm as he quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within him, operating it through the 9-symbol sword technique's mental method, rapidly circulating it through his meridians. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spiritual energy flowed into the long sword, in an instant, mysterious runes lit up along the sword's body. There were 9 runes in total, radiating with brilliant light, all condensed from pure spiritual energy. This is the 9-symbol sword technique? Upon seeing the 9 runes flashing on Lin Hao's long sword, Wu Qi's expression changed slightly, filled with astonishment. He clearly did not expect Lin Hao to understand such a heavenly-level martial art. What shocked Wu Qi even more was that Lin Hao had actually condensed the 9 runes to the level of great mastery upon his first use. It should be noted that Lin Hao was still just a youth. Generally, martial artists with such accomplishments were mostly already middle-aged. If calculated by age alone, Lin Hao must have started cultivating in infancy. However, that possibility was very low. The only explanation was that Lin Hao possessed an exceptionally high comprehension of martial arts. Truly a genius. Wu Qi's gaze flickered. Lin Hao's impression in his mind undoubtedly rose to a very high level. Meanwhile, as everyone was astonished, Lin Hao had already urged his spiritual energy, and the 9 runes on the sword exploded with brilliance, emanating an astonishing sword aura. He then slashed upwards with the long sword, directly countering the buzz-cut man's knife attack. Boom! As the sword and knife clashed, in that instant, the 9 runes erupted violently, sending sparks flying. In that moment, the buzz-cut man suddenly felt an extremely violent sword aura sweep over, directly dispersing the spiritual energy circulating within his long knife. Clang! Following that, a crisp sound rang out, and under the assault of this sword aura, the long knife instantly shattered into several pieces. The buzz-cut man's face changed dramatically. Before he could react, Lin Hao had already begun to whirl his long sword, forming a swirling sword aura that shot towards the fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, those pieces shot out like hidden weapons. At such close range, the buzz-cut man could not evade and could only watch in terror as the metal shards flew towards him. If he were hit, he would likely not escape death. Stop! However, at that moment, Wu Qi moved like a leopard, swiftly reaching the buzz-cut man's front. At the same time, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, forming a purple lightning barrier that intercepted all the metal shards. The buzzcut man fell to the ground, recalling the near-death moment he just experienced, his face pale. Now looking at Lin Hao, he no longer had the previous arrogance. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Lin Hao pointed the long sword at the buzzcut man coldly and said, "Do you want to continue?" He had already anticipated that Wu Qi would intervene. His intention behind such actions was undoubtedly to intimidate this guy, making him understand that he was not to be trifled with. I concede. I won't fight anymore." Faced with Lin Hao's question, the buzzcut man trembled, his face turning pale as he quickly stammered. "Good." Lin Hao sheathed his sword, a faint smile on his face. Considering this was his first battle since acquiring the 9-symbol sword technique. The might he displayed was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary martial arts. As Lin Hao showcased his strength for the first time, the new students from Class 8 were left dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that a blind man could possess such formidable martial skills. Even the buzzcut man of the same realm was easily defeated. With such powerful combat strength, he could likely fight above his level. Realizing this, everyone suddenly understood why the second-year student Ma Juntian had been easily overwhelmed by Lin Hao the night before at the Fu Jingxian restaurant. It turned out that it was not due to the assistance of Qin Yu and Lei Meng. Lin Hao alone was capable of achieving all of this. Who else is interested in coming up to spar with Lin Hao? Wu Qi chuckled deeply, scanning the crowd. However, compared to the earlier enthusiasm and eagerness, the atmosphere in the arena was now silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Even those youths who had reached the level of fourth-class warriors chose to remain silent. Having witnessed Lin Hao's strength firsthand, no one had the courage to step forward to compete. After all, Lin Hao's methods were extremely fierce. If it weren't for mentor Wu Qi intervening, the buzzcut man would likely have already died. They could not guarantee that if such a scene were to repeat, Wu Qi would be able to intervene in time again. Rather than risk embarrassment, it was better not to step up at all. Moreover, this kind of sparring had no other meaning besides testing martial skills and personal combat strength, nor were there any rewards. So why fight so hard? Standing by to watch was surely more enjoyable. A group of cowards who feared the strong. Seeing how those who had been so eager to fight just moments ago were now too scared to even speak. Gu Yunlu scoffed disdainfully as he picked his nose. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lin Hao's gray-white pupils, curiously observing him, muttering to himself. It seems like our Gu clan's genealogy also had ancestors with these kinds of eyes. What were they called again? Ah, right, the reincarnation eyes. Gu Yunli's mind lit up as he remembered. Wu Qi walked up to Lin Hao and couldn't help but ask Lin Hao, "Who did you learn your 9 talismans sword technique from?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart stirred slightly. It seemed that this set of skills was quite famous. Even known to mentor Wu Qi and Master taught me, and he instructed me not to reveal his identity. So, I hope mentor Wu can understand. Lin Hao casually fabricated a lie. A master? Hearing this, Wu Qi's expression froze for a moment as he looked at Lin Hao in surprise. He never expected that behind Lin Hao, there was a strong figure teaching him martial arts. The way Lin Hao could use the 9 talismans sword technique so expertly indicated that this master must be extremely powerful. As his thoughts turned, Wu Qi reassessed Lin Hao's background, no longer viewing him as just a disciple of an ordinary ancient martial arts family. Since that master did not wish to reveal his identity, I won't pry further. Wu Qi chuckled softly and then looked at Lin Hao, commenting, "In the previous match, although your martial skills were impeccable, there is still one weakness. Please guide me." Mentor Wu, Lin Hao earnestly sought advice, showing no signs of pride from winning. "Speed," Wu Qi said seriously. "I noticed that no matter what kind of attack you faced earlier, your speed couldn't keep up with your awareness and reactions, and you could only counterattack. If you encounter some reckless fighters who are willing to fight to the death, you will have almost no way to evade. Therefore, to address this concern, you must quickly improve your speed and choose some martial arts that suit your body movements." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao pondered. "Speed." Lin Hao smiled inwardly while thinking. Wu Qi's assessment was indeed correct, but he was completely unaware that he was wearing a gravity armor that adjusted the gravity to 10 times. If the gravity were removed, Lin Hao's physical endurance would decrease, and his speed would undoubtedly increase tenfold. Without the suppression of gravity, Lin Hao would have no problem evading the earlier attacks from the short-haired man. However, Wu Qi did remind Lin Hao of one thing. That was the martial arts related to body movements. If he had such techniques in a match, his speed could be significantly enhanced. All right, the assessment is concluded. Now follow me to the martial arts hall to select the techniques you need. After that, Wu Qi lost interest in continuing to comment on everyone's martial skills and said in a deep voice. Hearing martial arts hall, everyone brightened up and became energized. In martial cultivation, the primary resources are divided into 3 categories: techniques, elixirs, and weapons. Techniques rank first among these categories, highlighting their importance. For instance, a person might possess great strength, but if they have no understanding of combat skills and swing their weapons wildly, what results can they achieve? In battles within the same realm, they would have no advantages whatsoever. Even low-level warriors can challenge opponents of higher ranks using superior techniques. Hearing that they could acquire martial techniques, Lin Hao was also quite excited and followed everyone as they left the square with Wu Qi under Wu Qi's guidance. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a lake. Everyone looked up and saw a huge ancient stone hall standing in the center of the lake. This hall was the martial arts hall, and its architectural style was magnificent. Although the long passage of time had left many mottled marks on the hall, these marks instead added a strong sense of antiquity. This air of antiquity represented the profound heritage of the Tianyin Academy and the legacy of time. Looking at the ancient giant hall not far away, everyone's eyes were filled with enthusiasm, their faces full of excitement. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart, wondering if there were even more powerful martial arts inside the hall, as his 9-talisman sword technique belonged to the heavenly rank techniques. However, Lin Hao was very clear about the goal of this trip, which was to choose body movement techniques that suited him. In the lake, there was a stone bridge leading directly to the entrance of the martial arts hall. At this moment, many academy students were coming and going. When they saw Wu Qi approaching, they all hurriedly bowed. Then, their curious gazes swept toward Lin Hao in the crowd. Due to the assessment test yesterday, Lin Hao had now become a well-known figure at the Tianyin Academy. To this, Lin Hao was indifferent, following Wu Qi and others across the stone bridge toward the ancient hall in the center of the lake. Using the vision from the 4 treasures, Lin Hao looked at the entrance of the martial arts hall and then focused his gaze, noticing an old man in gray robes sweeping the ground beside the stone door. His figure was slightly hunched, and the wrinkles on his face resembled deep ravines, making him look very old. There was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation around him, making him appear just like an ordinary old man. However, what surprised Lin Hao was that the old man's pupils were grayish-white, indicating that he was also blind like himself. At this moment, the old man held an old broom and gently swept the fallen leaves on the ground. He seemed to be isolated from the world and paid no attention to the people passing by. However, when Lin Hao approached, the old man's sweeping motion suddenly paused. He raised his head to face the crowd, and an unusual expression crossed his aged face. At that instant, Lin Hao felt a subtle tremor in his internal spiritual energy and mental strength. The sudden strange phenomenon startled Lin Hao, and he hurriedly operated the 9 talismans sword techniques mental method, condensing a stream of sword energy within him to suppress this agitation. What was happening? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, feeling alarmed, and looked toward the gray-robed, blind old man. Could it be that old man? At this moment, Wu Qi seemed to sense something but did not say much. He walked closer to the gray-robed old man and bowed respectfully. However, the old man in gray did not react at all, lowering his head and continuing to sweep the fallen leaves on the ground, his hoarse voice slowly saying, "As time turns, a new era is about to begin." Chapter 73. Entering the martial arts hall, this old man looked unremarkable, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was extraordinary. Lin Hao thought to himself, using the vision of his parrot. He couldn't help but observe the blind old man a little longer, especially at the moment when the old man raised his head. Lin Hao clearly sensed an unusual agitation of spiritual power and mental energy within him. It felt as if an invisible force field had scanned his body in an instant. Moreover, just by looking at Mentor Wu Qi's attitude of bowing to the old man, one could tell that his identity and background were far from that of a mere sweeper in the Tianyin Academy. Could that old man be the blind sword saint? Beside him, Gu Yunla muttered softly. Lin Hao's ears perked up, and he turned his head towards Gu Yunla, curious, and asked, Blind sword saint? Who is that? Seeing that Lin Hao was so interested, Gu Yunla grinned and said, You finally took the initiative to talk to me. I thought you were quite aloof. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao smiled lightly, completely unaware that this little brat had been secretly paying attention to him. Am I really aloof? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Yeah, your silence gives off a cold and profound vibe. Gu Yunla chuckled and said, Thanks for helping me out in class earlier. Just a small matter besides. I also found those two guys unpleasant, Lin Hao replied with a smile. He had a good impression of Gu Yunla as well. The blind sword saint you mentioned, is he really that sweeper? Lin Hao asked again. I'm not sure, I'm just guessing. Gu Yunla shook his head and said, Because my great-grandfather said that the strongest person in the Tianyin Academy is not the academy head, but a blind man who was once called the blind sword saint in the martial arts world. Oh, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. If the rumors were true, then this old man's strength could be considered terrifying. No wonder Mentor Wu Qi had bowed to him just now. At that moment, Gu Yunla's expression suddenly changed, as if he sensed something was off. Strange, can you see that sweeper? He stared at Lin Hao in shock and asked, Aren't you blind? Even if you can identify positions by sound, there's no way you could see he's an old man, right? Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment. He and T realized he had let that slip while being curious about the blind sword saint's background. My parrot can see, it told me. Lin Hao replied calmly with a smile. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunla looked suspiciously at the parrot on Lin Hao's shoulder. He knew that parrots could mimic human speech, but he had never seen one that could do it as Lin Hao described. In his suspicion, Gu Yunla deliberately teased the parrot. Hey, do you know who I am? Black short hair, youth Gu Yunla, the parrot squawked, directly speaking human language. Hearing this, Gu Yunla's eyes lit up, and he looked at the parrot with curiosity. Brother Hao, your parrot is incredible. It's almost like a spirit beast. Gu Yunla exclaimed. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Speaking of spirit beasts, the real star was Xiao Bai. However, since it was the first day of class, Lin Hao hadn't brought it along. Otherwise, having two pets with him would attract too much attention. By the way, is that blind sword saint really powerful? Lin Hao asked curiously. If he is so powerful, why is he blind? Gu Yunla shrugged and replied. He must have been born that way, just like you. But your eyes look quite special, with a mysterious beauty like a vortex. As for that old man's eyes, they're completely murky. Upon hearing this assessment, Lin Hao shook his head and smiled. They're both blind. What beauty is there to speak of? If I could see, I would rather not have this so-called mysterious beauty. While the two were chatting, they had already entered the martial arts hall along with the new students of Class 8. Inside the hall, there was a long corridor with soft lights flickering around, making the view somewhat dim. When they reached the end and stepped through a stone door, everyone's vision suddenly opened up. Lin Hao felt a stir in his mind, and the parrot Siba began to scan the surroundings. Inside, there was an extremely spacious hall, with rows of stone shelves seemingly extending endlessly into the depths. On those shelves were various jade slips of martial arts, faintly surrounded by a layer of light spiritual energy. So many. Looking at the countless martial arts jade slips, Lin Hao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Such a vast number of martial arts clearly showcased the terrifying foundation of the Tianyin Academy. In his field of vision, there were quite a few academy students standing in the hall. From their attire, they were all first-year new students and second-year seniors. As for third and fourth-year advanced students, none could be seen. At this time, those new students were all excitedly wandering beside the stone shelves, selecting the martial arts suitable for them. Among those figures, Lin Hao also spotted a few familiar faces, Qin Yu, Lei Man, and his wife Zhao Ling. However, the three of them were currently focused on selecting martial arts and did not notice his arrival. The martial arts jade slips in the hall could only be observed and comprehended here. They could not be taken away. Mentor Wu Qi looked seriously at everyone and said in a deep voice, If anyone takes them away without permission, the offender will be expelled from the academy. You all behave yourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. In the martial arts world, regardless of the faction, martial arts were considered a type of heritage, and they were taken very seriously. If they could be taken away casually, it would undoubtedly deplete their foundation. It's like some ancient martial families have their own family heirlooms. If they were passed on, what would be left of the family tradition? It would simply become a commodity in the market. Go ahead and choose. If you have time later, feel free to come back for reference and understanding, Wu Qi said, looking at the eager expressions on everyone's faces, waving his hand with a smile. In the next moment, the new students of Class 8 rushed in like birds released from their cages, cheering and excited. Lin Hao stood still, controlling Siba's vision to continuously scan the categories of martial arts on the stone shelves. Sword techniques, knife techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques. The various dazzling martial arts made Lin Hao feel a bit dizzy. Although warrior martial cultivation is a shortened term, it encompasses numerous martial arts. Seeing Lin Hao standing still, Wu Qi thought he couldn't see because he was blind, so he prompted, Lin Hao, since you have already learned the 9 symbols sword technique, ordinary attack-type martial arts are no longer important. Therefore, I suggest you first choose a set of speed-enhancing movement techniques. Right in front of you, on the left side of the third row, is the category for movement techniques, Wu Qi added. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded with a faint smile and said, okay, thank you, Mentor Wu. Then Lin Hao no longer hesitated and walked towards the row of martial arts shelves as prompted by Wu Qi upon arriving. Lin Hao slowed his pace and began to select high-level lightning martial arts, shadow, split step, mid-level dark martial arts, dark light speed shadow, high-level fire martial arts, fire cloud enchantment. Looking at the various movement techniques, Lin Hao was momentarily unsure of how to choose. After all, the martial arts here were only available for first and second-year students, limited to low, medium, and high levels. As for higher-level Earth tier and Heaven tier martial arts, they were completely absent. Clearly, those powerful martial arts could only be practiced by advanced students in the Tianyin Academy, and none were stored in this hall. However, the lower-level martial arts were indeed easier to master and comprehend. Forget it, I'll just learn one casually to get by. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. At this rate, if he picked one by one, it would probably take him days and nights to finish. In the end, it would just be a waste of energy and time. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao walked over to a nearby stone rack and randomly picked up a jade slip of martial arts. He saw the 3 characters Yu Longbu written on it. The jade slip was entirely crimson, obviously corresponding to fire-type martial arts. Lin Hao's mind stirred, and he channeled a trace of spiritual energy into the jade slip. Instantly, lines of text appeared in his mind. Yu Longbu, advanced martial arts, fire-type movement technique after execution can increase speed several times. In addition to the written records, it also included a demonstration of a human figure, which was very convenient. As Lin Hao's thoughts moved slightly, a human-shaped light shadow suddenly emerged in his mind, quickly moving around. The graceful footwork swiftly traversed, leaving behind a series of shadows in the void. Resembling a fire dragon entwined, extremely dazzling. As the speed increased, the fire dragon's velocity also kept rising, eventually transforming into 9 fire dragons, dancing around, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the real body. Most importantly, the residual fiery aura from those shadows also carried a damaging attribute. Yes, this is it. After a brief observation, Lin Hao felt a spark of inspiration, realizing that this movement technique had its highlights. Immediately, Lin Hao calmed his mind, stood still, and began to comprehend and practice. The essence of Yu Longbu lies in the application of spiritual energy and the changes in footwork. There are a total of 9 forms, each corresponding to the number of fire dragon shadows. For example, in the first form, the speed shadow can only condense into 1 fire dragon. In the second form, there are 2 fire dragon shadows. And the further you go, the faster the speed, and the number will increase accordingly. When reaching the 9th form, the 9 swirling dragon shadows will have unpredictable shapes. So that's how it is. Lin Hao secretly nodded, quickly immersing himself in the mysteries of martial arts movement techniques. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him flowed according to the heart method of Yu Longbu, coursing through his body's meridians. However, since this was the martial arts hall, the environment was not suitable, so Lin Hao had no intention of practicing here. After about an hour, most of the new students had already selected their martial arts and left the martial arts hall. After all, it wasn't suitable for practicing here. They could only memorize the content and go find an open space to practice. If they felt it was not suitable, they could come back to select again later. Look, Brother Hao is also here. Qin Yu and Raymond also spotted Lin Hao. However, seeing Lin Hao so calmly comprehending martial arts, they did not disturb him and left together. Zhao Linger noticed Lin Hao before leaving as well. She quietly gazed at Lin Hao for a while before quietly departing. However, all of this was seen by Si Bao. The sky was gradually darkening. As evening approached, the once bustling martial arts hall had very few figures left. Those remaining were not like Lin Hao, who was immersed in martial arts, but rather second-year students who had just arrived. At this moment, a haughty voice suddenly sounded beside Lin Hao. Hey, this Yulongbu is the martial arts I have set to practice. Wait until I learn it before it's your turn. Lin Hao's thoughts were interrupted, and he turned to look. He saw a young man in second-year academy attire standing next to him. This person had an ordinary appearance, but his hooked nose stood out, exuding an air of arrogance. The martial arts hall is a public place. According to the rules, you should wait for me to finish. Lin Hao said lightly, showing no intention of yielding. Oh, a little rookie freshman actually dares to talk to me like that. The hook-nosed youth smirked slightly, then sized up Lin Hao. When he saw Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he had recognized Lin Hao. I saw you at the testing steel yesterday. So it's you, the blind guy with ultimate cultivation talent. What was your name again? The hook-nosed youth looked at Lin Hao mockingly and said, blind guy, ultimate talent only means you can absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth quickly. In terms of cultivation, you're still not as good as me. A level 4 warrior. So, if you're smart, put down the jade slip of Yulongbu and obediently wait on the side, or choose another martial art. Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged as he coldly said, if you have the ability, come and take it. Hearing this, a hint of anger rose on the hooked-nosed youth's face, and he glared at Lin Hao with a sinister smile, saying, I want to see what abilities you, a blind guy, have. As soon as he finished speaking, the hooked-nosed youth suddenly stepped forward, and in the moment of his movement, he created a trail of crimson fire shadows rushing towards Lin Hao. At the same time, he reached out his right hand, intending to snatch the jade slip of martial arts from Lin Hao's hand. The hook-nosed youth was executing Yulongbu. However, the speed at which the fiery shadows formed was merely the first form, barely able to form the shadow of a fire dragon. Lin Hao's spiritual energy surged instantly, and relying on his previous understanding, he stepped forward and also executed Yulongbu. Although it was his first time, his movements were somewhat awkward but still presentable. In terms of speed, he was hardly any slower than the hooked-nosed youth. The hooked-nosed youth's grasp missed, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He clearly did not expect that Lin Hao had only observed the Yulongbu technique for a short time and had already learned how to use it. This was simply incredible. It took him 2 full months to comprehend this movement technique before he could grasp the basics. Originally confident in his abilities, he now felt a surge of jealousy seeing Lin Hao perform. This kind of gap was truly frustrating and uncomfortable. Chapter 74. Strike first, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the dragon step was unleashed, Lin Hao's footwork changed rapidly, allowing him to move swiftly. His movements, reminiscent of shifting shadows, undoubtedly increased in speed. My current foot speed cannot yet manifest the phantom of a fire dragon. After creating some distance from the hawk-nosed youth, Lin Hao suddenly halted several meters away, muttering to himself, if I remove the tenfold suppression of the gravity armor, will I achieve that effect? Lost in thought, he heard the hawk-nosed youth snort in anger. With your newly learned clumsy footwork, you dare to show off in front of me, truly overestimating yourself. The hawk-nosed youth wore a disdainful expression. From the earlier fluctuations of spiritual energy, he could clearly sense that Lin Hao was only a level 3 warrior. Although Lin Hao was superior in martial arts talent, their cultivation levels differed by a whole realm. The hawk-nosed youth comforted himself, feeling somewhat relieved from the earlier sense of oppression of being outperformed by a newcomer. In my opinion, the dragon step you learned is nothing more than clumsy skills. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and sneered. Watch closely. This is the real dragon step. After saying that, Lin Hao focused his mind and directly removed the tenfold suppression of the gravity armor. Boom! Instantly, Lin Hao felt his body lighten dramatically, feeling buoyant yet filled with power. Following that, he moved like a swift cheetah, darting out. At the same time, the dragon's step unfolded. Crimson flames immediately enveloped Lin Hao, transforming into trails of fiery afterimages. As they connected, those speed trails resembled a fiery dragon, swiftly moving about. The sound of rushing wind surged, resembling the roar of a beast, sending chills down the spine. This is the fire dragon phantom? He actually succeeded in refining it. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the hawk-nosed youth froze, his face filled with astonishment. For him, this was a blatant slap in the face. He clearly did not expect Lin Hao's speed to suddenly increase so drastically. If you dare disturb my comprehension of martial arts again, I will strike you down every time I see you. Just as the hawk-nosed youth was horrified, Lin Hao's cold voice suddenly sounded beside him like a ghost. The hawk-nosed youth's expression changed dramatically as he turned his head, completely unaware that Lin Hao had already appeared beside him. In front of him, the fire dragon phantom still lingered and had not dissipated. Immediately, the hawk-nosed youth, frightened, stepped back, but his feet tangled and he clumsily fell to the ground. How did your speed suddenly become so fast? He stared at Lin Hao in disbelief, unable to help but ask. No comment. Lin Hao replied indifferently, feeling no need to explain. Calculating the time, it was already evening, and he had lost interest in observing martial arts after being interrupted. He then placed the dragon step jade slip back on the stone rack and walked straight outside. Seeing Lin Hao ignore him, the hawk-nosed youth stood up, his face filled with embarrassment and anger. Blind fool, if it weren't for this being the martial arts hall, I would make you regret it. Watching Lin Hao's departing figure, a hint of resentment appeared in the hawk-nosed youth's eyes as he muttered darkly, "Next time, I'll cut your tendons, and let's see how you perform the dragon step." Lin Hao remained silent, a cold smile emerging at the corner of his mouth as he walked away. "Want to cut my tendons?" Lin Hao murmured, his expression gradually turning icy. Since the other party had made their intentions clear, he couldn't let them have the chance to plot against him. He must strike first. "Little spider, it's time to work." With a slight mental command, the wolf spider was summoned. The wolf spider's combat power had now reached 35,000, equivalent to a level 7 warrior. The moment it was summoned from the pet bag space, it immediately activated its stealth skill, becoming transparent. Then, the wolf spider swiftly moved to the last row of stone racks, locking onto its prey. To create evidence that he was not present, Lin Hao deliberately let the wolf spider wait in the corner for over 10 minutes. Moreover, no one had witnessed the earlier conflict with the hawk-nosed youth, so he didn't have to worry about anyone suspecting him. "Go ahead." As Lin Hao stepped out of the martial arts hall, he focused his mind and directly issued a command to the wolf spider. Inside the hall, the wolf spider's cold eyes were fixed on its prey. "Want to learn the dragon step? I'll make sure you learn nothing." At that moment, the hawk-nosed youth wore a sinister smile. As he spoke, he memorized all the information about the dragon step, using his strength to crush the jade slip in his hand, causing several cracks to appear. These cracks seemed inconsequential on the surface, but the information inscribed within was completely destroyed. However, just as he reveled in his actions, the wolf spider had already reactivated its stealth and swiftly charged forward. In a normal fight, the hawk-nosed youth was no match for the wolf spider. Moreover, with the wolf spider in stealth mode, the hawk-nosed youth barely noticed anything before his ankle was bitten. Instantly, a deadly green toxin surged into his bloodstream like lightning, wreaking havoc on his internal organs and 4 spiritual veins. Finally, as the toxin invaded his brain's nerves, the hawk-nosed youth's body stiffened, and he fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. There's a classmate who has fainted here. Everyone come and take a look." A second-year student passing by noticed the hawk-nosed youth's abnormal state and quickly shouted. At that moment, the wolf spider had silently left the scene, darting out of the hall. Its speed was so fast that it quickly caught up with Lin Hao, who had already walked to the stone bridge. "Well done." Lin Hao gently patted the wolf spider's head before putting it back into the pet bag space. "That old janitor seems to have vanished." As the sky darkened, Lin Hao used the vision of the 4 treasures to look around, finding no trace of the blind old man. He was somewhat curious about what Gu Yunla had said about the blind sword saint. The title of sword saint carries immense weight. It refers to a transcendent realm expert beyond level 9, with terrifying strength. If that old man truly is the so-called sword saint, it would be worth consulting him. Lin Hao, you finally decided to come out. Just then, a familiar laughter suddenly rang out. Lin Hao turned his head to see Mentor Wu Qi standing not far away, smiling at him. Chapter 75. The entrance of the light barrier. Master Wu, is there something you need? Seeing Wu Qi suddenly appear, Lin Hao maintained his composure and smiled as he asked, "You kid, your perseverance is quite strong, being able to stay in the martial arts hall for so long." Wu Qi walked over slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao's youthful face, and praised with a smile. As long as one learns and achieves, the duration doesn't matter. Lin Hao humbly smiled, his words trailing off. He, with this level of understanding, your future achievements in martial arts will surely be limitless. Wu Qi nodded appreciatively, then continued with a smile. All right, I won't waste more time on small talk. Follow me to the Lord's Hall. The Lord's Hall? Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart jolted slightly. He knew that the Lord's Hall was built at the very top of the Tianyin Academy, right at the peak of the mountain. Moreover, it was also the place where Yang Chengji was hiding. An opportunity has come. The Lord has something to discuss with you, so there's no need to be nervous. Noticing Lin Hao's slightly tense expression, Wu Qi chuckled, thinking that Lin Hao was getting a bit nervous about meeting the Lord. Little did he know that the change in Lin Hao's expression had a completely different meaning. Okay, please lead the way, Master Wu. Lin Hao smiled faintly, trying to conceal all the emotional fluctuations within. The core area at the top of the mountain was shrouded in a protective light barrier, making it impossible to forcefully break in. Even if one managed to break through, the commotion would inevitably attract the attention of many strong figures from the academy. At that time, not to mention assassination, even escaping would be very difficult. However, for him now, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to enter the core area openly. Thus, Lin Hao didn't even eat dinner and followed Wu Qi to the mountaintop. Due to Yang Chengji's sensitive identity, Lin Hao didn't probe Wu Qi with questions during the journey. The shortcut to the top was a long, slanted stone staircase. Wu Qi seemed to intentionally test Lin Hao's understanding from the martial arts hall, deliberately quickening his pace while climbing the stairs, leaving Lin Hao behind. Upon seeing this, Sihua's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Wu Qi's gradually receding figure, and Lin Hao also felt a surge of competitiveness. At that moment, Lin Hao activated his spiritual power, operating it according to the heart method of the dragon step to the 8 extraordinary meridians. In an instant, Lin Hao's steps moved, with red light flashing beneath his feet. And as his figure darted forward, it transformed into a series of fiery afterimages, quickly following suit. Such speed, despite being under 10 times the gravity suppression, was enough to make Wu Qi look at him in a new light. Good kid, you've only spent a few hours in the martial arts hall, and you've already stepped into the threshold of the dragon step. Ahead, Wu Qi caught a glimpse of the red afterimages behind him and immediately recognized the martial art Lin Hao was using, secretly admiring him. Such a martial arts genius. How come he was never discovered before? Wu Qi couldn't help but feel fortunate that besides the internal recruitment, the Tianyin Academy also had assessment checkpoints for recruitment, ensuring that no hidden martial arts talents would be overlooked. Thus, the two of them swiftly climbed up the stone staircase, one in front and the other behind. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the square at the top of the staircase, where a vast core area shrouded in a light barrier lay before them. Let us go in. Looking at the protective light barrier, Lin Hao felt a slight thrill in his heart and began to ponder the upcoming plan. Master Wu, is this light barrier a protective formation? Lin Hao asked tentatively. Yes, this protective formation is called the Level 9 Light System Symbol Formation. Wu Qi nodded, saying in a deep voice, this formation absorbs the light of the sun and moon to provide energy, and warriors below the holy domain cannot break through it. That's impressive. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. No wonder when the little fly sneaked in last night. Even with all its strength, it couldn't shake it at all. Does this formation require a rune to unlock for both entry and exit? Lin Hao asked again. This latter question was undoubtedly the most crucial. Lin Hao planned to leave the little fly and the wolf spider inside after entering. If he succeeded in the assassination, he would need a way to retreat. Otherwise, if he were pursued, the two pets he had painstakingly evolved with a large amount of money might be lost. You're right, Both entry and exit require it. Sure enough, Wu Qi's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling Lin Hao's heart, and his thoughts grew heavier. This rune token is the key to opening the entrance and exit. With that, Wu Qi flipped his palm and took out a platinum-colored token from his spatial ring. The token was covered in mysterious runes, faintly emanating a subtle aura. Approaching the light barrier, Wu Qi pressed the rune token against it. Immediately, Lin Hao saw the runes on the token begin to wriggle strangely, releasing a peculiar energy that surged into the light barrier. Buzz! In the next moment, the section of the light barrier where the rune token was pressed started to crack open. As the crack rapidly expanded, it soon formed an entrance approximately 2 meters wide and high. The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Let us go in. Wu Qi turned to Lin Hao and instructed. Lin Hao nodded calmly, secretly noting the rune totem on Wu Qi's token. He pondered whether it would be possible to refine a similar rune token. Lost in thought, Lin Hao followed Wu Qi's footsteps and stepped directly into the crack of the light barrier. In a daze, Lin Hao suddenly felt as if his vision flickered, and he seemed to enter another world. Inside, the environment was shrouded in clouds and mist, with clusters of ancient palaces, abundant spiritual energy resembling a fairyland. Moreover, the light inside seemed to be influenced by the protective light barrier. It was not dim like outside, but rather bright. Indeed, the top level of the Tianyan Academy was extraordinary. They certainly knew how to enjoy life. Lin Hao secretly marveled, feeling that this core area must be where the true essence of the Tianyan Academy lay. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Hao and Wu Qi entered, soon they sensed several powerful auras approaching rapidly from not far away. In just a few breaths, a dozen members of the enforcement team arrived before them. Each of these individuals exuded a strong aura and fixed their sharp gazes on Lin Hao. However, upon seeing Wu Qi next to Lin Hao, their stern expressions softened slightly. "Brother Wu, what brings you and this young man here?" asked the middle-aged team leader. After sizing up Lin Hao for a moment before cautiously turning his gaze to Wu Qi, "This is Lin Hao, a first-year freshman. The Lord asked me to bring him to the main hall for a meeting." Although Wu Qi's strength was not as great as the enforcement team, he spoke with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing due to the Lord's directive. Beside them, Lin Hao released his mental energy, attempting to sense their aura fluctuations. This sensing made him involuntarily gasp, because these enforcement team members all had strengths that reached the level of an 8th-tier warrior. As for the team leader, his aura was even more robust, revealing that he was a 9th-tier warrior. So strong. Chapter 76. The reincarnator of the new era, the middle-aged captain of the law enforcement team, surveyed Lin Hao with a cold gaze for a few moments and concluded that the latter's cultivation was not strong enough to pose much of a threat. Moreover, he was sent here by the Lord of the Manor, so he did not continue to carry out inspections or interrogations. Thus, Lin Hao smoothly entered the core area. The defenses here were quite strict. With the help of the 4 treasures vision, Lin Hao scanned the surroundings and noticed that there were many members of the law enforcement team patrolling in various places. The level of defense here could probably rival that of the Imperial Palace's forbidden areas. It seemed that the traitor Yang Chengji held a significant position in the Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao pondered silently and couldn't help but sigh. Such stringent protection would make it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate. Perhaps only a transcendent expert could break through. However, such martial arts experts would not demean themselves by coming here to assassinate a minor character, which would be a disgrace to their reputation. Thus, Yang Chengji had been able to remain safe and hidden here, secretly developing his rebellious forces. To protect the only bloodline of the Yang family, Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. In his view, the Lord of the Manor, Yuan Zai, likely harbored ambitions to annex the great Yin dynasty. Otherwise, it would be quite foolish to mobilize many resources of the Tianyan Academy and openly offend the Yin king under the pretext of safeguarding the Yang bloodline. Of course, this was merely Lin Hao's speculation. Perhaps the Lord of the Manor truly had such pure intentions. He might prefer to challenge the Yin king's bottom line to protect the only bloodline of his benefactor. While lost in thought, Lin Hao followed Wu Qi and had already entered the passage of the main hall. The halls were scattered throughout, with pathways paved in bluestone, large and small, extending to various pavilions. Lin Hao remained silent, but the four treasures on his shoulder were very active, surveying the architectural layout around them. The guards there seemed to be quite vigilant. As he scanned the area, Lin Hao noticed that near one of the pavilions on the left side, there were many members of the law enforcement team lingering. If he was not mistaken, Yang Qingji's hiding place should be set there. After silently noting the route, Lin Hao decided to take action tonight to confirm whether the prey was inside. Then, under Wu Qi's lead, Lin Hao finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall. The door was tightly closed, with a sword-shaped totem carved on it, exuding a chilling sense of authority. Lin Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm his chaotic emotions. "Lord of the manor, I've brought Lin Hao here," Wu Qi said respectfully as he lightly knocked on the door. "Come in." A steady and clear voice of the Lord of the manor came from within. "Lin Hao, I brought you here." Wu Qi turned and smiled at Lin Hao. Clearly, without the Lord's permission, he did not have the authority to enter the main hall. "Thank you, Mentor Wu, for leading the way," Lin Hao replied politely with a nod. Wu Qi smiled with a hint of satisfaction. Lin Hao's impression on him today was very good. He was humble, hardworking, and not pretentious. Completely different from the proud and self-satisfied martial arts geniuses. Soon, Wu Qi turned to leave. Lin Hao then pushed open the metallic door and stepped inside. He felt quite puzzled about why the Lord of the Manor, Yuan Zai, had suddenly summoned him. He wondered if the old man had taken a liking to his ultimate cultivation talent, or if there was another intention. The hall of the main hall was bright, with many white stone pillars standing. These pillars were engraved with some runes, and their arrangement was quite peculiar. If someone knowledgeable about formations were here, they would surely notice the oddities. As for what kind of formation it was, Lin Hao knew nothing about it. He could only keep an eye out, ensuring that no conflict arose in this main hall. Otherwise, if he got trapped here, escaping would be extremely difficult. As he walked deeper into the hall, Lin Hao's eyes were met with two figures. Both were elderly men. One was dressed in white robes. The Lord